little lever to lock it.
Yeah, if you
Morning one and all, I'm James Auld, this is Anthony Jordan and we're here for the British Rental Kart Championship 2023. It's my 10th year of commenting on this and it just keeps getting better. Anthony, it looks like we've got an epic lineup of drivers, not least of which in the very first race.
Yeah, 100 drivers, 15 countries being represented here, over 4 continents, so yeah, it's going to be an absolutely fantastic weekend of racing. And we're racing all the way up to 10 o'clock tonight in the UK.
It's just going to be insane, isn't it? And we do this every year, but every year it keeps getting better. And I'm bringing the attention to the first race already because straight out the bat, we've got 6 times British champion looking for his 7th title and double world champion Ruben Boutens in the very first heat. Not only that, he's up against last year's winner.
Yeah, he is indeed. I mean, the competition in this first race alone is one to watch, really. And I was speaking to Brad Philpott earlier on and saying a lot of drivers in this one, if they don't get a good result, that could be the end of their weekend before the weekend's really even started. So this first race, ladies and gents, I would sit back and relax. Watch this one because it's going to be a spectacle. It's
certainly one cup of tea early on a Saturday morning if they're in the UK, whatever time it is, wherever you are, because we have an international entry and there's a lot of people watching from around the world from this one. This very first race, I keep coming back to it, it's such a tight, important one. There are 5 contenders for the title. Obviously, there's only going to be one winner, so 4 people are going to feel they're on the back foot straight away. It's just going to be an incredible start to the championship.
It really will be, but I mean, don't take that away from the rest of the whole weekend. I mean, every race is going to be fantastic, but it all really boils down to that last race at the end of Sunday. Who's going to take it? And Sean Briley from last year, your 2022 BRKC champion, he is really trying to push this weekend to try and take it back again.
Absolutely right, Anthony. Just to go through the format again, every driver is going to be racing in 4 heats. There are 4 rounds of heats, and then by the time we get to Sunday afternoon, we have 3 semi-finals. The drivers scoring the top points, the top 30 out of the 100, will be going through to those semi-finals, and really the semi-finals are the right to continue scoring. That gives a top 10 that will be going forward to the final, and we'll see what happens. There's a £1,000 first prize and several free entries into the World Championship later this year, so an awful lot to fight for everyone. Anthony, we're just really looking forward to the first race and the whole event getting underway, to be fair.
We are indeed. I'm looking out the window just here. We're up in kind of race control in the media room at the moment, and I can see drivers are getting seated, ready to get going. So yeah, we're about to get kick-started, James.
Absolutely, and now we're going for that. We're going to go with some highlights from last year, just as the drivers are getting in, and then we'll be getting qualifying for this first race underway. He's on the back stretch, it's Sean Briley. He's full power across the line. What's going to be for Sean Briley? Fastest! Sean Briley has gone fastest. Right. Just one corner now, that's it. And here comes Lewis Manley. What's it going to be? It's third fastest for Lewis Manley. And here is Ruben Boutens. He is in the final, but where's he going to start it from? If anyone's capable of defeating Sean Briley, it is Ruben Boutens. Here he is now. He's coming towards the end. He's getting the checker flag. Where's he going to be? Who's on pole? Boutens 9th. That is a shock.
No big mistakes, but I think a bit too cautious probably.
Lewis Manley is in 3rd. Shock of the qualifying probably was Ruben Boutens down in 9th place, but we'll see what Ruben can offer. Here we go, and away they go. 30 minutes to go now. Sean Briley, this is the race of his life. And get ready for some early stoppers because there's some people with very good reason to want to get in that pit stop right now. So they're coming past the Penalties. Is anyone going to send it in? Nobody yet. No one. Oh,
Manley comes in. Looks at the first gate, very fast in. Comes into gate number 2. And it's green there.
Sean Briley has an even bigger lead. This is an outstanding lead for any race at this early stage, and this is the grand final. Oh, there's a battle behind, and somebody's gone through. It looks like Philpott, and somebody's gone with him. Ruben Boutens gone with him. Ruben Boutens all over the back of Brad Philpott. Ruben Boutens in.
Red light's on. He pulls away early, but he gets the green light, but he goes out behind both Manley and Holler.
Down the inside goes Ruben Boutens, and Ruben Boutens clearly on a mission now. So Manley may have done enough to leapfrog Sean Briley. Sean Briley is trying to defend his lead without having any clue of who's defending it from, really.
And here he comes, the 21, our race leader, Sean Briley in the pit. It's green light on the first gate. Comes in the second, lights on, green light goes.
So Lewis Manley wants to win the BRKC Grand Finals. He's going to have to pass Sean Briley. He's going to look to the outside, Manley to the outside, but nothing doing. Briley's got it covered. Sean Briley sending one up the inside. Philpott gives way. He realises the situation. There's no point trying to scupper Sean Briley's race. fastest lap, though, goes to Ruben Boutons so far. Ruben Boutons the fastest on the track. Lewis Manley closed in, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. Here comes Sean Briley. The checker flag is out. Sean Briley is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. It's Sean Briley. He is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. That's right, just let you know. Okay, so here's the first qualifying for the, well, it's the qualifying for the first heat race, British Rental Kart 2023. We've just had a little video there of last year's final, and interestingly, two of the drivers who were in that final are also in this race. That is Ruben Boutons and Sean Briley, who actually took the title. Ruben Boutons, of course, six-time former champion and definitely always one of the contenders. Now, they're starting their qualifying laps. Sam Slater is up here with me. Potentially Britain's greatest hope, certainly on the international scene, but he's here at the BRKC. He's driving later, but at the moment, Sam, we've got them out qualifying. We're going to see what the times are when they come in. This is going to be a tight one, a very tough race straight away.
Morning, James. Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, I'm not quite sure who to call it at the moment. This is it's about 6 drivers I would put my money on, so we'll see what happens here.
Absolutely. Now, Sean Briley currently is topping the table. This is obviously in the warm-up lap, but Bradley Shepherd's gone fastest. Now that is an actual qualifying lap for real. Matt Barsh is now quickest. He's pushed him down to second. So Matt Barsh, the Polish driver, is currently topping the table. Sean Briley's come in fourth by the looks of things, but I'm not sure he's crossed the line yet. Yes, he has. So Ruben Boutons third, Bradley Shepherd second, but it is still Matt Barsh topping the tables there. Sean Briley, the reigning champion, has been pushed to fifth place. Fifth place for the reigning champ, Sean Briley. Now, he's got a lot of work to do to overcome that. Pit stops are a feature of this event, like all the international kart events. Sam, Sean Briley is going to have to make good use of that pit stop to leapfrog his way at the front.
Absolutely, James. I actually noticed he made a mistake on the final corner. I saw his back end twitch. So I think Sean actually made a mistake there. He could be faster than what he's actually qualified. So we'll see what happens.
Well, that's an interesting observation there, Sam. I mean, we always find here at Formula Fast, in the mornings it can be a little bit slippery. It is 8 o'clock in the morning here in the UK, so and you've got a concrete floor and it's the middle of January, so it's going to be a bit slippier than later on. Could that have been a factor?
Absolutely. I mean, I had to de-ice my car this morning, so they probably had to de-ice the track before these guys got out there. I think they're definitely going to struggle this session.
Well, certainly warming things up will be this first heat race. They're going to be getting underway. It is Matt Barsh who leads the way for the first race of the British Rental Kart Championship 2023. Now, he's bringing them round. What sort of start it's going to be? They start in single file. They've got a couple of corners and then the start line. Now, Matt Barsh is going to be controlling that start. He's going to need to keep Bradley Shepherd behind him. When's he going to hit the power? He's on it pretty early and they're crossing the line. So Matt Barsh leads the way from Bradley Shepherd, and there's the world champion Ruben Boutons, the double world champion. He's going to need to make moves early on. Sean Briley looking a little bit racy there in fifth, but he's sitting behind Ramon Pinero, the Spanish driver, just going through and out of the snail section. They're coming down the backstretch, and Matt Barsh has something of a lead, if you can call it that, but certainly by BRKC standards on lap 1, that is about as good as it's ever going to get. He's in position now where he can focus more on himself there, Sam. Bradley Shepherd playing a bit of a rearguard action just by default.
He's defending already, actually, James, which is interesting because look at the lead that Barsh has already pulled because of this. But I don't think this is a good idea for Brad, because if he wants a challenge for the win here, he's going to have no chance if he carries this on.
And he's got them all backed and behind him. There's Ruben Boutons. There's who's behind him? It's Ramon Pinero still, and then it's Sean Briley. But behind that is Nicola Marsengo. Now, we haven't really mentioned Marsengo much, but he's very much a fancied runner. Sam, how do you rate Marsengo's chances in the championship as a whole?
Well, do you know what, James? He's probably done more practice here over the last few days than anyone else. So he's a Swedish and a Danish champion. So you would like to think that someone of that caliber would be able to just rock up and do well. So I'm curious. Unfortunately, this is his first heat, but I'm curious to see how he gets on.
Well, absolutely, and that is, of course, a feature of the BRKC. When you look down the entry list and the details next to them, everybody's champion of this and champion of that. Marsengo, though, of course, as you say, is a national champion in 2 different countries, so we can expect something from him. He's currently in 6th place. No one's making the early pit stop yet, but certainly you would have to assume that if Ruben Boutons and maybe Sean Briley, and to an extent Ramon Pinero, feel they're much faster than Bradley Shepherd, they're going to want to actually leapfrog him in the pit lane. That's the whole point of the making the pit stop, isn't it? From a strategy point of view.
Soon. Yeah, there's got to be a pit soon. I mean, you know, with how much Brad has actually backed these guys up, you would think that one of them would jump in and try and get past. But I actually noticed Ruben make a mistake on that last lap and lose a bit of time on Brad. So I think Brad's no longer defending. He might just be trying to pull away from him here.
Yeah, there is actually a little bit of a gap opened up. It's about 2 kart lengths, which isn't really very much, but it's certainly enough to stop any kind of move from Ruben Boutons. I think maybe the Dutchman Boutons, if he feels that he's been held up, even though there's a bit of a gap, the pit lane would be the only option for him, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, but do you know what? I think Brad's doing all right in terms of pace at the moment. He's not got Ruben right there trying to attack every single corner. I think he's doing okay.
He is, and still they stay out on the track. Now Ruben Boutons closed in the gap to Bradley Shepherd. Shepherd getting defensive there into the snail section. Shepherd to the inside, very much so. So he's aware that the Dutch former champion is there, and it's back to everyone up yet again. It's Boutons, it's Pinero, and then Sean Briley. Now will Sean Briley make a move on Pinero? Down the inside, attempt there by Ruben Boutons, and Bradley Shepherd really chopped him off down the bottom of that straight. Ruben Boutons, is he in the pits this time? No, he's not, but Pinero is. Ramon Pinero into the pits. Sean, talk us through it there. Okay, and out comes Pinero. Now, will he come ahead of the tail ender there? He does. He just about holds that position ahead of Owen Jamieson going into the snail section. Now, that will have been crucial for Ramon Pinero. He doesn't want to lose any time at all. The whole point of this, Sam, is that for Pinero making that pit stop is he wants to get some clean air. He feels he's been held up by the Shepherd Q, shall we call it. And Boutons in. Boutons in. Ruben Boutons is in.
I think he's done this a lap too late, James. I think he should have done this a lap ago. I think Ramon's going to jump him here.
It's all about where Pinero is. Here comes Ramon Pinero. Pinero's not close enough, but he will be right on the tail of Ruben Boutons. Now, Oh, another one in. It's Owen Jameson. Owen Jameson comes in. He's holding 10th place at the moment, currently in the pits. Now, where will Matt Barsh come out? Because Matt Barsh is going to come out, going to pass right behind Owen Jameson. Now, Owen Jameson into the Snell section. He's a lap down. Barsh goes up the inside, makes the move. Jameson gives way. And obviously, Owen Jameson, realising where Barsh was and where he was, has let the leader through. So, this is an enormous lead already from Matt Barsh, especially given the calibre of this heat race. It's almost an unthinkable lead, but it has to be said, a big part of that has been helped by Brad Shepherd.
I'm going to have to say, yeah, he's got Brad to thank there because of Brad's defending against Ruben. I think he's allowed the gap to happen, so he's going to be grateful for that when he rewatches this heat later.
Indeed. Now, obviously, Matt Barsh is, like everybody, a member of one of the teams, and interestingly, which team is he a member of? Brad Shepherd's team.
Yeah, it might have been planned there, but they had to qualify 1-2 to make that happen, and look what's happened. It's interesting to say the least.
From a team point of view, it was very important to get team boss Brad Shepherd up there, but Brad, rather interesting situation that Brad Shepherd was so busy organising his 3 teams that he actually didn't get an entry in himself as a driver. A space became available and in jumped Brad. So although he's got 3 teams out there, he's not actually a member of any of them, is he?
No, actually, I mean, there's a team A, B, and C, and Brad's not a part of any of them, so you could call him BSRD.
Indeed, a team of his own. It looks like, is that George Braund who's just come into the pits? I think it is. We'll double check on that. George Braund, he's pitted out the race. He resumes in 9th. As Brad Shepherd now has Sean Briley on his tail. Nikolai Masengo is behind him, but there's a bit of a gap now between those 3. There's a couple of kart lengths between Brad Shepherd and Sean Briley, and there's a bit of a bigger gap to Masengo. Now, could that be just treading water, so to speak, Sam, or do you read something into the fact that Masengo appears to be falling off? Under investigation, number 11. That is Ruben Boutens. Now, he's under investigation for something. This is not normally something we see from the Dutch multi-champion. He's won so many titles. It's better just to name the countries rather than how many times he's won them. But he's under investigation for something we can only assume it is maybe some contact, perhaps, or a pit stop. Well, and that's maybe a point of contention because it's. We were talking about this last night, and apparently it's not an actual rule as such, but it is as in it's not written in stone. But what it is it's expected of people to raise the hand in sufficient time as to not cause some kind of incident. Obviously, we've seen some things before where people have been caught out by others jumping into the pit at the last second. So the idea is that it will be very firmly the done thing to raise your hand coming in the pits to the drive behind nose. Maybe that's something that's been investigated. Maybe some disadvantage was caused to the driver behind, which at that point for Ruben Boutens would have been Sean Briley. We'll see what comes up with this. Well, I'm sure we'll find out.
We've actually got Sean Briley on the back of Brad Shepherd at the moment.
Indeed.
We actually don't know now who is second, who is fifth.
Absolutely. So the suggestion would be that they would come out absolutely neck and neck. And, of course, that Sean Briley's into the pits now. Sean Briley into the pits. He's made his first stop. He's made his second. There are 2 points where they have to be stationary in the pit lane, the beginning and the end. Sean Briley comes out. Now, he's come out ahead of Ramon Pinero, which is vital for him, but behind Ruben Boutens, and some way behind Ruben Boutens. He's got to try and close the gap on the Dutch former champion. Now, this is current champion, reigning champion, Sean Briley we're talking about here. So the calibre of this race means that the reigning champion is currently in an arguable, shall we call it, 3rd, maybe 4th place. A lot depends on the Brad Shepherd pit stop now. He's got Nikolai Masengo behind him. Now, pit stops. The way this is going to work out is when Brad Shepherd does pit, he's probably going to come out somewhere in the middle of the current Boutens, Briley, Masengo scrap. Looking on screen there, they're just going through the snail section there. They'll be coming around a long, fast corner around the back of the course there and down the back stretch. So they're coming down the back stretch now into this final corner. There they are. There's Ruben Boutens on screen, Sean Briley and Nikolai Masengo. Oh yes, you're right. It's somebody in the pits. He's out. And he's come out right in the middle of that gap, but Sean Briley to the outside. Can he defend it? Yes, he can. So look at this on screen. There's Shepherd in the orange helmet, orange and black helmet. Sean Briley behind him, and it is actually Ramon Pinheiro behind that. So basically, it's positions as they were. Sam, a lot of people are going to lose a lot of points in this race. There are 5 potential contenders in this scrap. 4 of them are going to be on the back foot straight away.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, this could be a weekend ruiner right here, right now. I think if you finish in 6th place in this league, that's
Absolutely, and just to recap on that situation, each driver has 4 heats to score from. All points count. 10 for a win and so on down to first. They just top them up at the end. Now, the top 30 will be going through to the semi-finals, so you better get points in the bag if you actually fancy going through to the semi-final. And the semi-finals are purely the right to continue scoring. So it's the top 10 after the semi-finals, regardless of a real finishing position, so to speak, that make the final. So every point counts, even at this point on Saturday morning. So some people will be struggling for points already. Maybe Ramon Pinheiro at the moment will be one of those particularly thoughtful of the situation. We have Kieran Eve and Nikolai Marsengo, who are 2nd and 3rd, who have yet to pit. They have yet to pit. Anthony Jordan, you're down in the pit lane now. You've seen some pit stops already. We are waiting for the 2nd and 3rd driver, and of course they are actually behind Matt Barsh as well. Matt Barsh in the pits, he's with you now, the race leader.
Yep, coming in. First stop, it's red light, it's green light. It's good for his first one. It's a little bit slow on that first one, not going to lie. Braked a little bit early for the second. Gets the green light though, heads back out. Was pretty clean, comes out crucially in front of the number 9.
Absolutely, the number 9 kart, that's Kieran Eve. And Kieran Eve we've got down in 3rd place at the moment. So he's actually, lapped up to 3rd place, even though Eve has yet to come into the pits. He will probably drop down the order a little bit there. But Matt Barsh continues his way. Anthony, you were talking about a fairly, shall we say, very conservative stop there by Matt Barsh, because he built up such a lead which allowed him that kind of leeway.
Definitely, yeah. If you want to take it easy on these pit stops, you can. If you do have that advantage, I wouldn't say it was advisable, purely because you could end up behind a back marker at any point out on circuit. So, you know, one of those interesting things.
Absolutely right there. And we've just had information, Sam, you've picked up on this. Ruben Boutons has currently set the fastest lap, is that correct? So Ruben Boutons, the 6 times former champion and double world champion, he's definitely the man on the move. We've got him in 4th place at the moment, but there are a couple of pit stops yet to come. So he should come out in 2nd. Now, it's going to be very interesting where the gap that we're actually dealing with, because Ruben Boutons, we really did lose quite a bit of time behind Brad Shepherd. He doesn't have that problem this time. Visually, it's about the length of the backstretch at the moment. Sam, would you think that, I mean, we're talking Ruben Boutons here, so very much as possible. Is that going to be a bit of a tough ask for him to make up that gap? Although Matt Barsh is caught behind the back marker and he's got another one ahead.
No, I think to be honest with that gap looks a little bit too big to me, James. I think Barsh has got the job done there. He's got 2 people in between, which are also now going to affect Ruben. He just needs to get his foot right and make sure he makes no mistakes, because Ruben is on a mission. He wants that lead.
Absolutely does. He's looking for the title. He lost the title last year and he's looking for it back. Now, Matt Barsh continues in the lead. He's won the Polish Championship more than once. He knows his way around. Very much an established driver, probably for the past good 6 or 7 years on the international scene, Matt Barsh. He's been here many times. Another one in the pits, Anthony.
Yeah, Kieran Eve in the pit lane, the number 9. It's a good stop. He's back out. He comes out in front of the 13 of Ramon Pinheiro. Oh, it's not Ramon Pinheiro. Who's the 13 for me, James?
That would be Joseph McVeigh.
It is Joseph, yes.
Now, that's interesting from a lower order point of view, because that puts Kieran Eve out in 7th place, which is in this race is probably good as he's going to get.
We've got Nikolaj in the pit lane as well. The number 10, he's got his stop. It's a bad 2nd stop. He stopped a little bit too soon, didn't get that light, so it's a bad pit stop, but he's back out on track now.
Yeah, that's Nikolai Marsengo. Now, the key thing with that is he was, I wouldn't want to call him a dark horse. He's won championships in his own right, but he was a bit of a dark horse compared to the 5 in front of him. going into this race. He's resumed in 6th place, which is pretty much where he began. The main sort of beneficiary of that round of pit stops, so the main two, have been Ruben Boutons. Crucially, from his point of view, he's been able to get ahead of Brad Shepherd, who is now in 3rd place, with Sean Briley right behind him. Nicolai Marsengo is in the 6th place with a bit of gap. It's Ramon Pinero between them. Now, Marsengo seems to be closing in. Now, looking at this, Marsengo is obviously running slightly faster than Bradley Shepherd, who is in 3rd place. Sam, would you want to be in the middle of that?
Well, no, not at all, really. I mean, Marsengo could catch the back of them here if there's a bit of defending going on. I don't know, it just seems a little bit out of reach. Oh, there we go. Now the defending starts from Bradley Shepherd. So Marsengo could surprise Ramon and take a position here if Ramon's not careful.
Now, the battle we're talking about on screen is going into the snail section there. You're looking at the orange helmet just coming towards you now in the middle. That's Bradley Shepherd. Sean Briley behind him, Ramon Pinero, then Nicolai Marsengo. Now, the attacking and defending has already started up the front. We'll see what happens down the backstretch as I'll take a quick peek out the window. Getting very defensive. He's holding a really solid inside line down the backstretch there. It's Bradley Shepherd defending to the inside again as much as he can. And he's looking over his shoulder crossing the line as Bradley Shepherd. He's fully aware he's got Sean Briley behind him. And of course, Sean Briley is the reigning champion. Behind that is Ramon Pinero, and Nicolai Marsengo's the speed. He's come back in the pits.
Yeah, I think he actually had a bad pit stop on the first one. I think he got the yellow on the first light.
The first light, you think, was the issue on his earlier pit stop then, Anthony? Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I think he got the yellow. I didn't actually see it, but it was also a bad stop on the second. He didn't quite catch the light, so I think he just thought he had to come in again.
Right, and that has actually dropped him down to 8th place, which is 2 places behind where he was. He's got Kieran Eve in front of him and Joseph McVeigh ahead there. And then it will be, well, we're listing Sean Briley, but I thought Sean was a little bit higher up. No, yeah, that is correct. I think there's now a bit of a gap between Sean Briley and Brad Shepherd. While we were looking and dealing with Nicolai Marsengo having to make a second stop, Sean Briley has actually dropped back from Bradley Shepherd. We can only assume that was some huge lunge somewhere, Sam, and it's not really worked out.
Exactly that. I think we missed it there, James. It looked like Ramon had actually switched positions with Sean and then immediately switched back, but I don't think we saw that.
Right, so it may well not have been a move from Sean Briley on Bradley Shepherd, but actually a pass from Ramon Pinero that has cost the time there, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, with Bradley Shepherd's defending and Sean being a bit vulnerable, being in the middle of that, he's unfortunately probably tried something on Brad and lost the position. But if you have a look at the gap between Shepherd and Sean now, that just goes to show how much time it's costed Ramon and Sean.
Relatively speaking, it's a huge amount of time. So you're listening there to Sam Slater, who's going to be racing later on in this championship. When's your first race of the day, Sam?
So I'm actually in round 1, heat 8, and that won't be till 12 o'clock, James.
Oh, so you've got plenty of time for coffees, etc. Yeah. Yes. So Sam Slater there, he's well known on the international scene. He'll be competing abroad this year. Sam, where are you going anywhere this year? World Championships, perhaps?
So likely doing the Swedish Championship this year, if possible. Maybe the French as well. And depending on how this weekend goes, could be the World Championship as well.
Absolutely, because of course this event is a World Championship qualifier. The various top positions will be receiving free entries to that. As part of the prize in the BRKC. £1,000, of course, for the winner is a nice little sum to take home, Sam.
It is, absolutely. I think everyone wants to be sponsored to drive for the GB slot in the World Championship, so I think it's a nice double prize there. We actually have 2 minutes left on the clock, and there are purple sectors coming up everywhere, James, at the moment. Ruben's just taken the fastest lap. I think the gap between Ruben and Barsh is still pretty big. It's the entire of the back straight, so I think this is done. I think Barsh has done it.
I think Barsh has, and really it's come down to a blinding set of opening laps with Ruben Boutons caught behind Bradley Shepherd. So although no team orders as such, I'm sure Bradley Shepherd will be keen to see one of his team drivers win this race. Matt Barsh was able to pull out that gap early on. That meant he had he had a little bit of time in his pit stops just to make sure there were no errors. You have to come to a stop twice. There are lights that tell you when you can go. Any breach of that, of course, means you have to come and do it again. And it happens. I mean, we saw that with Nicolai Marsengo there. Less than perfect stop. Now, Matt Barsh, he's opened up his campaign really well. These are the sort of points he'll be looking for going forward, especially against this calibre of opposition. Not only has he scored an awful lot of points for himself, but he's taken points away from crucial rivals like Ruben Boutons, who's faster than him, and Sean Briley, Ramon Pinero's always in the mix. Nicolai Marsengo is still in 8th. For somebody as highly rated as him, that will be a bit of a disappointment, sir.
Yeah, and he's about 5 seconds away from the next driver in 7th. And there's nothing more he can do in the last 60 seconds we've got, James.
No, it's going to take the lap of the gods to do anything. But Sean Briley ran the... Oh, trying an outside move there on Bradley Shepherd. These three are nose to tail as they cross the line now. Into the snail section they go. Now, there's no taking opportunity for Sean Briley, but Bradley Shepherd's got it covered. There he is in the orange helmet, leading these three. That is the battle for 3rd place. 3rd place and crucial points, because we always say in every race there's only one winner, but there will be a variety of people who feel they've lost points in this event. Oh,
absolutely.
Down the inside was Bradley Shepherd to block off Sean Briley and Ramon Pinero. Now, although Sean Briley's fully on the attack to Bradley Shepherd, Ramon Pinero's there in 3rd of the group, just waiting to pounce. The Spanish driver he's in his element, really. If a gap appears, he will take it, Sam.
Yeah, I think at the moment we're closing in on the final lap as Bosch comes around the last corner now, and he's got one more lap to go, I believe. And we'll see whether or not Sean or Ramon can actually do something about being stuck in this train with Brad.
Absolutely, Matt Barsh has really opened his 2023 account well. He surely is going to take it to victory here. Then nothing can go wrong at this stage, not with a driver of the calibre of Matt Barsh. It would take some sort of mechanical problem, and they just don't happen here at Formula Fast. So it's looking good for Matt Barsh. They're bringing out the checkered flag. Matt Barsh is going to be the first heat race winner. So here he comes. Matt Barsh, the Polish driver, takes the win against high calibre opposition. Ruben Boutens is there in 2nd place, a bit of a gap, and that's a huge gap to 2nd place when you consider it's Ruben Boutens we're talking about. In 3rd place, is it going to be Brad Shepherd? Yes, it is. He's got Sean Briley behind him, an epic fight for 3rd place, but Briley, the reigning champion, has to take 4th, Pinero 5th, and it's going to be Joseph McVeigh in 6th. A good load of points from Kieran Eve in 7th, Nicolai Marsengo in 8th, George Braund is 9th, and Owen Jameson is 10th. He completes the runners there. Into the pits comes Matt Barsh. Anthony, it's been an epic first race, but a very clear win right from the bat for Matt Barsh.
Yeah, solid start to the weekend for Matt. You know, he's beaten a 6 times BRKC champion. He's beaten last year's BRKC champion. Himself a former BRKC finalist, so he knows what he's doing out there. But yeah, we'll have a quick chat with him, I think, when he hops out the kart.
Absolutely, of course, helped no end by his team boss, Bradley Shepherd. Those opening laps with Bradley Shepherd just, I wouldn't say holding up, but maintaining 2nd place firmly. Meant that Matt Barsh was able to make a clear getaway. He put in a load of fast laps, and that has given him the win. Sean Briley there, congratulating him. Sean Briley, of course, is 4th. Some points to make up still, Sam, there, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're going to have a job of fixing those lost points now, aren't they? And you've got to feel for Sean and Ramon being stuck behind Brad there and not being able to actually do anything about it. But sometimes that's the way it goes. Indeed.
Anthony, we'll go down to the pits to you and see what information you can get from people.
Well, yeah, definitely so. I mean, Sean's just getting himself weighed up at the moment, and that's the main consensus as all the drivers congratulate each other. You can see there Bradley Shepherd, well, like you say, his team boss, really, giving him the congratulations as well. We'll try and see if we can get Matt over. Matt, come on over for me. Take a stand over here. We've got to do it. Media duties, Matt. You've got to do it. Stand right here for me. Well, Matt, great start to the weekend. Taking a race win. Did you expect that?
Yeah, I think it's very difficult for me. Yesterday practice it's not very ideal. I drive slow karts and my work a lot, and I think I want to make the best what I can today. So I have a little lucky, but of course drive well. So I'm very happy.
No, an excellent result for you. Now, a question that kept coming up for in that first race is track conditions out there. It's very cold in here, like you say. We can see our breath, how cold it is. Well, how is it out there? Is it quite slippery?
Yeah, it's very, very coldy. It's very oversteering. A few times on the track it's very freezy, so it's totally different than yesterday and other practice sessions. Finally, I like this one condition, so I feel good. Yeah, so for the next session I think will be better and better, and grip will be up. So it's very nice.
Well, Matt, congratulations. First win of the weekend. We'll wish you best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Now it's time for breakfast.
Yes, breakfast time. Good call. What are you having?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah? What are you going to go for?
Yeah, I go for breakfast now.
Cool. Okay, fine. He's not going to tell us. He's keeping his cards close to his chest. James, if I was going to have breakfast right now, bacon and egg sarnie. What about you?
Well, Bacon Egg Sarnie sounds absolutely spot on. Unfortunately for them, several people who have no time now for Bacon Egg Sarnie are the runners in Heat 2. Now, we've got an interesting list up here. We've got Darren Stables, Jamie Henderson, Aidan Dancer, Ryan Smith, Ivan Sharner, Tristan Lloydell, Matthew Stark, Craig Tucker, Nicky Dolan, and Philip Randall up in this next heat. Now, outwardly, not so many of the big names in this. Obviously, Ivan Sharner, the Hungarian potential winner, he's actually been 3 times champion in all 3 of the top divisions in Hungary, and he made the final last year. So Ivan Sharner is very much a known quantity. I think he's sort of in the middle of the... No, it looks like it might be him in 3rd for the qualifying, either that or in the middle. I can't quite see out the window here. One of the American drivers, Tristan Lloydell, is up in this as well. Matthew Stark, who we saw compete very well last year, he was running up as high as 2nd at one point. Nicky Dolan, another one, he's aiming for the top 50 as well. So a lot of people trying to score points in this. Jamie Henderson, of course, was 24th overall last year, which put him firmly in the semi-finals. So they're heading out to qualify now. A bit of an interesting lineup here, Anthony. Who would be your pick potentially for 1st or 2nd?
I'm putting my money on Nicky Dolan on this one for potentially 1st. We'll have to see, because you know it could happen out there. And I think Darren Stables potentially 1-2 in this one.
Well, that's going to be an interesting one. My money is on Ivan Sharner. He is sort of in the mid-pack, though, for the qualifying, so we'll have to wait a little bit to see what he does. They're starting their qualifying run now. Across the line, that looked like Aidan Dancer there, so he's crossed the line to begin his qualifying run. They're all starting this qualifying lap. It's a single lap qualifying. That will decide the single file starting order. So we'll wait and get some times in. Down the back stretch. Any times you see appearing on the screen, those viewing on the live stream at home, they are effectively the warm-up lap times. So across the line, it's Dancer taking pole initially. We'll see if he can be pushed off that. Yes, he can. Matt Stark has gone up into 1st. It's still Matt Stark. Philip Randall's gone to 2nd. Lloydell into 3rd. Stables up into 5th. Sharner takes the pole position. Craig Tucker goes even faster. Ryan Smith comes through into 4th, and Nicky Dolan into 7th. Jamie Henderson straight up into 2nd place, but it is Craig Tucker who will start from pole position. Now, he'll be very, very pleased with that indeed. He was a finalist in the BRKC, which is a multi-venue event, in 2020. He has been around a while, though, because he was the runner-up in the Kart Champ series back in 2011. But we haven't seen quite this kind of form from him in the BRKC. He is going to be taking the pole position there, but he's going to have to defend that against Jamie Henderson. My bet, Ivan Sharner. Your bet even further down there, Anthony.
I don't think we need to talk about my predictions for this race. We'll leave it there.
Well, he could come through. He might not, but he could.
You never know.
But I'll tell you, someone who is through, it's Craig Tucker. Now, this is a great opportunity for him to score some serious points. We might say that it's not going to be quite as tough for the absolute potential event winners as the first race was, but there is some high caliber driving going on in here. If Ivan Sharner and Jamie Henderson have been pushed down to 3rd and 2nd respectively, then Craig Tucker's done a grand job. It's going to be very interesting how he does in the early stages. I think, Anthony, it's going to come down to pit strategy for him. Right, so they're coming around. Craig Tucker leads the way, starting from the pole position. When does he get on the gas? He's on it now. He's going to cross the line, and the heat race 2 is underway with Craig Tucker leading from Jamie Henderson, Ivan Sharner. Behind that is Matt Stark. Ryan Smith is following there, and then Philip Randall, Lloydell, Dolan, Dancer, and Stables bringing up the tail. So as they come around the long back corner there, down this long straight, into this hairpin. Often the race is decided down here. It's a really good overtaking spot. It is still Craig Tucker with the lead, though, and he clearly means business. He's got that lead still from Jamie Henderson, Ivan Sharner. Now, Sharner Henderson, they have slightly dropping back, it has to be said. By BRKC standards, there is a little bit of a gap opening up at the front. Maybe it'll concertina in, but Craig Tucker's doing a pretty good job of this. He's made a very decisive start. His first 2 opening laps have been very strong indeed. Down into the hairpin at the end of the backstretch. He's clearly in the lead. Jamie Henderson, though, must be starting to think about options on a pit stop or not. It depends on really whether he feels he's could go faster on his own or whether he needs to come in, create some clear space. Anthony, I reckon we're going to have a couple of early pit stoppers in this race, particularly sort of maybe from the middle there, possibly Ryan Smith.
Yeah, I mean, the pack's quite condensed at the moment, so I think if you did want to go for the early pit stop, it might be a good strategy. The top 3 are starting to break away, and Craig Tucker, I would say he's lost that advantage that he had a couple of laps ago, so we'll definitely have to keep an eye on it.
You're absolutely right. It's back to being nose to tail. In fact, it's pretty much solid through the field there. They're all gapped about evenly, and this is going to be a very, very close race. That means that no mistakes can be made in the pit stop. We saw Matt Barsh. He had a little bit of an early lead. That gave him some breathing space, so he could take a bit more of a conservative pit stop. It's very easy, as we saw from Marsengo, to actually mess up the pit stop and go too soon, have to come in and do it all again with a penalty. Matt Barsh didn't have that problem because he built up a lead, the sort of lead that Tucker does not have at the moment. Any sort of problem would put him straight down to the back of the field, so he could do with either opening up a gap or not making any mistakes in the pit stop, Andy.
Yeah, no, you make an excellent point there. I mean, the pit stops are so crucial. This is why we love the BRKC. You know, that added bonus of the pit stop strategy really brings in the races, because if you left them out there to their devices, you would see the result that you have right here would be the result that you'd have at the end of the race.
Absolutely. Indoor karting, of course, is often a little bit harder to overtake. Those who are used to watching car racing as opposed to karting, you could liken it to, say, indoor kart race a lot more like a street circuit. So think Monaco as opposed to Silverstone. And there are overtaking opportunities, and people do make them, and we've got several well-known opportunities here at Formula Fast, particularly in the Snell section down the backstretch as well. But a good pit stop strategy, a feature of top-level indoor karting is a pit stop strategy. It's the same in all the major national championships and the World Championship. And of course, the top drivers know how to play this to perfection. What you'll find is that very often, those particularly new to this sort of racing, the drivers will be very aware of where everyone is. More importantly, where they would come out if they made a pit stop at this point. Certainly, when you're driving around, you'd be looking across the track and you'd be thinking, okay, well, there's that beam there, and if such a driver is ahead of that beam, I'm going to come out the pit stop behind them. If they're behind that beam, then I might come out in front. Oh, in the pits already.
Yep, it's the number 18. It's Ryan Smith from the UK. He's got a good first and good second. He's back out on track.
Absolutely. Ryan Smith, well known to all watchers in the BRKC. He's been here right from the start. Ryan Smith in this race is probably somebody who will know his way around the sort of strategy at Formula Fast that's needed to get to the front. Now, this can be very interesting. The Scotsman there, he's going to be putting in some very fast laps. Yes, he's way down the order now. He's down in 10th place, but he has clear air in front of him. Another one.
Yeah, another one. It's Nicky Dolan who's come in, another driver representing the UK. Of course, BRKC 2020, 2022 as well. Back out on circuit. He's not happy, and I think he got the yellow light.
Oh dear, that's bad news for Nicky Dolan. He competed very well in the BRKC in the past 2 years. He's run as high as second place, I believe. So he has some form in the heat, especially in the heat races. He also competed in the French Championship last year. So yet another of the Brits sort of going more abroad now. Similar format in a lot of the national championships, including Nicky Dolan's point of view, the French Championship down in Metz. We can expect some good performance from Nicky Dolan given a clear track, and it's very interesting now that he seems to be matching Ryan Smith for speed. Smith, of course, pits it ahead of Dolan, and the gap between him and Dolan is by and large remain the same. So we'll keep an eye on the lap times.
Third place is in. I would say is in the number 13. It's a good first gate. Comes into gate number 2 and goes early. Gets the green light. The number 13 back out on track.
And that's the Hungarian Ivan Shana. Now, he's a 3-times Hungarian champion, literally in consecutive years. They have a Division 3, a Division 2, Division 1. He won Division 3, he then moved up the next year to Division 2, straight away won that, moved into Division 1 and won that. And this year he's concentrating more on the major internationals. That's Ivan Shana, who was just in the pits that Anthony was talking about there. So Shana the Hungarian, probably a bit of a benchmark here on terms of what the lap time should be. Ryan Smith, though, appears to be very close in terms of gap, considering there were other karts in between. So Shana pitted out of third. Smith was some way down the order comparative to that. It looks like Shana's about to catch another kart, and Smith could have this opportunity to close in on him. Of course, he'll be bringing Nicky Dolan with him as well.
We've got second place, Jamie Henderson in the pit lane. James, so Jamie Henderson in. We've got a double stack as well. Number 12 is in, Tristan Lodel as well. Good stop for the number 14, and it's a good stop for the number 12 as well. The 21 is also in. And Darren Stables gets the 2 green lights, 3 pit stops in quick succession, all perfectly fine.
Yes, quite a flurry there, Anthony, and it has to be said, especially again, I'll mention this for those who aren't used to the format of indoor karting. Pit stop is required at every race. It is a crucial part of the strategy. It's not necessarily the thing that makes or breaks it, but it certainly can be an important element. Now, Jamie Henderson there, he was the first of that lot, and he managed to come out ahead of Ivan Shana. And into the pits.
Nicky Dolan back in for a second stop. Obviously, the yellow light on the first pit stop, so second stop this time around, and it's 2 green lights back out on circuit. Not a great start to the weekend.
Very interesting, Anthony. In both of the heat races so far, we've seen penalties. People coming in, then they have to stop once at the start of the pit lane, they move further down it, stop at the end, and there is a certain amount of time that they have to be stationary, and the lights cover that. The lights tell them when to go, basically, don't they? And we have seen 2 people of note making errors on that, haven't we?
Yeah, definitely so. It just shows how difficult it can be. Yes, you can eke it forward when the light is still red, but if you eke it a little bit too much, you'll get that yellow light and you'll be into the pit lane. Number 9 in the pit lane now. This is Craig Tucker, and it's a good first gate. Gate number 2 goes a little early, but still gets that green light, heads back out on circuit just in front of the number 14.
But he lacked momentum. Luckily, he was able to block off Jamie Henderson, Ivan Shana, and Henderson up the inside spins. Henderson has lost control and he's stuck. The yellows are out, and the marshal's going to push him out. Now, this is very rare in the BRKC that a driver would spin. They've got him going again. He's lost a couple of spots, maybe. We'll see what the time is. He's definitely lost the second place he had, so several spots, but we'll see how bad it is. Into the pits.
Yep, Matthew Stark into the pit lane. Also the 17 and the 16 double stacking. This is no good for the 16 of Aiden Dancer. First 2 karts are good. They both get the green lights, but yeah, that is a bad pit stop for the number 16 of Aiden Dancer, who lost out massive there.
Yeah, definitely a problem of experience there with Aiden Dancer. The thing is that you cannot be following karts down in the pit lane. You will have to wait, then stop. So effectively, given that every pit stop has 2 points where the car is stationary, you create a third when you're waiting behind someone who's in one of the stops. Now, Aiden Dancer there will have lost a lot of time. He was in the battle. He was 7th place. So there's Lloyd out there, and Dancer was, yes, and Aiden Dancer has lost time to the 2 ahead of him. We'll see if he can close it in on the track, but he's actually got the attention of Jamie Henderson, the recovering Jamie Henderson. They're in the Snell section there. So there's Dancer on screen in the red, and there's Henderson, black suit, white helmet following. Now, Henderson's going to be on an absolute mission in this race because he's got to make up a lot of time. So Matthew Stark is listed as the leader from Ivan Shana. Craig Tucker's resuming third. So Craig Tucker's actually dropped back from first to third through the pit stops. Didn't see that one coming, actually, Anthony. I really thought Craig Tucker had this sorted.
I thought he had it sorted as well. The pit stop itself looked pretty clean, so I'm not sure where he lost that time. We'll just have to see. Maybe it was just a bad outlap.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the karts coming through. I've been looking at the screen more than looking at the track. It's Stark with the lead from Shana right behind him. Yeah, there's Tucker in third place. It is correct. Somehow Tucker's lost. I think maybe there was some confusion after the Henderson incident that affected Tucker as well. It is Matthew Stark now. Stark, with all these pit stops, Andy, can you remember if he's been in?
Nearly everyone's been in. One driver I've got a question mark. I don't think Philip Randall has been into the pit lane yet, the number 17.
No, we haven't mentioned him. He's actually in 5th place at the moment, Philip Randall there. He's following the Scots driver. Henderson through. So Henderson has passed Aidan Dancer. That's for 7th place. We'll have to keep an eye on this because Jamie Henderson, he was a semi-finalist last year here at the BRKC, and he does mean business. He's really going for gold this year. Obviously gold will not involve a 7th place finish because it may not be enough right away. He could have already ruled himself out of the semi-finals, such is the competition later on, Anthony. So Henderson's going to be on absolute mission. Next on his hit list are Philip Randall, who you just mentioned, who you don't think has been in the pits. Therefore, Henderson will probably leapfrog him that way to 6th. Tristan Lloydell, he's closing in on anyway. Crossing the line now is Henderson. And look at Aidan Dancer. Aidan Dancer, we know Henderson, we don't really know Dancer. Dancer's staying right with Jamie Henderson, so really showing some speed there.
Yeah, definitely so. It's a very fast field in this one. There's not much time left on it, but I've got to say the battle for first is still pretty close. You know, guys, I reckon we could see an overtake here.
The battle for first incredibly close now. Matt Stark, he's been a feature here in the BRKC for a while. He's yet to win a race though. This will be a major thing for him if he wins. You'll see no happier driver than Matt Stark if he can win this race. But he has the 3 times Hungarian champion, Ivan Shana, on his tail. The pole position sitter, Craig Tucker, on his tail. And the well-known Scotsman, Ryan Smith, who's really closing in on the leaders. Now, Ryan Smith, he was the first pit stopper. He has sight on the lead now, so as they cross the line, we're looking on screen. There is Matt Stark in the lead with the white helmet. So it's Stark, Shana, Tucker, and there is Ryan Smith. Now, Ryan Smith is much closer, I think, than even he was at the start of the race here. So Ryan Smith, well worth keeping an eye on, well-known Scottish driver, been around forever, races cars and karts. His season begins the... Oh, and look at that, there's a pass for the lead. It's Shana. Shana has taken the lead. He's down the inside there in the hairpin. And Stark fighting back. Stark trying to fight back, literally, has been pushed back to 2nd place. This is still a great result for Matt Stark if he can hang on to 2nd. But Ivan Shana, the Hungarian, has taken the lead.
Yeah, good overtake there for Ivan Shana, but you've got to think for Matthew Stark, he's got Craig Tucker right behind him, the man who was leading this race. I suspect he wants that lead back.
He does. Ryan Smith, meantime, has moved up to 4th at the expense of the man you're talking about, Tucker. So just out of your view there in the snail area of Anthony, it was indeed a pass position. Ryan Smith. Smith up to 3rd now. Bit of a gap to 2nd as a result of that move. But it's Ivan Shana trying desperately to pull away from Matt Stark in 2nd place. They're in the snail section now. So there's the race leader. That's Shana, that's Stark, and there is Ryan Smith, the Scotsman, followed by Craig Tucker, who was on the pole position. Craig Tucker, we were very pleased for his pole, albeit a little bit surprised. He's been pushed down to 4th. It's kind of a bit of a shame, to be honest, Anthony, that this worked out that way for him. However, it is worked very well for Ivan Shana, and Matt Stark in 2nd place. Incredible result by him. I can't really see Ryan Smith closing in at this stage. He's got 6 minutes to do it, but I wouldn't rule anything out with the young Scotsman, Ryan Smith.
Yeah, definitely so. Still a very long way to go in this race, but I think now we've seen quite a lot of pit stops. I think I still don't know if Philip Randall has come into the pit lane. If he has, then we've had everyone do a pit stop. So the result that you see right now, I think everyone's settled into a rhythm, and this could be the result that we'll see.
Absolutely. Certainly it's looking very good for Van Shana. He's trying to pull out a bit of a lead here. It went up to almost a 2nd, but actually Matt Stark has closed in. Ryan Smith is about 2.5 seconds behind that, and of course he's got Craig Tucker coming with him. Then of course there's the shall we call it the Randall mystery, Anthony? The Randall mystery over whether he's pitted or not in 5th place. Now then there's Tristan Lloydell, and crucially Jamie Henderson behind that. Henderson, semi-finalist last year, is looking to make inroads. In fact, he's passed Lloydell, so they're coming in front of you now. The dark suit there of Henderson, yes, he's up into 6th place now. The Phil Randall mystery is ahead of him, but he's immediately ahead of him. So as soon as Randall's in the bit, it's going to be to the benefit of Jamie Henderson up into 5th place. Whether or not he can catch that leading battle is definitely a big question, and certainly a big ask.
Oh, definitely so. We'll have to see what really happens in this one. I've got to say, though, Tucker in P4 looks like he is gaining through this 2nd half of the lap on on Ryan Smith out there. We'll just have to see, because every time they get through the snail section, every time they come round into my peripheral view here in the pit lane, he always seems to be right on the rear bumper.
You're absolutely right there, Anthony. As you were saying that, I was looking over to the snail section and seeing that. It's almost as if Ryan Smith has slightly dropped back. He hasn't really looking at the times, but certainly Tucker's come back into competition, shall we say. He's looking at third place. I think he's sort of realised, my gosh, I was first and now I'm fourth, and he's looking to sort of up that a little to second place. The Scotsman, of course, Ryan Smith, is well known. He's even at car level. He's won in the mini challenge up there in Scotland. He's also won in BRKC level. He's been a championship contender before. He's currently in third place, but it's Craig Tucker who could well take that off him. As they cross the line, though, Shana now has upped that lead to over a second, nearly 1.5 actually. But there's a huge battle going on behind. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, led by Philip Randall. Now, Randall, of course, he still is the mystery man. We can't really remember whether he's been in or not. Let's have a think. I think he has.
I think he has.
We can see on screen it's listed as having pitted. Just like you, I can't remember seeing him come in.
Yeah, it must have just been in one of those big groups where I just didn't clock the number as I was paying attention to the first kart. And yeah, but I suspect everyone's on the same lap and everyone looks like they're pitted.
Actually, yes, I think you're right. I think his pit stop was one of the three where I think it was Aidan Dancer who got held up. So I actually, now I think about it, I think Randall might have been in during that melee. Of course, we had a lot to look at and a lot to talk about at that point. But worthy of talking, though, is that big battle there for 5th place. It's entering that final hairpin there. Here they are round into that final hairpin. It is Henderson from Randall and Lloydell. Now, once Henderson had got ahead, I was expecting him to disappear. He's pulling away slightly, but he's not disappearing at the rate he needs to catch the lead group. He's got Craig Tucker something like 7 seconds ahead, and he's got 2.5 minutes to do it. Best will in the world, Anthony. I don't think it can be done.
I reckon he can do it. I have every faith in him that he'll do it.
So a Jamie Henderson fan down there, at least, if he does do it, gosh, he's probably booked his place in the final right there, hasn't he? Really,
exactly.
In terms of what we can expect.
If he can close that gap, I'll eat my socks.
Absolutely. We'll be buying him one of the very famous Formula Fast pizzas that are eaten here. Actually, he is on a bit of a mission. He's already increased that gap. It's listed as about just over a second, according to the timing screen, which is judged on the start line. But as they're getting towards the end of this next lap, Jamie Henderson absolutely steaming away from those behind him. It's going to be a much bigger gap. Now the question really is he closing in on Craig Tucker, or is he just pulling away from Philip Randall? That's the important point. It is 7 seconds to that lead group. Well, Henderson's going to feel he can do it. The clock suggests he might not, but certainly given enough race, I think he might make it. But he's got 7 seconds to make up in 1.5 minutes, so probably isn't going to happen. However, Ivan Shana up at the front has now really increased that lead. He has set the fastest lap of this race as well. Clear winner there, and starting his BRKC campaign. Just how he likes it. So the Hungarian, I know he has a lot of fans. A lot of people will be watching back in Hungary. He is a 3-time champion over there, well known. There he is on screen. So that is Ivan Shana. He's done everything he needs to do in this opening race. He's the fastest on the track. He's going to take the race win with just less than a minute to go. As they completed 37 laps, the track will be getting faster. Jamie Henderson crossing the line there. He's got that down to about 6 seconds now, so he's making huge inroads on those leaders. He just probably literally does not have the time, but he is making the time. And there's Shana. He's got probably one more lap to go at the end of this. We're looking at 25 seconds, so this surely will be the last lap. Ivan Shana, the Hungarian champion, is leading the way. Certainly he made the finals here last year. He's trying to book a place in the final for this event as well, and that's how to do it with a nice 10-point score to start with. Behind, of course, Matt Stark, an amazing result for him. He'll be delighted with second place. He led some of the way. He's among the quickest. He's now about 2.5 seconds behind Shana, and here comes. No, there's going to be 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go now. So the clock is down. There are 2 laps remaining. Shana has the lead with 39 laps. So it's probably going to be a 41 lap race. That's quite a long way for BRKC race. Shows the sort of speed they're putting into this. So going back to Matt Stark, he's now in a bit of a battle. 2 car lengths between him and Ryan Smith. And then, of course, it is Craig Tucker, the pole sitter. Now, Jamie Henderson, he's got that. He's just 5 and a bit seconds now, so he's really closing in. Anthony, for Jamie, and the win there for Shana. The win there for Shana, second for Stark. He'd be delighted. Ryan Smith up to third. Craig Tucker is in fourth, a solid fourth place. And here comes the amazing Jamie Henderson. If he had more laps, he'd be with those leaders, Anthony.
Oh yeah, definitely so. If I can grab a word with Jamie, because I definitely want to see what he had for breakfast to close that gap in this time he did that in. So yeah, definitely want to keep an eye on his Jamie Henderson, but we'll definitely chat to Ivan Shana as well, because I suspect he'll be quite happy with that result.
Yeah, Shana, I think you're just going to see a contented driver there. It's early stages in the competition. He's first of 4 heat races, and he's got the win and the maximum points. So Shana will be, I think, relieved as much as anything else. Here they come into the pit lane. It's over to you in the pit lane, Anthony. See what they say.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we will chat to them. He stopped a little bit early. He's opened his flap up as well already, so he's a bit early on his wake flap there. So eager to get out of the car. I tell you what, he's got one of those 360 cameras on his head. I'd very much like to see that footage. Let's head over. Ivan, when you're ready, come and have a chat with us. Thank you. While we wait for Ivan, let's have a chat with Jamie Henderson. Jamie, just quickly, I know you... No. Open the visor. Right, so, Jamie, that gap that you managed to close up, you take your helmet off, we'll do whatever you want. That gap that you managed to close up was quite impressive. I don't think he can hear me.
Just about.
No, he can't hear me. Right, okay. I'll let you take your helmet off. God, blimey, the racing drivers, take your time. You're quick out on track, but you're slow when you come off. Blimey, I wasn't expecting that. Crikey, you almost took my eyes out with your hair. The gap that you closed up, as soon as you managed to get past the kind of group behind, you managed to start opening that gap in that final stages. Some fantastic pace you had out there.
Yeah, obviously made a big mistake, so it's frustrating. Definitely feel I could have won that if I'd gone 1,000th quicker in qualifying. I think I probably would have ran away with it, but it is what it is. Yeah, silly mistake trying to overtake when I shouldn't have done, and then it was just about fighting back. Happy with the moves, they were all quite aggressive. Enjoyed the race, disappointing result, but crack on. Good result for the team as well, good win for Ivan. So.
Well, brilliant stuff. Jamie Henderson, we'll see you a bit later out today. Here's our race winner though, Ivan. I'll come over here. I'll step this side, there we go. Ivan, great result for you. It's early doors, but a race win.
Yeah, it was an amazing race. To be honest, my quali wasn't that good. I should improve on that. But I was really happy because we were BSR 1, 2, 3. So Craig, Jamie, who had like brilliant qualifying performances, and that was I with a really poor one. And after that, during the race, well, it was one of the most exciting races that I've ever done, and I really mean it. So there was so many overtakes, I can't even count the number how many. I had a good pit stop. Sorry, I'm a bit fizzy still.
No, not a problem at all, yeah. You said a good pit stop. It was indeed, because, of course, Craig Tucker was leading the majority of that race, and then after the pit stop phase, you came out in front, really.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm still at a bit of a loss for words. Like, there was 3 or 4 overtakes just involving me, so I'm not used to that. So that was a crazy race, and I really hope that the competition will remain like this, because it's such a great championship this year. So even better than last year, I think. So I'm really happy for the results, and as I gotta say that as all the results of the BSR team, this is in the memory of the late Rodney Shepherd, who passed away not too long ago. So rest in peace to him, and this is in memory of him.
Brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations, Ivan. We'll let you crack on and enjoy the rest of your day, but well done. Great result for him, and as you can see, looked very cold out there. He had the snood on, the gloves were still on. It is freezing in here. It's the one thing that, you know, I feel like I should probably get paid a little bit more than James for this, is that the fact that I get cold and he's warm up in an office. James, how are you up there?
Well, it's very warm up here in the commentary box, I have to say, Anthony. We may have to, I don't know, get you some of those gloves that have the heaters in them, you know, with batteries. That
I'd
could
like
work
that.
out. Yeah. But yes, Ivan Shana, very interesting perspective there, because I have to say, from my point of view, he looked like he didn't qualify too well. He got to the front, he checked out. From his point of view, it sounds like it was an amazing race, and certainly the interview there was he was describing an awful lot of excitement there with overtaking. Yes, he had to make some moves, but they were all pretty clinical, and he did a very, very solid job of that. We're moving into heat race 3. And heat race 3 is going to contain some very interesting drivers. First of all, there's another potential winner for the championship in the form of Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley is featuring in this one. So just to go through the lineup, we've got Robin Kassam, Phil Pryor, Lewis Manley, Barry Lakes, Ardita Doobie, Ben Pickard, Kuba Pichulski, Bilal Usman, Matthew Borrowdale and Aidan Kennedy. Now a really strong international entry on this one. BRKC, of course, being a sort of British Championship but with an international appeal, we're pulling in quite a lot of drivers from around the world. Ardita Doobie is from India. He was 3rd in the Indian National Championship last year, and actually 4th in the Dubai Endurance Race, so obviously he's got some form. We've not seen him here at all before, so we'll keep an eye on him. That's Ardita Doobie. Pakistani driver Bilal Osman. I know he's got a lot of people watching in Pakistan in this race. Luckily it's sort of lunchtime, middle of the afternoon for them, Anthony, so they don't have to get up too early to see him. But Bilal Osman, he's been very fast around the track at Karachi. Now the times are coming in, we're going to see where they're positioned. So Lewis Manley is currently fastest, Aidan Kennedy, the American, is second, Kuba Pichulski is 3rd, Robin Kassam 4th, Barry Lakes, Borrowdale, and it's all battling over 6th place, remember. Phil Pryor's taken that 6th place from Ben Pickard, Matt Borrowdale there, Bilal Osman and Ardita Doobie bringing up the rear in 9th and 10th places. So Lewis Manley is going to be leading the way. He's going to be starting from pole position. Then it's the American driver, Aidan Kennedy. And Aidan Kennedy, he's been a finalist at World Championship level. He was the highest placed American last year in the top 40 at the World Championship, but he has been a finalist at world level. He was a semi-finalist last year and a heat winner, Aidan Kennedy, down there in 2nd. And 3rd place is going to be Kuba Pichulski. Kuba Pichulski was in the semi-final last year. He also won the Polish Championship last year as well. So he has some serious form, Kuba Pichulski. So very tough entry here. But Lewis Manley, he's going to be starting on the pole position. He has an amazing record here at Formula Fast. He's a regular in the championship races here for the Track Championship. It's going to be, if he wins this race, his 20th win, and we're going to have to check on the actual history of the BRKC as if that's the most winning driver in the history of the BRKC. Each driver, if they make the final, will only be competing in 6 races, so it is quite an achievement. But here's Lewis Manley, he's leading the way. He needs to get a good start. He's going to want to kind of Matt Barsh this one, I think, as in check out at the early stages and lead all the way with enough space to have a conservative pit stop, and through on the inside is Pichulski already on the American Kennedy. Pichulski moves up to 2nd place, and that is to Lewis Manley's advantage. A fairly robust but robust but legal, shall we say, move by Pichulski there. The Polish driver keen to get up the order. He's going to have to tackle Manley sooner rather than later, as is Kennedy, so none of them can afford Manley to check out in this one. Manley going for win number 20 in the BRKC. Certainly one of the winningest drivers, and probably overall on balance the top Brit has been year in, year out. He is being chased though by Kuba Pichulski and Aidan Kennedy. They're trying to make a bit of a gap to 4th place now, and that is the incredible Barry Lakes. Barry Lakes is not someone we know, a northern-based driver. He's made the finals of the British Indoor Championship, a multi-venue one, in 2020 and 2021, but last year he was a very strong contender at the Three Sisters circuit in karting. Three Sisters, of course, up there, sort of Wigan area. So a lot of the northwestern drivers know it well. Anthony, you'll know Three Sisters well indeed, won't you?
Yeah, I've commentated at Three Sisters. It's a relatively large circuit. It was in danger of being closed down at one point, but the karting community came together and kept it open, which was absolutely fantastic. But yeah, like you say, up Wigan Way, they do a lot of drifting there in cars as well.
Yes, and driving experiences in cars take place at Wigan, a much used venue. Obviously you're saying they were going to close it down, and the karting community came together, Anthony. I have to say the idea of a whole bunch of northern lads, when you threaten to shut down their kart track, that's going to be met with dismay.
I think, yeah, you're possibly right there. I don't think they would have agreed with that track closing. Got to say though, this race, the start of that one, I want to take you back. Quite a content start. Everyone was fairly spread out. No one really latching onto the back of anyone. As I think we just saw an overtake there at the number 14 getting past Barry Lakes. No, it wasn't Barry Lakes getting an overtake. It was Robin Kassam getting past Barry Lakes for P4.
Indeed, and Robin Kassam, gosh, he's been a contender here over the years, hasn't he? Now, Kassam, he's been a semi-finalist in the BRKC, most recently in 2020, but he was a semi-finalist when the BRKC first went to a single venue format and single event format back in 2014. So Kassam we've seen an awful lot of. He's crossing the line in 4th place now. You'll see him on screen there. There he is in the white helmet and black suit. So that's Robin Kassam. And last year he was a champion with Clinton Bell's Club 73 event series. And obviously Clinton Bell, he runs a very strong series with Club 73, been going an awful long time. That means he has an awful lot of regulars who've been doing it for many years. So to win in that particular formula does take some doing indeed. Talking about winning though, it's Lewis Manley trying to extend his lead. He's maintaining the kind of lead that was created by Kuba Puchalski's move on Aidan Kennedy. So they kind of cancelled each other out at the front, Anthony. But Puchalski not really able to close it on Manley. The same with Aidan, really, in 3rd place, Aidan Kennedy. Puchalski obviously would have thought, if I can get past Kennedy, I can close it on Manley. That's not really happened.
No, it's not happened, which is unfortunate for Puchalski because he is a quick driver. Like you say, he's got Aidan Kennedy behind him. Now, if he closes in more, pit stop, we've got the number 10 in, it's Ben Pickard from the UK. He comes in, striking helmet he's got there, it's quite terrifying actually, but it's a good first gate, good second gate, he's back out on track.
Superb. So that is Ben Pickard. Now Ben Pickard, this is typical of the BRKC. You look down the entry list, names people haven't really heard of, certainly from an international point of view. Pickard getting pretty racy out of the Snell section there with what looks like Ardita Doobie. We'll keep an eye on that battle. There's Pickard and Doobie down the backstretch. The Indian driver trying to fend off Pickard. Now Pickard obviously listed as 10th place, having made that pit stop. Doobie's coming in, so that gives the 9th place to Ben Pickard.
Yeah, he's Doobie in from India. He's got 1.4 billion fans at home watching him and cheering him on, and he has 2 good pit stops. A little bit slow, comes out in between the leaders. No, he stays behind, goes out into P4, but last.
Indeed, he's on balance once the pit stops cycle through. He will be resuming that final place. Of course, he can try to close in on Ben Pickard's best can, but Pickard's like half a lap ahead. However, Ardita Doobie, he's really here gaining experience. He was 3rd in the Indian Championship last year, but now he's up against an international field. Is that him coming? What's the 13? Aidan Kennedy.
Yeah, Aidan Kennedy in the pit lane. Good first gate, gets away nicely, stops bang on the second gate, gets the green light. Also the 14 has come in, Barry Lakes. Good first gate. Good second gate, he's back out, he comes out in front of Osman out there.
It looks like possibly Belal Osman. Belal Osman, the Pakistani driver, now he's going to be following Lakes through the Snail section. I believe that's who he came out. The interesting thing with there was Barry Lakes, when he exited the pit lane, he just got on the power. Whereas Osman had been on the power since the previous hairpin, so Osman had momentum on Barry Lakes there. Now he wasn't able to pass him, but certainly people like Belal Osman, Ardita Doobie, who we were looking at earlier, the Indian driver, typical of drivers who are sort of coming over here now. I mean, we're used to having European drivers, but with the onslaught of the Americans, there are a number of them here. There's about 7-8 of them competing here, actually having flown in from the US, especially for it. Much greater intercontinental appeal, it could be said. And that's the best way I think of putting it this early on a Saturday morning, I think. Certainly, for the two in question, Belal and Ardita, very much kind of a bit of an information gathering, seeing how things are on a more international scale. It'd be interesting to see if they actually compete in some of the other European championships, so it's a bit of travel for them.
I suspect it is quite a trouble with them. But you're right in saying we've got a global audience here. We've got a global field of drivers. This is the BRKC. It says it out there, the British Rental Karting Championship. But there are 15 countries being represented here today. I think we need to change it to the World Rental Karting Championships.
It's well on its way to being that, isn't it? And that is an interesting point you bring up, because anybody can get an entry. It doesn't take much. You've just got to enter correctly before it fills up. There are 100 spaces. But what has to be said is that certainly from a front of the field point of view, you are by and large looking at the same drivers competing in the various national championships. And so that means you turn up at the Dutch Championship, the Belgian Championship, you will see Ruben Boutens, you will see Matt Barsh and all the others. They will be regulars on all of those events, and obviously Belal, Ardita, people like that will be seen a bit more maybe in Europe, and they'll be holding the Asian end up, shall we say. Now, certainly holding the British end up is Lewis Manley. He continues in first place, but Kuba Picholski is really maintaining that gap. Maybe Picholski sees a second as his best option in this race. However, it's not going to take too much of a problem with back markers for that to change. Lewis Manley, there's Ben Picard and Ardita who are actually battling for position down the order. Ardita's found some speed from somewhere, and he's actually, looks like he may well be closing in on it's Belal Osman. Belal Osman is running with Ben Picard, but Lewis Manley is going to be closing in on them, and certainly will be putting both of them a lap down before the end of this race. That's good news for Kuba Picholski, the Polish driver, in second place. Now here comes Manley down the back straight. There he is turning at the hairpin. There's Kuba Picholski, and they're coming round to complete another lap. All the time, I mean, Anthony, it's visual there down where you are. They are closing in on those two back markers. This could be a factor.
Definitely so, yeah. It's one of those things where if you catch a back marker at the wrong time, it can ruin your race. If you catch them at the right time, and the right time here would be on that back straight into the hairpin. So, you know, if they can catch them at that point, that's absolutely fine. But if they catch them up during the snail section, well, it could ruin Manley's race here. So he'll be thinking about that. Where is he going to catch him?
Absolutely right. As you rightly point out, there are right times and wrong times, and there's a few notable wrong times. Obviously, Manley's going to try and pass him when he catches him. Now, Manley, the gap's opened up a little bit between Picard and Belal Osman. Manley's going to be getting to Osman first. Now, I was talking to Belal Osman, the Pakistani driver, last night, and he's very much on a sort of bit of a learning exercise. He's got Manley behind him now. Now, this could really help him if he can try and learn a bit from the best. And the reason I say that is because Lewis Manley, he was fastest in practice yesterday. No one knows Formula Fast better than him. Now, Manley moves ahead of Belal Osman there in the Snell section. One of the overtaking points there Manley has taken. Now, Osman needs to learn well from this, just following Manley for the on the line there, because Manley's been pounding around here for years. No one knows the track better than him. It's reputed that Lewis Manley has done more laps than anyone else around here. Picholski has caught Osman. Osman's in the pits. Belal Osman's coming into you now.
Yeah, Osman then comes to gate 1. This is his first pit stop then of this championship. It's a good gate 1. Comes into gate 2. Stops a little early, but gets the light, gets the green light, and he goes back out on track, crucially into a bit of traffic, squeezes just in front of the 13.
And the 13, of course, is Aidan Kennedy. Aidan Kennedy, he's been in the pits. He's trying to put in some laps. He's just squeezed ahead there, I think, of Belal Osman. Crucial from his point.
Manley in the pit lane. Race leader Lewis Manley in the pit lane. Sorry, James. Good first gate. Comes into gate number 2. Stops a little bit late there, but gets the green light. Heads back out on track.
Absolutely, Anthony. And that was one of the two most crucial pit stops. The next crucial pit stop, of course, is going to be Kuba Picholski. Now, the Polish driver has the lead at the moment, heading down the back stretch. He had to pass a back marker. I'm not sure. I think it might well have been Ardita Dubi, or it could well have been Belal Osman. They're sort of kitted out the same. They've got dark suit with orange top suit and a black helmet each. So can't quite identify that.
It was Dubi. It was Dubi in the
It was Dubi. So Ardita Dubi just passed there by current race leader Kuba Picholski. Now, Picholski needs to make a make-up time. Matthew Borrell just getting a warning there for bumping. Yeah, you'd think indoor karting would be a lot of that, but the standard here is so high that it's very rare that such matters have to be brought up. You'll notice, those who are fairly new, how clean the racing is. We saw an incident there where Jamie Henderson spun earlier on in the earlier heat race, but apart from that, that's the only incident we've actually had in the 3 heat races, and that's no surprise. Very rarely do we see karts off. The marshals thankfully have relatively little work to do except with flags. Kuba Pucholski, though, he's got 23 laps in. There are 8 minutes remaining. He's got to be fast at this stage. If ever he was going to be quick, he's got some clear space. He's not been in the pits. Lewis Manley has. Let's have a look at the lap times. Kuba Pucholski is fastest on the track at the moment. He's actually fractionally quicker than Lewis Manley.
Second place, Robin Kassam in the pit lane. Good first gate, good second gate. Yes, it is good. Also the number 21 in, Phil Pryor. Good first gate, good second gate. He's back out on track.
And there Phil Pryor continues. He's come out behind. It looks like, well, I think it's possibly Arderton. We'll have a look at that. No, it's Barry Lakes, I think. Yes, it is. Phil Pryor comes out behind Barry Lakes. Now, he is in competition. That is potentially a battle for position. He's not really close enough to challenge at this stage. But we're looking further up at the front. Kuba Pucholski still leads, but Lewis Manley now is closing in, and a lap down there. He's putting someone a lap down. Crucially, from Manley's point of view, he's not getting held up. That's bad news for Kuba Pucholski, because he would love Lewis Manley to be getting held up so he can close in the pits. We're in the pits now, the race leader, Pucholski.
Yep, let's see his pit stop first gate. Stops beautifully for first gate. Gets that green light. This is looking like a quick stop. A little slow on the second one, but gets the green light. Comes back out just... No, he can't.
Side by side with Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley just chops across the front of him, across the finish line there. Now, Manley has the advantage, but certainly the gap is less. The gap is less than what it was when they came into the pits. Lewis Manley has the lead, but it's much less of a lead than it was before the round of pit stops there for those two. Kuba Pucholski, the Polish champion, he does have Manley in his sights, and you know Pucholski, he means business, a very competitive driver. He's not going to let Lewis Manley get away with this. If Manley wants his 20th BRKC win, he's going to have to fight for it. He's got just over 6 minutes to go, and Kuba Pucholski really trying to close in on. Now, crucially, Andy, there are no back markers immediately in front, so this is going to be a straight fight between them. No one's going to be trying to push through. Obviously, though, Lewis Manley not noted for taking prisoners, so it wouldn't be too much of a problem for him, I don't think, but it would be a factor.
Oh, it definitely would be. And looking at the gap already, I'd say it's not opened up too much, but I think it is opening up at a little bit of rate of knots. Let's see the gap difference. Across the line, yeah, he did open up a gap there, about 2 thousandths of a second difference.
Absolutely, it's so tight between these two. And even though Kuba Pucholski was that 1,000th quicker, it does seem to me that through certain areas, especially the Snell section, it really does close in. Obviously, you have the concertina effect. One car's braking, one car's not, so it makes it look as though there's closing in going on. But Kuba Pucholski is seriously making races. They cross the line. It's as simple as that. 1, 2, across the finish line there to start another lap. There are still 5 minutes to go, and then we have 2 laps, so an awful long way, really, Anthony. But Lewis Manley, it's looking marginal for this 20th win.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, it's going to be a tough one out there for him, but I reckon he's got the waft out there that he needs. You know, he's a very competitive driver. He's a very passionate driver as well. If he doesn't win, he'll very much make his feelings well known, but, you know, when he does win, he really does deserve it.
Absolutely, and Lewis Manley, definitely one of the more punchy drivers out there. He'll race to win every time he's out. Now, just going a little bit further down the order before we come back to that lead battle, we've got Aidan Kennedy, the American. Now, he's running in 3rd place. He's not really in a challenging position for the win, but he's certainly looking pretty solid there in that 3rd. But Matthew Borrowdale, now Matthew Borrowdale is running 4th. He's another one we don't really know, but he's showing superbly in this first heat race in the BRKC, and so he's actually, he was 4th in the Club 73 Championship. Now, I brought that up earlier on. Clinton Bell down there. I think Clinton's currently running Bucknell Park, isn't he?
I think so.
Yeah, he certainly was last time I was there. And I think I came in for a penalty for something. Clinton was the one I was met by, of course, yes. But certainly Clinton with his Club 73 Championship. Matthew Borrowdale is one of the drivers in that series. He was 4th last year in the Pro class, so arguably you would expect some results from him. Club 73, I believe, is a genuine outdoor series, so he would have had to make the adaptation there unless he's got some other indoor experience. But certainly that's what we've got info on him. Now that's the number 16 card, currently in 4th place. Robin Kassam is in 5th place, and anybody running in front of Robin Kassam must have some talent.
Yes, definitely so. I mean, we've still got some pit stops to happen, though. Barry Lakes hasn't pitted in the number 14. Matthew Brodell, like you're saying, he hasn't pitted, and neither has Aidan Kennedy. So there are 3 drivers out there still yet to pit.
Absolutely, and having mentioned the 4th and 5th, in 6th place, we would come to Barry Lakes. Actually, Barry Lakes, has he not been in the pits?
Was he the first driver who pitted?
No, I think he was one of those. Did he not come out? I mentioned in reference Phil Pryor. Someone's in. It could be him.
It is the 16 that's in the pit lane. This is Matthew Borrodale, and it's a good first gate. It's gate number 2. It's a green light, and he'll head back out on circuit, crucially behind the 14 and the 21.
Absolutely, Borrodale drops straight behind the Lakes and Pryor battle. That's going to become a 3-way contest. Matthew Borrodale, he, as I say, he was 4th in the Club 73 Championship last year. This is a man on form, and he's closing in on that battle. That's going to be a battle of 5th place. It's Barry Lakes versus Phil Pryor and Matthew Borrodale. However, at the front, sorry Anthony, I'm just going to come to that. We've got something has happened, because while we've been dealing with that mid-pack, Kuba Pacholski has definitely closed in on Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley, 35 laps in and about 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. It's certainly not a given. It's nose to tail now that Lewis Manley could yet lose this 20th win. Kuba Pacholski is now on the tail of Manley. He's certainly close enough for a lunge somewhere. It's going to be in the Snell section, no, but they are nose to tail coming through the Snell section. Kuba Pacholski really fast through there. Manley actually holding a tight defensive line coming out, so Manley is aware he's in a fight. Coming down the backstretch now, Manley surely is going to hold the central line. Yes, he does. Kuba Pacholski at the outside. That's going to give him a slightly better exit. The exit alongside Manley, but Manley maintains position. They're coming past you. It must look awfully close there, Anthony.
Oh, you couldn't fit a kitten's whisker between them as they cross the line. But I've got to say, Pacholski, fastest lap of the race. He's the only driver so far today to get under 30 seconds out on track. So he has got some serious waft out there. The yellow suit, white helmet combination working well for him.
Absolutely right. Kuba Pacholski, the first driver under 30 seconds this week, this event. He is battling with Manley, but now they're catching back markers. It looks like it could be Ardita, is it? It's Ardita. Yes, it is Ardita. Doobie is ahead of Lewis Manley. Manley gets through, so does Kuba Pacholski. And Kuba Pacholski had to make the move immediately there. He had to leapfrog Ardita. Ardita a lap down. The Indian driver has moved out of the way. He's always having a look at Pacholski. Actually made a bit of contact there. But it is still Lewis Manley and Kuba Pacholski. Pacholski seems to have dropped back a little bit, possibly as a result of contact there with Ardita Doobie in the Snell section. Anyway, here's Lewis Manley. There is another driver in front of him. That is the 12, and that's Belal Osman. We know Osman has made his pit stop. Belal Osman, the Karachi-based driver from Pakistan, he's going to be put a lap down by Lewis Manley and Kuba Pacholski. Pacholski's closed in again. Pacholski is still the only driver under 30 seconds as they close in on Belal Osman, the Pakistani, as down the back stretch. Osman into the hairpin. There is Lewis Manley in the red. There is Kuba Pacholski in the yellow. So we're looking on screen now. There's Lewis Manley, Kuba Pacholski. They've yet to put Osman a lap down. Osman looking over his shoulder. He's aware someone's there. He lets them through. Very sportsmanlike manoeuvre there. He lets the leader through. He lets the second place through. Great driving there by Belal Osman. He lets the 2 leaders through. And it is still Kuba Pacholski all over the back of Lewis Manley. Now we're on the last lap, we believe. And we'll see, they'll be bringing the checkered flag out soon. It looks like it could be Lewis Manley, but to the outside. Kuba Pacholski now is on the inside, back to the outside again. The Polish driver still fighting to the checkered flag this time. Surely it's going to be Lewis Manley. It is just, and side by side almost across the line there. Lewis Manley versus Kuba Pacholski, but Lewis Manley has made it to 20 wins, 20 times a winner in the British Rental Kart Championship, has been around since 2014 when the BRKC first came here to Milton Keynes to Formula Fast, where it has had its home since that time. Lewis Manley, 20 wins in the British Rental Kart Championship, opens his 2023 campaign with a full point score. Kuba Pacholski, an amazing performance to close in battle with Lewis Manley there. So an absolutely outstanding result Anthony, you are going to have an interview full of Lewis Manley, that is for sure. He will have a lot to say about this.
Oh, I'm sure he will. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Lewis, he's won 20 races, but he's not won BRKC yet, has he?
He's never won BRKC. He's twice been second in the final. So he's just got to go for gold this year.
He's got to. Lewis, as soon as you've got yourself weighed up, come and have a chat with us, please, mate. Lovely stuff. Pacholski there coming out of the car as well. We've got number 13 here of Aidan Kennedy. I don't know if I got all those pit stops down. I've got 2 drivers here that apparently didn't do pit stops. Aidan, just very quickly, did you do a pit stop?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. I must have missed that, Jeff. Sorry, Jeff. Good man. Well done, well done. Cool. Lewis. Right, we got Lewis ready. Sorry, I nearly walked into you. That would have been expensive. Right. You look dashing in all red, Lewis. 20 wins, mate. Well done.
Thanks. That was really hard work towards the end. Qualifying lap was really good, so I was really happy with that. The one ahead of me was very slow to get out, so that's why I had to get ahead straight away. So when I created a gap at the start, I thought I could settle me down a bit, as Cooper passed Aidan straight away at the snail. So I had about a 1.5-ish gap. So when 11 was ahead of me, that's when I decided to pit. So I took it nice and cautiously, and it was very close when Cooper came out. And towards the end, I didn't have to defend that much, but with a couple of minutes to go when the traffic was there, I thought, oh God, here we go. So I had to defend hard, and that's what I had to do. And I just crossed the line first. So yeah, really delighted to start like this.
Yeah, definitely so. Now, you've not won the BRKC yet. You've had a couple of second places. Do you reckon 2023 is your year?
I hope so, because my target is to win this tournament ever since I started here in 2014. So I just really hope I can win this one. Obviously, that's 1 race down. I've got 2 more left today. I've got a very long day ahead of me, so hopefully keep the momentum going.
Excellent stuff. Well, Lewis, man, congratulations. Your first race win of this year, and we'll keep a very close eye on you.
Cheers, thank you.
Excellent stuff there, dashing in red. He gives a thumbs up. Do you know what? Let's have a word with Mr. Pacholski. That was a very tense and close race. Do we feel like that's going to be the main theme we're going to see throughout this weekend?
Yeah, of course. It's I really like a small track. Only 3 tenths are like between the cars, so it's always going to be tough on the fight for the win and on the podium. Pit stops, yeah, it was. It's really
challenging.
Yeah, challenging, because you need to be also really quick there if you have trouble on the track. But like this race, it was tough for the first place. I was starting from P3 because I touched one wall on the quali lap. But anyway, it was really nice fight with Lewis. Because congrats to him. It's like always on the BRKC, it's right up there to fight.
It was a fabulous result. A whisker between the two of you, but I know where that time can be found. If you look at Lewis Manley's hair, buzz cut. You've got about 5 tenths on your head. Shave that off right before your next race, and then come back out, you'll win.
Maybe for next year.
Maybe for next year. No, for the next race. Well done, Pacholski there, second place. Brilliant stuff. You know, some great racing. We've only a couple of races into this one, James, and we've already seen some fantastic results. I think, you know what, I'm going to need a chair down here, sit down, and it's getting a bit exciting.
Well, to be fair, Anthony, obviously dissing Kuba's haircut there. Remember, he's taller than you. It's,
I'll get a box.
Yeah, that chair you were asking for, yeah. On a serious note, yeah, it's very interesting as well, as Kuba there saying, you know, he'd hit the wall on the qualifying lap. And so he was only third. I think if I was out there qualifying and I'd hit the wall, I'd expect to be dead last. Such is the quality of the opposition. He certainly put in a good show there. But we have an amazing race coming up. Another, strong international contingent. This time we're definitely going to be looking at Dennis Huller. Now, Dennis Huller, the German driver, amazing credentials really to his name. He has been around a while now. Last year alone, he won the French Championship. He's a German driver, so he'll be competing in the German one. He competes here regularly as well. And like so many of the drivers, he'll be dotting around Europe. He'll be in the Belgian Championship and the Dutch. He won the French last year. He also has been, in the final here, no question. World Championship-wise, he actually came second in the World Championship in 2019 and 2022 to Dennis Huller. So we'll be looking for the result from him. We've also got Richard Duke from South Africa. Now, Richard Duke's a very interesting character. He can excel here on the regular layout at Formula Fast, but he tends to lose the points on the alternate layout. Now, those who don't know, there are 2 layouts here at Formula Fast, the regular and the alternate. Turn up here on any given day and you'll be driving the regular layout, but for BRKC there is a special alternate. Now, the lap times are coming in, and first of all it's Dalton Norris who's still first place. Matt Clark, Josh Nye comes into second. Looking for some of the heavy hitters. Kevin van der Lotte, Richard Duke's gone fast, as South Africa I was just talking about. Dan Truman, they bring Dennis Holler, tops the lot. Hagelstein comes in third place for Hagelstein, the Belgian. We don't have a lot of info on him, but he's here for the first time, Thomas Hagelstein, and he is up into third place, ahead of the known quantity round here, which is Richard Duke. As I was saying about Richard Duke, he excels on this layout, the standard, struggles a bit by his own admission on the alternate, which is a reconfigured version, which we use for round 2 and 3 of the heats. Now, let's have a look at this lineup. We've got Dennis Holler, the German. He's going to take pole position. You can see him on screen there, coming down towards the hairpin. The marshal at the front is going to hold them, and in second place, that's going to be Dan Truman. Dan Truman, what can we say about him? He's been racing with in the Team Hard outfit in cars this year, so very much looking to move up to cars, but cannot stay away from karts. Dan Truman, been in kart racing for years, he turns up for the big events like this. He's going to be starting second place. Third, of course, is Thomas Hagelstein. There he is in the 16 in third place, a driver unknown to us so far. And there's Richard Duke, the South African, in fourth. Now, there's also another Duke in this, as Dalton Duke. We've got Dalton Norris listed as on the screen, but Dalton Duke in the programme. Father and son, basically. So father and son are starting fourth and fifth, so this could be a bit of an interesting battle.
Oh dear.
We can expect some fireworks there, but leading them round is Dennis Holler, the German, in number 21. He's going to make the start now. He's quite late getting on the power by comparison. He gets on the throttle and he leads them through over the start line. It's a very clean start indeed. Holler, and he's got with him Dan Truman. Now Dan Truman's gone for the lead and he's taken it. Dan Truman takes the lead on the first lap. An incredible move into the Snell section there. Dan Truman has hit the front. He's overtaken the amazing Dennis Holler. So the even more amazing Dan Truman leads him down. He's going defensive already. Hagelstein having an inside look on Holler. Nothing going there though, and there's a change position near the back as well. So there's quite a lot of pushing and shoving going on, but it is Dan Truman leads the end of the opening lap. Dennis Holler will have been very surprised by that, I think, Anthony. Hagelstein, who we don't know, continues third, and it's the Duke family behind that. It's still Richard Duke. We'll call him Dalton Norris because that's what it says on the timing screen, but he is Dalton Duke as well. Don't know which one he's going off today.
Well, we'll ask him. We'll ask him a bit later. Yeah, I think perfect timing there from Dan Truman. You know, get it done early, get the lead. It's the main point of the track and part of the race that the driver would expect it. And we've already got 2 early pit stops. The number 11 is in, and also the 18. Oh, I think the 18's got no brakes. So that's a disaster. He's had to come in. So that's actually a kart failure there for the number 18 of Matthew Clark. The 11 goes out. So that is all good for Kevin Van Lock.
That's a serious one for Matt Clark. He's been getting better and better over the years, and he was looking actually, at being in the top 50 this year. He would have been trying to get some kind of result after this race. We've got number 10 is under investigation. That's Thomas Russell, who's currently listed as 7th. He's obviously there's probably some pushing and shoving on that opening lap. There was a fair bit of that going on. Anyhow, we're going back to the front, and that is still Dan Truman leading from Dennis Holler and Thomas Hagelstein, the Belgian, in third. This is a 3-way fight to lead. They've got quite a bit of a gap now to Dalton Norris, who has definitely leapfrogged Dad. So there's Dalton Norris, and in fact Richard Duke has been pushed right back to 6th place ahead of Thomas Russell. So let's have a look here. Any other pit visitors? No, it's still that lead battle now. Dennis Holler. What's he thinking of Dan Truman? He's probably going to stay behind him for a couple of laps, try and figure the British driver out. Truman, of course, will be known to Holler, although not extensively. Holler has been racing, yes, in the various international championships, but Truman has not. So this isn't someone Holler's used to dealing with. Hagelstein will know Dennis Holler very well indeed, but neither of them will really be too certain of Dan Truman. Dan Truman, one of the Team Hard scholarship drivers last year, hopefully continuing with that again this year. Dan Truman, of course, though, he has been a podium finisher. He's been a semi-finalist like about 3 or 4 times here. So Dan Truman is known to us. Now Hollow moving to the outside. Truman very defensive on the inside. That inside line down the backstretch is the way to defend. Norris is about 6 karts or so behind that lead trio. Josh Nye, then Richard Jute, Thomas Russell, Hassan Ali, Kevin Van Lug, and Matt Clark brings him up at the back. He's got back into the race, having had a kart problem there, Matt Clark. Now, what's happening up front? We're back on screen. Dan Truman still leads 7, that little bit of a gap, about a second to Dalton Norris and Josh Nye. Now, down the backstretch, there go the lead drivers. So down the backstretch, it is Dan Truman. Dan Truman defending like crazy. He knows the calibre of Dennis Holler. He probably doesn't know Thomas Hagelstein because we've not seen him here at all. But Hagelstein, certainly the Belgian, is showing very, very well indeed. Now, he's actually trying to make a move on Dennis Holler, the German. The pressure's released a little bit. It's about a kart length to Dan Truman. So Dan Truman has the biggest lead we've seen in this race so far. If there was someone to come in from that lead group, maybe it would be Hagelstein, Anthony, if he feels he's been held up.
Possibly so, you know. I mean, but it all falls out early stages of this race, though, isn't it, James? There's a long way to go, and we've got a pit stop. Number 9. Yeah, it's Jute on my paper, so I'll go with Jute. But he comes in. Gate 1 is good. Gate 2 is good. He's back out. Couple of jumps in the kart. Nice stop.
It was a very good stop indeed. Now the Jute juniors, shall we say? There's a pair of them. Dalton, one of them. Dad Richard has been competing here at Formula Fast in the BRKC for a number of years. The two Jute juniors, if you like, first made their appearance last year, and it was a great start indeed. The running up at the front, they really put on a good show. Now Dalton Jute, therefore, or Dalton Norris as he's listed, we're really not sure what he wants to go off. Maybe you want to find out when he comes in the pit.
I'll ask him.
Yeah, and well, maybe you can tell him what we're going to call him. Yeah. We have the microphone, we have the power, kind of thing. But certainly, the Jute, Norris, he's dropped down to 8th place. I can see him coming through here, but I'm really waiting for one of the leaders. I'm quite surprised, if I'm honest, that if they think that they are faster than Truman, who is unknown to them, I'm talking about the 2nd and 3rd place Holler Hagelstein, they will pit straight out of this. They're coming up to someone at the back, and that of course is Matt Clark, who was running midfield and then had to make a pit stop switch of kart. So he may be a factor. I think when they catch Matt Clark, somebody's going to be straight in the pit.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a good call. Which one though? Take your pick, 1, 2 or 3. I'm going to go with Thomas.
I think you're right, but if you were Thomas Hagelstein, do you think you'd have a little look further up ahead and think, you know what, I'm going to get in, because if the lead group catches Matthew Clark, there's a good chance it'll be Holler in, or maybe even Dan Truman, and therefore Hagelstein would have to follow him in the pit lane if he wasn't going to get then held up by Matt Clark.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those tricky ones because, of course, he doesn't know where he's going to come out. He could come out in front of traffic. So, you know, it's one of those things that's going to happen. It's who's going to get the jump stop, really.
Of course, Hagelstein, Holler, Truman, they'll be looking across the track, knowing where they're coming out. Oh, you've got someone in the pits now.
Yes, it is. It's Thomas Russell from the UK, 14th in BRKC National Final in 2020. Yellow's out on track as we've had a spin. The number 13's gone round. So that is, I don't know if that's benefited the number 10 there of Thomas Russell.
Indeed, the 13, Hassan Ali. Hassan Ali is a relative newcomer to this. In fact, I'm sure we might have seen him before, but certainly that hasn't affected the lead battle. What it has done, though, obviously everyone's got to slow down, but it seems to have opened up a little bit of a gap. Now, the interesting thing is that has pushed Ali back towards Matt Clark. Now, Matt Clark, as they come down the backstretch, what I'm trying to point out is we got into this final, into the hairpin end backstretch. There is Ali, there is Clark. Now, here comes the leading trio. This is the interesting thing, because the leading trio are now going to be catching 2 karts instead of 1. Ali, remember, spun just a couple of laps ago. That's obviously lost
Second place is in. Second place is in. It's Dennis Holler. He's pitted. It's a good first gate. So it was Holler who was the first to break really under pressure and go for that early pit stop. He comes out with a clean bit of track.
Indeed, Dennis Holler, one of the master tacticians. So if anybody's going to time it right, Dennis Holler is one of them. And Dennis Holler continues on his way. Of course, he now has no one in front of him. All he's interested in now is some seriously quick laps. Dennis Holler is well capable of putting those laps down. The interesting thing will be how soon will we see Hagglestein. Hagglestein has a gap to Truman, so maybe he'll close in on Truman, and as soon as he catches Truman, maybe we'll see Hagglestein in from second. Or maybe even Dan Truman out of the lead, because Dan Truman, he's probably aware, looking across the track, the great awareness in these drivers. They'll know pretty much where everyone is. He will know that Holler is no longer behind him. He has that breathing space, but will he jump in the pits in order to prevent Holler doing faster laps and actually leapfrogging? If he felt that Holler was quicker, then now would be a great time for Truman to come in.
Off the top of my head, because I don't know, as we have a car coming into the pit lane, it's the number 17 that's pitting. And
Richard Duke.
Richard Duke, yes, and it's a good first gate. Good second gate, he's all good. How long is a pit stop here? Because that gap between Holler and the race leaders is less than 10 seconds.
Well, that's the crucial thing. Yesterday, I was talking to Sam Slater, who we were listening to earlier on. Now, as one of the top Brits, he was reckoning on needing 10.5 seconds. Here's Hagglestein.
Yeah, Hagglestein in the pit lane from second place. Good first gate. Good second gate. Just here comes Holler. Is he going to beat him? Holler squeezes it side by side, but Holler gets it.
Holler just squeezes through into the Snell section simply on momentum. Now, this is exactly where they were before, but this is going to be interesting. Holler will have pitted out second because he felt he was faster than Truman. Hagglestein will have pitted out of third but became second because he thought he was faster than Truman. So therefore, both
Truman in. Truman in.
Now, this is what can make or break the race.
Bad first gate. He was very unhappy with it. I don't know if it went yellow, but he was very unhappy with it. He may have to pit again.
Well, it did seem a bit extra fast. He's come out with a bigger lead than he went in over these two. Holler and Hagglestein will have felt they were quicker, therefore they pitted. That would suggest they would have leapfrogged Truman. Maybe Truman's going to be back in. 14 invalid pit stop. It's Truman. He's going to have to come back in.
Yeah, it is an invalid.
Race leader's got to make a penalty pit stop.
Yeah, that was a big shame. I saw his emotion as he went through, head shaking, smacking the steering wheel as the number 12 now pits into the pit lane. This is Josh Nye. He has a good first gate, comes up to gate number 2. Good second gate. He's back out on track.
So Dan Truman continues in the lead, but he's got to come in again. He knows it now. I'm going to take a bit of a rough guess as to where he might come out. I'm going to sort of count 10 seconds basically. So
live maths going on here.
Yeah, I didn't actually get the maths O level, but I think it could put him just ahead of Richard Duke. So Richard Duke is in 6th, so we can expect Truman to fall back to 5th, maybe. And he's in now.
Yeah, he is in. It's a green light on the first gate this time around, green light on the second, shaking his head, very disappointed. He comes out just in front, side by side with the number 11.
And you can see why I didn't pass the maths O level, because he is actually some way behind Richard Duke. Dan Truman is in 6th place now. Truman is very fast. So is Richard Duke, though. So Truman's chances of catching Duke in the time available, it's possible. But we are dealing with Richard Duke here, so it's not going to be easy. Meantime, though, that has gifted the first place to Dennis Holler. Dennis Holler, who doesn't normally need such gifts, has now taken first place, but Thomas Hagglestein is keeping him honest in 2nd place. We've got Dalton Norris, as a result of all of this, has moved up to 3rd place. We know he's made a pit stop. Everybody's been in the pits, and so there are no more stops to be made, according to the official listing there. Oh no, there is one. Hassan Ali, we're expecting him in at some point.
I thought I've made mistakes in the previous races. I didn't think I'd make a mistake in this one too. So yeah, he's not been in. The number 13, who I've got no information about, but he represented the UK. Hassan Ali, not been into the pit lane yet.
No, he's currently listed as 9th, and that is going to be quite interesting because he may come out around the Matt Clark area, who's a lap down in 10th. Remember, he had to switch cars. So we'll see what happens on Ali's pit stop. They may well be a factor in the result. Now, Dennis Holler, he's got 23 laps in with 7 minutes remaining. Hagglestein is definitely keeping him honest here. We're looking for the race leaders to come through. There they are. In fact, through the Snell section, Holler is definitely keeping Hagglestein at bay. He's ever so slightly quicker, but much of a muchness. That concertina effect is definitely playing a part there. So on screen, there is Holler and there is Hagglestein into the hairpin. Third place though, Dalton Norris. He actually seems to be closing in on the two leaders. He's not listed as fastest. He's up there on speed with them though, with a 30.1 versus their 30.0, 30.1. The fastest lap has gone to Dennis Holler. So Dennis Holler, the leader, is actually quickest, but it is literally just a couple of seconds gap to third place, and Dalton Norris, this could be very exciting indeed. We're looking at the fourth heat race here, everybody. We've got just under 7 minutes remaining. Dennis Holler, he's got the lead. It's not much of a lead, it's only 3 kart lengths, but it does seem as secure as can really be in the situation. The one to watch though is the third place driver, Dalton Norris, local man. He's very new to the BRKC. He was in it last year, some great showings, part of the Duke family there. As they come down the backstretch, he's trying to close in on the leaders. Now what's going to help him is his back marker there, 13, that's Hassan Ali, who we know is not pitted yet. Oh, Hassan Ali moves straight out the way. He very sporting indeed. Now, will he be aware of the incoming Dalton Norris? That's the thing. No time lost absolutely at all for Dennis Holler or Thomas Hagglestein, the two leaders. And in fact, Ali's got the blue flag again, so he knows to expect Dalton Norris. Yeah, he's moving out of the way. Very sportsmanlike behaviour there by Hassan Ali. He knows he's down the order. When he comes out the pits, though, he may well be in a bit of a battle with Matt Stark. He's got 3 leaders have passed him. Josh Nye is going to be the next one to put Ali a lap down, and he's sort of gradually reeling him in. 2 leaders though, no doubt about them. Dennis Holler seems to have extended that gap over Thomas Hagglestein that little bit further, 28 laps in. This is quite a fast race. Still nobody under 30 seconds. Interesting, Anthony, we've so far only had one driver out the 4 heat races to get a lap time under 30 seconds. That, of course, is Kuba Kuchelski in the last race.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, the track's getting warmer. The air temperature certainly isn't getting warmer. It's still freezing. But, yeah, I've got to say, I'm quite surprised behind that. So maybe signs that we'll see those drivers in that heat going forward, maybe into the final later on.
Absolutely, it is early days.
Oh
but
yes,
we are seeing form, and of course in that first heat race, so many of the heavy hitters, you know, there can only be one winner, and there were 5 potential champions in that, and so obviously 4 people are on the back foot points wise. Not on the back foot at all, those Dennis Holler. Now Dennis Holler is another one of the Bradley Shepherd Racing team drivers. They've had an amazing weekend so far. It's been 2 wins out of 3 races for that team. There is a team award in this. Bradley Shepherd, very interesting character, been on the karting scene for an awful long time now. He is masterminding 3 teams. As we said earlier, he was so busy masterminding his teams, he didn't really get a chance to put his own entry in, so ended up out of the event. However, a last-minute cancellation. Adam Davis, one of the 2 Blackpool drivers, one of the regulars in the BRKC, he unfortunately couldn't make it to this event, and his place was handed over to Bradley Shepherd, who was very quick in jumping straight onto that slot there. Interestingly, of course, it has to be said, Bradley Shepherd, he has 3 teams in this event, and he is not driving for any of them. So he's driving very much as an independent. So he has a driver in the lead, though, in the form of Dennis Holler. Thomas Hagglestein, not sure quite which team he is in, but he looks very much like he's wearing a Blue Star team suit. So obviously, clearly one of a number of the Blue Star team drivers. Now, Blue Star Racing, based in Belgium, very much a team involving Belgian and Dutch drivers. Ruben Boutens, of course, their sort of talisman in all events, really, the double world champion Ruben Boutens, who we saw earlier. But certainly Thomas Hagglestein, if you are a member of the Blue Star Racing team, you are very, very good indeed. So although Hagglestein is a new driver to us from a BRKC point of view, he will have a wealth of indoor experience, and he is in one of the top teams in the world. However, it has to be said, Bradley Shepherd Racing, put one over on them. They've had 2 wins out of 3 so far. They're looking for making it 3 out of 4 at this rate, with it being 0 wins to Blue Star Racing. So certainly Blue Star, a rare occasion where they're on the back foot. Anthony, we have got 2 minutes remaining. Everybody's been in. It does seem to be pretty much even amongst the 3 front runners: Dennis Holler, Thomas Hagelstein and Dalton Norris. Norris, I was kind of hoping would be able to close in on the leaders and try and make it a 3-way fight. Epic though that would be, it looks like it maybe won't happen now.
Last pit stop is just coming in, Hassan Ali, and let's see how he does in his first stop. First gate is good, quite tentative, quite slow, but of course I believe this is his first year with the BRKC, so understandably that he wants to take it a little bit cautiously. 2 green lights, back out on track.
And unfortunately for Hassan Ali, I was thinking he may well come out in the middle of the track there with Matthew Clark. However, Matt Clark has managed to get ahead. So Matt Clark, of course, remember he had to switch carts. We saw him coming into pits. He's actually managed to make up a place, and that's at the expense of Hassan Ali. So Hassan Ali made his pit stop, the final pit stopper of this particular heat race. It is still Dennis Holler with that consistent gap now of just under a second from Thomas Hagelstein. Thomas Hagelstein maybe is going to have to accept second place. It's all really going to come down to errors from Dennis Holler, little catches of the barrier here and there. It's not what we'd expect from Dennis Holler, so the German probably has this one in the bag. Oh, and a battle for position there. Dan Truman makes a move. It's Truman on the move. He's forced his way through past Richard Jute in the snail section there. A pretty robust manoeuvre on the brakes, backing it into the corner there by Dan Truman, and that pushes him up to 5th place. He's currently listed as 6th, but that will adjust when they come across the line. So Dan Truman is going to be up into 5th place at the expense. Oh, and back down the inside. Another move on Jute, and that was by Kevin Van Luck. So 5th place Truman, 6th Kevin Van Luck, and 7th Richard Jute. So poor old Richard Jute lost 2 positions in 1 lap there. Dan Truman has moved well ahead. Well, there's putting the under investigation sign up for Kevin Van Luck. Now, Kevin Van Luck, the Belgian, he has a lot of credentials going in. He was a semi-finalist in the Belgian Championship last year. So Kevin Van Luck, very competitive driver there. Richard Jute's coming back at him though. They're entering the snail area, and Richard Jute is looking to make a move. Is he going to go down the inside? Yes, he does. Richard Jute, the South African, passes the Belgian. He's made the move back in the snail section. So Richard Jute on Kevin Van Luck. Kevin Van Luck is not somebody we've really mentioned much so far, but to say he was champion in Belgium in the BE series 2016 and 17. He won the 6 hours of Brussels, so he can certainly hang it in there time-wise in karting. But that was back in 2018. But last year, he was, of course, a semi-finalist in the Belgian Championship. So Kevin Van Luck there, well, he was having a look at, he was having a bit of a Van Luck at Richard Jute, but nothing going. The checker flag is out. A predictable win there, Dennis Holler from Thomas Hagelstein. Now, Holler will have needed that. An incredible 3rd place there for Dalton Norris. Josh and I will be very happy with 4th. Dan Truman's going to be very disappointed with 5th. Great comeback drive when he dropped way down the order, but 2 pit stops, never going to win from there, aren't we?
No, it is a shame for Truman. You know, he was looking so strong in the early stages of this race, but unfortunately, yeah, bad pit stop, and that is what happens. You know, it can even catch out the best of you. Congratulations, of course, Dennis Holler in that one. A brilliant race, well-timed pit stop, I think, as well. He was the first to pit out of those top 3, and I think, yeah, very well-timed. Managed to get in front of Thomas Hagelstein as well, so or Hagelstein, I should say. But they come into the pit lane now. We'll chat to Dennis. We'll probably chat to Mr. Truman as well, just to get his feelings of that one. He might not want to speak to us, but we'll see if we can have a word with him. Let's go find Dennis.
Dalton Norris, if you can.
Dennis, no worries. When you're ready.
Dalton Norris 3rd.
Dalton Norris,
right for
yes.
Or was?
Dalton. Quick word. Right, on my screen, it's Jute. On the timing, it's Norris. What is it?
Norris.
Norris,
yeah.
Cool. Well, we've got the microphone, so it's Jute.
We changed it from last year.
Oh, okay, you changed it from last year, so Norris.
Yeah. Norris.
Cool, lovely. Okay, fine, it's Norris. Okay, I've been told off. Right, that looked heavy, so make it a little bit heavier for you. There you go. Keep it up. There you go. Right, where's our race leader? He is disappeared. Where'd he go? He's tall. He's got a very striking helmet. But yeah, I've completely lost him. Where is Dennis? Well,
say something in German. Whoever turns around will probably be Dennis.
Achtung! He's gone upstairs. Oh, he's gone upstairs. He didn't want to talk to me. Fine. Who came second in that one? Top of my head, it was Haggelstein. Right. Well, Thomas, let's have a chat. Let's come over here. Well, Thomas, a tough race out in that one. You know, a lot of work. How did you find that one?
I'm surprised to finish P2, honestly. After the practice session, I was completely off the pace. Luckily, I had a good kart and I could follow the leader. So the pace improved and I'm happy for the P2.
Solid result for you. And I mean, pit stop, pretty good pit stop for yourself. I think it was well timed as well. So all in all, it's worked out quite well. Do you feel confident going into the rest of this weekend?
Yeah, I think it's much better now with this good result. No mistake in the pit stop. Pace get better and better, so I think it's a good point for the rest of the championship.
Oh, well, brilliant. A good result for you still, P2, and we'll see you out the rest of the weekend. I think Daniel Truman is still down there. I think we've got a bit of time. I just want to have a quick chat with Daniel Truman. Dan, quick question. Mate, the pit stop, what happened?
I messed up, basically. Yeah, just got a little bit too greedy on the first gate. Yeah, it's just unfortunate, really.
It's a lesson learned. It's a lesson learned, isn't it?
It certainly is, yeah. Throw a win away.
Never mind. There's plenty more races to go, and yeah, now you've got it out the way early doors. Hopefully, it doesn't happen again.
That's true. Pressure's not on me now. Yeah. I can throw caution to the wind a little bit now. So there we go. See what the next few races bring, and see where we end up.
Yeah, exactly that. At least your spirits are still up. Well done, Daniel. Hopefully, we didn't just commentators curse him there, and he might get another one. James?
Yes, well, just a little bit of insider knowledge there, Anthony, on the Duke Norris situation. What I would say about that is basically Richard Duke, we all know, competing on track. His wife, Belinda Norris, goes by her maiden name. So clearly Junior has gone from Duke to mother's maiden name for this event.
I have Dennis Holler. He's back. Do you have time?
Absolutely right. Go for it.
We do. We've
always got time for Dennis Holler.
We've always got time. Dennis, well, let's get the branding in, why don't we? You know, make it worth it. Let's chat to our race winner from that one. Dennis, a solid result. P1, nice result. Early doors, Daniel Truman went for a robust move down the inside. How did you feel that went?
Yeah, it seems that I've been sleeping in the first corner. Yeah, to be honest, I didn't expect that he's trying to go on P1 in the first corner, so I was slightly surprised, yeah, but yeah, as we see, everybody tries to win the heats, and yeah, it was really a tough one. In the end, I had to give everything into the first round. Thomas was also pushing after the penalized thing from P1, so he was pushing all the time. I've seen a quicker lap time than mine, lap by lap, so yeah, it was really a tough one.
Solid result though, P1. Congratulations. Qualifying's out. James, back to you.
Absolutely, and very, very typical of German people there, Dennis Holler. Always seem to speak excellent English.
Yes.
Right then, so we've got the Heat 5 coming up, and another hard-hitting heat, this one. We've got Richie Clark, we've got Nadia Balnega, Dane Christensen, we've got Slavik Piskor, Sam Shaw, Damien Smith, Benjamin Gallagher, Matt West, Reese Westwood, and Jonathan Wilson in this one. Now, hard to look beyond Nadia Balnega on paper here. She's been in the World Championship. She's been second in the Ladies Championship. Oh gosh, a number of times. She's been third. The checker's out, so we'll check the times when they come in. And she's also been European champion as well. Slavik Piskors is worthy of mention here as well. Slavik Piskors, Polish driver, former speedway racer. We've seen him many years in that sort of pink and purple suit there, so he's been around for a long time in this event. And Matt West is another one with some credentials too. We'll be talking about them more during the race, but let's have a look at the time. Sam Shaw, incredible performance by him. He was a semi-finalist last year, and I was talking to him yesterday. He was aiming for the top 20, certainly. If he can get in the final, great. But he was a semi-finalist last year, Sam Shaw. He did the French Championship as well, and I think he's sort of teamed up with Nicky Dolan in that event and this one here. He actually was in pole position his first time out, so a bit of a qualifying ace. And last year he just turned up from nowhere and managed to put the kart on pole position. He's done it again today, so we're looking there at Sam Shaw, who's going to be starting. There he is in the mostly white, sort of light grey suit there. Behind him, of course, is Reese Westwood. Richie Clark. Actually quite surprising to see Nadia Balnega down there in 4th place. The Dutch lady, she's as I say, a feature at the World Championships there every year, and in the Ladies World Championship she has been a podium visitor overall a number of times. Matt West, he's a known quantity. We'll probably see some fighting from him. Slavik Piskors is behind Jonathan Wilson. We've got Jonathan Wilson in 6th place, and he was NRG Sprint Champion last year, so he's going to be quick. Slavik Piskors, Damien Smith, Benjamin Gallagher, Dane Christensen to round him out. So, on to the start now. Sam Shaw, a very good start, and he's got Reese Westwood going with him. Reese Westwood, he'll see this as a good chance to get some big points. Richie Clark, Nadia Balnega in 4th. They're maintaining position going round, but already building up a little bit of a lead is Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw, he's got Reese Westwood going with him, and there's a bit of a gap there to Richie Clark. So Richie Clark maybe not quite the start he was looking for. He's got Nadia Balnega behind him, but here they come through to the finish line to complete the first lap. It is Sam Shaw, Reese Westwood in 2nd, and then of course Richie Clark. And look at Sam Shaw go. To be honest, Anthony, this is another of the better starts, shall we say. Obviously, it's very important when a driver gets on the throttle to make that start. The second place driver, it's all on them to kind of second guess that and go with them. And unfortunately, the loser there was Richie Clark, who probably got a bit caught on the hop.
Yeah, it is one of those things. The starts may look simple and easy, but they're actually very, very difficult. You need to essentially super glue your front bumper to the driver in front's rear bumper all the way through that first one, and then you can get that jump into the snail section, like we saw in the previous race with Daniel Truman. So, you know, one of those things, but unfortunately in this race, quite separated, quite spread out, not as aggressive as we've seen from other groups.
Absolutely, it's quite a settled start here, but it's going to be cagey. Whenever you've got a race where someone like Slavik Piskors is down in 7th place. Oh, into the pits is Slavik Piskors. Very early stopper.
Yeah, he's got a camera on his head, which is good because he's usually one of the cameramen for Alpha Life. So not this time around. He's racing and he gets 1 green light. He gets 2 green lights. He's back out on track, but a shake of the head. Not happy with this pit stop.
No, so this time, instead of being a cameraman for Alpha Live, he's a cameraman for Slavik Piskors. Probably see his footage up on YouTube. Just look him up on YouTube there and you'll get the onboard. Oh, an invalid stop. It's been deemed invalid, so that was what all the shaking of the head was about. Now, this is bad. I was saying early on that any race where Slavik Piskors, someone like, oh, and into the pits, talk us through this one.
Yeah, we've got the number 20 and the number 8 in. Unfortunately for the number 8 of Dane Christensen, he's got caught up there behind Benjamin Gallagher there. Very bad stop, actually, for the number 8. It was a good stop for the 20, but Dane Christensen, he didn't stop before the light, and the light didn't actually turn on, so a very bad stop.
Absolutely a complete exercise in experience there. Dane Christensen was committed to making the pit stop and ended up coming too close to Ben Gallagher. Actually had to wait that bit longer, so he had a longer pit stop. Slavik Piskors, of course, I think he was going to come straight in, you know, and thought the better of it when he saw them in the pits. There's the difference of experience. Of course, the key thing for Piskors is he knows he's got that extra pit stop from the mate. So right now, he's just got to be as fast as he can. If he can create a twice invalid stops, that number 8, that of course is Dane Christensen. So you're going to see Christensen in again. Meantime, sorry, carry on.
So a quick one on the screen. The number 8 that came in, 2 invalid pit stops. He's got to come in another 2 times
That's a very harsh penalty. Do we know quite what caused such a harsh penalty?
Well, I was speaking, and it looked okay, but apparently he just drove straight through the lines. I mean, he did. The light didn't go on, so he then just drove straight through it. And then he came to the second one. The light's not come on. He's not come up soon enough. You got to get a bit closer. You got to get a bit closer. They go, no, don't drive through. No, that's another one. Oh dear. That's another invalid pit stop for him.
Well, yeah. The thing is, in the pit stop, it's the clue's in the title, really, isn't it? Stop. So
it is a bit.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Dane there, that's going to shove him down the order. Clearly, just not his pit stop. You've got another one in, though.
Yes, it is the number 11 that's coming to the pit lane. This is Matthew West. Good first gate, stops, crucially, gets the green light, comes to second gate, red light comes on, green light comes on, comes back out, just behind the number 8.
That's it, Dane Christensen. Dane Christensen has actually just leapfrogged Matt West there. Now, Matt West is one of the drivers in this race who could do something. He's running behind, well, he's got penalties all around him because he's running behind Dane Christensen, but ahead of Slavik Piskor's on track. Now, obviously, he doesn't want to waste time with people who he will feel he has no real business having around him because they're drivers under penalties. Are they going to fight him, etc.? Now, he's got enough of a lead over Slavik Piskor's, but Slavik Piskor's got his own race to drive. He's getting the blue flags out for Dane Christensen. Now, is Christensen going to move out of the way? Christensen hasn't got out of the way yet, but it may well happen on the back straight. Here comes West down the inside. So West moves ahead, and there he is in the red suit on screen. So that's Matt West that we're talking about. Now, Matt West, as I say, is one of the drivers who could do something in this race. We're looking to move ahead in his position and his points tally. He will have seen this race as probably one of his better opportunities to score. While all the pit lane shenanigans were going on, something happened up front because Sam Shaw continues with the lead, but a gap has opened up. And now there is a three-way fight over second place, potentially a four-way fight, because Reese Westwood has fallen in the clutches of Richie Clark and Nadia Balnega, both very competitive drivers. Closing in on a lot of them is Jonathan Wilson in 5th place. So that is definitely something to look out for. Now on the backstretch, we've got that lead for into the corner there. That is the leader, Shaw. Now here is that battle I've been on about. And there is Westwood, there is Clark, there is Balnega, and bringing them up now in contact with them is Jonathan Wilson in 5th place.
I've got to say, Reese Westwood here, I think he's slightly struggling where he is. He's been hitting this final barrier out of the final corner nearly every lap, and he's losing so much momentum in the fastest section.
Absolutely, because that is full throttle from that corner, through the left, across the line, through the right, into the Snell section, and then braking for the hairpin. So that is a large portion of full throttle that you really won't want any loss of momentum on. Now, the interesting question here, lots of experience in these international championships. Nadia Balnega, she is 3rd in that group, 4th on the track. Will she be the one to come in the pits? If she can see that Westwood is starting to be the bit of a logjam, she will be the first one in the pits. The question, of course, is Richie Clark too. Is he going to see a clean pass on Reese, or is he going to try and pit stop as well?
Well, I don't know Richie Clark's experience here. I've got no information about him, so I would think maybe he could have tunnel vision right now, and is super glued as he dives to the inside. Yeah, very robust.
Nadia Balnega takes the momentum as well through past Reese Westwood, who has lost 2 places. In fact, he's lost 3 because down the inside comes Jonathan Wilson in the Snail. In the Snail section there, Jonathan Wilson sends it up the inside of Reese Westwood. Poor old Reese Westwood, 2nd to 5th. Who says he can't overtake an indoor karting? He's been bundled down the order. Nadia Balnega down the inside, possibly of Richie Clark. Now, and a move there, very robust. Reese Westwood has been... yes, he has. He's moved up ahead. He went down the inside, Jonathan Wilson, and it came off. But it was a pretty pushy move there, has to be said. Anyhow, so Sam Shaw continues in the lead. Richie Clark versus Nadia Balnega. Now, surely Nadia, with her experience, will be looking at Clark. Not a driver she'll know. There's a warning flag gone out to somebody, I assume Reese Westwood.
It was, yeah. Seems a little unfair, the fact that he got absolutely pummeled going into the final corner and he gets the warning.
Yes, it all depends on your definition of contact, I think.
Well, yeah.
Pummeled is correct. I would raise that to slammed at the end of the long backstretch, Reese Westwood. So somebody was going to get a flag somewhere, and I think the most robust of a series of robust moves was the westward move. Luckily, it was only a warning, so
yeah, exactly. Take it on the chin.
So, from Reese's point of view, it was 100% worth it. Anyhow, Sam Shaw, we know, is continuing to lead. Sam Shaw, he, as I say, semi-finalist last year. He's got forming in the pits. It's Reese Westwood.
It is indeed Westwood. I think it's time for his pit stop. He thinks I'm getting battered and bruised out there. Let's just bring it in. Good first gate. No dramas there whatsoever. Stops perfectly for gate number 2. Gets away, and it's a good stop.
Now, he resumes behind Slavik Piskor's, and the interesting thing there, Slavik Piskor's is back up in that 7th place that we saw before the pit stop that he made that didn't really work out. Now, by my reckoning, Slavik Piskor's still has to make that penalty pit stop.
Yes, he does. Number 12's in the pit lane as well now, so Jonathan Wilson, good first gate, comes to gate number 2. It's good. Gate number 2, he comes back out behind also Slavik.
Yes, now he probably will not be aware that Slavik Piskor's has to take a penalty pit stop.
Just quickly, James, sorry, yeah. I've just seen come up on the digiboard there, black flag for number 16.
16, that
Reese
is
Westwood.
Of course Reese Westwood. Oh dear me, that has gone even worse. Now Westwood's running on his own. Do we feel that's for something in addition? Oh, it's a pit stopper, mate.
Yeah, the number 14 in the pit lane, Damien Smith, good first gate, comes to gate number 2, and it's a good gate number 2. The 16 is in the pit lane serving his black flag.
And that looks like a disqualification or retirement.
No, I think he's just got to do another pit stop. I'm not too sure. They are sending him back through. There's a bit
so
of
the black flag was to basically call him in for a penalty pit stop.
Yes.
Unfortunately, he's taken that as a complete disqualification. Pulled off to the right, and it's got a bit awkward.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it was car racing, a black flag, yeah, you pack up, you go home. In karting, a little bit more lenient, just do another pit stop.
Yeah, Reese Westwood there. It's going to be a shame for him. He's going to be mighty disappointed with this. He started second and was running really strong early on. And Reese Westwood there, he's resumed. Well, we've got him listed as 9th. Obviously, Dane Christensen had even more problems in the pits than Reese Westwood. But Reese Westwood, of course, probably see this as a bit of a race that got away. It's just very tough. I mean, the standard and the tightness of the competition means that we've seen pit lane errors every race so far.
Yep, and in talking of pit lane, our top 3, 1, 2, 3, are our last drivers to pit.
Yeah, now this is very interesting. We've got Sam Shaw, who has the speed to maintain the lead. He's the fastest on the track so far. We've got Richie Clark, relatively unknown to us, who's actually doing a great job in 2nd place. Nadia Balnega, who everybody knows, is in 3rd place and has a vast amount of experience. So if on paper you would have to say the person with the most experience of this form of
Sam Shaw in the pit lane. Sorry,
Shaw,
James.
the race leader.
Yep, race leader in the pit lane. 2nd and 3rd are coming around the final corner now. They are going to get past, but crucially, they have not done a pit stop. So Sam Shaw there is your current race leader, even despite the fact that he's in 3rd.
Absolutely. Now, Nadia Balnega had a good look there at the inside of Richie Clark. This has become the battle for the lead as a result of the pit stop by Sam Shaw. But casting my mind back to a discussion with Sam Slater last night, he reckoned that 10.5 seconds is the pit stop time, the real pit stop time. So in other words, the lap you do when you make a pit stop will be 10.5 seconds slower. On that basis, Sam Shaw running on the tail of Nadia Balnega, who's having a look at the inside of Richie Clark. She's going to make it work, is she? She's on the inside. Clark protests a bit, and Clark's going to lose a place. No, he's battling side by side with Sam Shaw in the snail area there. Nadia Balnega has taken the position on track now. I think that means we are going to see one heck of a late pit stop by Nadia. The Dutch lady will probably be a long time out on the track now before coming in the pits. So it's probably one of the latest pit stops we see so far in the tournament of a heat race. Richie Clark probably do with coming in now.
Yeah, he does. He dives straight in there after Sam Shaw gets past. It's gate number 1 is good. No problems there. Good stop at gate number 2. Rolls a little early. Gets the penalty. It's a penalty for him. Oh, dear me.
Yeah, this whole championship's coming down to anyone who can get through the pits without getting a penalty. It's been a real feature so far. We've never seen this many penalties in the pit lane, Anthony. This is almost getting out of hand.
Yeah, it is a little bit, isn't it? So we'll have to see him come in. Nadia is in the pit lane, comes to gate number 1, a little bit hesitant on gate 1 there, stops a little bit too early, comes to gate 2, again a little bit hesitant on the entry, gets the green light on both though, comes back out, and straight away Richie Clark back into the pit lane. It is good on gate number 1 this time around, comes to gate number 2, this is the one he failed at before, and it's good this time around, he's back out on circuit.
Very interesting there, Anthony. I mean, you'll have the best view of anybody on this where you are, but it's the pit stops coming to us. It's almost as if the kart could almost go through without actually stopping, but not quite.
Yes, you are right in saying we have seen that. Under investigation, number 21, Nadia Balnega there. Not quite sure what for, but we'll find that out. Slavak's in the pit lane. This is his penalty pit stop after he failed his first one. That's good. Green light on the first gate. Comes to gate number 2, and it's all good. He's back out on track. Yeah, essentially, you could come to a very gentle stop, keep it going just a fraction, and then keep the momentum going. If you mistime that, though, you will very easily get a penalty.
Absolutely. I've never driven in the BRKC myself in this format. I drove in it in the previous format, but racing in the World Championships for a couple of years, I had to do pit stops in that. And it's a bit of a weird feeling, to be fair, because you feel sometimes when you make a stop that the kart's almost dead stopped, and other times you feel like, although you have stopped, you've got that bit more momentum. There's a very funny feeling about it.
It is. I mean, the fact that these karts, you know, they're single-engined, 4-stroke Honda-powered engines, and when you come to a complete stop, they take a lot of oomph to get them going again. So if you can slow it down but not completely stop it, you will get a much better go off the line. Absolutely, and that really explains why we're seeing people sort of as near as possible trying to roll through the pit lane, and hence it's so tight, so easy to get penalties. However, unless you're running at that point, you're not going to win anyway. You've got to be operating that sort of level, haven't you? Yeah, exactly. So it is just one of those fine lines. But like you said, we've had drivers all day try that tactic, and unfortunately it has resulted in several penalties, 3 alone in this race itself.
Now, we've got a very interesting situation in the results. We've got everybody has been in the pits now. We were waiting for those top 3. We've seen them all come in. The situation has resumed, but the beneficiary here, Matt West, he was the one who did we not see changing cars?
No, Matt West didn't change a kart.
Was it not him, or was
no.
Am I getting beyond myself?
I think you're going a bit beyond yourself there. That was a race earlier on. But he did have a pit stop earlier on, and it was a very clean pit stop, I have to say.
Yes,
and
that's
he came out in clear traffic, so he's had no drama all this race, and it's worked out beautifully for him.
Indeed, and he's come steaming through, because he was nowhere near second place when the race started. Problems for others, some great driving by him. He's not the fastest, but he is second fastest, best lap in this race. Fastest is the incredible Sam Shaw, who has just raced away with this one. It was quite staggering when he came out. He was the first of the 3 leaders to make a pit stop, Sam Shaw. When he did come out, he was right behind the now battle for the lead, which had been second and third. So he'd done everything he needed to do just to create that space. He obviously had set some very quick laps when he was running on his own, and that was that. He's really got the job done by an incredible margin. I mean, he literally could make a pit stop if it was good and come back out still in the lead. Matt West is crossing the finish line now, but Sam Shaw is already exiting the snail section out towards the back straight.
I think we should make Sam Shaw do another one. I think just for the sake of it, just make him do another pit stop, make it more exciting.
Well, nearly everyone else has had to do another pit stop in this race, so he'd probably feel left out if he doesn't. He's crossing the line now. We're going to keep a bit of a visual on this. So he's crossing the line. There he is, across the line on the screen. So on the screen there, that was Sam Shaw. Now we're waiting for Matt West, who's second. There's Sam Shaw in the snail, and Matt West isn't even crossing the line yet. This is the biggest victory margin we've seen so far. There's Matt West in the red suit. So you can see that 11.5 seconds actually looks more on screen. There is Matt West. He's done everything right in this race. He's come right through the field to second place, and he's looking pretty good to stay there. Importantly, it's a question of who's behind him. The car behind him, and we're going to see on screen. So here comes Matt West into your picture now. There's Matt West. Now there is Nadia Balnega, a regular on the international scene. Nadia is going to be chasing Matt West down. She needs points, more than third place if she wants to place in the final on this. But fourth place, after her is the incredible Jonathan Wilson. Jonathan Wilson's come steaming through. He's come to fourth place. We saw him closing in on that battle for second earlier on. He's come up to fourth. Damien Smith is in fifth. And Richie Clark, potentially the biggest loser in this, with a bundled pit stop. 6th place for him. Ben Gallagher, 7th. Slavik Piskor's, he's had to make 2 pit stops as well. It's very rare to be talking about Slavik Piskor's down in 8th. We've seen him win a heat race here in the BRKC before. Reese Westwood, potentially the hardest luck element in this whole race, and then Dane Christensen is down in 10th place still. They're fairly spread out around the track, albeit in little groups, but spread from each other. So let's have a look down the back stretch. We can see we've already had Sam Shaw going, he's crossed the line. There goes Matt West. Here comes Nadia Balnega. Here comes Jonathan Wilson, evenly spaced. And then we're thinking about Damien Smith and the rest. So there's the start line there. So there's Matt West. He goes through. He's no way going to do better than second. But he may well have to fight a rearguard action from Nadia Balnega. She appears to be closing in looks-wise, but they are matching each other for times, literally to the 100th on that last lap. So the best lap so far is for Sam Shaw, but Matt West and Nadia Balnega are matching each other for speed in the battle over second place. And we're very close to the final laps now. I would say this is pretty set as it is.
I think this is pretty set. Sam Shaw, pretty comfortable. You know, like I say, he could do another pit stop. I might see if I can talk to race control, maybe get him black flag, make it a bit more exciting. We'll see, just to see if we can get another pit stop out of him. But yeah, like you say, he's catching up to some back markers now. He doesn't really need to overtake. He can just chill now to the end.
Well, such is his margin. If you did get your way and, you know, got him a penalty for something random, theoretically, he could still win this race. He's got a lead of 12.6 seconds, and we're banking on the idea of around 10.5, and that is according to Sam Slater, one of Britain's top drivers. So it's coming from a good source. That here comes the other Sam Shaw, to win this race. He has really thrown his name into the limelight on this. Yes, he was a semi-finalist last year. He was 26th overall, but he certainly isn't any name that's a name that's been on people's lips going into this event. But he has certainly, you know, he's thrown his hat in the ring on this one. This is the biggest victory we've seen, and that's including all the top liners. Yes, there have been problems for other drivers, but you've still got the likes of Nadia Balnega, and I will include in the mix again Matt West. Just amazing performance, and there goes the victory there for Sam Shaw. Matt West, surely he's going to come around in second. We're waiting for him. He is the question mark. Yes, he is. He's got a decent enough lead of Nadia Balnega. She can't possibly challenge him from here. So, Matt West, Nadia Balnega, and then, of course, Jonathan Wilson, Richie Clark, Ben Gallagher, Damien Smith, Slavik Piskor's down in 8th, Reese Westwood tumbles to 9th, Dane Christensen brings him around in 10th as the rest come through. Well, there's a big fist wave for Richie Clark. He's pretty pleased. It's a top 5 in the BRKC race, which isn't to be sniffed at. He was one of those contenders, though, for that second place. Anyhow, see what you can get from them, Anthony, but Sam Shaw, that's the biggest victory we've seen so far this weekend.
I've got to say, Sam Shaw had such a lead there that the cheeky swine came in and did a practice pit stop in the meantime while the rest of the karts were coming in. So, and it was a pretty good one, to be fair. He had it pretty nailed, so quite impressive. There's Matt West going past. We'll just chat to Sam. Sam, as soon as you're ready, come chat with us, mate. Matt as well, as soon as you're done, we'll come and have a chat. He's got Lightning McQueen helmet on. That's quite nice, that. Quite jealous. Here's Nadia. See if we can chat to Nadia as well. Well, she's got to get weighed up there first. Let's chat to... Matt, we'll have a chat now. You got quite a lucky draw on that one, didn't you?
Well, yeah, considering a 5th or a 6th place start, the last thing I expected after a few pit stops to be in second, but I'll take it.
It was a solid result for you. I think your pit stop was actually quite quick, and you came out into some relatively clean air as well, so you were just able to just drive, and luckily, because there was quite a few penalties that went out in that one, you managed to just gain a few places, and yeah, you came away with a P2 on that one.
So you're basically saying it wasn't down to me, yeah?
It was 100% down to you. That's exactly what I'm saying. No one heard anything. No, but a solid result. Do you reckon we could continue that momentum?
I'd like to think so, yeah. Putting some decent lap times in. If I can keep that going for the rest of the weekend, I'll be happy.
Congratulations, P2, Matt West. Let's chat to our race winner then, Sam Shaw. Sam, you're the race winner. You've got to stand in front of the branding, mate, unfortunately. Yeah, the media duties, all that. Yeah. Right, stand here in the middle. Come on, in the middle. Come a bit closer. I don't bite. Congratulations. Well, I think the biggest margin that we've seen in terms of a race win so far this year, if not most years.
Makes a change. I came so close to a win last year in my first year, but yeah, it's been good. Practice went well yesterday, so it's good to see it working.
It's worked out quite well. Track's still pretty slippery out there?
It's gripped up, especially compared to what it was last year. Even though it was in April last year, it's a lot quicker than it was.
You were in the final last year, were you not?
I was in the semi-finals.
Semi-finals last year, so aiming to potentially get into the final this year?
It's tough. I've got 2 tough heats in the alternate layout, so we'll see how it goes. But yeah, if I've got the pace, I'll do it.
Definitely so. Well, best of luck. We'll let you crack on, warm up a little bit. How are your hands? Are they a bit frostbite cold?
Very, 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 very cold.
Yeah, it is very chilly in here, yes, indeed. Well, congratulations, Sam Shaw. Well done. Let's see if we can quickly chat to Nadia, who is hiding from me. Nadia, well done, P3. It started P4. Not the best qualifying that we've seen for you, but because you've got some pace out there.
I guess it's enough for P3. Yeah, I'm happy with that result. Yeah, starting fourth wasn't enough, not enough. Yeah, we needed a podium.
Well, talk about that race, because of course it really came down to the pit stops. Your pit stop was okay, it was good. There are a lot of penalties out there as well, so you managed to just squeeze through, and you came up with some clean air.
I could have passed someone in how do you say it?
Corner?
Yeah, no. I got lucky in that position. Yeah, so there was an extra spot.
P3, it's a good result, and we'll wish you the best of luck for the rest.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Excellent, Nadia. So there you go, top 3. Quite content there. It's, where'd you overtake? On a corner. That's what I would overtake. James, the next race is not ready yet because the karts are being sorted out. So I think we've got a bit of a breathing time now, haven't we?
Am I correct there, Anthony, that you are indeed imparting racing advice to one of the top 3 competitors?
No.
Excellent. Well, I think by the sounds of a variety of the interviews so far, we're going to need to escort you when you leave tonight. We don't want you going out there in the dark on your own with this lot after you.
I've got a stab vest. It's fine.
Stab vest, excellent. Yeah. So basically, we've come to the end of the 5th round. There's just a bit of a breather, a bit of refueling, maybe, and checking of karts. Certainly, we've seen some epic racing. Chris Stevens, who is doing the social media work for BRKC. Chris, how do you feel about what you've seen so far?
It's been fantastic. I mean, this is my first time at a BRKC event, and Brad was very insistent on emphasizing what the event was going to be in terms of its professionalism, and I can absolutely see why, because I think a number of drivers have underestimated the challenge, especially in terms of the pit stops. And what you've got to remember is that every driver that makes it into the semi-final tomorrow is an expert at indoor rental karting. It seems like a niche thing, but we've got the best drivers in the country and from around the world here doing this event. It's not something to be, you can't turn your nose up at it.
Absolutely. I mean, the BRKC is sort of, I know this sounds quite arrogant, but I would actually elevate it beyond other categories in the UK.
Yeah.
I would actually relate it more to the various international events that take a similar format. So like the French Championship, the Belgian Championship, Dutch, they're all the same, the Polish one in Easter. They're all the same in terms of format. And the World Championship, of course, and it being a World Championship qualifier, £1,000 first prize, to my mind, is the most profitable racing you could do in the UK. I mean, people say to me, yeah, well, if you win British Touring Car, you'll win more than that. But it'll cost you a hell of a lot more than you're actually ever going to win.
Yeah.
So it's not a profitable exercise. Whereas this, you got your entry fee is like a quarter of what the actual prize is if you win it. Plus your entry to the World Championship, which is about 600 quid. So you're talking a real value to that, as well as, I mean, it's not £1,000 in vouchers, it's £1,000 in cash. So and of course Ruben Bouton's a 6-time winner. He's left Formula Fast with an awful lot of money over the years. Yeah,
he certainly has. And of course, when you compare it to what the entry fee is, yes, it's an awful lot of money. There is a lot at stake here, and for some of these drivers who have not had the best first heat, for example, they're already on the back foot, and they're going to be trying to make up for that throughout the remainder of these heats. There's so much on the line here that you really can't understate it enough.
Yeah, and it's a very different format to what a lot of people in the UK will be used to for rental karting. You maybe competing in a local championship, or even just turning up on a ride and drive. Often people are used to like a grid start, for instance, where this is a standing grid start, whereas this is a rolling single file start. We're dealing with pit stops, which is new, as we've seen. Even top liners have been making a mess. I've got to be honest, I've not seen so many bungled pit stops as I have so far already. I mean, already I've seen more than I would expect in the whole championship. But everyone's having to cut it so fine. Obviously, each kart has to come in. It has to make a stop at the beginning of the pit, and then it goes down. It has to make a stop at the end of the pit. But it is literally that, a stop. And we've seen people not, struggling a bit with the definition of what stopped is. Yeah?
A very unique aspect to the BRKC, and a very unique thing to Formula Fast as well. The automated pit stop system with the beams in the pit lane there that actually measure whether the car is in the stop zone, as it were, in those two zones in the pit lane. Very high tech bit of kit for something that is considerably just rental karting, as some people might say. But you're right, absolutely. Some people have fallen afoul of it, and for Ruben Boutens, it's not the first time either, because he had some difficulties with it last season as well.
Yeah, of course, he's managed to maintain that second place, which was saying something, because that was one of the toughest heats. Now that's where somebody like Ruben Boutens really comes into play. He's got. It goes beyond luck. It's not luck. He's got the racing savvy, the experience, everything else. He's been around a long time now. I remember when he was very relatively new, but he's been around an awful long time now, and he's somebody who can actually overcome this situation. So they didn't award it. They didn't make him come back in to the pits, but they did penalise him as if he had stopped. So they added that time to the result, but he was sufficiently far ahead of Brad Shepherd that he actually maintained his position, so he didn't really lose anything, which is a mighty, you would say that's pretty lucky, but then this is how Ruben Boutens works and why he's the champion he is.
You run out of superlatives for Ruben Boutens. I met him for the first time yesterday, and he seems like just a laser-focused individual, and we did a quick little video interview with him and a few other drivers that you'll be able to see on the BRKC socials a little bit later today and tomorrow as well. But just seems like the kind of person who can switch on like anything he needs to at the right moment, particularly on track.
Absolutely, he's a very intelligent guy. Has a lot of experience in winning. He will be out in all the other international championships, and we've said a lot about it here before. Interesting, he's part of that Blue Star Racing team. We don't really focus on it too much when the racing is going on, because there's so much going on from an individual point of view. But the teams are important, and at the moment, the top three teams, Blue Star Racing, of which Ruben Boutens is arguably the team leader. They have a strong contingent here, mostly Dutch Belgians, guys we've all seen before. They are pretty much established as the benchmark in Europe. However, Bradley Shepherd, he's put an amazing crew together. Again, pulling in some of these top Europeans who are not part of Blue Star Racing. He's got about everybody that you would want who's not in Blue Star Racing, and currently they've had an amazing performance with 3 wins out of the 5 races. So there's them, Blue Star Racing, and also the M4M Timber team, which we haven't seen out in action yet. That'll be Brad Philpott, Johnny Elliott, and the rest. Ramon Pinero's part of that team, and we have seen him
with
in the
Sean
first
Braley
race
as well.
Sean Braley.
They had a little bit of scuppering in that first heat.
Yeah.
It's interesting, the team play at the moment, because there's this renewed focus on the team's championship this year, particularly going from 3 drivers to 4 drivers per team, so it's more in line with other rental karting events. And it's been really interesting, again, in that first heat with Bradley Shepherd racing one of his own team members, even though he's not racing for his own team at the moment. And for what it's worth, at the moment, I saw on the timing screen that I think they're second in the standings at the moment. So whatever they're doing, it seems to be working.
And without meaning to cause an argument here, although it's so easy to do, I'm sure if you ask Ruben Boutens or similar, Bradley Shepherd was exactly driving for his team in that first heat race when he was running second with Matt Barsh, who is arguably the sort of front man for Bradley Shepard. Him and Dennis Huller would be sort of very likely winners for Brad this year, and obviously Brad was running second and Barsh was pulling away. So I think he drove for his own team while remaining to be independent.
Yes. I think we need to set up an extra BSR team there just to have Bradley Shepard his own little entry there.
Indeed. The interesting thing, going back to Bradley Shepard as well, he's obviously well known in the karting scene over in the UK, both indoor and outdoor. You know, he's a top boy, been around for donkeys, and he did actually manage to still come in third. So it's a measure of someone like Bradley Shepard, where he will, I'm sure the drivers behind, maybe Bootons, Brierley, and Pinero, will have felt that he was the one stopping them getting on terms with Matt Barsh. Matt Barsh would say it was his natural speed, but of course they may feel that being embroiled in that battle with Bradley Shepard stopped them really getting to Matt Barsh. However, it's a measure of Brad Shepard that even if people did feel that, he still came third, and that wasn't for any sort of blocking. That was his pace, because the others were all pit stopping. The idea of the pit stop is so that you create clear space, that if you feel you've been held up, that's your out.
My first impression of Brad Shepard is relentless winner, because when, again, another driver I was talking to for the social media, and he was saying, you know, if you're not here to win, then what the hell are you doing here? And maybe events like this are more seen as more of a friendly atmosphere and slightly less competitive. Maybe that's the wrong word.
Not a chance. There's £1,000 on the line, Chris. The
Very
one thing
true.
this is the most competitive. You'll actually find in many ways, especially as we get through the meat of the event, it's friendly in the paddock, but it's not friendly out on the track. I mean, you know, we've had a number of robust moves. We've seen the pressure, how tight the actual competition is. That's what's caused the pit stop problems. People who've been busted for any pit stop violations, it's not been because they're just plainly incapable of stopping a kart in the pit. It's been because the nature of the competition is they cannot give anything away. So for that reason, they give something away in the pits is as bad as giving something away in the corner. You mess up the pit, you lose 2 seconds in your battle like we saw in the first race. Well, you can go from second to fifth easy, you know, and that'll be what happens.
And it's a very narrow part of the track there where the pit lane comes out, isn't it?
So it's across pit entrance and pit exit.
Yeah, but just across the stripe there where the track really narrows up as well. So coming out side by side there, you can very easily get squeezed up against the wall.
Yeah, that is a thing. I mean, when especially when you consider somebody's pitted out of a battle and then everyone else pits, those who are pitting later generally kind of exit the pits straight back into the battle they were in. So, and it depends how far up or down that battle. So when you consider people are leaving the pits having literally just got underway, you know, from a standing stop, those who are actually still on the track have exited a hairpin, you know, some 100 feet before that. So they've got a huge amount of momentum, and they all meet on the start line. You know, the pit exits arguably to the inside of the first corner it gets to. However, people are coming across the start line, moving back to try and take that same inside line. So there's a very often tight moments exiting the pits. That side-by-side battle invariably ends up in the snail section, which favours the pit stopping driver, because they're building up speed all the time, and the first real corner they come to after that is, of course, the hairpin in the snail section, which is an overtaking place in its own right.
Yeah, it's all about free air, isn't it, really? Because, of course, as soon as you start going side by side with someone, you're just costing yourself time, and you can see it in karting more than any other form of motorsport, I think, that visibly how much time you lose, because usually you're in the train and it's absolutely nose to tail, and then as soon as you start going side by side with someone, you start losing 2, 3, 4 kart lengths. And of course, I think one thing we're going to hear in the next heat anyway is suddenly the term cold kart, because they'll have had a bit of a break here. They're not going to be running quite as hot as they were at the end of heat number 5, and that's a term that I've been learning from Brad and the team M4M boys as well over this week, as well as the hot kart and the cold kart, and how much of a difference it makes as well.
Yeah, obviously temperatures are are quite down here. In the UK, it's January. It gets very cold. It's still frosty outside, I believe. Obviously, it's a bit warmer inside. I mean, we're fine here in the commentary booth. But
yes, thankfully.
Yeah, absolutely. But down on the track, it is pretty cold. We're going to see lap times come down as the temperature rises. It's a concrete surface they're racing on. The karts themselves, the lads at Formula Fast are pretty good at having something spare. They do cycle the karts around, so the karts are constantly being sort of rejigged in the lineup in terms of karts used and karts not. But a kart that sat a race out may well be that little bit colder. What tends to happen then is it's down to the driver who gets into that to recognise that. Obviously, you've got the qualifying warm-up lap. And so getting that kart up to temperature, particularly from an engine point of view, it's not as if it's going to be stone cold, but it'll be maybe not quite as warmed up as those that have just done the last 3 heat races.
Yeah, and of course, so far today we've only seen one sub 30-second lap time.
That was
anyway,
Kuba Pichulski from Poland. Yeah,
okay.
He did a 29-second lap. Chances are, as we get through the afternoon, track warms up, karts warm up, drivers warm up.
Yeah,
we're going to see a whole raft of 29s. It would not be out of reason to think that in some of the races that easily the top half will be sub 30 seconds.
I think particularly as we get into the latter stages of the semi-final tomorrow, definitely. I mean, we saw 29.6 was the fastest time from yesterday's official practice session, which of course is about a tenth quicker than the fastest time of the event this time last year.
Yes, that's right.
And of course the track's only going to get quicker and quicker with more rubber going down on it.
Indeed, and that of course was Lewis Manley, who we saw take his 20th BRKC win. So very, very key point there for him. He's a driver who's been right from the beginning with Formula Fast. BRKC started in 2011, but it was obviously a multi-venue event. 2014 first came here, and Lewis Manley obviously was a champion then of the track, so he immediately was on form, and that's carried through. So yes, it's people like him and the usual suspects who will be the first ones to set those 29s. A lot of it comes down to when it occurs. There's some pretty major heavy hitters coming up in the remainder of this first round of heats that we haven't seen yet, and they could well be the ones to first be consistently in the 29s rather than Kuba's sort of one-off burst there. So we'll see what happens with that. Chris, any other observations that you've made? Obviously, you're new to the BRKC and potentially this form of indoor karting. As I say, it's comparable more with the European way of doing things rather than than what you would expect to see in Britain.
Yes, I've been indoor karting once, which was a complete disaster. I buried a kart in a barrier quite badly. And I vowed never to do indoor karting again. And some people were saying that I should try and sneak in a little session yesterday if there was one free, and I said absolutely no way. So I think just the ability to drive on a concrete surface that generally has not a lot of grip at all, and I think it's fantastic, especially because we have got so many good vantage spots at Formula Fast. Really the only place in the UK, maybe even in the world, where you can see the entire track from one spot, which would be the balcony, just to our left here, with the nice little warmers that are out there as well to keep everybody warm, and the new neon BRKC sign, which a lot of people have been taking photos with. So please do continue to do that because it looks absolutely great. But yeah, just standing out there has been absolutely great, and watching the karts just sliding a little bit as they turn into that hairpin, which seems to be the favoured overtaking spot at the moment.
It is a very key spot, and just going through those overtaking positions, momentum out of this last corner does line people up very strongly for that snail section. The snail section, the hairpin in there, so they've already actually done 180 degrees of the snail section before the pass is made, but the pass builds up through that part there. It's very easy to gain and lose time in that area. Of course, after the hairpin, to the right, you're immediately into a hairpin left, which means that you can't actually use all the road. So anyone making a pass that ends up on the other side of the road is going to be immediately disadvantaged in the next hairpin. So there's a lot of trouble goes there. Now, out of that hairpin, of course, they're on the power, exiting the snail section. So a 180 degree flat out corner, exiting the snail section, a short straight, and then another 180 degree, even faster corner, and then the whole length of the backstretch. So all that build-up is going to result in something at the end of the backstretch into that hairpin, and it often does.
And one thing I noticed during Ivan Sana's heat win, which I think was heat number 2, the pass he made for the lead, which he sort of consolidated down into the hairpin at the end of the straight, but it started like 7 corners earlier where he's offsetting, he's making the driver ahead defend, getting the better exit, and then he's trying to undercut him all the way around that Snell section, as you were saying, to get the run onto the straight. So it's amazing, like how patient you have to be sometimes, but the work you put in, a good half a lap later, it will finally come off.
Absolutely, it's, especially with the indoor karting of this caliber, it's never that desperate lunge that is the one that works. Okay, yes, you will see that desperate lunge, but that's the one that ends up clattering into another kart and losing time, because you're talking about a bit of a momentum job with the indoor karting. You find that the race laps are usually quicker than the qualifying lap because, oh yes, someone might really knuckle down for 1 lap, but then they knuckle down for 30 laps in the races, and it's all that momentum. As you rightly point out, it's built up over a number of corners. Someone like Ivan Shana, he's 3 times Hungarian champion. He made a pretty rapid rise, won the Division 3, Division 2, Division 1, and then, and now he's just does all the international events. But yeah, he's exactly the sort of driver who on an indoor track is going to have figured out where he can make the pass, 1 or 2 laps before, but then make that build up beforehand, and it just keeps building from as you say, from a few corners before. It's never where you see the pass is not where it began at all.
Yeah, and another driver that I met for the first time yesterday, and a very energetic individual. He seems really eager and like very happy to be here, and I'm already a fan of Ivan there, and yeah, glad he's managed to come away with a win already. And I think there's a lot of characters in this paddock already. They're already kind of shining through, I think.
Yeah, well, there's every. The thing is that they're all stars of the sport in their own right, especially the ones who are travelling around. When it comes to the British guys who travel around quite a lot, obviously there's Sam Shaw and Nicky Dolan, who were doing the French Championship last year. You've got Sam Slater, who is regular at world level. Brad Philpott, Johnny Elliott. We've yet to see them, but they are also regulars on the international scene, particularly in the World Championship. Everybody's at the World Championship, but to be fair, everybody's all at the others. If you actually watch the World Championship event, it's most of the people who are here, and yes, there's some people here who are strictly racing in Britain. Probably the golden example would be Lewis Manley running at the front. Actually, we've already seen him win a heat race, but you won't find him abroad. But most of the others of the British contenders, Sam Slater's probably the one who really, and Johnny Elliott and Brad Philpott have spent most of the time chasing these foreign titles, they're. Everybody kind of knows each other, all these foreign lads, nobody's new, very little new, which is why it was interesting bringing it up. Who was I talking about earlier on? I know, that's right, it was Dennis Holler and Hagelstein were having to deal with Dan Truman. Now, Dan Truman is not a driver you'll find abroad, but there he is leading the way. So they'll know all the others, but suddenly it'd be like, who is this green and white helmet in front of me? He's a front runner we all know him, and he's been a top performer. He's won races here before in BRKC, but he's not so well known. There's particularly Thomas Hagelstein, who of course regular in Europe but first time here in Britain.
Yeah, of course, one thing that you'll see that all racing drivers do, whether they're in car racing or karting or sim racing, whatever it is, they'll have a list of people that they know they can race well, and people they know they have to leave a little bit more room for. So when you come across a new driver and someone for the first time, suddenly it's like, oh, you don't actually, I have no information. There's no notes on this guy. So you have to go in with a little bit of trepidation, but you also have to go in hard and fast, because you've got to remember that this is their first time seeing you as well, and their first impression of you is going to last as well. So if you take it too easy, they'll think they can just walk all over you. So you have to get in there and do the job.
Absolutely, and one of the key elements of that with this format is those who know the strategy. You know, certainly in that last race, somebody who'd be most used to the strategy would have been Nadia Balnega in her battle with Weston Shaw. Shaw, of course, yeah, he was here last year. He was at the French Championship. He now kind of knows his way around how to think the pit stops, but somebody like Nadia Balnega, a number of times racing in the World Championships as well as the various international ones with that format, you would have to assume and have the strategy right. Obviously, people who get the strategy bang on are the likes of Ruben Boutens, and you know whatever happens, if things go wrong, they will strategy their way around it. A couple of people who we don't, who you know, who sort of gone into a reduced karting, shall we say. I wouldn't ever call it retirement, but great names of the past like Greg Laporte, Matthias Gruten, people like this. They were like, whatever they would do strategy would be perfection. You know, Ruben Boutens is of that same ilk. You know, these are people who just do not make a strategic mistake at all. So if they're diving for the pit lane, it's probably the right time to do it in that situation.
And this just goes back to what we were talking about earlier, James, where the caliber of driver is so high and the experience level that you need. Like the fact that we had a couple of drivers come in last year on their debut and managed to make it to the final just goes to show how amazing a job they were doing, and they're back for their second year, and I'm fully expecting them to be back in the final.
But you look at who they are. And
exactly, they've got a lot of
vast
history.
experience of the format. What they didn't have was the track. The most epic start we ever saw was back a few years ago. I've forgotten the exact year, but it was former world champion Matthias Gruten. He was in the BRKC for the first time, but decade-long regular of all of similar events out in Europe, the various national championships and world championship. Now, he turned up, no practice, straight on pole, won the race. And it was the most epic performance ever. But at the time, he was like the de facto #1 regarded in the world. Now, of course, that's Ruben Boutens. But that was a truly epic start. Can see the drivers are getting ready down in the pit area, though. Just going to go through that a little bit as well, Chris, because one of the features of BRKC is it doesn't have 5,000 class winners. So you're not, there's not going to be 8 people who are going to claim they're the champion after this. It's not some super light, super heavy, pro, middle, or whatever. You are, if you're going to be the champion, you are the champion. Simple as that. So that means everyone's weighted up to the same amount. So obviously you have some people who are very light. Someone we'll see later on, Dante Dillon is normally the poster boy for not weighing much. He's very short, very light, very competitive. But he doesn't do it because he's short and light. What it is, everyone's got to be weighted up 90 kilos. Most of the drivers actually have their own seat of this kind of caliber of racer, the commitment. They have their own seat, and in that they have the weighting exactly where they want it. So for those who don't have their own seat, it's possible to weight up the kart with the circuit's own weights down the side. But with this, you're talking about the weight around the base of the driver as low as possible and everything else. So they're all weighted up to 90 kilo. They're going through that the weight check now to make sure that everyone's sort of weighted up properly. There are some notable exceptions, though. It's everyone assumes, when they race, particularly indoor karting, that light is key. And if someone, is 6 stone wet through, they're going to win everything, which would be the case except for the weighting. And it's not even as simple as that. I remember the last time I was racing the World Championship, the world champion that year was a Belgian, Robin Borremans. And the incredible thing with Robin was that, everyone's weighted up to the regulation 90 kilo. But even without that, Robin was like 95 kilo. He was actually over the weight limit in his own right, but came through and was the world champion. He got through all the heat races, the quarterfinal, the semi-final, and the final itself, and came out as the world champion. And it has to be said, Robin, it wasn't because he was some burger-eating boy from Belgium. It was because he was well stacked up, gym body type kind of character. So he was able to have a lot of physical strength involved in all this. And also, you'll notice with the drivers themselves, particularly anyone new to it, they tend to lean out in the corners. drivers, especially some of the Europeans.
Yes, Johnny Elliott was
he's a
quite famous
master
for
of
that.
this,
He's a leaner and a half.
Absolutely. We've had other drivers in the past who aren't here this year, particularly Sam Spinell, who's British driver, Regis Gosselin, the Belgian. These are guys who really lean out the kart, and the reason is to break the grip of that inside wheel. So when people have seen that, they're using the body weight to break the grip of the inside rear wheel, and that is where someone like Robin Borremans would come into play, because there's a lot of upper body weight, muscular weight. So when he leans, he's actually putting quite a chunk over that outside tire.
More important to do in indoor karting than outdoor karting, I'm told.
Oh, 100%.
Where
yeah.
it's but I think because of that lack of grip we were talking about earlier.
Outdoor kart, obviously, particularly when you're talking about the major categories, Formula TKM, Rotex Max, X30, things like this, they have obviously a lot more actual power, so they tend to sort of power their way through the lack of grip. It's a solid rear axle, no differential. Indoor kart, of course, that will cause loss of momentum. Anyone leaning in going to cost themselves a lot of time.
Now, one driver I want to point out that's in this heat, particularly for the YouTube viewers, because you might have seen him on the platform before, is a driver, Aldas, who is making his BRKC debut. He, of course, is a Formula One content creator on YouTube, usually playing the F1 games. 140,000 plus subscribers on YouTube, and is a keen karter as well, and is seeing how he can fare in the BRKC as well. And I'm sure that a lot of his followers are going to be watching along and supporting him.
Absolutely, and he's got an awful lot of followers. I'm assuming this will be out on his YouTube channel, will it?
I have asked him about about what he's going to be doing. I think he's doing some stuff around the BRKC, so you should be able to see that on his channel.
Okay, so yes, well, we'll be keeping an eye on Aldas there. Kavaliauskas, is it?
I haven't asked about the last name yet, because he generally just goes by Aldas on.
I can imagine he does
online.
Yes.
And I think we know why.
Up there with our Belgian friend Gregor Zdančičević.
Yes.
Yes.
No,
in terms of
I'm not even going to attempt
names,
it.
He actually was a character in a film, so it doesn't quite count. But at least Aldas is a real person.
Yeah.
But looking at the entry list now, as I say, they're getting ready with the weights. So we've gone through the weights there. Everyone's up to 90 kilos, so there's no advantage to being super tiny or anything like that. Looking at this, we've got a number of potential results in this. It's hard to look on paper beyond Johan Medart there. Medart, obviously a member of the Blue Star team, Belgian driver there. He's been Belgian champion, he's been Italian champion. He's been, always a competitor. In fact, he's been on the podium here in the final a couple of years ago. So Johan Medart, very, very strong contender. He's obviously opening his BRKC campaign in this race. Zach Venn could be doing something here. He was actually 19th last year, which was like a real shoot to the top. That was not the sort of performance we'd seen from him before.
Yes,
driver there.
I've been asking around, and people say Zach Venn is definitely one to watch.
Oh, I think
for
so.
The
Yeah,
final,
yeah. Zach Venn, he could find it. He was not in the final last year, but he was nearly there.
Yeah, and what you said about Johan Medart as well. The key word I think there was on paper.
Yes.
Because we've seen it's easy to stuff it up in these heats. So just go through, don't make any mistakes. You should make the semis tomorrow.
Absolutely. Another one to keep an eye on here is going to be Christopher Ball. Now, he's another media hero. If you think he's got like 20 million total views across social media.
That's not bad at all,
no,
is it?
He's got 5,500 YouTube subscribers, so we've got a bit of a battle of the YouTubers as a job, if you like.
This is the F1 Creator Series come to life.
Exactly, there you go. So Chris Ball, he's there. He's going to be, he was very new to karting last year, took to it really well. 37th in the championship, and bear in mind, 30th place is what you need to get into the semi-final. So he was only 7 spots away from the semi-final. So if he can carry that momentum forward, potentially if the semi-final. However, if he's going to be in the semi-final, he's going to have to score well in every heat race, which he obviously did last year. But that would mean probably a top 3 to begin with right here.
It's a tough ask.
It is a tough ask. Dominic Muir's another good one to keep an eye on. He actually had a second place last year in one of the heats, so it's not out of the question for him. we've got from the Dutch, another Dutch lady here, Melanie Motz. Now, Melanie, she's obviously been doing a lot more endurance racing. She's going to be racing on her own in this one, from a results point of view. So we'll see what she can throw forward there. Gary Jones. Gary Jones is definitely one of the top Brits in this. We've seen him. He's in the he won the Masters series last year. When I say Masters, it's the award for anyone over 40 in the BRKC. So and Gary actually is in the lead kart, so he's going to be the first one out to qualify. So we'll see what sort of time he posts. And then we've got Gabriel Quinta there, the Portuguese driver, who's making his BRKC debut, and he is actually relatively new to karting. Bit of a culture shock, given the standard of competitor yesterday he found, but we'll see what he has to offer. Obviously, massive learning exercise, but you know, if you're going to get mullered, it's better to get mullered by the best, and you'll learn while you do it. So
exactly,
there is that.
And it looks like we've got drivers just getting in the kart. So I think, James, I will leave you to call this race. But thanks for allowing me to share a bit of time with you.
No worries there, Chris. So you were listening there, folks, to Chris. Sorry, Chris.
No, I was just going to say apologies for taking up your break there during the review.
No worries at all there, Chris. You were listening, everyone, to Chris Stevens. He's doing the social media for BRKC. Where will they find all this, Chris?
Yeah, so it's at British Kart on Twitter and Instagram. We have a Facebook group as well. You just search British Rental Kart Championship and you'll be able to find us. And if you haven't already, then do make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel if you're watching along. That gives you access to the live chat room as well. So make sure you like and subscribe.
Superb. Well, thank you very much, Chris, and we'll be trying to keep an eye on the content, and obviously the news, good and bad, will be coming through, I'm sure. So just running through the drivers here on the entry list for this one, we got Chris Bull, who we said was almost a semi-finalist last year. Mason Brown. Now Mason Brown's one of the American drivers. He's over for this. He won a 3-hour race over the New Year back in the States, so we know he can go the distance for sure. He was in the World Championship last year, and he's done a lot of racing, mostly in the North Carolina area, sort of Charlotte region, over in the US. He's over here for the first time in the BRKC, part of a strong American contingent. We'd already seen Aidan Kennedy out there, and there's a whole bunch of them yet to appear. They're going to be in the later heat races. Moving to the second half of this first round now. 10 heat races in the first round, 10 in the second, 10 in the third, and 10 in the fourth. We're on heat 6. So after that, we've got Gabriel Quinta, Portuguese, who we mentioned is very new, and is probably going to just be on a strong learning curve. They're going to learn a lot in this race alone. Finlay Brunton. Finlay is actually from Scotland, and done quite a lot of car racing, mostly with the C1. He was champion in the Cup Series there in 2019, and he was endurance winner in 2022. So Finlay Brunton, very used to sort of relatively low powered machine, and hopefully that'll set him up nicely in this event. Johan Medart, the Belgian, certainly my tip for victory in this. My tip for maybe pole position as well, but we'll certainly see how he does. He's up against it with a few of the names, but certainly on paper, member of the Blue Star Racing team there from Belgium. After that, we got Zach Venn. We spoke about Zach Venn as being really one of those who's shot to prominence and has been moving way up the order there last year in particular. He was well in the semi-finals, not quite in the final, and he's definitely aiming for that this year. Aldis Kavaliauskas, we talked the actually Lithuanian national, huge YouTube following, millions of viewers. Obviously there'll be something on this going up on his channel, I'm sure. Dominic Muir, he was second in one of the heat races last year. He ended up 55th overall when the final standings were given. He's aiming for the top 50, but when you get in second in a heat race, you're doing the right thing. Melanie Motz, Netherlands, she's racing over here. She's mostly been racing in team races, endurance racing kind of thing, but certainly she's going for the individual approach on this one. And then Gary Jones. Gary Jones rounds him out, and Gary Jones, he was the Masters champion last year, 23rd overall. Masters Championship is for drivers over 40. It's one of the spot prizes, so that'll be calculated up at the end. He has many championships. More northern based is Gary Jones, He's certainly been around a while. He's going to be leading them out. It looks like in the lineup it's Gary Jones first, Johan Medart second. So we're going to see two of the potential pole sitters straight away. Will be the first two times we see will actually be from them. So just going to wait while the organisers are happy. Steve Gray, Steve, one of the races we've seen over the years, and you know, the unthinkable happened before. Will the unthinkable happen again?
The unthinkable always happens, James. Good morning to you, and good morning to everyone here as well. Fantastic. What a great couple of races we've watched so far, eh? Fantastic.
Absolutely,
you know,
Steve.
It's been brilliant, and always the BRKC always delivers, and this is going to be an absolute cracker. Gary Jones, of course, my teammate for the Unthinkables, as he was last year, brilliant driver, and he's very fired up for this, so I think possibly a surprise with Gary.
Well, he's starting first, so he's going to be the first one to set a time, but theoretically, on paper, his top challenger in this race, Johan Medart, is right behind him.
Yeah, you try and count out Johan Medart. It's not going to happen, is it?
only an idiot would do that, but
Correct.
equally, only an idiot would count out Gary Jones in this situation as well. So obviously, teamed up with you this year. I'm assuming Adam Davis. We'll come on to him a little bit more later on, but
we can't not mention Adam, can we?
I was going to say he's sitting this one out. What's the script?
Oh, he's not a well boy. Not a well boy. He's at home now watching. So hello, Adam. He'll be watching this on the live stream along with his mum. And he's basically had a really bad bout of flu over the last couple of weeks.
As everyone has had over this winter.
He can't get out of bed.
Yeah.
So even for BRKC, he can't get out of bed. So you see how bad it is. But hopefully he's on the mend, and next year he's going to come back.
Absolutely,
and as always.
Certainly long-term BRKC viewers, everyone remembers that epic race a number of years ago now. It was Saturday evening when arguably the best racing happened. It was you and Adam. It was the first time either of you really running in the front, it has to be said, but it was a 1-2, wasn't it? And the place went ballistic. It was the most popular result we've had. It was absolutely unbelievable. Now, we're heading out to start the qualifying laps, and it really has to be said that eyes are on the front there. Gary Jones, we've got to see what he can do. Johan Medart, he needs no introduction. We know his calibre, and we know Gary Jones as well. Gary, we only see him in British racing, we don't see him abroad, so he's a once-a-year driver when it comes to these pit stops, Steve. We've seen a heck of a lot of problems in the pit stops already.
That's to put it mildly, isn't it? Put it mildly, wow.
And what's worse is they've actually altered the way the pit stops are measured, the beam, because last year, it was sort of missing bits of the kart and stuff. The downward beam previous time. So we were expecting everything would be clean, and that's the driver's muck.
Yeah, it's crazy. I couldn't believe when I was sat in the hotel watching all the failed pit stops in the last race. But then, like you say, for years we've never had that, have we? It's always been the odd one or two here and there, but as you say, here they are flying round now, and there's so many drivers in this that you can't count out. Christopher Ball, and again another epic driver, Zach Venn, Medart, Jones. Gary Jones just coming through now, isn't he? His first lap. Let's see what he can get.
So Jones is going to set the benchmark, and what about Medart? Medart's faster. Johan Medart's gone faster. Kinta! Where has that come from?
There's a result.
He's been pushed down by Chris Ball. Mason Brown, another surprise, has beaten Johan Medart. Gary Jones is down in 6th. Let's go to Melanie Motts to 2nd. Zach Venn to 6th. This has been turned on its head.
You know what? I don't know why we
Brown.
say this, because we're never surprised, because we always predict and we're always wrong. We should know this by now. It's
even if we're always wrong, we're never this wrong.
Oh, that's crazy.
Now,
what's the lineup?
Yeah, okay. Sometimes you get a driver and you think, where did that come from?
Yeah.
But I'm thinking, where did Mason Brown come from? Where did Melanie Motts come from? Where did Gabriel Kinter come from? I mean, Zach Venn, we were talking about potential winner. He's down in 6th. Gary Jones, we're talking about potential winner 8th.
Wow. Yeah.
This is just insane. Chris Ball, he wants a place in the semi-final. He's going to have to do better than 4th if he wants that. So this is going to be very
frightening me to
interesting.
death now, because I've got a heat with Mason Brown coming up in the next 2 or 3 rounds. So I'm thinking, oh dear, if you can beat the likes of Medart. But obviously the qualifying is one thing. The 20-minute race, this is where you earn your medal.
This is what's going to be very interesting, Steve, because obviously the strategy involved in a pit stop means that maybe we'll get some early stops, possibly from Medart, Jones, perhaps, maybe even Venn, depending on how they think things are playing out. It's going to be
interesting to say the least.
Yeah, we're going to see how surprised they are with how early they are in the pit. Now, here he comes, Mason Brown. He's going to take them to the start. When's he going to hit the throttle? He needs to hit it sooner rather than later. Yes, he's on the gas, but Motts has gone with him, and Medart is pushing Motts. So the three have already got a little bit of a gap, but Mason Brown is going to have Melanie Motts all over him, and Johan Medart. Johan Medart's not going to be happy with this third place, is he?
No, absolutely not. And this is a chance, this is a real opportunity now for Mason Brown to make sure, hey, well, the sun doesn't shine. He's got to get going because Melanie Motts is going to be put under pressure by Medart, as anybody would. That Blue Star driver in third place, one of the quickest drivers in the world probably at go-karting, and he's certainly putting Melanie under pressure early on.
Absolutely, and Mason's doing the only thing he can do, Mason Brown, at this stage, and that's to put in some blindingly quick opening laps. He has to be fast now. There's really no option in this. There's too many people with too much to go by behind him. Melanie Motts at the moment seems to be his best friend right now, because she's embroiled in a battle with Johan Medart, and there's a gap then to Christopher Bull. Really, Mason Brown is doing the only thing he can do, and that's try and check out now. If he can do a Matt Barsh while things are looking good, and that sets some real blinded times straight off the bat, he may pull out enough of a gap. I mean, already we've got a second and a half.
1.3 seconds in 2 laps. That's going to be one of the quickest gaps we've had so far, surely, in the first 2 laps. That's an incredible lead, but it just shows the pressure that Medart is pushing on Melanie. And it's whether you think Medart, oh, he's up the inside, lunge up the inside.
He sends it down the inside. Johan Medart takes second place. Melanie Motts has been bundled back to third. About the cleanest move we've seen at the end of the straight this weekend, though. Now, this is the question. Can Medart catch Mason Brown? This is bad news for Mason Brown, but the best news for Johan Medart. The one guarantee we can get from this, I think, Steve, is we will not see Johan Medart in the pits anytime soon.
No, that's it. I was going to just say before he made that move, is it worth him coming into the pits to get rid of Melanie? But no, now he's in front. 1.9 seconds. You watch that gap come down, because Johan is going to put his foot down. Mason Brown, though, he's doing well. He's doing well. It's 2 seconds. Let's just see how this will test him completely. Let's see how well he does.
Absolutely, 100%, Steve. For Medart, it was a simple case of pass or pits, one or the other very early on. He's chosen the pass option. He made that pass. Now we've got a gap.
Number 1, nice stop there. Didn't lose too much time on the first gate. Comes to gate number 2. A little bit early on the throttle, but crucially gets that green light, comes out in front of the 2 behind.
Absolutely, the green light's everything. She's been closed in by Zach Venn. Zach Venn is closing on Melanie Motts. Can she hold him off? Yes, she can, but he's right on his tail. And it looks like Chris Ball, who's behind them. So a 3-way fight behind Melanie Motts. Now, Steve, it looked as though Melanie Motts was not the quicker of the Kinter and Jones pairing who were behind her. Do you think she was a little early to the pits, Steve?
Maybe, but you could say that because now she's having to do a massive defensive drive, obviously, from Venn and Ball. What I'm just going to say, James, is that Gary Jones now right behind Quinter. This is going to be interesting, these two, to see if they can now gap, because obviously Melanie, now that she's ahead of Venn and Ball, is going to start holding all 3 of those up with Gary and Gabrielle in acres of space by themselves. Are they going to be able to pull enough gap to jump those 3?
Absolutely. Now, this is the crucial thing. The worst thing in the world probably will be for Gary Jones to come in the pits now. What he needs to
could be
know,
unthinkable.
It would be unthinkably bad rather than unthinkably good, which is normally what happens. So Gary Jones, giving it his northern best, is closing in on the Portuguese driver Gabriel Quinta. Now, the crucial factor is Gary, one way or another, has to understand where he's going to come out the pits when he comes out the pits. He has to make a pit stop. He hasn't made one yet. He's crossing the line now, so he's not going to be on this lap. Now, he needs to understand, looking across the track, really, and this is one for the viewers at home to understand. Gary needs to be able to be aware across the track of where he will come out, Steve. It's going to be vital that he's in front of the battle that's headed there by Melanie Motts. If he ends up coming out and they pass him, or he ends up in the middle of it, that's just going to be a world of trouble, right?
Yeah, that's it. And we always say, don't we, the rule of thumb is, 10.5 seconds is a good pit stop. You can come in, not make any mistakes, 10.5 seconds. But as James says, it's knowing where the other rival is on the track. As you're coming down the main straight, where are you passing them? And is that gap going up or is it coming down? It's very technical.
It is. I mean, at the moment, they've all pitted. Melanie Motts, Zach Venn and Christopher Ball. They are running 8th, 9th, 10th on track, but that's not a reflection of the actual position. This is much higher up, and Gary Jones is going to end up either in front of that, in the middle of it, or at the back. And to be fair, they're that close that if he gets done by one of the Motts, Venn, Ball group, he'll get done by them all.
Yeah, they're all going to come through as one, aren't they? I'm just watching this fantastic battle.
In the pits.
Yeah, number 10 in the pit lane. Good first gate for Dominic Muir, and it's a good second gate. Well, actually, it wasn't a good second gate. Really slow off the line there.
But legal, Anthony, legal, was
legal,
it?
Legal,
yeah.
But slow.
Right. Well, that's interesting. How much time do you reckon he might have lost, Anthony? A second or 2?
I reckon he lost a good chunk of time there, probably about a second, yeah.
Yeah, which is going to be crucial because the people around him, the people he's trying to beat, I mean, Dominic Muir, he's now listed as being in 10th. We'll have an actual bit of a visual, see what that represents. Sorry, Steve.
Yeah, just looking at this battle. Sorry to interrupt you, James. But the battle is coming through. We got Zach, Melanie, Zach, and Christopher, and they're now coming up behind the battle between Finley Brunton and Ajas Cavalier. I'm not going to try and attempt that. But these two are certainly in their own battle on the leading lap. They are perfectly entitled to race. But is this going to slow up this Melanie, Zach, and Christopher battle? Unbelievable, because look at them all.
Now, do you remember, Steve? Obviously, we've had some tongue-twisting names in the past. It's an international championship. Obviously, I think probably the toughest one so far we've had to face was Jan Machtelinck.
Yeah, yes, Jan Machtelinck. Had a race with him, didn't
Absolutely, yeah. I think you had quite a battle with Jan Machtelinck.
Yep, sorry, it's all kicking off now. You say they're all trying to overtake this battle, like we said. Finley and Aldas, they're completely getting in the way now of Zach Melanie.
But the thing is, they don't have to move aside. This is for actual position on track. Finley is 5th, Aldous is 6th, and then it's Zach, Melanie, Chris.
Christopher Ball getting turned
Christopher
around
Ball,
there.
he's done it. He's made the pass on the 21, which is Aldous Cavalier-Juskas. And so Chris Ball, Aldous has been moved to the back of that field, and down the inside has gone Zach Venn on Finley Brunton. Finley Brunton has been forced wide in the middle of the Snell section there. Zach Venn has made it through. Now, Melanie Motts is going to be keen to try and stay with Zach Venn. This is a battle for position, so although he's not been in the pits, he's technically down the order. Certainly, Finley Brunton does not have to move out of the way. He's in a fight, and he's got Melanie Motts behind him. Behind her is Chris Ball, And behind that is Aldous
Ball up the
Cavaliuskas.
inside, lunges through there. What a great, it was a bit of a late move, but it was clean enough. And a great, I just saw him at the last minute lunge up the inside there of Melanie. And Melanie has now lost 2 positions, of course, because she was in front of both Zach and Chris. And now she finds herself right at the back. The arm goes up. She's not happy with that move. But of course, all of this battling is paying into that Gabrielle Quinta and Gary Jones battle, who are currently sitting 3rd and 4th. With this going on, are they going to be able to leapfrog all 3 of them? The answer is probably yes.
Absolutely, and one of the beneficiaries of that, way down the order, because he's listed as 10th, is Dominic Muir. He's closing in on that battle ahead of him. Now, it's got in it Zach Venn, Finlay Brunton, Chris Ball, Melanie Motz, Aldous Cavaliuskas, but Cavaliuskas and Brunton both have to come in the pits. Ball, Motz and Venn have all done that, so has Dominic Muir. Now, Dominic Muir is arguably relying on the relative holding up of, say, Finlay Brunton on Ball and Mott. I think it's a bit of an ass now. Zach Venn has moved clear of that battle.
Race leader, James, in the pit lane. Mason Brown in the pit lane, the USA driver. 2 good gates, and he's back out. Comes out behind the number 11 of Gabriel Quinta.
And crucially in front of Gary Jones. Gary Jones. Now, Gary Jones is yet to make a pit stop, I believe. That's right, Gary Jones has not pitted. Quinta has not pitted either, nor has Johan Medart. We're going to have, in the pits, 20.
Yep, Finlay Brunton from the UK, Scottish C1 Cup champion in 2019. He has a relatively good pit stop, a little slow off the second one. Crucially, though, it was legal.
That's right, the Scotsman gets out and back into the race. Now, Finlay Brunton has been pushed out. He's resumed behind Dominic Muir. That puts him back in 10th. There are still some pit stoppers to come, so the important thing from Finlay Brunton's point of view is what's going to happen with Aldous Cavaliuskas. Now, Aldous Cavaliuskas is still further up the race simply because he's not yet been in. He's in the 8th place. He's probably going to come out the pits. And into the pits. Is this Aldous?
No, it's not Aldous. It's second. It was your race leader. It's Johan Medart who's in the pit lane. Good first gate. No dramas there. Comes into gate number 2. Little slow. Gets away nicely, though.
Absolutely, he has lost the lead though. Johan Medart has lost the lead. In fact, he's got a bigger gap between him. He's down in 4th place on the road. Gabrielle Quinta yet to pit. Gary Jones yet to pit. But crucially, from Johan Medart's point of view, he's worried about Mason Brown. Mason Brown's got a bigger lead than ever.
It's crazy because Gary Jones is now, of course, following Mason Brown, even though Mason has made a pit stop. This is going to do Gary no harm whatsoever because he can get his head down, follow the same lines that Mason's moving, and he could definitely leapfrog Ball, Mox and Muir.
Race leader Quinta took to the pits there. Anthony, was it legal?
It was legal. It was clean.
Good stuff. So the Portuguese rookie who's been running up the front, Gabriel Quinta, he's certainly given us something to talk about. Yesterday I was saying to him, you know, we'll probably talk more about you if you're running at the front. He's running at the front. We're talking a heck of a lot about him. He's resumed in 4th after a pit stop.
Oh, wait. Number 11, it's popped up on the board. Gabriel Quinta, invalid stop. It looked clean from my point of view, but apparently it wasn't.
No. Disaster for the Portuguese rookie, Gabriel Quinta. He's done all the hard work on the track, but it's gone wrong in the pit. Andy, I guess he's just gone too soon, has he?
Well, I didn't see a yellow light, but, you know, his reaction says it all. Action in the pit lane, though. Aldous Cavaliuskas is in the pit lane. It's a good first stop. No dramas there. Gets the green light, comes to a stop, keeps it rolling crucially, gets the green, and he gets underway. Shake of the head. He's not happy with it, but it looked clean.
And Brunton's got him. Brunton's got Aldous Cavaliuskas. The Scotsman has passed him. And but he's got, is it the race leader behind him? Mason Brown is trying to pass. I believe Finlay Brunton. Finlay Brunton is going to get some serious blue flag. Steve.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm just watching this. Gary Jones had just come out as well. He was just come out in front. I believe that's Aldous Cavaliuskas. Look, side by side. Look,
this is not for position.
Mason Brown is getting so frustrated behind. The blue light surely should be going out to Finlay, but he's not. Mason tries up the inside again. There's contact. They're not even on the same lap, but Mason Brown does eventually get through. Gary Jones, I'm just saying, he's not done his pit stop yet. He is the last driver, we believe, to take the pit stop. The blue flag does eventually go out after Mason Brown has got past. That allows Gary through as well. But Gary, surely any minute now, his pit stop's to be taken.
So a fight in Finlay Brunton there, and that plays into the hands of Johan Medart and arguably Gary Jones. Now, Jones, he's yet to pit. Now, he really, well...
With Quinta making that bad stop, Gary Jones could end up in 2nd or 3rd place here.
That's right. Let's have a look at the actual gap there. I think Johan Medart, of course, the big beneficiary there. He's a second behind the race leader. But he's only a second behind the race leader, arguably, because of a hold-up with the back marker. Finlay Brunton there battling a bit with Mason Brown. Now, you'd still have to say Mason's looking good for the win on this, although there are just under 4 minutes left to go. Gary Jones is yet to pit. Steve, he can't leave it too late, can he?
He can't leave it too late, but the gap between him and Zach Venn, who would eventually be in third place, is 11 seconds. So if Gary can come in and make a good pit stop, he will leapfrog Zach Venn and get into third place behind Medart and Brown.
So Gary Jones potentially on for a third place finish here, and I'll keep that potential. But certainly if Gary can do that, it's the kind of finish you need if you want to be in the semi-final, right?
Absolutely, yeah. It'd be a great start to his campaign. It'd be brilliant stuff from Gary, and he's driven well, he's driven clean, he's kept his he's kept out of trouble, and like I say, barring any mistakes, he should get this, hopefully, this third place. We're putting the kiss of death in it on there, aren't I? I shouldn't say that.
And looking on screen, Steve, we're seeing the three actual leaders are together, although not actually in the right order. We've kind of lost them now, but I think they're coming down the backstretch. We're going to see down the end there, it's Mason Brown, but he's got Gary Jones who can see him. So here comes Mason Brown.
Gary Jones in the pits.
Oh, yes. Anthony in the pits, Gary Jones.
Yeah, see if it's a good stop. He comes quite aggressive on the brakes there, but gets the green light on the first gate. No dramas there. Stops a little too soon on gate 2. Gets the green light, comes back out. Clean air, no drama.
Here comes Zach Venn, and it's not enough though, Zach Venn. Although he's got momentum, he's closing in on Gary Jones into the snail, but it's not enough to pass. In fact, there's still a couple of kart lengths. Gary Jones has done enough to maintain third place, and in fact, he's got a little bit of breathing space to just play himself back in, Steve.
It's the unthinkable. Gary Jones into third place. Fantastic. He did so well. The pit stop was bob on. Everything went right, and he's got himself into that third. Thoroughly deserved.
And even more unthinkable, can you see Gary Jones in the semi-finals with this kind of driving, Steve?
Yeah, absolutely. He got into it last year, of course, didn't he? Both him and Adam, my teammates, did. And yeah, absolutely. A third place here would be a brilliant start. He'll be over the moon with this.
Absolutely. So we're talking about Gary Jones, who we see in third place. We saw him make a pit stop there. He was 23rd overall last year, and looking on for a similar sort of result. But look at this, the shock of shocks here. This is arguably unthinkable. Mason Brown from the USA. He was in the World Championships last year, but didn't really feature strongly. This is certainly his strongest international effort so far, and he looks like he's going to win this one, and opening his BRKC points account with a full score, and that is over the likes of Johan Medart, Gary Jones and Zach Venn.
Yeah, we wouldn't have predicted that, would we? I mean,
we certainly would not.
You know, the Blue Star drivers are all in a different league of their own, and yeah, incredible drive from Mason, but again, cool, controlled, he's not made any mistakes, his pit stop was spot on, and it's all those ingredients together that produce a result like that. Great stuff.
Mason Brown winning this is up there with you and Adam doing a 1-2, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Well, ours is better. Ours is better.
Yeah, you had a lot of fans.
Well,
that's to be sure. But Mason Brown, he's come over here from the USA. He's got results. He's got some strong results over there. As I say, mostly racing in the North Carolina region. I'm sure he's got a lot of people tuned into him. They'll have had to get up mighty early for this one, though, Steve. They'll still be eating their breakfast, but when it comes to breakfast, Mason Brown certainly had his Weetabix this morning. He's got a good, healthy lead over Johan Medart, and we are talking Johan Medart here. Johan Medart's a potential for the winner of the overall champion.
That's it. You know, you can't even write him out for that. He's a brilliant driver. But now, can you write out Mason Brown? You know, with this sort of performance, he's going to be right up there. If his other results are similar, if he has a clean event, easily you could put him in there.
I'll be honest, half an hour ago I've absolutely written him out, but now I've got to write him straight in there. Johan Medart continues in second. Now, even for his second place, obviously, I'm sure Johan would feel that maybe if he could have qualified higher, this wouldn't have happened. However, in terms of what's going on in the overall results, this is how you win championships. If you can't win it, at least get second. Don't be getting in some kind of fuss and ended up down the order. Don't be blowing the pit stop, going for the hero result. They've got 2 laps remaining. Mason Brown, barring some catastrophe of epic order, is going to win this thing. He's not going to catch anyone in these next 2 laps, so he's got no back markers to worry about. He's certainly not going to fall into the clutch of Johan Medart because he's got that covered on pace, being the fastest. And look at this, the first time, 2 drivers in 29 seconds, 29.9. And that is Mason Brown. We saw a record lap yesterday of 29.6. The fastest in practice of all day yesterday, 29.6. and they're only 3/10 off Steve, and there's 2 of them in this race.
Fantastic, and it's just taken the checkered flag, Mason Brown. What a brilliant, brilliant drive. The fist was in the air, ended up 3.7 seconds ahead of Medard. 3.7, what a drive. Hats off to him, 110%. Medard finished in second. Will he be disappointed with that? You've got to say probably not. Second place is still a lot of points. Gary Jones, third place. The unthinkables, Gary has got it into third place. Brilliant top 3.
Absolutely shocking result there. Mason Brown, shocking in a good way. An amazing showing. He put it on pole. He had it sorted at the start. Very, very strong opening laps. Created that gap. And basically just ran out the winner. A fantastic showing. Unbelievable. Johan Medard, a potential. He's looked like he was going over there to speak to Mason, and into third comes Gary Jones. You're going to have an absolute field day down there, Anthony.
Oh, I think I'm going to enjoy it. Yeah, we'll have a good chat with all of them. Mason, when you're ready, get yourself weighed, and then we'll come and have a chat. Being American, that might take a while. Question on that one. We'll chat to Medard as well. Crucially, we'll chat to Mr. Gary Jones. You know, Gary's over here. In fact, while we're waiting for our race winner, let's chat to Gary. Good old Gaza. Well, you know what? I can't even wait. You're going to step over. Gary, third place. Did you expect that?
Not from that qualifying, to be honest. No, I really messed up the qualifying. I mean, it felt all right, to be fair, but it was just a really cold kart, and I tend to struggle with them. Yeah, and then everybody just pitted in front of me. Like I was hoping they'd all go in. Quinter didn't, but I think he messed up the pit stop. And I could see where they all were behind, and then I just thought, if you stay out, get your fast laps in.
Solid result. I think the commentary box couldn't even believe it either.
No, I can't believe it.
Brilliant stuff. Congratulations, Gary Jones there. P3. Unprecedented action. Let's see. Have we got Mason? Yeah, Mason, come and take us down on this side for us, please. In the middle. Well, what a result from the USA. Brilliant stuff. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it was just a great race all around. Didn't make many mistakes. I mean, that was perfect. I don't know if it gets better than that.
Your first international event was the Karting World Championship. 69th place you ranked in that one, obviously. And then coming here, your second international event, and you win your first race. You know, that's a good stepping stone, maybe even reaching the final.
I mean, why not, right? I mean, if I keep doing that, I should have no shot at missing the final, right? Wins.
Exactly that. Any messages for the family or friends at home?
Thanks for watching. I know you guys are up early. This race was at 5, 6 in the morning for you guys. Just thanks for all the support.
Brilliant stuff. Well, Mason, congratulations on your first race win on this one.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff. Well, there we go. 6 nations were represented in that heat alone. The USA, Netherlands, Lithuania as well, the UK, Belgium, quite a few of them out there. James, I think a little bit more. We'll head back up to you.
Absolutely, an incredible result there by Mason Brown. Not a name we'd heard of before, but we've definitely heard about him now. I'm sure we've got quite a few people in the US will have been very, very keen to see that. So an incredible result. Obviously not as simple as just winning the race. He actually had to beat Johan Medard to do it, and given that Johan Medard is always considered a potential champion when he's here, you know, that really is saying something. Gary Jones came through third, an amazing bunch of points, the kind of points you need if you want to be in the semi-final there. Now we've got Lewis Manley up here. Lewis Manley, who actually managed to score his 20th win in the BRKC. Lewis, is that a record? Is that the most number of wins?
No, Ruben's got much more than me, so he's got about 31, 32, something like that. So, of course, winning the first race is always a nice feeling, especially the first race because it's the most nervous and it can set you down big time. So, managed to cross the line just ahead of Cuba because, as I said, Kart 9 was really quick, so thankfully held on for the win. So yeah, really happy to start like that.
Awesome. And looking through the entries here, Lewis, who do you see as the contenders?
Russell Ending's certainly one. He's got the Kart 16 in this one, which has been a really good one. Got my teammate Dylan Jute in this one. Anton Schoppler can spring a surprise. He very quick in testing last year and then couldn't cope in the heats, so he was struggling. Mattis Matisse is obviously a good shout too, so probably could be between Ending, Mattis Matisse and maybe Schoppler, but it depends how qualifying goes.
Absolutely. We got, just running through the entries, we've got Caden Welsh, Russell Endine, Dylan Jute. This is another of the Jute family, one of the two juniors. Anton Schopler, Mateus Matisse, we've got Mortaza Hassan, we've got Carolis Conchicas, Ben Churchill, Dante Dillon and Marco Grady in this one. Basically, I would, you know, Russell Endine is always going to be somebody you would want to look at for the win against this opposition. Matisse, a potential there, Conchicas possibly. Ben Churchill's capable of spring surprise. Dante Dillon, though, it's going to be pretty hard to look beyond Dante Dillon, certainly in the qualifying, and therefore he's the sort of driver who will translate to the win. So we've got they've started their qualifying lap now. We've seen there with the warm-up laps. The times you're seeing on your screen are the warm-up laps. Russell Endine was leading the way in terms of being first out the pits, and therefore sets the time. We've got Dylan, he's listed as Dylan Norris on the screens. Dylan Duke, Dylan Norris, same family, just one parent's got one name, one's got the other. The two juniors have gone with the Norris name for this, so there's going that same situation we talked about before, haven't we? And Dante Dillon's actually the last qualifier. Russell Endine's fastest. He's still fastest. Marco Grady comes to second. It's still Endine. Welch is second now. Matisse has gone up to second. It's still Russell Endine. Ben Churchill in fourth. Ben Churchill in fourth. And Dylan Norris up to third. Conchicas up to second. It's still Russell Endine. Schopler, the American third. What about Dante? It's going to be about Dante. Hassan comes to 8th place. Where's Dante Dillon? He's third. He's third. And Dante Dillon, I really thought he had pole position in him in there, but not. Russell Endine has hung on right to the bitter end. First one set the time, and he set the fastest. So Russell Endine will start from the first position. We saw him more a driver, arguably, of the past. When BRKC had different categories, he was the heavyweight champion. He was a finalist in 2014 when it was first at Formula Fast, when there was just one category. And so he made the finalists. He's got the results in the past, but a lot of Russell Endine's big results have been in the past. Maybe that's going to change today, Lewis.
Yeah, it's a perfect start to the qualifying. As I predicted, Kart 16 was going to be on pole. 30.250 is a really quick lap time. It's a very impressive lap. As of course, this weekend, whoever gets the fastest qualifying lap gets £100 cash. So obviously, I could really hope to be the one of them, but we'll have to wait and see. But as of course, Russell Endine's got a really quick time there. So it depends if anyone else can beat that.
Well, as the races go on, the track just keeps getting faster. We've got a best of 30.2 qualifying lap. Of course, the way things go, it generally is that the qualifying lap is not as fast as a race lap. We'll see what happens, though, with Russell Endine. Russell Endine's going to lead him around now. He's leading him around from Anton Schopler, the American, and Dante Dillon. Dante Dillon, very strong competitor. We may even see an early pit stop for him if he feels he's been holding on. A great start by Russell Endine. He really caught Anton Schopler on the hop. And so Russell Endine enters the snail section. Schopler trying to close in on him. Dante Dillon's going with him. And behind them is Conchicas and Matisse behind that. Russell Endine has made the start he needs to make, though, Lewis.
Yeah, the perfect start. Got away straight away. I'm going to guess his best time in this race. I'm going to go 29.9 or 29.8. As you said, qualifying is not as quick as the race because the tyres will be slightly cold and they're going to be out for a few minutes. Schopler's closing a little bit, so maybe Russell Endine's not getting away as I thought he would, but it depends how the kart comparisons between them two down the straight. It's not too much at the moment. I think Russell's got enough at the moment to not defend.
So you're listening there to Lewis Manley, who won earlier on. That was his 20th BRKC win, so he knows how to win round here at Formula Fast. Also knowing how to lead and actually win in the past is Russell Endine. A bit of a comeback mission here. We've not seen this sort of performance from him lately. He's trying to hold off the American Anton Schopler. Schopler, who was arguably sort of duped a little at the start, has got back into the race, and he's now meaning business. He's really closing in on Russell Endine into the snail section there, as is Anton Schopler. And in fact, Schopler is right on the tail of Russell Endine. Is he going to make a move down the backstretch there? Dante Dillon seems to be left a bit behind in third place. It's not what we're used to seeing from Dante Dillon. Lewis, you would expect a bit more from Dillon at this stage?
Well, Kart 10 is not too bad, but obviously I did expect the other two would be pretty good, 16 and 14. He's not too far away, he's still keeping in touch. There's no pressure from Matisse behind, and he's slightly pulling away again. As of course, he was the very first driver to win the very first heat here in 2014. So he's going to try and repeat it again in 23, of course, which is 9 years.
Absolutely, that's a huge gap. The Anton Schopler has dropped back into this final hairpin. He got a little bit close and actually overbraked a bit in his attempt to get as close as he could to get a run on Russell Ending, and it cost him, and then he fell back into the hands of Dante Dillon a bit. So Anton Schoppler's now trying to bridge that gap back. There they are into the Snell section. So there's Russell Ending. Here he is in the white helmet. There's Schoppler, and there is Dante Dillon and the rest. Mateusz Matus is running currently in 4th place. That's the one you're looking at back there. But Russell Ending round the back, down the back stretch, into the hairpin at the end of that long back stretch, getting it turned in, but Schoppler seems to have closed in a little bit. Dante Dillon's going with him, the concertina effect taking place, but it's definitely Schoppler who's a fraction closer now as they cross the line. Has he brought that gap down? Yes, he has, at 10th of a second quicker in the pits.
Yeah, Dylan Dew in the pit lane from the UK. Good first stop at gate 1. Good gate 2. He's all good, he's back out. We also had a pit stop earlier. Ben Churchill from the UK, also with a pit stop. He was fine as well.
Yes, must have been talking over that one, Anthony, sorry. But Jute has, well, Norris, whichever one we're going to go with, has actually come out in front of Ben Churchill. Now, Ben Churchill, we've seen some really strong showing from him in the past. We'll have to see where he really cycles in, because the Duke boys have been running very quick, and Churchill's obviously going with him. So they are the only 2 stoppers so far. Russell Ending has 6 laps in. There's no real reason for any of those front runners to come in yet. There's gaps between them, so clearly no one's going to feel held up. Again, for those new to this sort of format, you would arguably go for an early pit stop if you felt you were being held up. You would then leapfrog the driver in front, because when you had clear space, you'd naturally lap faster. When they took their pit stop, they'd come out behind you. That's the idea. At the moment, we're not seeing that, although Anton Schoppler has closed in once more to the leader, Russell Ending. Anton Schoppler, the American, has closed in on the leader. Lewis, Anton, we've seen him once before. Do you think he's more likely to pass or pit?
He's looking much better this year. He may think of doing the undercut or the overcut. He's definitely a lot closer. It depends, like, because Russell continues to pull away and then he keeps closing in. It's a lot closer this time, very close. They're right on him when they cross the line, so he may have to think of going at snail, whether he's close or not. I think Russell is going to make that cover. Yes, he does. So no pass yet. And Dylan's stop was very good, 10.2 seconds, something like that, so he had no problems. I think Russell may have to go defensive here, because Schoppler's really close on him. I think it depends about the kart speeds how straight. No, Russell's pulled away a bit.
Yes, Schoppler didn't get quite the run Ending did out of the Snell section, but he's still very close. Now, can he do something into the Snell section, which would start out of this hairpin, the momentum across the line? If he can keep the momentum with Russell Ending, but Ending is very fast, it's going to take a huge lunge there. So maybe Schoppler's now going to consider some sort of pit stop. We will see what he's thinking. If he pits, he obviously feels he's faster than Ending. If he doesn't pit, we'll feel that Ending is matching. He knows that Ending is matching him for speed, and he will save that pit stop for later on. Now, the main question I would have, Lewis, is Dante Dillon there is actually, he's dropping away from the 2 leaders a little bit, and it is Matus who's actually giving him some hassle. Matus, very much European-based driver, competes in all the European championships, running to exactly this format. If anyone was going to come in next, it'd probably be him, actually.
Yeah, indeed. 3rd and 4th is pretty close, but the top 2 is still about the same gap. Dante in 3rd and Matisse in 4th. We know Dante's very good at pit stops, but as long as he can remember this time to do it, as of course last year in the very first heat when he did it 1 lap too late, after with that race win he had, and of course it was just heartbreaking when he obviously didn't get the result. So obviously you want to make sure he pits this time and try and be a contender for the finals.
Absolutely. I just want to draw attention a little bit further down the order there. We've got Conchika's 5th, Welch is 6th, but Mortaza Hassan, the dual Iraqi-Danish national, he's actually showing better than we've seen before. Running in 7th place. This is a much better showing by him from last year, so we'll keep an eye on him. He's in the number 11 cart there. O'Grady, Norris, Churchill, we've seen them in the pits.
There's a pass. Matisse has passed Dante Dillon at Snail, so that's 3rd place changed.
And that saves Matisse the bother of actually pitting. Now, the great thing for Mateusz Matus there is that he can now save that pit stop should he need some kind of strategic advantage over a competitor nearer the end of the race. Keeping that in hand is good. Looking at Mateusz Matus, there he is coming through into the Snell section there in 3rd place. Very much the European lean style, leaning outward in the kart. Again, people new to the indoor karting, if you lean out, you break the grip of the inside rear wheel. That stops it causing understeer. It's a solid rear axle. Unlike your road kart, it does not have a differential. so the two wheels turn at the same rate, promoting understeer, being rear-wheel drive, and therefore, by leaning out, Matus there, he is taking the weight off the inside rear, so it turns better. He's got Dante Dillon staying with him, though. Dante Dillon's a very competitive driver and a pretty aggressive one when it counts, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. We have a pit stop.
Yeah, Caden Welch, number 21, in the pit lane. Good gate 1, good gate 2. He comes out in
I think
between.
It was both green there, so number 21's away, Caden. So good stop, I think.
And crucially, he's come out right in the middle of Dylan Norris and Ben Churchill. The question was always going to be where he would come out. Caden Welch showing well. We don't have a lot of information on him. He's certainly new to the BRKC. He's in the between two established runners, the young Dylan Norris and Ben Churchill, and he's showing pretty good there. We'll see how that shapes out for him. Maybe he's going to be midfield by the end of this sort out. Still, though, no pit stops from the leaders. We've not seen anybody north of 8th place in the pits. So Russell Ending and Anton Schoppler really is the question mark. Maybe we'll see him in first. He's not making any move the pit stop. What about Dante Dillon? No, he doesn't either. Anthony, we've got two distinct groups running, for the first two and the third and fourth. Very, very tight indeed. Anton Schoppler, do you reckon we'll see him in any time soon, or would you stay out in his position?
Well, this is a tricky one because obviously he doesn't want to come in at the same time as Russell. You know, if Russell comes in, he probably wants to stay out. It's basically who breaks first, really, and I think Anton may go earlier. It could be anyone.
You'd have to assume the attacking driver would. Now, I also want to bring mention to the second group, which of course is the Matus and Dante Dillon battle. Dante Dillon, if he feels he's now getting a bit held up by Matus, so Matus has passed him, yes, but he's maintaining the speed. He would have to be pretty careful not to come into the pits or commit to the pits when, say, Anton Schoppler came in, because straight away he'd be held up, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if I was Dante Dillon, I would pit now. That's what I would do. I'd pit sooner rather than later, just get it done. But he's not pitted yet. We'll see if he comes in the next lap.
And the sort of 10.5 second rule that Sam Slater gave us earlier last night, I think that would bring him out in clear space just ahead of the carts going across the line now, which is Conchicas maybe. In the pits.
Yeah, Mark O'Grady in the pit lane. Good first gate. Oh, misses the second gate and gets the penalty. He stopped too soon and then drove through it.
Pressure, pressure, pressure. And experience. Mark O'Grady. He's not a nobody. I mean, in the Castle Combe Championship last year in the Masters, he was second. He also won the team sport down in, where is that? It's Bristol, isn't it? Yeah.
Action in the pit lane. Sorry, we have got Mortaza Hassan in the pit lane. It's a good stop. He's going to come out, and he's all good. He's got clean air. The number 8 back into the pit lane now. Mark O'Grady redoing his first one. Now, he was on the second gate. He stopped too early, and he didn't activate the light. He's done that again. He edges forward, and he's going to drive through it again. He's got another one.
Yeah, there's, what can you say? It's there. You just got to stay stopped long enough till the light tells you otherwise. Having the patience to do that is the factor. So really, if we were talking in terms of golf, every driver we're looking at, they've all got championships to their name. Schoppler's in.
Yep, Schoppler is in. He was the first to break then, so good first gate. Comes to gate number 2, does come to a complete stop, accelerates early, gets the green light, he's back out, crucially, clean air. Number 8's back in. Come on, Mark, you've got this. Right, stop on the line this time, stop on the line. No, he stopped too soon again. Don't drive off, wait, green, now we can go. That was a really bad stop. He needs to get better at that.
Yeah, he maybe use the rest of this race as a test session. If I was him, I think I'd make about 5 more stops, straight up. Anyway, I'm not him, and I'm not going to go imparting racing advice to people competing today.
No.
We'll get off that page straight away.
Yes.
I could muck it up myself, I'm sure. But what we do need to consider, though, is the fact that we have had Anton Schoppler in the pits. He is listed as 10.3 seconds behind the leader, Russell Ending, which, by the Sam Slater calculation, would mean if Russell Ending came in now, he would exit the pits absolutely side by side with Anton Schoppler, but crucially without momentum. So certainly it would be bad news for Russell Ending if he pitted now. He has to make up some time. There's simply no two ways about it. Now, where is he on the track? We'll have a look out the window here. See if I can find. He's on the back straight. Is there anyone around him, really, Lewis? That's the question. If he's clear, he's just got to be fast.
He's got traffic coming up. Yeah, his arms up. Is he in the pits?
Oh, this could be the worst. Well, no, we don't want to do the race and advice bit, do we?
There we go. Good first gate. Comes to gate 2. It's a good second gate. Comes out the pit lane. Here comes Schoppler, and I don't think Schoppler's done it. He hasn't.
Schoppler's got the momentum, but he hasn't got the distance. It must have been a little bit of a... Yeah, it wasn't Schoppler's greatest lap on the last one, maybe, but certainly Russell Ending has done enough. He has done enough and maintains the lead from the American Anton Schoppler. Now, Schoppler will be pleased with the second place. The question is, how much does he want that win? If he just takes second and doesn't risk anything going for the lead, he will be well placed to score more points in later races, maybe book a place in the semi-finals and the final. However, that's a bit of an ask. You reckon he's going to go for the win, Lewis?
He's obviously going to go for a win, yeah, absolutely. 7 minutes to go. Russell stopped and Schoppler stopped, very, very impressive. Russell stopped was about 9.5 seconds stop, so that was a really good effort, 39.5, so a really quick one. It's about a similar gap. Maybe Russell's pulled away slightly, so no need to defend. Matisse and Danny Dillon now staying out. Rather, I think they're hoping that them two will fight and then they can try and overcut them later on, so but I'm not sure if that will happen. I think there's going to be too much for that.
And I think the driver in front of him is Carolis Conchicas, who's actually running third but without a pit stop. And so such is the pace of the two front runners. Conchicas is listed as third, but technically he's going to go a lap down. Is this going to be a factor? We'll see what happens, and I want to come back to you, Andy, in a moment when we just see that Ending gets clear of Conchicas. Is Conchicas coming to the pits anytime soon? Well, he's yet to do so. He is running in third place. Russell Ending's closing in, but Conchicas is fast in his own right, to be fair. The fastest lap of the race has gone to Russell Ending on that lap, and it's a 29.8. So Lewis Manley's guess of coming down to 29.8 in this race has come to fruition. It's a 29.80, so we may even drop into 29.7. But Conchicas really is the one who's the thought provoker right now. Is he going to be out of the way, or is he going to be in the way of Russell Ending? They're crossing the line, nose to tail. Nose to tail across the line, and will Conchicas get the blue flag after the Snell section? But in the Snell section, Russell Ending could lose time. This is Schoppler's big chance. Schoppler needs Conchicas to be a little bit lazy in getting out of the way. Conchicas is aware, is he? He seems to see that Russell Ending's there. He's moving out of the way. He's trying to move out of the way, but he's gone to the wrong side. Well, he hasn't gone the wrong side. Russell Ending just hasn't passed him. Has Ending done it out of view? Yes, he has. Russell Ending has taken Conchicas. Conchicas in the pits.
Yeah, comes in now. It's a bit quick on the entry, but gets a good stop. Bit slow on the getaway, but it's fine on gate 1. It was legal, all good. Stops nicely at gate 2. Early on the throttle. That was not a bad pit stop.
Yeah, by the standards of some of what we're seeing, that's a pretty bang on as a sensible stop, Anthony. Yeah, what I wanted to come back to you. Oh, you got another pit visitor, Anthony.
Yes, we do. It's the number 20 that's come in. It's Matisse who's in, and it's a good first gate. No dramas whatsoever. Gate number 2. Good getaway, and he's back out in some clean air.
And vitally, from his point of view, he's made a good stop, and he's resumed in third place. He's not a million miles behind the leaders. Have we... Dante Dillon somewhere? Where are we listing Dillon? Dillon obviously is currently the leader. He's the only one yet to make a pit stop. So Dante Dillon, the one who we've just seen in the pits, is relevant to him. That's Mateusz Matus. Mateusz Matus, of course, pitted out of first place and has come back into fourth. So Dante Dillon continues to lead. He's got 31 laps in. Russell Ending is second, but has made a pit stop. Anton Schoppler has made a pit stop in his third. Matus is fourth, and Dylan Norris. Now, Dylan Norris, how far behind those leads actually is he? He's what, 3 seconds behind what is the real lead of the race, if you like, when you factor in pit stops. Dante Dillon's leaving it nice and late in this race, though. He's got 4 minutes, then 2 laps. Within that time, he will be completing a pit stop. He's running around in the lead. There he is on screen, Dante Dillon. We've seen a lot about him over the years, Lewis. Very competitive driver, Dante Dillon, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. He's been a British champion 3 times in a row, so that's very good. So he's definitely one to watch out for. If he can now his stop, he could potentially overcut Matisse. So rather he's going to come in the slab, no arms up, so he's going to carry on, but he has to make sure he hits, of course, before the last chance the pit wall comes out.
Well, as you accorded to there, Dante Dillon has been a British champion before. but in one of the other series. And obviously there's a variety of different sizes. He's waving at somebody with a finger, so he's obviously got somebody on the pit wall somewhere, which is out of our view, the other side of race control. So possibly a teammate there. Maybe we'll get Dante Dillon in this time, Anthony. Here he comes now. Is he coming in? No, he's not. But maybe one finger means one more lap, and therefore it'll be the end of this lap. Certainly hasn't got many laps left. But I would say, I'm really going to be quite harsh and throw it out there. If you want to be the true British champion, certainly indoor, you need to do it in this, because this is the one attracting the biggest entry. This is the one attracting the toughest entry, and this is the one with the big money prizes and the one that everyone's got to win if they really want to be the champion, not the weighted champion or anything like that, but the champion. You want to be British champion, hit Dante Dillon. He wants to be British champion. He's with you, Anthony.
He is indeed, yeah, into the pit lane. It's a good first gate, gets the green light, and straight away into gate number 2. A little squirrely under braking, and he got the penalty. It looked like a good stop, but it was a penalty on gate 2 for Dillon.
And he comes out just behind Mateusz Matus. There's a bigger gap opened up at the front while we've been considering Dante Dillon. There's a big gap opening at the front between Russell Ending and Anton Schoppler, but Matus versus Dillon is the battle on track, but Dillon's going to have to come back in. Every single race we're seeing the top line front runner blow it. It's just over anticipation. Such is the tightness of the championship this year. You literally cannot give anything away. In comes Dillon for his retake.
Yeah, again, it was the second gate that he made the mistake on. First gate, once again, is good, and he is absolutely livid with himself. So unhappy. Gets the green light that time around, comes out in some clean air, though.
Wonderful. So, yeah, he's blown it for that point of view, but he's got Dylan Norris in front of him now. There are 3 seconds, well, 2.5 between him and Dylan Norris. Can he make that gap up? That's the question. So we've got Mortaza crossing the line there, followed by, I think, is that Conchicas, and then it's Russell Ending, and a bigger gap now to Anton Schoppler. Mateusz Matus is third with a similar gap to Schoppler from what he has the race leader Ending. Then it is Dylan Norris in 17. Now there is Dante Dillon now. Can he make it? I'm not sure he's got enough time. Do you think, Lewis, that Dante Dillon can actually get up into that 4th place?
No chance. There's less than a minute to go and he's 3 seconds behind, but trying too hard in that second box, trying to overcut Matisse. He's only going to lose a single point from what he would have got. So, and of course, every point can count in this tournament. There's an extra point, like you're 1 point behind the semi-final, and then you're knocked out. If you're equal, as long as you get the faster time, of course, that could really make a difference.
Absolutely, and those watching it at home, you can just about see the lights on the pit stops, and what we've been talking about with only a few laps remaining now, what we've been talking about in the pits is that the driver comes in, makes a stop in a designated area at the beginning of the pit lane, the light goes red, and when it goes green they're clear to leave that area. Then they move down the pit lane to the second stop, where again they come to a stop, the light goes red, and when it goes green they are clear to leave that area. Now, what's been happening is that so tight is the competition, not being able to give anything away. People have been trying to anticipate it, so they're already moving, but within the area, so that they're already just leaving the area and quite well underway when the light goes green. So it's all about the anticipation, and that has been what's catching people out. You could say the smart move is just to do what we've seen a bunch of people do: stay in position until the light goes green, if you want to be safe. But people, they're trying to win, they're trying to get the result. There's £1,000 up there for grabs, the free entry of the World Championship. You're going to go for it. Lewis?
Yeah, Russell Ending System take the checkered flag now, so really good start to his campaign, and the fireworks flares go out. That's really good to see. Pretty comfortable win in the end, just over 3 seconds, so not too bad. And Matisse closed in a little bit, so not quite to get second yet, but Dante's going to be kicking himself at P5. Obviously, of course, an extra point can, as I say, make the difference. Obviously, you don't want to be doing that again in his next race.
And you were listening there to the previous, well, few races back now, winner Lewis Manley, who's won his 20th BRKC race. He is a contender, obviously, for the title. Lewis, how are you feeling going in just before Anthony gets down in the pits with the drivers?
Oh, hopefully I can do it this year. I'm really been pumped up for this event. Of course, Thursday testing didn't start off well, and then yesterday went a lot smoother, so I was really happy to be fastest in testing overall. So I've got to really hope to go one better this year than last year.
Absolutely, second in the championship last year, one better would be first and the overall champion, so I should imagine that £1,000 would come in handy. We're going to go down to Anthony Jordan in the pits. He's going to be getting some interviews with the drivers.
Thank you very much, James. Yes, I'm in the pit lane. It's cold. It's quite breezy, but yeah, we're going to chat to some drivers. We are going to chat to our race winner, though, Russell Endine, and he's all the way over hither. Russell, when you're ready, come and chat to me over at the thing. Yeah, you get yourself weighed up and all of that. I've lost my piece of paper. I gave it to someone, and yeah, it's all gone a bit P-tong with that one, so I'll try and get that list back. Where's Anton gone? Where is Anton? Anton? Where is Anton? Sorry, Mr. Cameraman, I keep walking in front. Here's Anton. Shopler, nice result there for you, Anton. Probably not the race win that you were looking for, but strong pace you've got out there.
Yeah, it was. The kart felt great. I think he just had a bit of top end on me, but it was a great race overall. I had a lot of fun.
Talk us about that start, because it looked a bit, it looked like you had a good getaway, but just struggled just in that early section.
Yeah, I had a bit of trouble on the start. I misjudged the timing, and he got a bit of a jump on me, but I was able to keep up with him pretty well, so I'm pretty happy with my results.
Yeah, it is a solid result, P2. Lots of points up for grabs, and like you say, you've had a USA race win in the first one, and now a USA P2. So USA, a strong showing here.
Yep, that's the hope. We came to win.
There you go. That's what we want to see. Russell, come over to the. You won. You got to get the branding in and everything like that, of course. Russell, fantastic race. I mean, looking from how we were watching it there, just a solid performance, no dramas really.
Yeah, obviously, kind of everything went to plan. Without meaning to sound cheesy, I practiced on practice day. I was trying to pick up little things, improve my driving, particularly the consistency, and also sort of the mental attitude to getting a qualifying lap right. I knew I drew a good kart, so I was in as good a frame of mind to start with, and obviously nailed a good first lap, put it on pole, and then gently tried to drive it away. Anton kept me very honest throughout. I knew he was just about as quick, if not quicker, so I was driving a semi-defensive line around a couple of corners, and then when he pitted, it's a case I did a couple laps just to see where the times were, and I thought, no, I can't risk it, and sort of pitted to cover.
Pit stop looked good as well. Is that something you're pretty comfortable with as well?
Yeah, I practiced it a few times, but I also didn't want to push the limit a little bit too much. I think there's a lot of time to gain on the entry rather than pushing the lights too much, and we've already seen lots of invalid stops, and I think I saw a couple in that race as well, so I didn't want to risk too much on the pit stops.
Is this a nice confidence boost going into the rest of the weekend for you?
Yeah, absolutely, because I knew this was one of my tough heats. Well, they all are tough heats, but this one particularly, so great to have a good car, good result, and yeah, definitely puts me in a good place for the weekend.
Well, Russell, congratulations. We'll let you celebrate now.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Brilliant stuff there for our drivers. Plenty more races to come up, James. We'll head back up to you, though.
Wonderful. Well, we're up to heat race of 10 in this first round of the British Rental Kart Championship 2023. They're going out to qualify. We've got some big names in this. We've got Vika Schleds, we've got Ryan Curtin, Cale Simmons, Sam Slater, Tom Seabrook, James Bosch, Adam Wyckoff, Mackenzie Jones, Joe Peters and Tyler Mays. So some real heavy hitters, and this is going to be a very tough race indeed. It's going to be a very tough qualifying. Vika Schlets is there from the Netherlands, and we've got a strong USA contingent. Ryan Curtin, James Bosch and Adam Wyckoff in this one, all USA team drivers. From the British point of view, you'd have to be saying heading the list would be Sam Slater, who's been on the sort of more international scene, you know, part of Team GB in the past and things like this. So Sam Slater there, we were listening, those who got up really early this morning would have heard Sam talking in the first race of the day. And Tom Seabrook, he's not so well known to us in the BRKC, but he was in the Champions Cup in Italy last year, halfway up the order there, and he has been second in the Southern Rental Championship last year, so he's got a lot to say for himself on that. Mackenzie Jones was there was three champions in the BIKC. There was the heavyweight champion, which was Johnny Elliott. There was the middleweight champion, which here was Mackenzie Jones, and then there was the lightweight champion, which was Dylan Dante. So we're going to see one of those champions out in the form of Mackenzie Jones, the middleweight champion. He's going to be in this competition. Joe Peters, Tyler Mays. Now, qualifying is complete. What have we got? Vika Schlets on pole. Fairly predictable, one of the top drivers out in Europe, Blue Star team member, I believe. Sam Slater, who's second. Ryan Curtin has come through from almost nowhere. He's come in from nowhere relative to us because we've not seen him before, but he is another one who competed in the World Championship last year and a regular in American racing. Another one from sort of East Coast, but this time he's, I believe he's actually from Atlanta, my US hometown when I was living out there. So we'll see what Ryan Karting can do. Mackenzie Jones, the middleweight champion for the BRKC, he's come through into 4th. Tyler Mays, a regular in BRKC over many years, he's 5th. James Bosch is 6th. Adam Wyckoff, the 2 Americans, they're 6th and 7th respectively. Tom Seabrook, who competed very well in the Champions Cup out in Italy, is 8th. Joe Peters 9th. Cale Simmons 10th. So they're coming round now to take the start. It's going to be Vika Schlitz, Sam Slater. Now, Sam is going to have to follow Vika on this one. Vika's known for good starts. It's an excellent start by Vika, a darn good start by Sam Slater, and a pretty good start by Ryan Curtin, and that means a bit of a gap then to Mackenzie Jones. So into the snail section goes Vika Schlitz. He's followed by Sam Slater and Ryan Curtin, and Mackenzie Jones there in the red and the green helmet is in 4th place. So down the backstretch for the first time, it's Vika Schlitz leading the way. It's Sam Slater in 2nd, and there is Ryan Curtin. There's a little gap. Now there's Mackenzie Jones. He's fighting off Tyler Mays. Tyler Mays, we know, is a very tough competitor indeed in the BRKC, and he's got the attention of James Bosch behind him. So it's a bit of a fighting opener here. Vika Schlitz into the snail. There's Sam Slater, and there's Ryan Curtin. Ryan Curtin, an amazing showing there. He's not been here before, done a lot of practice, yes, in the last couple of days, but an amazing showing by him to hang there with Vika Schlitz and Sam Slater, both very much known quantities, not just here in England, but out in Europe. And of course, Ryan Curtin new both to England and Europe, so he knows very little about the drivers he's facing. He was in the World Championships last year, but he's looking for a better performance this year, and it starts right here in the BRKC. So Vika Schlitz leads the way. Oh, a bit of a move there by, it looked like Tyler Mays on Mackenzie Jones, so they're battle back there. Looking on screen now, that's the snail section we're seeing. They're just going out to view the Mackenzie Jones battle. They're down, the leads are down the backstretch. Now there's Vika Schlitz, there's Sam Slater, and there is Ryan Curtin. Down the inside goes Tyler Mays on Mackenzie Jones. So Tyler Mays moves up to position to 4th at the expense of the BRKC middleweight champion, Mackenzie Jones.
Action in the pit lane, 21 is in. Good stop for Joe Peters at gate number 1. Comes into gate number 2, gets the red light, eager to get away. Green light, he's out early.
And Joe Peters there, a bit of a gutsy move coming in this early. He's out and back on track. He's looking to set some fast times. 44th in the Champions Cup in Italy last year. So 44th there, and he was another one in the BIKC. He was a regional finalist and national actually finalist, which he has been 3 times. So good on the indoor stuff and very competitive in the Champions Cup. That was held in Italy last year. So there is Joe Peters. He's actually resuming last by the fact of only being the only one who's been in the pits so far. Vika Schlitz continues to lead. Sam Slater continues in 2nd, but Ryan Curtin is keeping them both honest. In fact, Ryan Curtin does look probably more competitive. Now, there was a wave there from Sam Slater. It looked like a message really to Ryan Curtin. These indoor karters do communicate, and there are various signals like work with me or let's keep pushing ahead. I think Sam Slater has his eye on having a pop at Vika Schlitz himself. Do you know what, Anthony? If you were in Ryan Curtin's position, even though you don't really know those 2 in front, would you consider an early pit stop? I think he's got the speed on him.
You know what, I think you're right. I mean, I wouldn't know how to be in his position. I've never been in 3rd place before. Action in the pit lane, though. The number 14 has been in. Mackenzie Jones, good first gate, good gate number 2. He's back out. Yeah, no, I think I would. It's showing that he's got good pace out there. I reckon he can match it. If he can get some clean air, I reckon he may be able to go a little bit faster.
Yes, that would be the interesting thing to see, because he shows he's got the speed. He actually has closed in on those 2 leaders. The fastest lap is Vika Schlitz, but they're all on 29.9. In fact, 29.8 for Ryan Curtin. The new fastest lap of the race is the 3rd place driver, Ryan Curtin. Maybe if he came in now, maybe he could keep that momentum. Maybe he could leapfrog to 1st place ahead of Vika Schlitz and Sam Slater. This is an amazing performance by the Atlanta-based driver, Ryan Curtin. He's going to... Is he going to come in this time? Is he coming in? Is he not? Pit stops are a new thing for him, so maybe he's not going to be able to read it in the way that some of the Brits and Europeans might, and that could be to his detriment. But certainly, you would have to say, coming in now would be a good idea if you were Ryan Curtin. He's got the speed, and he would need to carry that speed running on his own keep the momentum and leapfrog the two. When they came out the pits, certainly Vika Schlitz and Sam Slater could have a shock if Ryan Curtin came in now, Anthony.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, it's so tempting to go to the pit wall here and tell him to come in. But I know I can't do that, so I've got to let him just crack on with it. But, you know, he's got the pace out there. I think it's the Power Ranger suit and helmet combination that he's got there. It's given him extra waft.
It's given him something, because he's got that speed. What he also has is a raft of American teammates who may also be able to see something in this. Will they, you know, the likes of Anton Schoppler, who you've just been talking to, will they be the ones who are actually on the other side where none of us can see, who are actually waving him to come in? We'll find out in a minute, but he's certainly got the pace. We did not know what to expect from him, and he's shown us that it's a potential finalist pace this straight away. If you can stay with Vika Schlitz and Sam Slater and even actually push him on lap time, he's still the fastest in the race. 29.8 is what the top three are doing. None of the others are into the 29s, they're all in 30. But these three, it's all about them in this race for sure. Vika Schlitz, as I say, he caught the wall there, but he's still got the momentum. He came out the hairpin to start the next lap and clip the wall good and proper. So, out of the snail section, there's Vika Schlitz, you can see on the screen. Vika Schlitz from Sam Slater and Ryan Curtin. Ryan Curtin showing us that he may come from nowhere. He's done the World Championship once. He wasn't actually that competitive in it, but he's very much competitive here against people he's going to face in the World Championship when he does it again this year, later in July, I believe. This year it's in Belgium at Courtrai, and so the Belgians practically going to be at home. The Belgian National Championship for indoor karting is actually about 2 months before in the same venue, so certainly with anyone fancying doing the World Championship is going to be considering doing the Belgian as well, if nothing else as a bit of practice. So maybe that's what Ryan's got on his mind. He's up against two people he will be competing against. Vika Schlitz from the Netherlands continues to lead the way, another member of the Blue Star Racing team, and then you've got Sam Slater who's following him, a winner in the BRKC in the various heats before. Vika Schlitz, relatively new driver, one of the younger sort of breed coming on the scene. There he is in the blue suit with his kind of golden helmet, leading the way around at the bottom there into the final part of the lap. Through the final hairpin, it's Schlitz from Slater and the amazing Ryan Curtin.
Still no extra pit stops here, James. Just the two. Mackenzie Jones and Joe Peters have only pitted, and it's pretty quite lonely in here, you know.
Yes, and of course, what the danger there of you being that lonely this late in the race, Anthony, is that it's going to force people to have to come in en masse. If everybody leaves it to the end, they're going to be tripping over each other. We've seen it before, and we're going to be seeing some serious penalties when that happens, because if they all leave it to the very end, I mean, most of the front runners know this, and they'll be thinking of this. And you've got one in the pits now.
Yes, we do.
Like Bosch, is it?
Yeah, the number 17 in the pit lane, it is James Bosch from the USA. Good first gate, no drama there. Comes to gate number 2, and it's a green light. He comes out. More action. Number 12 in the pit lane. And that is a good first gate. No dramas there for Kyle Simmons. And comes to gate number 2. All is well. It's going to come out crucially in front of the leaders. Oh dear.
And that's a nightmare for Vika Schlitz. Vika Schlitz, he's managed to get through, but that will have cost him. Sam Slater takes the lunge and gets through, but Ryan Curtin's caught. Curtin does the switchback, and he's through as well. So very short work made of the back marker by all three. Absolutely no one. Well, everybody inconvenienced the same amount. Of course, the back marker, we'll have a look and see who it is. 12, Kyle Simmons, he was kind of caught in an awkward spot because he can't be nowhere, you know, he's got to be somewhere, and the track was going this way and that, so he did wonders not to make contact with anybody. I think it's on as even, to be fair. The front runners, they did all have to work their way past Kyle Simmons, but Kyle obviously had his head screwed on and he didn't make contact with anyone. There was plenty of opportunity to do just that. So here they come through to complete yet another lap. 11 minutes still to go, then 2 laps. It is still Vika Schlitz, Sam Slater, Ryan Curtin. Vika Schlitz into the snail section with Sam Slater. Still no pit stops from those front runners. We've had Mackenzie Jones and James Bosch from the mid-pack come in, Anthony, but we're still waiting on those 3 leaders. This thing could explode once they come in.
It really could. It could actually end in tears, because if they all decide to pit at the same time, it will be a disaster for them, and they might all lose the race. So, you know, someone's got to go in at some point. It's just who's going to go first.
Yeah, and the only person with an eye on who might be going in first, or the one with the best eye, will be Ryan Curtin. He's following the 2. He's there in 3rd place. You can see there's Vika Schlitz, and there is Sam Slater, and there is Ryan Curtin. So that's how close it is. A pit stop now would mean that the driver coming out would come back into the middle, the last driver to come out would come back into the middle of that fight, which would then once again pull the lead. So it is a bit of a tough call. It's probably wise that now that Ryan Curtin doesn't look like he's been held up in any way, it's probably going to be even later they leave it. However, if they leave it too late, there's still a few others to pit as well. Everyone piling at the pits at the same time would definitely not work out well. So, Vika Schlitz, 20 laps in, he's got a lead of virtually nothing from Sam Slater and Ryan Curtin. Matching each other just here, there's still no one coming in the pits. It's continuing round. We've got other non-pit visitors include Tyler Mays, Adam Wyckoff and Tom Seabrook. None of them really coming in either. There's Tyler Mays continuing on, so he's not interested in the pits either. Yeah, we're still just trying to keep an eye on Vika Schlitz there. He's gone fastest. Both Schlitz and Slater are now down 29.7, and the early pace setter of the 3, Ryan Curtin, is 29.8. So the 2 up front, Vika Schlitz seems to have opened up a little bit of a gap now. You can see they're into the snail section. There's Schlitz, and there's Slater and Curtin. So Schlitz seems to have opened up a bit of a gap. He's going to have to open up a bigger gap if he can. And I think really that would be purely for safety coming out the pits. The better he can, the more gap he's got going into the pits, the more sort of room for taking a conservative pit stop he'll have. And it looked like a bit of a move there by Ryan's coming in. Ryan Curtin 3rd place in the pits.
Yeah, this is a great call from Ryan Curtin. A little bit later than they expected. It's a penalty on the first gate. Disaster for the American driver. He gets the green light on the second, but it's a penalty. Oh dear.
Oh my goodness, what a disaster. And it's happening every race, Anthony. And it's not like there's anything wrong with the equipment. It's just a simple case of, I think he came in too fast there and overshot, did he?
It looks like he overshot a little and then was too eager to get away, and then, yeah, the yellow light came on.
Yeah, when that light's on red, it's on red, isn't it?
Sam Slater's in, though. The number 10 is in the pit lane. It's a green light on the first one, comes to the second one, and stops a little bit late, but gets the green light, and he's back out.
And he's out right ahead of Ryan Curtin. Ryan Curtin's almost got him. Ryan Curtin around the outside. In the snail section, it's Curtin to the outside, and Slater blocks him off. And oh my goodness, so close to losing position. Ryan Curtin, we know, has to come back in the pits again, but he's making a good show of it there. And Sam Slater probably is not aware that the person he's battling with actually has to come in and take a penalty. And yeah, so what we'll do on the next pit stop, Andy, just for the sake of the viewers at home, because I know there's an awful lot of people on the live stream, I'll talk them through it. All right, we're going to have a look at this if we can in the pits. We're going to look for those lights. Now, if you're on at home, watch this. You've got the green lights in the top part of the screen. There's green. That's what he's waiting for. It's red, then green. So that's what they're looking for. If that red light stays on and they're moving out of each of the pit stall, 2 stall areas, they're going to lose. And Anthony, you're seeing a lot of that today.
Yeah, I've seen a great deal of that, much more than what I saw last year. Last year there was a handful of penalties across the entire weekend, but this one we've seen multiple penalties.
I think we've seen more penalties, and then contact there. Sam Slater, you could see, was trying to make a move on a back marker, and he got then sort of bundled into by Ryan Curtin.
Vika Schlitz in the pit lane. Race leader, good first gate. This is crucial now. Hits the second gate. He practiced this when he left the pit lane. Gets 2 green lights. He's going to come out well ahead of both Sam Slater and Curtin.
Tyler Mays.
Tyler Mays in the pit lane, yeah. The number 16, good gates, and he's back out. That was actually quite a nice pit stop.
So those at home, when you're looking at the screen watching the pit stops, look to the top part of the screen. You'll see the lights that the drivers are looking at. When they stop, it'll go red because they're in that area, and when it goes green, they're free to leave that area. They have to make two actual stationary stops in the pit lane itself. So look at the top part. and obviously if it goes yellow, that's very bad news for that person in question. So, leading the way, it's still Vika Schlitz. We've seen him come in the pits. It's Sam Slater. Pretty much result set, I think, in this one now. There are 5 minutes to go. I cannot see Vika Schlitz losing this now. He's not the sort of driver to lose a 2.5 second lead. In fact, if anything, he'll probably try and extend it. However, Sam Slater is one of the top drivers in the world and certainly one of the best Brits internationally overall. And Ryan Curtin from the USA is seriously working on him. Maybe this position's in doubt, the second place. Although Ryan Curtin, we know he's got a penalty. He's yet to take that, right, Anthony?
Yeah, he's not taken that penalty out. I'm just looking at the times. He's probably going to come out in P4, just behind Tyler Mays.
Just behind Tyler Mays. That's going to be crucial for Tyler. So Tyler Mays, so in that gap between Tyler Mays and Mackenzie Jones, he's going to feel like it's the one that got away. Okay, he's third now and he might drop to fourth, but that'll hurt, surely.
Oh yeah, it's definitely, it's like a kick in the teeth really, isn't it? You do your race, you have a perfect race, and then you come in, you see that blinking yellow light, and then life falls apart really. Well, maybe a bit extreme, but your racing weekend falls apart.
I think for the moment his life fell apart. He was certainly waving coming out of the pits. I think he massively disappointed in that. However, he's the only one touching the throttle, so you know, that's simply what it comes down to. The light was red and he was driving green, you know. So, but he's put in an amazing showing there, Ryan Curtin. Certainly thrown down the gauntlet to the others. We've seen some amazing performances from relatively unknown Americans. There are some we know already, like Shopler and Kennedy, but the two new drivers from the USA, Ryan Curtin and Mason Brown. Obviously Mason Brown we saw win the last race, and Ryan Curtin's absolutely been a contender for this one. Yes, he's got a penalty, but if it drops him to fourth, that's not a bad result for a fellow with a penalty.
Well, I'm just looking at the times now, and he is pulling away from Tyler Mays. So he might actually, if he waits till the last moment, he could actually stay in third place.
And if we use the Sam Slater pit stop equation, looking for 10.5 seconds, so if we consider the gap between Tyler Mays and Ryan Curtin, at the moment, it's sort of around 9. So what Ryan Curtin needs to do is to be able to pull out an extra couple of seconds, then take that penalty, because it's not just about the gap. Yeah, okay, if he took it now, he might make up the speed, but he's already behind Tyler, and that's not what he wants. So he wants to get ahead of Tyler in terms of how much time he has to take pit stops. So he needs to be at least 10.5 seconds ahead of Tyler so he can go in the pits and come out comfortably ahead. So, Ryan Curtin, though, is he feeling now he's been held up by Sam Slater? Because he's right on his tail. Is Sam Slater making Ryan faster or making him slower? The question is an important one because it then dictates how much time he can make on Tyler Mays. So it's all getting a bit cagey. I think that Ryan Curtin is working to the good, but we'll see what happens. Tyler Mays is not a man to be messed with, Anthony. He's a very competitive driver in his own right. We've seen him win races here before.
Yes, definitely so, but unfortunately for Tyler, his pace just isn't quite there in this race, as that gap is now exactly 10 seconds. So if you know, Ryan Curtin went for the pit stop now, he might be okay.
And Ryan Curtin is now the fastest on the track. So Ryan Curtin is now the fastest on the track, and that lap, just as a reference to Tyler Mays, was 0.3 faster. So he's doing what he needs to do to be able to leapfrog Tyler. What he has to do from his point of view is just keep leaving it longer till the pit stop. He's got 2 minutes to make that pit stop, and then of course
I think he's coming in.
He's in now, is he?
I think he's coming in.
Yes,
Yeah,
he
is.
Comes.
Let's see. This is going to be a very close call. Right, gate 1. It's good. It's good. It felt long there. He's disappointed with himself. The hands are up, but it's fine. It's good on gate 2. Where's Tyler Mays?
He's right there. Tyler Mays is going to pass him, is he? Tyler Mays right there on him entering the Snell section. Tyler Mays to the outside. Tyler Mays touched behind him. Ryan Curtin cuts off the inside, so Tyler tried to the outside in the hairpin, and Ryan Curtin, by the tiniest of margins, just hangs on. However, this isn't over yet. There's a back marker ahead, and here comes Tyler Mays down the back straight. If anyone's going to lunge him, it's going to be Tyler Mays. Can Tyler Mays do it? No, he can't, and Curtin gets past the back marker, so does Mays. On screen, we're looking at Curtin as the leader there, the first kart. The second one is Tyler Mays, and that's the race leader, Vika Schlitz. But here comes Ryan Curtin into the Snell section. They're on that tight hairpin now, and there is Tyler Mays following. I think with a kart gap there, Ryan Curtin has done enough as we speak Tyler Mays probably knew he had one pretty good, or maybe two pretty good shots at it, and unfortunately he wasn't able to take the position there. But a great attempt by Tyler Mays. He certainly made him work for it, but I think now, barring major problem, Ryan Curtin's looking a little bit comfortable. We know he's fast. He's there's a new fastest lap, and that's by Vika Schlett, but still, Ryan Curtin is 2/10 quicker than Tyler Mays on that last lap alone.
Yeah, I think Ryan Curtin's done a fabulous job there. Despite the fact that he got that penalty, he's managed to stay in P3, so that's worked out okay for him. Yes, he may be quite far down from P2 and P1, but he's still P3. He still gets the P3 points.
And we haven't mentioned them much, but James Bosch, Tom Seabrook and Adam Wyckoff are having quite the battle. They're coming over towards the start line now. They're through the final corner, hitting the wall there, and they cross the line absolutely nose to tail, those two. They're only fighting over 6th, 7th and 8th, but my goodness, it's fierce. They're in the snail area now. They've just gone through, and here they come, X in the snail. Now, will it all kick off? There they are on screen. This is the Tom Seabrook, James Bosch, Adam Wyckoff battle. They're coming down the backstretch. Is there going to be any move there? No. All quite clean, but very much nose to tail. They're coming round the final couple of corners into the final hairpin there. Tom Seabrook hit the wall pretty hard last time round, but not this time. Entering the snail section. Is it going to be moved down the inside? No, it's not. James Bosch stays behind. The Americans, Bosch and Wyckoff. Now the checker flag's out, and it's for Vika Schlett. Vika Schlett has won the race. Sam Slater's come through in second. Ryan Curtin, is he going to be third over Tyler Mays? Yes, he is. Tyler Mays dropped back a little bit, a few car lengths. There's Ryan Curtin, incredible third place, as we said. Tyler Mays a good fourth there. Battling down below is Mackenzie Jones with a back marker there, but what's going to happen across the line? It's Tom Seabrook for 6th place. Yes, it is. Tom Seabrook takes 6th place from James Bosch, Adam Wyckoff. Joe Peters was 9th, and Cale Simmons brought the tail up there in 10th place. What an incredible result there. Vika Schlett did everything he needed to do. He set the fast lap, the first driver down to 29.6. This is very quick. The fastest lap yesterday, I believe, was a 29.68, and Vika Schlett is on 29.69. So we're almost at record pace. Sam Slater second, but incredible Ryan Curtin third. Anthony, you are going to have an absolute field day down there. It's like, take your pick.
I love a field day. It's like, it was my favourite time at school when it would be like, oh, we're going on a field trip. Unfortunately, this field trip's not going to last long. Vika, I'll let you get weighed up.
Field trips,
I'm not banned from field trips. Only some, a handful of them, not all of them. Ryan Curtin here just having a quick chat with the staff here. We'll wait till he's out the kart, and then I just want to have a quick chat with him. Like I say, look at the race suit. He looks like, I don't know, Taffy. Taffy, I think, is the one, like the purple stripes and all of that. Sam Slater there as well. Ryan Curtin just getting weighed up. Ryan, I just want to have a quick word. The pit stop. Hey, your brain fart.
Yeah. It was not a very smart moment.
It wasn't a smart moment, but you handled it well because you managed to hold up a decent enough gap to be able to come back, do another pit stop, and stay in your third place position. So you dealt with it quite well.
Yeah, the main issue was managing Sam. He kept thinking I was trying to pass him. He looks back, he blocks. I'm like, no, can you please just drive? I'll have to tell him afterwards.
Well, he's behind you. I'll let you have that argument now. We'll back away from that. Let's talk to Vika Schlett then. Vika, come on over to the board for us. Let's have a chat. And you stand right there for me. And well, Vika, congratulations on that one. That just looked like another casual Saturday drive for you.
Yeah, it was difficult in the beginning because Sam was really close at me. But after they did the pit stop, it was, they make a little bit of fault because they couldn't follow me. So it was for them difficult. And when I come out the pits, they were like, there. So I thought, now I have it. So now I have a little bit going for the time.
As soon as you had that 2.7 second gap when you kind of left the pit lane, we all knew that you've probably got this race in the bag. So it was just a nice casual drive in the end.
Yeah, the last 5 minutes it was for me just chilling and a little bit look what they are doing. But yeah. And aiming for the fastest lap is also fun to have it, but yeah.
There were plenty more races to go to get even faster in those lap times, so we'll have to see what we can do, but a great start to the weekend.
Yeah, of course, it's the first race. Nice to have him, to win it. But yeah, there are now 4 or 5 heats to go, so yeah. we will see. I have one difficult heat at the end of the tomorrow. So yeah, we will see.
Well, we'll wish you the best of luck, but congratulations, Vika.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there from that heat. And again, some fantastic racing that we've seen out there. Plenty more to go. Stay tuned. James, back up to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Vika Schlitz, of course, who won that race. He was 4th in the BRKC overall last year. So he literally was the one missing out on the podium overall. So Vika Schlitz takes the win there, and obviously a whole ton of points in his quest for glory. So in this next heat race 9, some very, very interesting drivers and potentially results here. First of all, we've got Sebastian Miller. So now Sebastian Miller last year had a pretty epic year. He was 20th in the BRKC and also 20th in the Swedish Championship. Back in England, he came 5th in the Southern Rental Kart Championship, so he had quite a strong 2022. Can he go even better than that? I mean, 20th place is well in the semi-finals. You know, you're close to the final there. Zach Hingley, he's making his debut here. Carl Stevens, we've seen Carl Stevens here before last year. He made some big improvements last year. He was 3rd in the D-Max Super Champs last year, so he had a bit of a busy season. 3rd place was his result. Owen Clark, John Paragon, Jeff Lund, another American racer. We've seen him before, and a strong race with Jeff Lund. Steve Gray, you were listening to Steve Gray earlier on. Those who've been listening to the live stream all morning, Steve Gray was commentating. He was one whose result when he won a heat race with teammate Adam Davis, he was the one when I declared he's done the unthinkable and won. Commentator's slip really, I think. Luke Evans, he was 3rd in the BIKC this year. He's been 3rd in the National Kart Cup, and he was Welsh champion in 2018, Luke Evans, and we've seen him before, I'm sure, here. Harrison Kirkham, well, he's another one from down the southeast there, Club 73 competitor. He's been very strong. He's been the champion there in the Bateman Cup. He was a semi-finalist last year, Harrison Kirkham. So the check is coming out now. We're going to complete those laps. We've got Jeff Lund, who's fast, and John Paragon's quickest. Harrison Kirkham is 2nd. What's the thing there? I should get updated on the times exactly as we get them. But certainly we've got John Paragon lead. Sebastian Miller's gone quickest. Sebastian Miller. Bram Gelton, I haven't yet mentioned Bram Gelton. He was the next one to mention after Harrison Kirkham. Bram Gelton, the Dutch driver, unbelievably strong. He was 5th in the BRKC final last year. He was 11th in the world in 2019 and 5th in Belgium in 2019. Bram Gelton, an amazingly strong driver, and proving it with a pole position there. 30.1 time there. Sebastian Miller, very close, just a couple of tenths behind that. John Paragon 3rd. John Paragon, a new driver for us, but you know, he's won races and won championships and been very, very competitive. So John Paragon, a great result there by him in 3rd place. Harrison Kirkham 4th. Jeff Lund, the American 5th. Luke Evans 6th, the Welshman. Carl Stevens, that's higher than he was running last year, in 7th. Owen Clark 8th. Steve Gray, a surprising low position there in 9th. Zach Hingley is 10th. Zach Hingley there. And saw him a lot in practice yesterday, but a little bit of time to be made up if he's going to challenge Steve Gray. Now, coming round, here's Bram Gelton, one of the strongest drivers in Europe. Bram Gelton, an excellent start. Sebastian Miller maintains 2nd. John Paragon 3rd. Now, is Paragon going to make a move? He looked like he was going to, but he's not in the snail area. It's still Bram Gelton with the lead. It's all pretty even behind. Bram Gelton coming around the fast corner there onto the backstretch. A lot happens at the end of the backstretch here, but Bram Gelton's got big enough lead to prevent anything happening at all. He's trying to check out early on. He's trying to do it Matt Barsh style. He's coming around the final course now. There's Bram Gelton, the Dutch driver. As I say, he was 5th in the British Rental Kart Championship last year, obviously aiming to go better, and a win will give him the points that gets him into the final. Getting into the final is number 1. After that, just got to qualify in the final and race the final. But certainly getting there is key, and there are going to be a few people disappointed to not even be in the final, because there are arguably 30 potential winners and only 10 spaces they're shooting for. So, around complete lap 2, it's Bram Gelton in the lead, Sebastian Miller second, and John Paragon, probably the biggest surprise at the moment, from Harrison Kirkham and Jeff Lund. Steve Gray continues in 9th place. Oh no, he's moved up a place. Steve Gray has gone up a place to 8th. Anthony, I wouldn't be surprised to see Steve Gray in the pits earlier if he catches the group ahead.
Yeah, that's a lot of traffic he's got to try and get through, and we know around this circuit that it's very difficult to overtake. So, yeah, I would say that would be an excellent call if he can latch on to the back of that group. Yeah, as soon as he's caught them, dive into the pit lane.
Someone's in, it's Carl Stevens.
It is indeed, yeah, the number 8 pitting in very, very early. It's a good stop on gate number 1, comes to gate number 2. Look at the red light, wait for the green, there's the green, and he's back out.
And so there he goes. So Carl Stevens, very strong competitor in the D-Match Championship. He's won it before, and he's been 3rd last year. That's basically on the other side of town here in Milton Keynes to Formula Fast. So Carl Stevens, he's the first pit stopper. We saw him make massive improvements last year. He really was good. So we'll see whether or not that can continue this time. He feels that an early pit stop is going to aid his chances there. He's going to be closing in already on Zach Hingley. Zach Hingley's crossing the line, and here comes Carl Stevens. So Carl Stevens, a bit more experience in hand there, and he's in the Snell section, closing in on Zach Hingley overnight. Meantime, it's Bram Gelton who leads, and it's an even bigger lead. He's opened it up to nearly 2 seconds. Bram Gelton clearly wants to build up a big enough lead to make a pit stop and come out of the pit still in the lead, irrespective of what happens behind him.
Driver in the pit lane, though. Luke Evans is in. 3rd in the British Indoor Kart Championship, so a driver who's very well aware of how to drive on indoor tracks. It's a good stop, and he's back out. The number 12 also in as well, Zach Hingley, a big motorsport fan here, wanting to make his name well known in the motorsport world, and is doing so here with a fantastic pit stop coming out in front of the race leader.
Absolutely, and that's because Bram Gelton's opening an even bigger lead. So Bram Gelton closing in on Zach Hingley. Hingley's made a pit stop, Gelton hasn't. But Gelton is carrying a ridiculous pace. He's on 30.0, which is more than 2/10 faster than anyone else in this race. So Bram Gelton really in a class of his own at the moment, and that's saying a lot when you're talking about Sebastian Miller. And the very surprising John Paragon. John Paragon, we've not seen him before in the BRKC, but he's holding down 3rd place on merit, looking very good there. The question mark, obviously, for anybody who's a bit new to this type of international style of indoor karting, is definitely going to be the pit stops. So that's going to be the thing we're going to have to watch out for with John Paragon. Now the blue flag's gone out there for Zach Hingley. He lets the race leader Bram Gelton through. Onto the backstretch there, we're going to see Bram Gelton has put Zach Hingley. There's Gelton, there's Hingley following him. So there's Bram Gelton, the race leader. The driver behind is a lap down. That's Zach Hingley, that's not Sebastian Miller, suddenly finding some speed. So Miller is actually behind, being chased by John Paragon. It's quite a battle as Miller, you know, who was 20th last year, so he's not somebody to be sniffed at, is being well and truly chased down by John Paragon. Jeff Lund, the American's fourth, and Steve Gray is up to 5th. Now, we've got to have to keep an eye on Steve Gray. This is a driver who has won in BRKC before. An amazing result there when he one-two'd it with fellow Blackpool resident Adam Davis. I'm sure Adam's at home cheering him on, because Steve Gray, Adam, you'll be delighted to hear, is in 5th place at the moment. No, he hasn't made a pit stop, I know that, but certainly nor have most of the others, and Steve is up ahead of Owen Clark and Harrison Kirkham there. Carl Stevens, Luke Evans and Zach Hingley in the pit. Sorry, Anthony.
Yeah, Harrison Kirkham in the pit lane. It's a good exit and a good pit stop. No dramas there whatsoever. You were talking about Steve Gray there. As you were talking about him, bigging him up, he smacked into this pit exit wall here and lost a lot of momentum.
Yeah, well, ain't that Steve Gray? Just when you're talking him up, he slams the wall. So there you go. Adam, you can tell him that from me as well, mate. So anyway, Bram Gelton, 10 laps in the books now. He's got a 3.5-second lead over Sebastian Miller with John Paragon 3rd. John Paragon is really making Sebastian Miller work for it. Now, when Paragon makes his pit stop, it's possible that he could come out ahead of Sebastian Miller. And you know, when all the pit stops cycle through, but the question mark is going to be over his ability to pull the pit stop off. He's off. He's in the pits. He's in the pits, John Paragon.
Yes, he is. Yeah, number 16 in the pit lane. It's a good first gate. No issues whatsoever. Gets that green light. Stops a little bit too early and gets the penalty on gate 2. He accelerated way too early.
Absolutely. People at home, I hope you're watching the top of the screen there. We're still on the pit thing here. If you see, look at where the BRKC 2023 logo was, that's the area you need to be looking at home on the live stream. Oh, they've gone back to that. So we're around the area of BRKC 2023. It's that area that you want to be looking for these lights. The driver will come in, it will be green, and it'll go red, go green, and they go. If the yellow comes on, we know they've got a penalty. Remember, they've got to stop twice in the pit lane. So it's one pit stop, 2 actual positions are being stopped. So poor old Harrison Kirkham is going to be back in. Bit of a surprise there, Andy. There was no real pressure as such, was there?
No pressure really there. So, yeah, it was just on the power a little bit too soon.
Yeah, unfortunate. Their Club 100 regular. He's been a champion with Club 100, Harrison Kirkham. A lot of people know him. Very popular driver. He was a semi-finalist here last year, so we know he can do it. But he's going to have to overcome that penalty now to get the points, to get himself into that semi-final. However,
it was John Paragon with the penalty in the number 16.
Paragon, sorry, yeah, there's me getting the wrong person. Sorry, Harrison Kirkham. It was in fact John Paragon. Well, John Paragon is, of course, new to BRKC, so if anyone's going to get caught out, maybe it was him. So just to recap, it was not Harrison Kirkham. Harrison Kirkham's pit stop was good. It's John Paragon that we're talking about with the penalty. So we're going to see him back in the pits. That's a real shame because he was running a very strong third place there, arguably quicker than Sebastian Miller in second, don't he?
Yeah, definitely so. Sorry for my voice, sounds a bit weird. I was munching on a Twix at that time. But yeah, solid pit stop. It's just, you know, you just got to work on it. Sometimes the pressure can get to a driver in this one. It does feel disheartening, you know, when you're going around, you see a driver disappear off into the distance. There's nothing worse than getting that kind of gut-wrenching feeling. But, you know, there's some quick drivers out in this one, but there's a lot of the slower-paced drivers in this one. Without sounding harsh, there is some lesser experienced drivers in this race.
And we have to say, from this format point of view, one of those lesser experienced drivers was the third place John Paragon, and unfortunately it's cost him a penalty. So he's going to have to come back into the pits and retake that. However, you know, we saw Ryan Curtin have the penalty and came out third. So in the last race, so it's not impossible to do. And in the pits.
Yeah, Owen Clark in the pit lane. BRKC regional finalist here. So a very experienced indoor karter gets the green light. Good pit stop, back out on track.
He's shaking his head. I don't know why. At least it's no penalty.
No penalty. I think he was just unhappy that it was a bit of a slow getaway. You know, if you come to a complete stop, it really bogs down, and I think that's what it was.
I mean, I suppose in his position, you're always going to feel like you could have done a better pit stop no matter what you do. You know, it's one of those things, I suppose. When you're spending all your time trying to go fast, the idea of going slow doesn't really compute, does it? So you will feel worse than it actually is. I think he made a pretty decent stop there. He continues on. He's in 9th place at the moment. That was Owen Clark, wasn't it? Yeah, in 21.
Yeah.
Yet to pit, though, we have 4 drivers. That's Bram Gelton, the race leader, Sebastian Miller, Jeff Lund, and Steve Gray. Steve Gray, the Blackpool driver, is up to 4th place as we speak. He is actually 13 seconds behind the race leader. So if Bram Gelton came in now, he would resume the race in 3rd place. But I reckon Bram Gelton's going to hold that one out right the way to the end and try and go into the pits leading and come out the pits still in the lead without anyone passing him at all. He's done 29.8 seconds. That's 2 tenths faster than anyone else on the track in this race. So Bram Gelton really has this one sorted. He's got 19 laps in, and in the pits is the number 9. It's Steve Gray.
It is indeed Steve Gray in the pit lane, and good first gate. No dramas there. Comes to gate number 2, stops, accelerates early, but gets the green light. He's all good.
Steve Gray, would you believe, a tram driver by profession from Blackpool, and well-known driver, especially with the British Rental Kart Championship. Prolific driver and commentator back up in the northwest is Steve Gray. He's won plenty of races up there, Manchester Team Sport, all this kind of thing, and he is now down in 8th place, but he's quite close to Harrison Kirkham. I think this could be a battle between the two of them. So as they cross the line now, there goes Kirkham. He's in the orange topped helmet across the line there, and there's Steve Gray. So Steve Gray will be looking to close in on Harrison Kirkham. Just going to check the lap times. Well, luckily from his point of view, Harrison Kirkham is showing slightly faster lap times generally, and a personal best that's quicker than Steve Gray. That might be enough to keep him ahead of the Blackpool racer. Jeff Lund has moved up to 2nd, though. Sebastian Miller, I assume, came in the pits.
He did indeed, yeah. He's just gone back out. Perfectly normal pit stop, no dramas.
Well, Yeah, normal is with drama today, the way it's looking, isn't it? Yeah. So a good stop there by Sebastian Miller. That puts him back into 5th place. He's resumed. He's 16 seconds behind the race leader, but crucially in the battle with Jeff Lund, he would comfortably come out ahead by the looks of things. When I say comfortably, it's only going to be a couple of seconds, but it's enough. Looking back, though, to John Paragon. John Paragon's listed as 3rd now, and we believe he's still got another pit stop to make. Hopefully he realises that, Anthony.
I think he does realise it. It came up on the notice board down here, trackside, so he will have definitely seen it if he was paying attention to it, of course, as there's a nice lunge down the inside.
Yeah, good lunge.
Oh, and a very
lot of
frustrating,
waving
a lot of gesticulation there from the number 10 driver of Jeff Lund.
Yes.
The USA driver who's not yet pitted, I think should have hopefully have hoped for some blue flags there.
Yeah, I think that was Zach Hingley who
Yes,
was waving
yeah.
that. But you see, the awkward thing there for Jeff Lund is, if we look at the lap times, he is notably quicker than Zach Hingley. Jeff Lund is one of the drivers who is into the 29-second bracket. So he's running about 2 seconds faster than Zach Hingley per lap, and he just caught Zach Hingley in an area where there's no way of blue flagging.
Yeah,
blue flagging's at race control, and he caught him in the tail end of the track. So unlucky there, really, for Jeff Lund. Hopefully, all that waving didn't cost him too much time.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, yes, you can get frustrated quite easily, but you know, you've just got to focus and concentrate on what you're doing, because you know, looking behind you and waving your arms around, you might drive straight into a wall.
Yeah, absolutely. At the very least, lose a good chunk of time. Here he comes past you, a lot more composed-looking Jeff Lund there. Jeff Lund, definitely one of the sort of original. Oh, in the pits.
Yeah. It's John Paragon for his 2nd stop, so it's all good on gate 1. It's all good on gate 2. His penalty is now served.
Right, now where does that bring him? It looks like he's behind Harrison Kirkham there, which will put him down in 7th place at the moment. We've got 2 pit stoppers to go, but they are Bram Gelton and Jeff Lund, who could well be actually some way up the road, so it may not be a factor. So John Paragon and Harrison Kirkham, well, if John wants to get further up this race, he's going to have to do it on the track now. I don't think he'll rely on any kind of pit stop. Let's have a look at the lap times here, him and Kirkham. As a personal best, there's nothing really in it between Harrison Kirkham and John Paragon, so Kirkham's just going to be sitting there hanging on. There's a blue flag out there, and it's for Zach Hingley again, I think. But this time it allows... Who would that have been? I'll double check. It may well be Sebastian Miller through. At the moment, though, we've got Bram Gelton leading from Jeff Lund, and incredibly, it's Carl Stevens who's 3rd. Carl Stevens, he did this last year. He kind of creeps forward unnoticed. He's the leading driver yet to make a pit stop. The kind of gap he has to the 2 leaders mean that they will both come in and go out ahead of him. But Carl Stevens is looking good potentially for a podium position here, and that would be outstanding for him. Certainly, he's improved leaps and bounds in the last couple of seasons that we've seen him as part of the BRKC. Right then, so it's still Bram Gelton leading, 20 laps in. We've got quite a bit of time remaining, so 5 minutes in, there's plenty of time for these 2 to come into pits. It's not really that close on the track, 10 seconds between them. So Jeff Lund, when he comes back out the pits, he's probably going to fall to about 4th place, which puts him behind Carl Stevens and Sebastian Miller, which is good news for both of those 2. Bram Gelton, surely he's not going to lose that lead at all. He's going to come in and out and not be noticed. Now, there's a bit of a battle going on. Going to have a look at the numbers there. There's 17. Well, that's Luke Evans, Harrison Kirkham, and John Paragon's caught him. And here comes Steve Gray. This is going to be an almost battle in a minute, and they're catching, looking like Zach Hingley.
Race leader is in the pit lane though, Bram Gelton, and it's a good first gate. Good gate number 2. 2nd place is coming around the corner. Lost the lead, but remember, still got to do that pit stop for Jeff Lund.
Absolutely, and Jeff Lund is only just ahead of Bram Gelton, so certainly when he comes in the pits, he will lose that position to Bram Gelton. Now, there's a big battle going on. Wow, Harrison Kirkham shoved out the way. And it went one way, went the other, and he just managed to keep ahead of the back marker. He has lost 2 places, though, to John Paragon and Steve Gray in the final corner. You must have had an absolute bird's-eye view with that one, Anthony.
Yeah, absolutely obliterated his rear end, and I mean that in terms of karting, not any other way. But, yeah, it wasn't good.
And so we've got the kart there. I think that must be Luke Evans. Yes, it is. It's Luke Evans in the 17. Now, Luke Evans is crossing the line there on screen. He's the leading. There's John Paragon, and then there's a gap to Steve Gray, and there's Harrison Kirkham. So Harrison Kirkham was originally on the back of Luke Evans, so that's the kind of time he has suffered a loss of. So as they come around out onto the backstretch, it's still Luke Evans. He's in 5th. Paragon is 6th. Steve Gray has moved up to 7th, and there's Harrison Kirkham. Round the outside, an attempt there by John Paragon. He hasn't been able to make it work, but brave try. Luke Evans had the inside covered. They're going to come through and start another lap. Now, can Paragon get it done on momentum? And there's Steve Gray. He's closed in on the two of them. What about into the Snell section? Someone who make a lunge? No, not quite. Very close enough. Well, close enough to do so, but heck, Luke Evans seems to have it covered a bit. Now, Luke Evans was the Welsh champion in 2018. He knows how to win championships. At the moment, he's working on knowing how to keep John Paragon back. Down into the bottom corner there, and they're coming round to the final corners there. It's still the same positions, but absolutely nose to tail between Luke Evans, John Paragon, Steve Gray. Crossing the line, there they are. There's Luke Evans, there's Paragon in the blue. Now, this is an overtaking spot here. Is Paragon going to go for it? No, he can't, because Evans has got him blocked out. Out to the Snell section there. Momentum's vital here. They're building up momentum through these fast corners onto the long backstretch. We're looking at that big battle for 5th place. Luke Evans, he's covering the inside there to block out John Paragon. Paragon takes the normal line. Can he cut back? No, he's almost in the barrier himself with Steve Gray to his left. Round the final hairpin there, onto the start line. Now, momentum is key here into the Snell section. Can Paragon get the run that will mean a pass to the hairpin? Here comes the hairpin, and is he going to do it? No, he can't. He did tap him, though. Looks like Luke Evans waving back at Paragon. So what's going on, pal? So the battle continues. It looks like Harrison Kirkham has been able to catch back up, so it could be a four-way battle soon. Paragon trying to the outside again, but it's just impossible to do that there. Luke Evans got it covered all the way down the straight. Momentum key out of this corner to line up and move into the hairpin of the Snell section. They go through, round, entering the Snell. This is the Snell section here. Luke Evans, though, has really got the measure of everyone into that hairpin. He's got them covered in all the areas of the track that count.
Your
Yes,
your race leader has come into the pit lane, the number 10, and Jeff Lund, I think he just got a yellow light on the second gate.
Never.
I think he did. I
And
wasn't.
a big load of contact there. Steve Gray involved in that, Harrison Kirkham and John Paragon, and it's all to the advantage of Luke Evans. Steve Gray waving sorry, but he ain't moving out of the way, so it doesn't really count for anything, does it? And it is continued in that 5th place, Luke Evans, with John Paragon, Steve Gray, Harrison Kirkham. Because of a bit of a load of bundling going on at the end of the back straight, while Jeff Lund was in the pits, there's been a bit of a gap open up. So, just to recap on these positions as we enter the final actual timed minute, Graham Gelton leading. Carl Stevens, an incredible second. Sebastian Miller 3rd. Jeff Lund 4th. Jeff Lund, is he?
Well, he's had to pit again. He did get the yellow light, so he's just pitted again.
And it was clean, I assume.
It was clean the second time,
clean,
yeah.
So Jeff Lund, the American, resumes in 5th place. Now, when you consider he's 19 seconds behind the leader, yeah, that's cost him a place, unfortunately. That penalty jumped the lights in the first pit stop. Now, we're looking at John Paragon. John Paragon working on Jeff Lund, who's ended up coming out in the middle of that battle. That battle is now resumed to full strength. It's a battle for 4th now. It was 5th. But with the dramas with Jeff Lund, it's ended up being 4th. Now it's Luke Evans from Jeff Lund, John Paragon, Steve Gray, and where is Harrison Kirkham? Is he there as well? Yes, he is. Harrison Kirkham at the tail of that group there. And when you consider that Harrison Kirkham was a semi-finalist in this last year, this gives you a calibre of the racing that we're experiencing now. So, Luke Evans, he's going to start another lap. Momentum's vital out here, so no hitting the wall. Through to the Snail section. Possibility of an overtaking, move down into this hairpin. It's a very common place for people to try, but no one's tried it this time. Momentum out of the Snail, around the 2 fast corners and down the backstretch is vital. This is where it happened last time. So, blocking the inside, Luke Evans. Blocking the inside is Jeff Lund. Trying the outside is John Paragon. He still can't make it work there, and that was on 2 drivers this time. No lunge down the inside of the hairpin. This has got... We're on the last lap. It's the conclusion. We've got Graham Gelton coming through to take the win. There he is winning. And it's Carl Stevens in 2nd for sure. And Sebastian Miller 3rd. But where's Luke Evans? Where's Luke Evans? there's a bit of waving going on. There could have been some action. I think there may have been some action.
I'm not too sure what happened there, but the checker flag went out. But while the other drivers
here
are still
it is.
racing,
Here's the battle. Here's the battle. There's 17. That's Luke Evans. So Luke Evans is 4th. Jeff Lund 5th. John Paragon 16th. Gray has been passed by Harrison Kirkham. That was where the action was. There seemed to be a bit of a gap opening up, you see, and that's what I was picking up on. And it was, in fact, Harrison Kirkham making up a position. Quite a race there, Anthony, at the end. It sort of evened out midway, but what a finish.
Yeah, it did. That mid-pack had a good little scrap. I think the hands coming up was more, I think the checker flag went out and then the yellows came out a little bit too early while the group was still racing and everyone slowed down, and then it went back to green and then everyone sped back up again. So, yeah, I think that's maybe what the hands were. But, yeah, I think so far it was a pretty tasty race. I think one driver who was definitely happy with it is, your driver who won that one, Bram Gelton. And Bram is being weighed up, and Bram's over there. Bram, as soon as you're ready, you take off your gloves and your pink gloves and your pink helmet.
Anthony, just cut in. Carl Stevens, an amazing second place.
Yes.
He's the final kart to come in the pits, and he's right at the back here.
Oh, lovely.
So you may be able to grab a word with him. That's an incredible second place. He'll be well chuffed with that.
There you go. Carl, let's have a chat with you.
Black helmet.
Black helmet. Where has he gone? That's Steve Gray. Hold on, I'm lost.
He's over by the weights now.
He's over by the weights now. Okay, we missed him. Carl, there you are. That was a pretty decent race there. P2, you happy with that?
Yeah, happy with that. Had a pretty bad qualifying, so I thought I'd pit early, get out of traffic, and then just put some fast laps in and see where I ended up. So I ended up well.
Pit stop was okay as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, pit stop was solid. Just tried not to make any mistakes, didn't take any unnecessary risks. Just went for it, really.
Lots more races to go. We want to keep up that momentum?
Yeah, my aim is to make the semi-final for the first time, so good start, definitely.
Definitely a good start. We'll wish you the best of luck for that one. Well done to Carl. Where's Bram gone? Bram, come on through. Take a stand here. Well, Bram, that was a pretty solid race there. No dramas really whatsoever.
No, I didn't think my quali was that good, so I was a bit surprised. I was still on pole, but yeah, after that, had a good start, and that was a race for me.
It was a solid one. It's still pretty cold out here as well, but the track's warming up. Is it still pretty grippy out there, though?
Yeah, only the hands are cold. Tires are fine during the race.
Nice stuff, and of course, plenty of races to go left in this one. Are we feeling confident as we go through the weekend?
Yeah, I have two strong heats, the two next ones, so I'll see what I can do.
Who's your main competition, do you reckon, in this one? Who have you got your eye on?
Sean, of course, and then Ruben, Eliano, guys like that.
Yeah, lots of challenges out there, but great start to it. We'll wish you the best of luck for the rest of it.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there too. Bram
Is
Gelton.
Steve Gray down there, Anthony?
Is Steve
he
Gray?
may have some mistakes. There was a bit of action at the end there, wasn't there?
I did see Steve Gray, but I think he's already... Oh, no, I see a Steve Gray. He's walking over to me. Steve. All right, Steve.
We meet, mate.
Well, mate, what a race that was. It got a bit hectic at the end there, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a big concertina effect going into the Snell section there, and I think it was Harrison Kirkham was behind me, sort of turned me around. But what my argument is obviously Harrison was at the back of the chain. All he had to do was lift off, and I wouldn't have gone round. So in my eyes, maybe that should be turned round, but I'll head to race control and see what they say.
Well, we'll leave you to that one. We'll let you have that discussion. I won't intervene with it.
Yeah, big shout out to Adam at home and all my supporters who are watching. Love you all.
Brilliant stuff there. Cheers, Steve. Qualifying is underway. James, back to you.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, it did get a bit lively on that last lap in that big group there, which actually did contain half the race, so it's going to, isn't it? Now, they're out to qualify for the final heat race of this first round of heats. This is heat 10. So this is the first time these drivers have been on the track today, and then, of course, everyone's into their second heat. Let's have a look and see who we've got. Well, we've got series originator and one of the main organisers, Brad Philpott. He's out in this one. Ryan Taylor, Michael Rayner, Jennifer Tompkins, Adam Shergold, James Burke, Eliana DeVos, Sam Cox, Charlie Ratford, and Johnny Elliott. So of the M4M team, we've got two drivers in the same race here in the form of Philpott and Johnny Elliott. Johnny Elliott now. He would always be a potential winner, so would Brad Philpott, so would Eliana DeVos. but we've seen a few other people throw their hat in the ring today so far. Charlie Ratford, interestingly enough, from down in Essex, it's actually his 16th birthday today. The checker flag is out, and Johnny Elliott's currently on pole. Adam Sheargold is up to second. Jamie Burke is third. Eliana DeVos is being pushed down. Eliana DeVos and Brad Philpott is down in 7th place. Jamie Burke is third. Well, that is quite an outstanding qualifying. Johnny Elliott, well, yes, though we might say we would expect him to be at the front. He is the BRKC heavyweight champion for 2022. Obviously, we've seen lots of Johnny over the years. And the famous thing, it all depends which Johnny we get, to be honest, as to whether this is going to turn into a win. There's a lucky Johnny and an unlucky Johnny, and hopefully we'll get the lucky one, and he'll be coming through to win. But he'll be pleased with that pole position. M4M Timber team member is Johnny Elliott. Adam Sheargold. Now, Adam Sheargold, a little bit of a dark horse, it has to be said. He's done well in the BIKC before, but not this event. So we have seen him, but not to this level. Jamie Burke, that's a great showing there by Jamie Burke. He had sort of podium results in the heat races last year, but I don't believe he made the semi-final or the final. So obviously if he can get the result here. Charlie Ratford, 16th birthday present to himself, is 4th place. Eliana DeVos, possibly the biggest surprise, or one of the 2 big surprises there, is to see Eliana DeVos in 5th place. It would not be far-fetched at all to see him first. One of the fabled Blue Star team drivers from Belgium, or the team's from Belgium, but Eliana himself is from the Netherlands. Ryan Taylor's put himself there into 6th place, ahead of series organizer. He was Ryan Taylor, though, who's twice champion at Castle Combe in the karting series there last year and the year before. Meantime, Brad Philpott down to 7th, but meantime is John Elliott coming to start the race. He's got the jump at the start. He's got a very good start as Johnny Elliott. Adam Sheargold couldn't quite stay with him, so Sheargold's going to try and make up the gap down the inside. There's a move down the inside from Charlie Ratford, I believe. Has he pulled it off? They're 3 wide coming out. We'll see what happens across the line. Someone's been bundled out wide, and they're going to lose place after place. They're getting freight trained around that long final corner. Down the backstretch. It's going to kick off down here. It's pretty close. Round that tight hairpin. Is someone going to end up in the wall? Because, yes, they have, but they've kept going. Jennifer Tompkins is in there in the number 10. And she's shot down the inside. Still 3 wide, 2 wide now across the line. There's a wall, and Jennifer Tompkins is round. Somebody was always going to end up falling victim there. They're going to turn around pretty quick. She's turned herself around. They're just going to square up the barrier, and the race continues. Johnny Elliott is in the lead. He's got Adam Sheargold behind him, just over half-second advantage. They're back on now, back under green. So yes, that was all getting a bit tight there. There's a lot of side-by-side action. Another move down at the bottom there. I'm going to see who that is. Is that well, we'll have a check when they come round. So it is still Johnny Elliott leading. He's heading for the snail section now. He's got what could be classed as a comfortable lead for lap 3 of this race.
And Jennifer's in the pit lane, so after that spin, probably the best call to get that pit stop done straight away, and then it's just a clean race all the way to the end. Gate 1 was good. Oh, penalty on gate 2 for Jennifer. He gets from bad to worse.
Absolutely. You could have, well, probably there, that would have been a good head-clearing pit stop, wouldn't it? Clear the old head to after some kind of moment, but now it's caused another problem.
Yeah.
And Jennifer Tompkins will have to come in for a penalty pit stop. Again, those watching at home, when you're watching the pit stops, look to the top part of your screen near where the BRKC logo is, and look for those lights. Looking for a red light followed by a green. If it's red light followed by an amber light, then there's trouble, and that means that driver will have to come back in and make a pit stop again, a penalty pit stop. Basically, they've accelerated away too soon. Now, Johnny Elliott continues in the lead. He's got Adam Sheargold running away with him, and we've got Jamie Burke 3rd, and Eliana DeVos is 4th, with Brad Philpott. Brad Philpott's come up to 5th from 7th. Ryan Taylor, Charlie Ratford, who's lost a bunch of positions there. Sam Cox, Michael Rayner, and Jennifer Tompkins obviously has to serve a second pit stop as a penalty. Now, Johnny Elliott across the line. He's got Adam Sheargold racing away with him. The battle is further behind. Jamie Burke has Eliana DeVos all over the back of him and being closed in on by, I think, is it Brad Philpott? Brad Philpott, if it is him, he's definitely wearing a completely different helmet to what I'm used to seeing him in. but I think it is him. Predominantly green helmet and blue this time.
Yes,
Much
it is.
different.
That's Philpott. He's in the green.
Yeah, normally he's he's completely different colours, but here we go. So it's a battle now, which is Eliana de Vos is leading the way. He's passed Jamie Burke, and Philpott is there with them in 5th place. So into the Snell section. Can Philpott do anything about Burke? No, he can't. He's just not quite close enough, but he got someone in the pits.
Yeah, Michael Rayner in the pit lane from the UK. No information about him on my pieces of paper, but it's a pretty decent pit stop, so he must be good.
Oh, absolutely. He has come into the pits and got out really clean there. Worth it, because as we've seen, anyone making a penalty pit stop is going to lose a lot of places, with the exception of Ryan Curtin, the American driver earlier, who managed to maintain 3rd. But, yeah, Michael Rayner there, he's ahead of Jennifer Tompkins on the track, and I don't believe Jennifer's made her 2nd pit stop yet, Anthony, or has she?
She's not pitted yet, no, I think. She's just stayed out there for the time being.
Yeah.
We'll have to see.
Yeah, just get out there, bang in some laps, and clear your head that way, basically, I suppose.
Yeah, pretty much, I would say. You know, it's just a disaster, really, wasn't it? You know,
anytime there's a penalty, it's going to end tearfully, isn't it?
Yeah.
Meantime, though, Eliana de Vos has pushed himself up into 3rd place. We just saw him there in the blue. This is the hairpin of the Snell section. It's obviously quite close behind, as you can see all those other cars. Now, here's the race leader. There's Johnny Elliott. He's the race leader. There's Adam Sheargold. Then there's that gap to Jamie Burke, Eliana de Vos, and then Jamie Burke and Brad Philpott. So Eliana de Vos is pulling away. Oh, and a move there by Philpott. Almost, we could just see on screen, he almost made it work on Jamie Burke, but equally it almost ended in tears.
Yeah.
That has allowed Charlie Ratford to close in on him. And Ratford, Philpott's through, and so is Ratford maybe. But no, Burke's got it back in the Snail.
Yeah, Philpott went for the move, yeah, like you're saying, to that final hairpin, went to the inside. He even knew it wasn't on and backed out, even apologised as well. So, yeah, good sportsmanship, though.
Absolutely, but he made it work on the very next corner. Here he comes past the pits now. There's Philpott.
Burke's pitted.
Burke in.
Yeah, number 14, Jamie Burke pitted straight away. Lost those few positions, thought, all right, let's sort this out. Let's back out of this boisterous group and go for it. Good pit stop, he's back out.
Yeah, very clean indeed. You can see on screen there those lights changing from red to green instead of red to yellow. It's what we want to avoid. Now, Johnny Elliott, a big lead there. He's got, he was 1.8 last time through. Let's see if he's extended his lead over Adam Sheargold. Yes, he has. 0.4 of a second. A huge amount in BRKC racing. Now, Brad Philpott signalling to somebody. Was that Charlie Ratford? I think it was Charlie Ratford. He was signalling something, but it was more of a work with me type signal rather than any what you doing, pal. Philpott normally quite communicative in the kart, whether to the good or the bad, it has to be said. But he is a driver who will work with someone running at the same speed to get a better result for the pair of them. If these two fight it out, all they're going to do is slow each other down, and I think that's what Philpott's got in mind. He knows the calibre of Eliana de Vos. What he doesn't need is another driver, in this case Charlie Ratford, battling with him and actually costing the pair of them time. That would be worse for the result for both of them.
Yeah.
Equally, they've got Ryan Taylor and Sam Cox not far behind, only a few car lengths back, so it would be an important factor. Jamie Burke is, we're going to keep a bit of an eye on him because he's actually lost a fair bit of time, more time than I anticipated he would lose in that pit stop. He's more than, if they all pit now, the ones he's really battling with, DeVos, Philpott, Ratford, they would all actually come out in front, they would come out in front of him, Anthony, so well, I think Jamie Burke could do with the proverbial foot down a bit.
Yeah, I don't think it was the pit stop that was bad, but it was the lap beforehand. Obviously, he'd been overtaken, he'd been beaten, bashed around a little bit on that one. So I think it was the lap before the pit stop that really caused the time to lose. And yeah, obviously, he came in the pit lane behind everyone that he was battling with. So it would make sense, but, you know, it was just one of those things. Hopefully now, like you say, he gets his foot down and he just cracks on.
Yeah, and playing into that, his lap times are credible, so he's doing all right. You know, obviously, if he can make some ground now, well, with some clear space, that will be to the good from his point of view. Right, now we've got Johnny Elliott has just passed Jennifer Tompkins. She's gone a lap down, so the first of the lapped people have been lapped. Next on Johnny's hit list is Michael Rayner, and he's not that far up the road. But that's really a sign of how well Johnny's doing rather than anything else, because Johnny's got a supreme lead this early in the race. He's nearly up to 3 seconds. We'll see what it is at the end of the last lap. He's been taking chunks out of Adam Sheargold, extending that gap there. Sheargold is fast. Johnny Elliott's the only one into 29 seconds at the moment in this race. DeVos has no answer to Elliott either. He's like 2/10 down on best laps and 2/10 down on the last lap as well. So really, Johnny Elliott's made it 3 seconds now. So he's clearly another driver trying to get out in front and just check out. Now, what's key in that is that he has had to pass some drivers. He's got Michael Rayner coming up, but not very close. I think he's going to catch Rayner at the absolute ideal moment, which would be probably just after the snail. In fact, no, he's with Rayner right now. Rayner's looking over his shoulder, so at least Rayner's aware. Now, Rayner's probably going to let him through on the snail section. We're looking at the snail here. There's Rayner in the yellow helmet, Michael Rayner. There he is. There's Johnny Elliott behind. Now, coming out of here is where I'd expect the pass to take place. So, Rayner's looking over his shoulder. He's not waving through, but he will have had a blue flag there. And down the back straight, is Johnny Elliott going to just send it up the inside? He's not really close enough. Rayner's kind of looking back, but not giving space, I would describe it as. So there's Rayner. He's aware that Johnny's there, but he's not really doing a lot about it. I wonder if he thinks it's Jennifer Tompkins.
Possibly, you know, a very distinctive helmet design they may both have, but they are both pink. So when you're racing and shaking around, it might be difficult to see. And there is some frustration now coming from Johnny Elliott, but the move has now been done.
He is indeed passed, and he's onto the backstretch. Now, he does have 2 back markers between him and Adam Sheargold. Obviously, those two at the tail there, Michael Rayner and Jennifer Tompkins, they're aware that they're getting lapped now by other karts, so maybe Sheargold will have a little bit of an easier shot through. For what it's worth, Tompkins has closed in on Rayner, so these two are a lot closer to each other, and maybe Sheargold will be looking to pass the pair as one if he can. In the pits now.
Yeah, Ryan Taylor in the pit lane. Castle Coombe ×2 champion in 2021 and 22 has a good pit stop, and he's back out on circuit.
Yeah, good proper run there by him, wasn't it? That was a great stop. He looks like he's going to get past going into Snell, but no, he's managed to hold on there. It must be Jamie Burke who he's battling with. Of course, Jamie Burke was running what, 3rd earlier on, something like that. And now he's battling with Ryan Taylor there. They're coming down the backstretch, and it's oh, there they are turning in. I think Ryan Taylor's done enough to stay ahead of Jamie Burke. Although, to be fair, Anthony, Jamie Burke's looking pretty racy back there. They're crossing the line now. Yeah, enough for Ryan Taylor to be looking over his shoulder. They're in the Snell section, so that's Ryan Taylor there. Jamie Burke is tailing him, but Jamie Burke has been looking like he's trying to pass, actively trying to pass. They're coming off the Snell section now. Burke's going to be looking for the run down the backstretch. Is he going to do it into this hairpin at the bottom? No, he's not close enough. He gets turned in tidily, and cleverly, Jamie Burke doesn't lose time by going offline for a pass he's not going to make. So he's got the optimum speed by staying on line. He's going to drag up behind him, and he's going to have a look down the inside at the hairpin. No, he's not. Ryan Taylor doing a sterling job of just keeping the right distance ahead of Jamie Burke. Now, just off picture there, Adam Sheargold, for information, has got through the back markers. Oh, in the pits.
Yeah, Charlie Ratford in the pit lane, and it's a good stop for gate 1, good stop for gate 2, back out the pit lane. It's a strange driving style that they have when they leave. They kind of don't push the kart forward, but they kind of sit up and like kind of rest on the fuel tank sort of when they try to pull away. I don't know what benefit that's got.
There's a lot of hopping around going on, isn't there, Anthony? And what I'd say is that you have to wonder.
You do.
You're still your weights in the cart, whether you're touching...
Philpott in the pit lane. Yep, so good stop on gate number 1 for Philpott. Goes to gate 2, gets away. It was nice, clean getaway, and it was all good for Philpott. He heads out in front of the number 9. Also now the number 11 is in the pit lane. This is Sam Cox, also from the UK. Good stop on gate 1, good stop on gate 2. Will come out on track in front of your race leader, but with clean track in front.
Absolutely, and Philpott has maintained his 4th place. There was a risk of losing it to Charlie Ratford, but he's maintained 4th place. The interesting thing is going to be if Philpott can get some fast laps in now, can he leapfrog Eliana DeVos? That is the question, really, and that would be for 3rd place. Philpott is just on the cusp. So, in other words, when DeVos came out the pits, if he pitted now, it would be side by side across the line with Philpott as the times stand. Anyhow, Johnny Elliott is... continuing around. He's got a huge lead. It's up to 4.2 seconds, and then there's 6 seconds further back. Oh, in the pits.
Yeah, Eliano de Vos in the pit lane, the driver from the Netherlands. It's a good stop on gate 1. Gate 2, it's a green light and comes out crucially in front of Philpott.
Yeah, and quite a bit further ahead of Philpott. It must have been an amazing previous lap there by Eliano de Vos, because we were banking on the idea of a pit stop costing 10.5 seconds if done correctly, and at that point there was about that amount between de Vos and Philpott. So de Vos obviously made up something on that lap 4. And in comes Sheargold.
Yeah, Sheargold in the pit lane as well. A very quick BRKC driver, and it's a good stop back out, clean track in front and behind.
Yeah, this is a driver who's a finalist, been a finalist in a vast range of competitions. He's not actually won one, but he knows how to compete at the very top in indoor karting, showing obviously, you know, why he's running second in this race. He's 14 seconds behind Johnny Elliott now. The pit stops have been made by everybody except Johnny Elliott. Johnny Elliott obviously should have a bit of a lead, certainly a healthy enough lead to make a sensible stop. He's not really under threat from Adam Sheargold. With 14.5 seconds Sheargold behind Elliott, that would mean, you know, a good 4 seconds of which to make sure you do not absolutely get that yellow light.
Yeah, no, exactly that. He just needs to make sure that he has a clean pit stop. That's all he needs to do, and then he's won this race, basically. So it depends on when he comes in. This is our penalty pit stop for Jennifer Tompkins. She is back in the pit lane. Green light on the first one. Comes to gate number 2. This is where she got the penalty before. It's all good this time around. Comes back out just side by side with Bradley Philpott.
Yes, and so she tucks in behind de Vos and Philpott. Now Philpott's closed in on de Vos. Tompkins has just been passed there.
Race leader in. Race leader is in. Sorry, James. Yeah, it's a good stop for Elliott. All fine on gate 1. No drama. Keep it clean and tidy on gate 2. Relatively slow stop there, but crucially, no dramas whatsoever. Back out on track.
Indeed, and that's why it's important to get those early laps in fast, just to break everybody, create that gap for an easier pit stop. If you're in a fight for the lead and you're making pit stops, that's when that yellow light's going to come on, isn't it?
Yeah.
And so Johnny Elliott has done everything right. This sort of superlative performance that we see from Johnny Elliott when things are going right. The Johnny Elliott we're seeing now straight away is a likely finalist and a potential winner overall. This will be the ultimate crowning, really, for him, I think. You know, if he could win the British Rental Kart Championship, that will be the sort of crown to his career. Yes, he's won other titles. Yes, he's won other races. You know, he's competed at world level. But I think if Johnny Elliott could top the tables on this one by the end of Sunday, that will be the crown in his karting career. Now, we're looking at Johnny Elliott now. He's from Manchester. He did a lot of racing in that local area, both indoor and outdoor, with team sport at Manchester and outdoor with, you know, with Three Sisters at Wigan, with various different two-stroke type karting. He really settled in over many years now. He's been in the BRKC since, gosh, the very beginning in about 2011, so vast amount of experience. Really one of those drivers from Britain, one of the early drivers to take on the idea of the European style of both driving and competition, taken to it like a duck to water. We've seen a lot of, a bit of a moment down there. In fact, that's quite serious, because that is Charlie Ratford in 5th place, battling with Brad Philpott and de Vos for 3rd place. So 3rd place scrap crosses the line, and it's in the Snell section now, the 3rd place scrap. It's Eliano de Vos. He's been closed in by Brad Philpott, who has been closed in by Charlie Ratford. Charlie Ratford, 16th birthday today, and what a 16th birthday present it would be for him to podium a BRKC heat race. So Charlie Ratford is the 1/3 of this little group here. He's the only one on the actual racing line. De Vos defensive, Philpott defensive, and Ratford attacking. So de Vos through the hairpin, Philpott and Ratford. Now the 4th driver is Jennifer Tompkins, who had the penalty pit stop. So she's not in this battle, but with that group. So there's de Vos, there's Philpott, there is Ratford, there is Tompkins, and behind that is Ryan Taylor and Jamie Burke. They're fighting themselves. The way this is looking, they could easily join that group there, and half the race would be in the same fight. Down the backstretch, they're still to the inside. Those the 2 leading this group, of course, that is de Vos and Philpott. Charlie Ratford is by far the least experienced of the 3. De Vos, he's a very young guy, but he's been around a long time at the junior levels on an international stage. Charlie Ratford really is the wild card in this group here. As I said, 16th birthday today, and he means to celebrate in style. He's battling with series organiser Brad Philpott, so may want to be careful, Anthony, unless he wants his entry turned down next year.
Well, yeah. If he's going to go for the move, he's got to make sure that it's absolutely crystal clean and spot on. But
yes, you're going to punt Philpott out of his own event, really?
Yeah, see how well that goes down. But yeah, as you can see there, yeah, you can see the gap's actually opened up now. Philpott's dropped off from the driver just in front of Eliana De Vos.
Yeah, and that I think is by and large due to the attacking of Charlie Ratford. He's been pretty forceful, particularly down the end of the backstretch. Now, we're on screen now. There is De Vos third, there's Philpott fourth, and there, taking a normal line, but trying to cut back under, and actually nudging in the back of Philpott is Charlie Ratford. Nothing dodgy, just sort of karting nudge.
It's just
Momentum's
games.
done it, but Ratford, he's not phased, is he?
No, it's just mind games. That's all he's playing. He's toying with Philpott is what he's doing.
And he's certainly allowing, this battle is allowing De Vos to pull away, because De Vos have been closed in by practically everybody, but the battling has allowed De Vos to just eke out the kind of gap he needs to be able to go back to the normal racing lines, which in turn makes him that fraction faster. And when you're talking about De Vos being a fraction faster, you're talking about very quick indeed. He's an outstanding driver. As I say, he's still very young, but he's been on this international scene a while. Was a very strong junior driver, Blue Star team member, so not a team you get into by mistake. Continuing on his way though, it is Johnny Elliott. He's got only a few seconds before the final couple of lap board comes out. Philpott side by side there with Charlie Ratford, really making Philpott work with Ratford. There's Philpott, there's Ratford, and there are the two behind. That's Ryan Taylor and Jamie Burke. They've been battling, and now they've caught the pair of Philpott and Ratford. So De Vos appears now to be pulling away in third place, and it'll be Philpott versus Ratford, Taylor and Burke. There's Johnny Elliott, the race leader. He's almost home. He's done everything he needs. Adam Sheargold has got a lap driver in the form of Michael Rayner. Now it's an enormous battle here. The 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th is nose to tail, crossing the line in the Snell section. There's the hairpin. Here's De Vos. A gap. And then it's Philpott, Ratford, Taylor, Burke. And the tail there is Jennifer Tompkins, showing the speed. Obviously a lap penalty, a lap down because of a penalty pit stop. Jumping the lights in the early penalty. But there is Philpott, definitely defensive, Ratford defensive. And trying to come around the outside of everybody was Ryan Taylor. Has he made a move? He's not gained, but he's not lost either.
Yeah, that was...
There's Philpott across the line now. And there's Ratford. Ratford's getting a bumper full of Ryan Taylor, and it's the last lap. The last lap is out, and Johnny Elliott's going to win it surely, but we'll see what that battle behind has to offer. Philpott, so Elliott's winning now, so Johnny Elliott wins, but what's happening behind? We know Sheargold's be second, we know De Vos is comfortably in third, he's at the end of the backstretch, but it's going to kick off, surely. Whoa, almost, and down the inside has come Jamie Burke. Philpott maintains fourth, Ratford is going to be fifth. Taylor and Burke, is it, or is it the other way around? It's Taylor, then Burke, and then Sam Cox, who was trying to get in the mix himself. Incredible race there. The entire mid-pack embroiled in a fight over fourth place, but there's no denying the winner, Johnny Elliott. He's coming down the pit lane now. This is the result he needed. It'll give him the confidence and the good omens and good fortune he needs to go forward. Right there is a finalist and a potential BRKC Championship winner. We'll see. See what he has to say, Anthony.
Yes, we will do indeed. We'll definitely have a chat with Johnny Elliott as well. But again, a huge congratulations to Adam Sheargold as well, driver who's not raced in the BRKC before, but in the BIKC he has done many races. We're definitely going to have a chat with the drivers in the mid-pack section as well, because it was getting very, very interesting there. Johnny Elliott refusing to get out of the kart. So we'll come down the little back section here. We'll have a quick chat. Let's have a chat with, we'll have a chat with Charlie Ratford, shall we? It's his 16th birthday, so let's have a quick word with him as soon as he's got his lead out of thy wagon. It's all right, take your time, Charlie. No, we're not in a rush. No, take your time. That's fine, I'm not waiting. I'm on the clock. I get paid by the hour. I don't care. Right, Charlie, right. Well done in that race. That looked like a bit of a handful, didn't it?
Yeah, just... I went for a move off the start, didn't quite work off, and then caught around the outside in the whole straight. and then someone made a move around here, gave no space, and ended up having a bit of an accident. But I managed to work my way back up, so it was all right race. But
How did you feel being behind the event organizer Phil Pott? I was thinking, did you want to return for 2024 and not kick him off the track?
yeah, I had that in the back of my mind. But obviously, he defended really well. To be fair, I couldn't really get past him. He done good. Yeah.
It is solid result though for yourself. Are you happy with it?
Yeah, I just know it could have been better because I qualified fourth, so I lost the position that race. But I see what I can do next race. Hopefully, I need a win if I want to get the finals.
Yeah, plenty more races to go though, so congratulations. Happy birthday, by the way.
Cheers, thank you.
Excellent. Let's chat to Johnny. Johnny, come on over, stand hither. I always forget how tall you are as well. Right, Johnny, well, that was a pretty, there you go, lots of support there. Yeah, pretty standard race for yourself, really, at the front, no drama.
I wouldn't go as far as standard, Anthony, but no, it was a good one. I had a decent kart for that one. So it was important to nail the quali lap, and then from there on in, just led the race, made sure I kept my head, try and do the laps. Thanks, Martin. So yeah, it was a good race.
Yeah, solid one on that one. The medal's backwards, so you can't really see what it says. Oh, there you go. Oh, there you go. I don't know why you've got one of those already. I mean, you know, you wait till later. But, you know, talk us about your driving style out there, because you're the only sort of driver that we see go out there who's got, like, you kind of really lean into the corner. Is that mainly due to the height?
Yeah, I get that question a lot whenever I go karting anywhere. People notice the style I've got. I think I just picked it up from a few years ago when I was doing some of the European stuff. And they kind of really lean to get the kart to position correctly and get it turned in. So I don't even know I'm doing it now, to be honest. Yeah.
Just one of those things. You're one of the favourites to potentially even win this weekend. You're up there, so no pressure on that one. Do you think it's going to happen?
Never say never. I started coming here on Wednesday afternoon, and I had some time to find. So I never dreamt to win a race this weekend. I was quite far off coming into Wednesday. So yeah, never say never.
Exactly that. We'll wish you best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Perfect there. Well, there we go. That is the Heat 10. We've got more heats throughout the day, so do stay with us. We have got a little break for the time being, but we should be back racing at around 2 o'clock, am I right in saying? But for now, we'll take a quick break. We'll see you in a moment.
Okay then, so well, that concludes the first round of heat races, and what an exceptional bunch of races they all were. We've had instant drama, we've had a whole ton of pit lane dramas. I don't think a race has passed actually without somebody falling foul of the pit lane regulation of being stopped when you're supposed to be. So it's been a bit of an action-packed first round. Now, that was on the standard course. What we're going to be going for now, you can see those watching at home, is the alternate layout. The alternate layout, they're going to slightly redesign the track, and we're going to be using that alternate layout for round 2 of heats, which is coming up, and then round 3, which will be, half of which will be today, this evening, and the other half will be tomorrow morning, before returning to the standard layout for the final round of heats, the semi-finals, and the final itself. So they are in the process of altering that. Now, what happens is with the alternate layout is it's always a bit of a random one. Phil Stanley and the crew at Formula Fast will have figured out what they're going to do, but it's always something different each year. So this new layout will be something to pay attention to. We're going to be taking a bit of a break now, and the British Rental Kart Championship will be resuming in about half an hour's time. We'll be looking to get the first of the second round heats underway at 2 o'clock. We all hope you've enjoyed it so far. So for myself, James Auld, Anthony Jordan, and everyone else in the organisation here, please join us at 2 o'clock for more action from the 2023 British Rental Kart Championship.
M4M is a small family-run business. We found a niche in the market to make animal shelters for all different types of animals, from horses to goats to alpacas. We make affordable animal shelters across the line for everyday people to have, and it's like the BRKC, one of the top karting events, but everybody's friendly, everybody's nice. As a motorsport fan, it's been nice to be involved with all different types of grassroots motorsport, and the BRKC brings all of that. There's fast, close racing, lovely people from all over the world. It's unbelievable. It's such a good way to meet people and have a good time. M4M and BRKC working together is just brilliant partnership. We make a good quality product at a good price, and the BRKC gives you everything from a top motoring event, and it's affordable across the line to everybody. It's good luck to all the drivers taking part, especially to the team M4M. Hopefully see you all soon. M4M is a small family-run business. We found a niche in the market to make animal shelters for all different types of animals, from horses to goats to alpacas. We make affordable animal shelters across the line for everyday people to have, and it's like the BRKC, one of the top karting events, but everybody's friendly, everybody's nice. As a motorsport fan, it's been nice to be involved with all different types of grassroots motorsport, and the BRKC brings all of that. There's fast, close racing, lovely people from all over the world. It's unbelievable. It's such a good way to meet people and have a good time. M4M and BRKC working together is just brilliant partnership. We make a good quality product at a good price, and the BRKC gives you everything from a top motoring event, and it's affordable across the line to everybody. It's good luck to all the drivers taking part, especially to the team M4M. Hopefully see you all soon. M4M is a small family-run business. We found a niche in the market to make animal shelters for all different types of animals, from horses to goats to alpacas. We make affordable animal shelters across the line for everyday people to have, and it's like the BRKC, one of the top karting events, but everybody's friendly, everybody's nice. As a motorsport fan, it's been nice to be involved with all different types of grassroots motorsport, and the BRKC brings all of that. There's fast, close racing, lovely people from all over the world. It's unbelievable. It's such a good way to meet people and have a good time. M4M and BRKC working together is just brilliant partnership. We make a good quality product at a good price, and the BRKC gives you everything from a top motoring event, and it's affordable across the line to everybody. It's good luck to all the drivers taking part, especially to the team M4M. Hopefully see you all soon. M4M is a small family-run business. We found a niche in the market to make animal shelters for all different types of animals, from horses to goats to alpacas. We make affordable animal shelters across the line for everyday people to have. And it's like the BRKC, one of the top karting events, but everybody's friendly, everybody's nice. As a motorsport fan, it's been nice to be involved with all different types of grassroots motorsport. And the BRKC brings all of that. There's fast, close racing, lovely people from all over the world. It's unbelievable. It's such a good way to meet people and have a good time. M4M and BRKC working together is just a brilliant partnership. We make a good quality product at a good price, and the BRKC gives you everything from a top motoring event, and it's affordable across the line to everybody. It's good luck to all the drivers taking part, especially to the team M4M. Hopefully see you all soon.
On the backstretch, it's Sean Briley. He's full power across the line. What's it going to be for Sean Briley? Fastest! Sean Briley has gone fastest. Just one corner now, that's it. And here comes Lewis Manley. What's it going to be? It's third fastest for Lewis Manley. And here is Ruben Boutons. He is in the final, but where's he going to start it from? If anyone's capable of defeating Sean Briley, it is Ruben Boutons. Here he is now. He's coming towards the end. He's getting the checker flag. Where's he going to be? Who's on pole? Boutons, 9th. That is a shock.
No big mistakes, but I think a bit too cautious probably.
Lewis Manley is in third. Shock of the qualifying probably was Ruben Boutons down in 9th place, but we'll see what Ruben can offer. Here we go, and away they go. 30 minutes to go now. Sean Briley, this is the race of his life. And get ready for some early stoppers, because there's some people with very good reason to want to get in that pit stop right now. So they're coming past the Penalties. Is anyone going to send it in? Nobody yet. No one. Oh,
Manley
Manley
comes in, looks at the first gate, very fast in, comes into gate number 2, and it's green there.
Sean Briley has an even bigger lead
M4M is a small family-run business. We found a niche in the market to make animal shelters for all different types of animals, from horses to goats to alpacas. We make affordable animal shelters across the line for everyday people to have, and it's like the BRKC, one of the top karting events, but everybody's friendly, everybody's nice. As a motorsport fan, it's been nice to be involved with all different types of grassroots motorsport, and the BRKC brings all of that. There's fast, close racing, lovely people from all over the world. It's unbelievable. It's such a good way to meet people and have a good time. M4M and BRKC working together is just a brilliant partnership. We make a good quality product at a good price, and the BRKC gives you everything from a top motoring event, and it's affordable across the line to everybody. It's good luck to all the drivers taking part, especially to the team M4M. Hopefully see you all soon. M4M is a small family-run business. We found a niche in the market to make animal shelters for all different types of animals, from horses to goats to alpacas. We make affordable animal shelters across the line for M4M is a small family-run business. We found a niche in the market to make animal shelters for all different types of animals, from horses to goats to alpacas. We make affordable animal shelters across the line for everyday people.
think a bit too cautious probably.
Lewis Manley is in third. Shock of the qualifying probably was Ruben Boutens down in ninth place, but we'll see what Ruben can offer. Here we go, and away they go. 30 minutes to go now. Sean Briley, this is the race of his life. Get ready for some early stoppers because there's some people with very good reason to want to get in that pit stop right now. So they're coming past the potentials. Is anyone going to send it in? Nobody yet. No one. Oh,
Manley
Manley
comes in, looks at the first gate, very fast in, comes into gate number 2, and it's green there.
Sean Briley has an even bigger lead. This is an outstanding lead for any race at this early stage, and this is the grand final. Oh, there's a battle behind, and somebody's gone through. It looks like Philpott, and somebody's gone with him. Ruben Boutens gone with him. Ruben Boutens all over the back of Brad Philpott. Ruben Boutens in.
Red light's on, he pulls away early, but he gets the green light, but he goes out behind both Manley and Holler.
Down the inside goes Ruben Boutens, and Ruben Boutens clearly on a mission now. So Manley may have done enough to leap.
Goes.
Lewis Manley wants to win the BRKC Grand Finals. He's going to have to pass Sean Briley. He's going to look to the outside. Manley to the outside, but nothing doing. Briley's got it covered. Sean Briley sending one up the inside. Philpott gives way. He realises the situation. There's no point trying to scupper Sean Briley's race. Fastest lap, though, goes to Ruben Boutens so far. Ruben Boutens the fastest on the track. Lewis Manley closed in, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. Here comes Sean Briley. The checker flag is out. Sean Briley is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. It's Sean Briley. He is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. Stretch it, Sean Briley, he's full power across the line. What's it going to be for Sean Briley? Fastest! Sean Briley has gone fastest. Just one corner now, that's it. And here comes Lewis Manley. What's it going to be? It's third fastest for Lewis Manley. And here is Ruben Boutens. He is in the final, but where's he going to start it from? If anyone's capable of defeating Sean Briley, it is Ruben Boutens. Here he is now. He's coming towards the end. He's getting the checker flag. Where's he going to be? Who's on pole? Boutens, ninth. That is a shock.
No big mistakes, but I think a bit too cautious probably.
Lewis Manley is in third. Shock of the qualifying probably was Ruben Boutens down in ninth place, but we'll see what Ruben can offer. Here we go, and away they go. 30 minutes to go now. Sean Briley, this is the race of his life. Get ready for some early stoppers because there's some people with very good reason to want to get in that pit stop right now. So they're coming past the potentials. Is anyone going to send it in? Nobody yet. No one. Oh,
Manley
in.
comes in, looks at the first gate, very fast in, comes into gate number 2, and it's green there.
And hello everybody, welcome back to the British Rental Kart Championship 2023. We've concluded the first round of heats and we're now into the second round of heats. So every driver in this event, all 100 drivers, have got one race in the book. The big difference now though is it's the alternate layout. Now, no one's had chance to try this alternate layout, and so when the drivers hit the qualifying lap, which is now, this will be the first time they even see it. They get one warm-up lap and then the qualifying lap. So they have basically one lap to figure it out, and then it's on to the important qualifying lap. Now, in this race, who have we got? We've got a bunch of heavy hitters. We've got Bradley Shepherd, we've got Nicky Dolan, we've got Matthew Borrowdale, and Dan Truman, Reese Westwood, Melanie Motts, Dante Dillon, Joe Peters, Harrison Kirkham, and Charlie Ratford. So we've seen all these people in action, not necessarily against each other, because it's obviously mixed up a bit more, and no two drivers ideally face each other more than once until they get to the semi-final and the final. So what are the opening laps going to be? The checker flag is out. We're going to see who's going to be on pole. Is it going to be Dan Truman? Is it going to be Dante Dillon? We will see what happens when they cross the line. So first one through. Setting the mark, that's Nicky Dolan. He's not quickest. Dan Truman's still quickest on his warm-up lap. Harrison Kirkham's gone fastest. Harrison Kirkham currently in first place. They're still coming through, though. Is anyone to beat Kirkham? Yes, they are. It's Charlie Ratford. Charlie Ratford. Bradley Shepherd is into second place, and that concludes the qualifying. So, birthday boy, Charlie Ratford. He's 16 today, celebrating in style. He's already had a decent run. I think it was to fourth place earlier on, and he is now starting pole position in this race. From Bradley Shepherd, now the vastly experienced Bradley Shepherd, he has 3 teams running this event, but he is not actually driving any of those. He's driving as an independent. Harrison Kirkham has come right up to third there. It's a great showing from him. Dan Truman is in fourth. Joe Peters fifth. Matthew Borrowdale. Dante Dillon, a surprise to be down in seventh place. Reese Westwood, we saw him running as high as second earlier on today, but he's down in 8th place after the qualifying here. Nicky Dolan, he's again a front runner last year, but down in 9th place for this particular race. And Melanie Motts from the Netherlands is rounding out the top 10 there, and they're all lined up now. If we look down on this screen, we can see those watching at home. There is Charlie Ratford in the pole position. Bradley Shepherd in the orange is behind, and communicating possibly one of his drivers, Dante Dillon, and then behind that, the number 9 is Harrison Kirkham. This is going to be quite an opening lap. Dan Truman, I think, and Dante Dillon, and possibly even Reese Westwood are going to be trying to make up positions straight away. But Charlie Ratford brings him round. Now, how soon is he going to get on power? He's on the power very early, and he makes a good getaway. He's crossing the line now to start the race, and a tight hairpin to the right, a 90-degree left, a hairpin left, and then a hairpin right. Very tricky one there. Reorganised the snail section, basically. It's made a faster mid part, but more hairpins will probably keep the lap time down a bit. It may even be slower a lap time than what we've seen before. We'll see what those times come to. Charlie Ratford has the lead, though. He's at the end of the backstretch now, turning in. Big drift by Ratford on the opening lap. Big slide on there as Bradley Shepherd maintains second place. Little bit of a gap to Kirkham. Just a kart length in between all of them. There's Dan Truman in fourth. And still positions as they were. I think a few of the drivers still feeling the way in here. Now is not the time for too much hero work. It'll be later on. I think the pits could be quite important, and we've got Anthony Jordan in the pit lane to cover those pit stops. Anthony, it'll be very interesting to see if there's some early pit stoppers trying to get some space within the pack here.
Yeah, it would be quite interesting, wouldn't it? I mean, at the moment, the strategy seems to be just kind of stick with the main pack. Yes, you may get the one maybe at the back who might come in early. Actually, straight in. Unlike what we saw last time, he went very late in his first race. He waited all the way to the end of the race. Of course, I think he messed it up as well. He made a mistake. No mistakes this time around. Green lights, good pit stop.
Yeah, great stop there by Dante Dillon. No errors. Errors in the pits have been a feature so far this weekend. Normally, you're dealing with scratch golfers as per the entire entry, but there's definitely some double-digit handicaps when it comes to the pit stops this weekend. There's been all kinds of errors from top performers who do this kind of pit stops regularly in competition. So I
think Melanie Motts is in the pit lane now as well. Yeah, number 20 in the pit lane from the Netherlands. It's a penalty on the first one, and sorry if you heard that through the microphone. That was quite a loud profanity that just came out of that helmet as she left the pit lane.
Yeah, did Melanie get a penalty on the previous race
Yes,
as well?
I don't know. My piece of paper up there will tell you if she did or not. But
Right, okay, well, we'll refer to that later. Melanie knows, and that's the important bit. Now, Melanie Motz then is resuming in 10th place. She's basically gone too early in the pit lane. The red light was still on when she was moving and moved out of the area where she was supposed to be stopped. So the green light didn't come on. It was amber, and she's had to come back in for a penalty pit stop. Now, when she's going to take it is the key. She's been informed of it. You see her nodding ahead there, which she probably already knew due to
oh yeah, she knew.
hearing her. That
She knew.
She knew. She was looking at that light, watching it go amber, yeah? Now, meantime, here's Charlie Ratford, the race leader. Now, he's got Bradley Shepherd, who's actually closed in on him now. Shepherd is closed in on Ratford and is slightly edged away from Harrison Kirkham, though there's nothing in it. There's literally half a kart length to Radford and a kart length to Kirkham. Dan Truman continues to run in 4th place. This driver's been racing as part of the Team Hard Scholarship in car racing. In the pits.
Yeah, Medley Mott's back in. Yeah, so this is the penalty one. It's fine on the first light and it's fine on the second light. She goes back out now, nearly a complete whole lap down.
Yeah, so Melanie Motz now enters the new section, and here comes the race leader, Charlie Ratford. Now, Melanie has speed, but if Ratford's sort of trying to get extra speed to pull away from Bradley Shepherd, which is a big ask in anyone's book, he may well end up catching her, and that could be interesting depending on where he catches her. Obviously, there are certain points around the track where they're going to issue a blue flag, but it may well be that there are a crucial couple of moments where Melanie is unable to be made aware that she needs to move out of the way. So we'll see what happens here. It's a close battle for the top 3. Into the pits is Bradley Shepherd.
Yeah, from second place. It was a late dive in, but it was a crucial dive in. Didn't waste any time, and luckily no one else in front did the same thing. So good first on gate 1, good on gate 2, comes out, clean traffic.
And a wonderful view of the pit lane there. If you're watching at home, for these pit stop lights, you can see we've got the 2 lines across the road. One in the early part of the pit, one in the later part. The driver has to stop at each of those lines, and you'll see above, in the very top part of the picture when you're watching at home, the lights being red, the driver needs to stop, and green. In fact, in the pits, the race leader. So let's have a look at this.
Yeah, race leader in. Sorry, and again, that weird seat technique. It was good on the first one. Again, just kind of, I don't know, hugging the fuel tank. I don't know if that works or not. Comes out, good pit stop.
Psychology, Anthony, psychology. Yes, it's probably not helping, but if in doubt, do it, yeah? Anyway, in the on-track now, we have Harrison Kirkham listed as the leader from Dan Truman and Joe Peters. Matthew Borrowdale is 4th. Now, Reece Westwood, we were looking for him to make some moves. He's up into 5th place as a result, obviously, of the pit stops. He was pretty forceful in the earlier race, spent a lot of time running 2nd place. And we'll see if he can pull up from there and actually make something in this race. Maybe it'll happen in the pit stops if he's got pace on the track. In the pits, though, who've we got?
Nicky Dolan in the pit lane. Now, remember, Nicky did get a penalty on the last race that he'd done, and this time around, it's all good and back out on track.
Yeah, great stop there by Nicky Dolan. This is what he needs. He's got to put some points in that bank if he's going to do better than last year. He was aiming for, I believe, a top 50, and he did come second in one of the races, though, so he's got the speed and the skill to do it. Right then, so listed up front though is still Harrison Kirkham. He's done 10 laps now on this new alternative layout. It's a mystery layout. No one gets to know what it is until the Formula Fast crew lay it out after the first set of heats, so no one's got any idea what it's going to be like. So every driver hitting it hits it for the first time in qualifying, and that is it. So Harrison Kirkham leads, Dan Truman 2nd, Joe Peters 3rd. Looking at the lap times are about maybe 4 seconds really slower than what we've been looking at for the normal layout, so that's increasing it a little bit. That will make a difference to the pit stops, in the sense that when you know they're going to have to look at different reference points to know where they're going to come out of the pits relative to those around them when they actually exit the pits. So let's have a look here. Harrison Kirkham 11 laps in, Dan Truman, Joe Peters, no one's coming in the last few laps. Half the field have been in and half have yet to pit. Right, so Harrison Kirkham 12 laps now. He's got it was a 2-second lead. It's now, what's the gap? It's now 2.1 seconds. So Harrison Kirkham is slightly pulling away from Dan Truman in this race. Harrison needs to take advantage of this to try to pull a gap get himself further away from the others, so when he comes out the pits, he's further up the order on rejoining. If possible, that could involve getting right to the front of the pack. Bradley Shepherd would be one of the main challenges, but he's caught behind 2 cars. One of them's Reece Westwood, the other one's Charlie Ratford. So it's that's probably the real lead of the race. Ratford and Shepherd in 6th and 7th. They're coming round towards the end of the lap now. And down the inside goes Ratford, but can't quite make it. Collision with Westwood. Now Westwood, this is a battle for position, so into the position ahead goes Ratford, but Bradley Shepherd's been bundled in the wall. He's hit the wall hard, and that's cost him a lot of time. He's in a battle with Westwood and Ratford, but Westwood has not pitted, so it's not really for position, but Westwood is in that position fairly. You know, he's not a lap down or anything like that.
No,
so
no.
Although he has yet to pit, it's fair game.
Yeah, it is fair game. You know, he has every right to defend that track position. It is technically full position, but as the race progresses, it's not. But yeah, as it goes through, I was looking at the lap times there, and it was. This is no disrespect to Reece Westwood. He's a very quick driver, but he was off the pace slightly on that one. So he did have drivers who are a little bit quicker, wanting to get past, and I think the frustration took the better of them and just kind of squeezed a gap that may or wasn't there.
Yeah, basically. In a sense, Shepherd hit a wall. He had to go for the gap.
He had
Westwood
to, yeah.
probably wasn't entirely 100% sure he was there. So one of those slightly awkward ones. But Westwood now is fighting a bit of a rearguard action against Bradley Shepherd. All this time, of course, Charlie Ratford is pulling away. It could be argued that Charlie Ratford is really in the lead of this race once the pit stop cycle through. He's in 5th place at the moment. Harrison Kirkham needs to take advantage of these shenanigans. Bradley Shepherd has finally bundled his way past Bradley Shepherd on Reece Westwood, that's the word. And so Ratford now has a bigger lead over Shepherd than before. Can Shepherd close it in? Into the pits is the number 10, that's Reece Westwood.
Yes, it is. So he comes into the pit lane, and again, probably a good call to have. You know, you've been battered and bruised in that last few laps. So now he got a green light, but then a yellow light came on. I'm not sure if that's a penalty or not, but he got the green light on the first gate, but then the yellow came on. I will ask the question, but it looked like a good stop.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting. And Reece Westwood is just ahead of Nicky Dolan, and they're down towards the tail, 8th and 9th. Truman has now assumed the lead, and the race leader has come in. That's Kirkham, isn't it?
Yeah, that was Kirkham in the pit lane. He is all good. Just to clarify as well that last pit stop for Reece Westwood was fine. The green light did come on before the yellow, so it was fine.
It counts. Well, that's great news there for Reece Westwood. He certainly did not need to have any kind of repeat pit stop there. Now, Truman leads, yet to pit. Joe Peters second, yet to pit. And Matthew Borrodale third, yet to pit. Charlie Ratford is in 4th, and he has pitted, so he's crossing the line now. Now, Kirkham is really close to him, and there's a bit of a gap to Bradley Shepherd, and then Dante Dillon is right on the tail of Bradley Shepherd now. Dante Dillon is definitely someone who we are expecting to see move forward in this race. It'll become even more apparent when everyone's made the pit stop how far ahead he's got. But he's really working on Brad Shepherd, and in fact he could make a lunge. Is it going to be down the backstretch? We're looking at the backstretch on screen. There comes Dillon. Is he moving the inside? Yes, he is. He's down the inside. Dante Dillon makes the pass. So Dante Dillon has passed Bradley Shepherd for the position. In fact, I think Dante Dillon's one of the BSR drivers this weekend. So Bradley Shepherd, personally, okay, he'd be a bit miffed to lose the place, but at least Dante Dillon is one of his team drivers. Great news for Brad Shepherd, although it cost him a position.
Yeah, exactly that. We're probably working together, just thinking, yeah, okay, you may be the quicker driver out of the two of us in this one, so I'll try and latch onto the back of you, and if I can't stick with you, at least you can drive off.
Absolutely. So that's good news for Dante Dillon. He is going into this event always a potential candidate for the final and possibly even the championship itself. He's had a lot of success in recent years in all sorts of karting, including here at Formula Fast and Milton Keynes, the British Rental Kart Championship. So Dante Dillon, worth keeping an eye on. He's into 6th place now. If I remember, he started 7th. We've still got Dan Truman and Joe P, the top 3, still yet to pit. So I think on paper, Dillon would actually pass all 3 of them. So that could be Dillon right the way up to 4th, maybe even 3rd. So we'll see how that one works out. Now, there's Ratford crossing the line. He's 4th, but he's the top placed driver who has made a pit stop. into the new section there. He's got Harrison Kirkham behind him, and then a gap, and Dante Dillon and Brad Shepherd. And these give the impression at the moment of closing up. Looking here from the commentary box, they really do give the impression. They're coming down the backstretch in a moment. They're about to enter that. So here turning in there into the hairpin, that's Charlie Radford. There in the yellowy orange helmet, that was Kirkham. And there's Dillon, and there's Bradley Shepherd. So Bradley Shepherd conceding the position to Dante Dillon, has not actually fallen away, as you might have thought, to be honest, because Dante Dillon catching him really quickly. When Truman, Peters and Borrowdale come out of the pits, looking at the required time to be in the pits, it could well be that they're behind all of them. So Dante Dillon may well have pulled himself up from 7th to an incredible 3rd in this race. An outstanding performance from the relative youngster. Really, Anthony, we're waiting for Dan Truman to pit to see what difference that's going to make.
Yeah, because you've got first and second place, Peters and Truman. They both haven't pitted. Also, neither has Matthew Borrowdale. He hasn't pitted either, so first, second and third out on track are the only drivers yet to pit. So it will be interesting to see where Charlie Radford will come in. Like we say, the gap, 10 seconds they need, and it's only 5 seconds between himself and the front. So yes, Charlie Radford is leading this race by some margin.
Absolutely, he's listed in 4th at the moment because he has made a pit stop. Those in front haven't. He is also the fastest on the track, one of just 2 drivers who are capable of getting into the 32-second mark now. So Charlie Radford really is on a bit of a mission. It doesn't look like it, but he is fractionally pulling away from Kirkham, Dillon and Shepherd, who are his competition in this race. So let's just pick things up when they cross the line. We've got Charlie Radford there coming around the final corner. He's about to cross the line. He's got someone in front of him and someone behind him. No, sorry, that's Truman I'm looking at there. Here comes Radford across the line now. There's a clear gap behind to Kirkham, and then an equally clear gap of, again, about maybe 10 kart lengths to Dante Dillon, Bradley Shepherd. Although they are running for, Charlie Radford is in 4th place at the moment. Dan Truman, let's have a look at his lap time, because he really needs to slightly up the pace. He's not in a position now to actually rejoin. Who's coming in?
This is Joe Peters in the pit lane, the number 17. Good stop on the first one, and the 21 is backed up with him as well. So Matthew Borrowdale also in the pit lane. So far, so good. Green lights all around, and it is fine for both of them. A little bit slow there from Matthew Borrowdale. Only one driver left to pit.
And that, of course, is race leader Dan Truman. Race leader Dan Truman has, we think, in 10 seconds, 10.5 seconds it's going to take to make the pit stop, which will put him behind.
His hands up. He's coming in now. So race leader Daniel Truman in the pit lane. Let's see what he can do. He's going to lose the race lead now as Charlie Radford now passes the pit lane. He retakes the lead, and it's a good pit stop. Comes out in about 5th place.
Yeah, a solid 5th place, and Peters is really going to be on the case of Truman. Truman's building up speed now. He's trying to close in on the back of Bradley Shepherd. Peters is trying to go with him. If both of them would close in on who they're aiming at, that's going to make quite a tight battle behind Dante Dillon. Dante Dillon, I was expecting to pull away from Bradley Shepherd, his team boss, but Shepherd stayed with him, and now they've got Dan Truman with them. Charlie Radford crossing the line now. This is actually one of the closest races we've seen. So there's Radford over the line, there's Kirkham over the line, there's Dillon, Shepherd and Truman and Peters over the line. So there's your top 6 separated by just 6 seconds. This is a pretty close race, Anthony, probably the closest we've seen all day.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's a very, very close race. It's actually really good one to watch as well, as you see the drivers. It's all about the pit stops, though, really. When it really falls down to it, yes, you can have a really close race at the start, but if no one pits, and then you get the pit stops, and then it all changes, and then it all comes back together again. This is why we love BRKC. It's an up and down race, and with now this new alternate layout, a lot of drivers are having to relearn the circuit, really. So you're seeing maybe other drivers who weren't at the full potential or full pace on the other track layout, they could get to grips with this circuit a little bit faster.
Absolutely, learning fast is a key thing in this situation. Talking of learning fast, it's his 16th birthday today, and Charlie Radford leads the way. This would be a best birthday present he could get. The black flag's been given to Bradley Shepherd, so Bradley Shepherd's been given the black flag. We can only assume that's maybe, contact base, something like that. But certainly Bradley Shepherd, who's running in 4th place, has been given the black flag by the organisers. There's only 3 minutes remaining, so there's not that long for him to take whatever penalty he's got to take. He's not going to be happy about that one, Anthony.
Very much not. No, I did see he did get a warning flag earlier on, and again, I wasn't sure what that was for. So he's going to have to, well, yeah, he's going to have to pit, really, isn't he? So he's going to have to go for a nice, quick stop. But yeah, he's not going to be a happy bunny after that.
It's going to throw him straight down the order. He may even resume behind Matthew Borrowdale in 7th place. So Bradley Shepherd is he's going to rue this one, whatever happens. It doesn't really, it benefits Dan Truman and Joe Peters and probably Matthew Borrowdale by position, but really on track, it just relieves a bit of pressure to Dante Dillon as much as anything. But they are closing in on Harrison Kirkham. I've noticed Dante Dillon and Shepherd as a pair are closing in on Harrison Kirkham, who's 2nd place at the moment. The lead is going to come through. There he is. So the lead is crossing the line now, and Kirkham is now definitely under solid pressure from Dante Dillon and Brad Shepherd, who we know has got to serve a penalty. Gap then to Dan Truman, but this is a very close race indeed. There they go through. That's Harrison Kirkham just coming out the hairpin there, with Dillon and Shepherd right with him. Interview now, we're following him with the camera. There's Kirkham, there's Dillon, and there is Shepherd, the 3rd of those 3. Down the back stretch, not close enough for any kind of move is Dante Dillon, but he's getting closer all the time. Harrison Kirkham has either lost time or Dillon sped up. If it's Dillon speeding up, he's certainly bringing Bradley Shepherd with him, but Bradley Shepherd needs to serve this black flag at some point. There's only about 1.5 minutes of regular time for him to come in and do that. So I'm expecting him in next lap around, to be fair, Anthony.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, pace-wise between all 3 of these drivers, they're pretty much similar, so there's no real difference in terms of that. But maybe it's just that, Kirkham thought that, oh, well, Shepherd's got a penalty behind me, so I can ease off a little bit, but forgot that Dante Dillon was there. I don't know, that's just I'm spitballing there, but, we'll have to see. Is Shepherd... No, he's not come in. He's not come in. No, he is going to have to come in this lap, though.
Absolutely, we can see on the big screen there is, as they go through the new area, it is Kirkham there with the yellowy orange top. The white and red suit is Dante Dillon, and the orange helmet is Bradley Shepherd. Now, Bradley Shepherd has a black flag. We're expecting him into the pits to serve that. It's going to have to be this lap, or the organisers are really going to be waving it at him. Might even disqualify him completely. Oh, Dillon making a move down the inside. It didn't come off. It hasn't cost much time, which is amazing considering the amount of sliding going on. And Shepherd does not take the stop. Well, he might make it next time around. If he doesn't take it next time around, he could be facing a disqualification, depending on how the organisers see this.
I think if you don't come in for a penalty, I think you get put to the back of the grid in the race results. Which is basically being DSQ'd.
Window, really, isn't it?
Yeah. So, I think he needs to bring it in this time.
He will be down the order, will Bradley Shepherd, but he won't be down the order if he misses the whole penalty. So this is last shot, really. Dillon's got in front, but he's had to give the place back to Kirkham. Obviously, a bit of a bad pass going on, and Shepherd hasn't come in.
No, he's not
come in.
He hasn't. He stayed out. So thinking
it's the last lap now, given by the organisers. So we're on the last lap. Surely he can't sort of Michael Schumacher it and pit on the last actual final lap.
Brilliant race at Silverstone, that, wasn't it?
I was there. It was wet and it was horrible.
I don't think I was born.
Are you really that young? Talking of people being young, 16 years young today, it's Charlie Ratford who's going to take the win. Here he crossed the line now. He wins on his 16th birthday, leg in the air. But what's happening behind? Is it going to be Kirkham? Yes, it is Kirkham. Kirkham takes second. Dillon, an incredible run up to 3rd from 7th. Bradley Shepherd 4th, but with a black flag. Truman. Will that promote Truman? Will it promote Joe Peters in 6th? What about Matthew Borrowdale in 7th? Reece Westwood 8th. Dolan 9th. Melanie Mott's 10th. Depending on what the organisers say, some people might find they're a little bit further up than what they think. So the checker flag's been given, everyone crossing the line. But there's no doubt in the winner, it's Charlie Ratford, 37 laps in. And Charlie Ratford has managed to win. He's also set the fastest lap of this race. He's down there with you, Anthony. See what he says about this birthday boy.
No, I suspect he'll be very happy. There's a smattering of supporters at the side. Oh, look at this, with the balloons and all sorts. It's all kicking off here now. But I mean, it's huge congratulations to him. And he's got a lanyard. He's got everything. Oh God, I don't like jealousy. But he's got a balloon, a lanyard, and I'm jealous. I wish I had a lanyard and a balloon. we'll bring him over. He's got to get himself weighed. Get yourself weighed, Charlie, and then come and have a chat with us again. And get yourself weighed first, and then we'll have a chat. We'll wait for a couple of others to talk to in this one. While we do wait for that one, let's chat to Shepherd. Bradley, just a quick one. Probably not the race you wanted out there. What happened with the black flag?
Oh, well, just people getting in the way, you know. We're coming up to back markers. Yeah, they're still on their racing lap, but they need to get out of the way of the leaders. So, you know, I had to go for the lunge and try and stay in contention for the win, and unfortunately it didn't pay off.
It's a shame for you. So obviously we were thinking you were going to be coming in at one point during that race. You didn't come in the end, so I suspect it'll be probably a slap on the wrist by the race director.
Yeah, we'll let the stewards decide. I'm going to go up and see them now and see what we can do.
Yeah, hopefully. I wish you all the best, mate. Wish you all the best. Right, Charlie, come on over, mate. Come on over. We had a chat at the kart in your previous race. This time around, look at this. You got a balloon. You got a lanyard. It's so 16 years old today. We spoke about your last race, and you said it wasn't the best result that you wanted, and you said you hoped to do better. I think a race win and a heat is what you wanted, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's just what I needed, because I ended up getting a penalty that race as well, finishing 8th, which happens. But yeah, that's really what I need to try and get to the final. I'm really happy with that.
Do you reckon we can keep up this momentum now? Now you've got into the rhythm. It looked like you much preferred the alternate layout here. How was it going into turn 1, expecting it to be flat out like it was before, and all of a sudden seeing a hairpin?
Yeah, it was quite difficult on the first lap to get used to, because it was really slippy. So on my qualifying lap, I just took it steady, tried not to slide out, lose too much time, and it worked. And throughout the race, I was just learning the track more and more, and I think I'd done a pretty good time.
Yeah, it was a solid time, a solid result for yourself as well, coming away with the race win. You got lots of family and friends here support. There they are, perfect, cheering you on. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Well, brilliant stuff. Congratulations, Charlie. We'll let you crack on and enjoy your heat win on that one. And medal going his way as well. So lanyard, balloon, and a medal. Next race is getting themselves lined up. You can see them there seated and ready to go. So, James, we'll head back up to you. Qualifying coming up very soon.
Big race there on the new layout. The interesting thing was that nobody really pulled away. It was very close, among the finishers. The gap from first to some way down the order was close. Now we've got some serious drivers. This is going to be joined by Steve Gray, who you've all seen in action earlier on. And you've got somebody in this one, Steve. There's Gary Jones, your teammate, correct?
Good old Gary in this one, yeah. Like you say, with Adam not being in this, I've got to follow somebody, haven't I? I've got to. So yeah, it's watching Gary in this one. But as you say, this is a heck of a heat. This is really one of the heats of deaths, isn't it?
It's going to be a very tough one. I mean, we'll run through the entries. We've got Ruben Boutons, double world champion. We've got Phil Randall. We've got Aidan Kennedy from the US, Richard Duke, Jonathan Wilson, Gary Jones, Mark O'Grady, Bram Gelton, Johnny Elliott and Tyler Mays. So potentially there, well, we've seen Bram Gelton win, we've seen Johnny Elliott win, we know Richard Duke can win, he's won in the past, we know Ruben Boutons can win because he's a double world champion, 6 times BRKC winner here, and Tyler Mays we know could throw something in. Gary Jones has won here. Yeah, he's won here before. Aidan Kennedy could win. It's a bit nasty, this, isn't it? Steve? Would you like to be out in that race?
No. All respect to Gary in this one. I know when the heat draw came out, he said to me, this was his second heat, he said, my God, he said, if I get 9th place out of this, I'll be happy. So we'll have to see. Yeah, but brilliant stuff. It's going to be a great race, this one. Great to be up here again commentating with you, James. The footage that you guys have, that Scruffy Bear Pictures put up, gets better and better every year, and it's such a superb event. Fantastic.
Absolutely, and we're looking now down the pit lane. Now, we can see there Aidan Kennedy, the American, is in the black suit. He's just adjusting something in the kart, some of the weights maybe. You can see the American flag on his shoes, but ahead of him is the double world champion and 6 times British Rental Kart Champion. That there is Ruben Boutons, and Ruben Boutons will be up for victory on this one. He came second in the earlier heat race. There's literally no denying he's going to be full on in this one. Bram Gelton is in the number 10 in front of Ruben Boutons. So right at the back there's 3 pole position runners, potential pole position sitters there. Also, again, we've got a situation, bad news for Ruben Boutons because he's on the duff end of this again. A heat race where there are heavy hitters who are going to lose points. because there can only be one winner, only one person get maximum. There's Ruben Boutons there, and
that Pokemon helmet, I tell you, brilliant design that. I've not seen
Bram
that before.
Gelton there. There's Richard Duke, the South African, and we just keep moving further down. The 12, who is in that? Is that Johnny Elliott? Yes, it is. It's Johnny Elliott. And there's Tyler Mays. And there's, of course, is Gary Jones. Now, what's Gary going to be thinking of in this?
I don't know but if it was me, I'd be thinking, kill me now. Really, you see all that behind you, like you see all those drivers, any one of them capable of winning this. This is going to be fantastic. But he's just, you know, put that out of your mind. Put it out of your mind. You're a good driver. You're in a good car. You can do anything. And he's certainly got the potential to be up there, Gary. And we all know he is. So I'm sure he's going to produce something in this race.
Absolutely. The one thing, of course, about the BRKC, there's not one person in the entry who's nothing.
No.
Everybody's somebody. So
everybody's quick.
Yeah, and therefore everybody's got a reason why they're fast and out there. So there's something, you know, to take heart from. But always seen them hanging back a little bit, and that was Bram Gelton just doing, and Ruben Boutons and Aidan Kennedy just doing everything they can to make the slowest exit to that pit lane they can. Just probably not wanting to get caught out. Obviously, a lot of drivers going to be new to the circuit. The scope of people getting it wrong and being caught on the qualifying lap is high in this situation, Steve, do you think?
Yeah, very, very high. This is where drivers show their mettle. This is where, you know, the true class comes out, because, of course, a brand new circuit, like you say, no one's been on this layout before since about, well, the first heat, was it 10 minutes ago? And it's, you know, this is where you've got to prove what you're made of, and it's going to be, this is where, you know, people sort of like, you know, Ruben Boutons, Bram Gelton, who've got all those years' experience at different tracks around the world. This is where they should shine.
Absolutely, learning fast is key here, and we've got the qualifying laps underway. Every driver now is on their qualifying lap. First one through, the number 14 there is Philip Randall. What's he going to do? He's going to go fastest. So, no, he's actually third. Fastest is Jonathan Wilson. Jonathan Wilson, he's been beaten by Gary Jones. Tyler Mays comes behind Gary Jones. Johnny Elliott's gone fastest. Shoots up to fifth. What about Ruben Boutons? What about Bram Gelton second? Bram Gelton pushes Gary Jones out there. Ruben Boutons topping the table. And one more driver, Aidan Kennedy, into third. So double world champion, 6 times British Rental Kart Championship winner, Ruben Boutons will start this race from the pole. That's a very fast lap, 33.1. There's people who didn't even do that in the heat race last one. Johnny Elliott is just a 10th behind, though. So an amazing performance there by Johnny Elliott. And Johnny Elliott will start in second place. Danger Man, though, in third. Bram Gelton. Sorry, was it Aidan Kennedy? Aidan Kennedy, sorry, in third. So even more dangerous, I'd say, is Bram Gelton in fourth. Bram, he's very, very successful. He's also pretty good at overtaking people, isn't he?
And he's got pink gloves. That's got to mean something, hasn't it? You know, he's
exactly that.
Yeah, very quick overtaking.
If you're willing to rock up with pink gloves, you're feeling confident, aren't you?
He's got the Johnny Elliott style of level of confidence.
He certainly has. And behind him, Gary Jones. What will Gary be thinking of right now, Steve? You know him well.
Gary will be very pleased, and so he should be. 5th place in this, you know, group of drivers. He's now got to try and hang on to the back of Bram Gelton and just see if he can be tagged along in this train. But you look at that lineup. You've got Boutons, Elliott, Kennedy, and here we go.
Now, capable of making moves is Bram Gelton. Will we see Gary Jones just follow Gelton and match him for moves? Anyway, coming round his the number 8, this Ruben Boutons, the double world champion. The perfect start by Boutons. He's got Johnny Elliott going with him into the turns there. Now this is going to be where things really shake up a bit. It's a new layout for everybody in this race. They're coming through. It's still Ruben Boutons leading. There's nothing really opening up. Everyone's pretty much where you'd expect them to be in terms of distance to one another. Down the back stretch, here is Ruben Boutons, 6 times British champion, being followed by Johnny Elliott, as opposed to being challenged. Aidan Kennedy, a watching brief in third. And fourth, of course, Bram Gelton. Now, Gary Jones, can he stay with that leading quartet? He is part of the unthinkable team, the Unthinkables, and he is holding on to that 5th place. He can't really afford to let Bram Gelton edge away, can he, Steve?
He can't afford. He's just got to try and hold on to it as best he can. He's doing well so far. He's still there, still in touch. But, you know, Ruben Boutons, Johnny Elliott putting him under huge pressure, even though it has been a lap. He hasn't left his back. And as they go down the back straight now, Johnny Elliott will be looking at this as a tiny bit of a gap back now, Aidan Kennedy and Bram Gelton. Gelton was always going to put Kennedy under pressure, in my view, and it looks like that's happening straight away.
That's exactly what's happening there. Ruben Boutons is trying to check out, but the trouble is it's hard to check out when the second person is Johnny Elliott. So Ruben Boutons would love to be able to pull away, create the kind of gap he can do to make a pit stop and still come out in the lead. But he's got Johnny Elliott, Aidan Kennedy and Bram Gelton behind. There's an element of a gap maybe opening up between the second and third, which is Johnny Elliott to Bram Gelton, to Aidan Kennedy. Gary Jones, though, we'll go back to him. He's got Tyler Mays right in his tail and Jonathan Wilson as well. Now, Tyler Mays, given an opportunity, he's going to take it, isn't he, Steve? He's not going to be sitting there for too long behind Gary unless he has to.
No, he's not. He's a very quick driver again, just as they all are. But no, he's, you know, it's this circuit to me looks quite hard to overtake. You've only got, especially the, you know, the middle section that you've got here. That looks very difficult to overtake on a clean move anyway. So we'll have to see if any driver attempts that. But just going back to Johnny Elliott very quickly, I've known Johnny since I was about 12 years old. I remember when he was a marshal at Daytona, Manchester, when I used to go. So we have a lot of history together. And he has impressed me massively so far this event. That win in the last race was brilliant. And now he's putting 6 times champion Ruben Boutons under pressure. And he's not left his back. He's really impressive with Johnny Elliott. Great driving.
Mental strength is the key thing with Johnny Elliott. For so long, that's the bit of the chink in the armour. It's, you know, when it started to go wrong, it's gone very wrong with Johnny, and then that blows the whole thing. But we're seeing a much stronger Johnny Elliott mentally, so much so that the problems aren't even occurring.
No.
So problems that would have caused some weakness mentally before are now not even occurring, so that, you know, he's so much further away from the problem.
Yeah, you've hit the nail exactly on the head there. It was a lot of it with Johnny, I think, was the mental aspect of it. He's such a quick driver, but he would have one little thing go wrong and that would impact his entire weekend. But now, as you say, he's getting his head down and he's just doing the business. Fantastic stuff.
He was the kind of driver who, if anyone was going to get a penalty on a penalty, was going to be Johnny Elliott. But now we're not seeing that. What we're seeing is Johnny getting wins on wins. Now, to be running this close to Ruben Boutons is something that Johnny will be taking heart from. Obviously, Johnny's now got huge confidence in his own right. He knows he's a world-class driver. He knows he could actually, with a fair wind, even win this whole BRKC. However, he also knows he's got to beat Ruben Boutons to do it. Johnny Elliott currently second fastest, Ruben Boutons the quickest. But the key point is that Johnny Elliott now knows he can run with Ruben Boutons, lap in, lap out. Probably Ruben Boutons knows that too.
Yeah, he does, and you say from Ruben's point of view, he'll be looking back and, you know, probably not surprised as such, but he'll be thinking, you know, Johnny, he's going to have to be on his tail. Going to be up the inside there. That's Gary Jones getting overtaken. Tyler Mays, as you say, James, the tiniest of gaps, and Tyler's straight in there, no messing about. And now he's got Richard Dew. Got Richard, circuit expert when it's the standard layout, struggling maybe a bit here on this different layouts, and but now he's right behind Gary. It's going to be interesting to see whether Tyler Mays can pull away now that he's got that gap from Gary.
Well, it has to be said with Richard Duke, the alternate layout in the BRKC has always been the tough spot. He knows the standard layout very well, and he's very quick. We've seen him win on it. But we've never really seen him show well on the alternate, and that's where it goes wrong for him. Potentially a semi-finalist or finalist if he could score the points on the alternate layout, which so far hasn't happened. It's going to be a tough ask in this race, but this is the sort of race he'd have been right up there if he didn't have to tackle Ruben Boutons, Johnny Elliott, Aidan Kennedy, Bram Gelton, Tyler Mays and Gary Jones.
We did say it wasn't going to be easy.
It's certainly not easy, no. And we're looking at them now. Here comes Ruben Boutons, the double world champion, down into this hairpin at the end of the straight. Now, what you're looking at here literally is the fastest the track could be driven. You're not seeing anything being lost here. This is this normal standard that someone like Ruben Boutons runs to. So the fact Johnny Elliott's staying with him means that Johnny is running to that standard. The fact that Aidan Kennedy's not been left for dead either means he's running for that running at that standard, and Bram Gelton in fourth place is staying right on the tail of Aidan Kennedy, so he's at that standard as well. These guys, this is literally the cancelling out caused by perfection, isn't it? Then no one's gaining, no one's losing because everybody's perfect.
Yeah, everybody's inch perfect. You watch Ruben Boutons lap after lap and it's mesmerising. He puts the car exactly where he wants it every single lap. There's no mistake, there's no clipping a barrier, there's nothing. And it's, you know, it's what drivers like me and Adam and, you know, everyone on our level aspires to be at that level, to just not make a mistake for 20 minutes the whole time. It's amazing, and this is why they do it day in and day out, and it's why they're so good.
And it's also showing why someone like Johnny Elliott's so good as well. Now, Johnny's fallen back into the hands of Aidan Kennedy. Maybe there was a little bit of something somewhere. The key thing with looking at that alternate layout there, Steve, just looking myself, obviously I'm not racing the BRKC, and as I mentioned before, the last thing I want to do is be imparting racing advice to one of the competitors. But What I would say is it looks like, more than anything, it's not somewhere where you're going to make time, but it's definitely somewhere, those hairpins, where you could lose time. And when you lose it in that area there, you won't have the momentum down the backstretch. You'll never be in a position to make a jump on someone. And worst of all, you might have someone getting momentum on you.
That's exactly it, yeah. You make one mistake out of these hairpins and it's going to impact you. Oh, Johnny Elliott.
I think that's what we're seeing there with Johnny Elliott, isn't it?
He's just struggling out of the final hair, just this final hairpin, and that's where he's losing time. I mean, fair play to Aidan Kennedy and Bram Gelton. They've closed up within, what, one lap and a half? So maybe something did happen to Johnny. Maybe he did accidentally clip the barrier, and that's the sort of time you can lose with just one small mistake, which makes things like Ruben Bouton's, his driving, so impeccable.
And at this level, the least little thing makes the kind of difference we're looking at here. So Johnny Elliott has fallen back in the clutch of Aidan Kennedy, who's clearly meaning business. Now, what's going to happen down the back straight? Johnny is holding the inside to block him off. That stops Aidan thinking about anything, but seriously, Bram Gelton behind is probably thinking about doing the pair of them if there's a bit of light there. I'm going to come to Anthony down in the pit lane. Anthony, you've seen the battle develop there, the Elliott, Kennedy and Bram Gelton one. In the pits.
Yeah, Richard Jute in the pit lane. No drama first gate, no drama second gate. He's fine. I'll let you finish here.
Yeah, what I was thinking was maybe the time is right for, say, Bram Gelton to duck in the pits if he feels the Elliott-Kennedy battle is going to heat up to something that's costing him time.
Well, that is a possibility. I'm thinking maybe Elliott wants to maybe dive in sooner rather than later because he knows that he's not catching up to Ruben. So he's got to think, right, okay, if I can pit now, I can get the undercut, and maybe if I can judge it correctly, come out in some clean air, and then if Rubens does his pit and comes out in traffic, I mean, it's a spitball. It might happen, it might not happen, but everyone's got a different game plan, really, hasn't they?
Absolutely, and of course, Johnny, it's the conundrum of, does he release pressure? When he's defending, he's having to drive offline. Does he release pressure to go faster, to clear himself, or does all he do by pitting out the way means that Kennedy and Gelton go faster and leapfrog him anyway? Well, it's a nasty little conundrum, that.
You look at the track right now, and Elliott's actually making a gap on Kennedy behind, isn't he? So, you know...
Yeah, helped by some defensive action down the backstretch on the last lap.
Exactly, yeah.
Elliott actually created enough clear space that he didn't have to defend, but Kennedy did on Gelton, and that slowed Gelton Kennedy. So by the time they came past you, Anthony, there would have been a visible gap there.
Yes,
I think it'll closed in this time when they come past you. See what you think.
Yeah, it has closed up just a fraction there. So, yeah, I don't think Elliott is closing the gap on...
so maybe that would be a call now for possibly a Kennedy pit stop.
Yeah,
but then
I think...
if Kennedy comes in, he'll release Gelton, and really he doesn't want to do that. Steve, coming back to you, releasing Gelton to do some fast laps might be a bad idea at this stage.
It would be, in my view. I'm looking at it from Bram Gelton. Obviously, Bram's obviously got his own method, but for me, he's getting held up by these two in front now who are battling. I don't, being third in that train, for me, I would have thought he may have possibly come in. But
hands
Kennedy
coming up.
The pits.
Yeah, Kennedy's dived into the pit lane, and it's a good entry. Great stop. Does hold for quite a long time there, does Kennedy. Comes to the second light, and it's a good getaway. He breaks out. No real traffic in front.
Absolutely, and he did the right thing. He knew this had to be clean. There's been way too many errors in the pit lane. And the way things are looking, the way it's gone on the law of averages, you can only assume that somebody else is going to make an error to his benefit. Obviously, Aidan Kennedy, he's at risk of losing that spot to Bram Gelton. So Bram Gelton's pit stop's going to be crucial from Aidan Kennedy's point of view. The gap that Kennedy left has now been filled by Bram Gelton. So there's, if we're looking now at Johnny Elliott and Bram Gelton, and the bit where Kennedy was is now not a kart size. In fact, Gelton's all over the back of Johnny Elliott. So as they exit this bit, Gelton's got the bit between his teeth, and Gelton is definitely looking to leapfrog possibly Elliott on track and Kennedy in the pits. Elliott defensive, so he's to the inside there, blocking Gelton now. Gelton falls to the normal line, but it will be slower because he can't get past Elliott, so he's got to run at Elliott speed. So the question now is, will it be a pit stop in the near future for Gelton or not? If I was Elliott, I'd stay out, but Gelton may have other ideas.
It's whether Gelton's going to look at Johnny and think, am I getting held up by him? If Gelton feels that Johnny's running at a suitable pace that is quicker than Kennedy, is he going to come into the pits? This is what we don't know. In his strategy, in his mind, what is he planning to do? For me, from my view, it looks like he should come in because he's getting held up. But Bram obviously knows Johnny's running at a decent pace. Let's stick this out and see what happens later on.
A little bit of accidental contact there. Nothing pushy by Bram Gelton. He just momentumed himself in the back of Johnny Elliott. Johnny Elliott will absolutely know he's there now. Steve, you're competing in the event this weekend. Obviously, you're giving us some expert insight in the commentary box here. It's probably more expert than Anthony and I at this stage. But what I would say to you, Steve, if you were on the radio to Bram Gelton, would you call him in or not?
It all depends, doesn't it, on the strategy. From looking at it now, I would, because it looks from my view that he's not particularly being held up by Johnny. That's no insult to Johnny whatsoever. But obviously Johnny's driving the defensive line, and but of course you've got to look from Bram's point of view. He'll be looking across the track to see if I come out here, is it going to be at the right place? Am I going to be without traffic? It's one of those. But if I was, I would be potentially saying, come in. You watch, they're going to listen now and he'll come in.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, let's hope so. It might be the right idea.
And we'll
you see,
the
key thing for Bram Gelton, the two of these drivers coming, you see Johnny Elliott going defensive. The key for Gelton is his position relative to Kennedy, I think. Yeah. Because Kennedy was in the middle of those two. Of course, there's no space for anyone in the middle of those two. Kennedy is 16 seconds back. He is literally... Gelton would come out alongside Kennedy if he pitted right now. Yeah, that may be a good thing, maybe a bad thing, because, well, in the pits, Gary Jones.
Yeah, double action, Gary Jones in the pit lane. Also, Philip Randall. They've double stacked, but luckily they've timed it to perfection. None of them wasting any time. Both of them getting good pit stops.
Yeah, Randall, he could not have been any closer at all to Gary Jones there without losing time. So he made it work, but by heck, it was close. Still, Gelton continued going round. Obviously, Gelton, at his level, his standard, he will have an eye across the track to see where Kennedy is.
In the pit lane.
Oh, in the pits.
Yeah, it's the number 11 in the pit lane now, Bram Gelton. So he did listen to you.
No, it's Mays, Tyler Mays.
Oh, it's Tyler Mays, sorry. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong handwriting. So Mays in the pit lane. He comes out side by side.
Now that right there, Gary Jones. Oh, he's in the barrier, just like Bradley Shepherd earlier on. Yeah, it's almost a repeat picture there. It's very difficult to avoid that. Obviously, everybody's got to be somewhere. Richard Duke didn't mean it, whoever else it was. And obviously, Gary, he had to be somewhere as well. He was on the outside. They lacked space. But the key thing in all of that, Tyler Mays has now resumed behind Aidan Kennedy. We can see Aidan Kennedy is literally on the cusp. Maybe we've seen literally a mirror image there of what would happen if Gelton pitted now. He would come out alongside a driver, in this case Kennedy, a lot like Tyler Mays did there. So that would be a similar problem. Basically, Gelton would be praying for Elliott to speed up, and if you were on the radio, you'd want that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would, absolutely. Yeah, that was very interesting. You saw it, you say, coming out of the pits there, Tyler Mays, he just had that little bit of momentum, and Duke, despite trying to go around the outside, there was nowhere for him to go. He had to sort of back off a bit and go on it, which delayed Gary Jones, which then allowed Jonathan Wilson, Mr. Opportunist, up the inside and take that position. But,
absolutely right. And of course, when they went through the hairpin, obviously Tyler Mays so tight to the inside that restricts his ability to get around the corner, so he's therefore slower. Duke tried to go the outside, which gave the gap to Gary Jones, which meant he arrived side by side in the next corner, hence someone ends up in the wall. Bad luck Gary Jones in this case. Gelton's going to be facing that with Kennedy. I mean, there's Kennedy across the line, I think. And so, it really is going to be very tight. Just looking further down the field, we've got Mark O'Grady, Philip Randall. They're doing a sterling job of actually staying sufficiently far forward that they're no longer a threat. And in the middle of all of this action relative to Johnny Elliott, Bram Gelton, and the strategic action going on, we've forgotten about Ruben Boutons. He's got nearly a 6-second lead now.
How can anybody forget about Ruben Boutons? He's going out there, he's minding his own business, and he's pulling the gap. 6 seconds now it is to Johnny Elliott. And this is what Ruben does best. Give him a car, put him out in front, and he goes and does the business. 6 seconds is a massive gap. You remember just, 10 minutes ago, that Johnny was right behind him. And now the gap, because Johnny's having to concentrate on Bram Gelton, the gap has just increased, and now it's nearly 6 seconds.
And whenever Ruben Boutons is out there minding his own business, it normally involves winning an international kart race.
Action in the pit lane, sorry,
Bram
James.
Gelton,
Yep,
Bram Gelton, this is the race, this is the one that matters.
Yeah, now he's in, and it's a good first gate. No dramas whatsoever. Good stop, little late on the brakes for the second one, but gets away. Crucially, comes round. Here comes Aidan Kennedy, side by side.
Just as advertised, they're side by side in the first corner, but Gelton hangs on. Kennedy does not make the mistake of going to the right, and so therefore stays out the barrier and stays in contention. Now Kennedy is going to give Bram Gelton the hardest time of his life around the remainder of this lap, because Gelton is just still coming together. Oh, Ruben Boutons, race leader in.
Boutons in, and it's a good first gate. Yeah, and Elliott's in as well, so it's now starting to happen. Elliott's good on the first. Boutons is good on the second. It's all fine so far. Elliott on the second now. Gets that green light. He's going to come out just in front. It's going to be close.
Gelton to the outside, and will Kennedy take advantage here? Gelton's pushing Johnny Elliott, trying to get him up to speed for the sake of staying ahead of Aidan Kennedy. Any pushing there by Gelton was not aggressive. It was purely to get Johnny up to speed, for heaven's sake, so that Kennedy doesn't run in the back, past Gelton. Now, down the backstretch. Is someone going to make a lunge here while there's some confusion? Very defensive by all people. Everybody's getting defensive there except Aidan Kennedy, who really, he realises 2 karts on the inside. He's not going to pass anything there, is he?
I tell you what, that was Bram Gelton trying everything there to get past while Johnny had just come out of the pits. His tyres had cooled down just that little bit. Any sniff of an opportunity, and Bram was there. But yeah, great pit stop from Johnny. He's come out in the second place now, and 3 minutes to go. Can he hold on?
Yeah, now in real terms, that's 5 and a bit laps, isn't it? Probably 6 laps for the race to go now. Bram Gelton, before he had the pit stop he could use to try and leapfrog Johnny Elliott. He can't now. Johnny Elliott came out just alongside, and this has been close throughout, hasn't it? It's been ridiculously close, including the pit stop exit. They've obviously matched you at the pit stop time. However, Gelton's going to have to do it on track now if he's going to do it at all. So's Aidan Kennedy, and so expect some serious defence from Johnny Elliott from here on in. No one's challenging Ruben Boutons for the win. It's all about this second place, currently held by Johnny Elliott. A little bump here or there can make all the difference in the world, couldn't it, Steve?
It could, absolutely. They've got 2 ridiculous battles going on here. You've got Johnny, Bram and Aidan, then you've got, of course, the battle for 5th place. We forgot about this. Tyler Mays, Richard Duke, Johnny Wilson and Gary Jones, all 4 of them are absolutely together, just coming around the back of the circuit now. You can see, look at Tyler Mays. He's having this good defensive. Richard Duke. And down the inside was Johnny Wilson right behind him, but it's still, those 3 are absolutely together. It's fantastic racing all through the field.
Now that big battle down there that we're looking at now, huge fight there involving, among others, Gary Jones and Richard Duke, is basically, if you're not Johnny, Bram and Aidan, and you're not Ruben Boutons, you're in that battle.
Yeah, that's it.
And that's, this is for the sort of slightly lower places. These are people who seriously need points, and this is going to count. Some people in this battle here, if they're not at the front of it when they come through, they're basically going home at the end of these heats.
Yeah, that's it, and this is how crucial it is. This is how competitive it is. You've got all those drivers, Tyler Mays, Duke and Wilson, who should be right at the front. They should be first, second and third when you look at it on paper. But yet again, the competitiveness of this race especially is insane, and the fact that they're battling over 5th place says it all, really.
Absolutely, we're following that battle there. So we've got the second place battle there with Johnny Elliott, Gelton and Kennedy. Now we're going to be looking down the end of that straight into that hairpin. We're back with Johnny Elliott across the line to start again. They're coming into that stage. Now, down the backstretch, this is the big battle in the mid-pack battle, and that is Tyler Mays leading the way ahead of Richard Duke, Jonathan Wilson, Gary Jones and Philip Randall. There's Marco Grady at the back there. There they come across the line. Now, Richard Duke, he never really feels he's a specialist on this alternate layout. It's always the one that kind of hurts him in the BRKC.
The inside!
Bram Gelton!
Wow.
And Kennedy through.
Very late move. So
now,
last minute, Johnny holds his hand up. It was a very, very late move. Was it 50% alongside? I couldn't see. Ooh, Johnny was not happy with that. All I saw at the corner of my eye was Bram throwing it up the inside the last minute. Johnny ran wide, and that's the result now. Bram ahead of Aidan, so Johnny down to 4.
Well, it's not over yet, and this big battle here is the one we were talking about, the 5th place battle, with everybody in it. And these guys are basically fighting to stay in the event. They've all got 2 heat races remaining, but they'll be that far down on points that it won't count. Gelton still continues in 2nd place. Aidan Kennedy was the big beneficiary in that, because Gelton risks some sort of penalty or flag. Kennedy just took advantage of the whole situation. He's gone up a place. Oh, down the inside on Jute. My goodness, Jonathan Wilson there, the hugest of lunges ended up going sideways, but took the position. Now, can he get on terms with Tyler Mays? Because there's a little bit of a gap opened up as a result, and yes, he is. Jonathan Wilson is really on the move there. He's passed Richard Duke. He's going to be working on Tyler Mays. He's just got 2 laps to do something. So whatever he does, it better be good, and it better be now.
Absolutely. I tell you what, I bet the steward's office is going to be very busy after this, because there's been a lot of action. It's been fantastic to watch and commentate on. But yeah, as you say, that was a great move from Johnny Wilson. It was a big move for a big bloke. He's about 6 foot tall. He's not small.
Absolutely.
And he was certainly making his presence felt there.
He certainly was. That was a classic move in a classic part of the racetrack. It's a very famous part for overtaking, but it's an easy one to get it wrong, Steve. And it soon goes wrong. We saw with Gelton's pass on Johnny Elliott, both of them nearly got done by Aidan Kennedy. In fact, there's Kennedy down the inside on Gelton.
Ruben
Boutens has won, and here comes a second place battle. It's Bram Gelton. It's going to be Gelton from Kennedy third. Johnny Elliott shaking his head in fourth. He's clearly not going to be happy, but that's exactly the sort of thing he's not going to be happy about, and he will be willing to make his feelings known. Comes down to the this now, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Fourth place for Johnny Elliott. Yeah. And across the line, it's going to be Tyler Mays hanging on ahead of Jonathan Wilson. Richard Duke, Gary Jones is in 8th, Philip Randall 9th. Mark O'Grady brings up the rear there in 10th place. And what can you say? Superlative performance yet again by former world champion Ruben Boutens. He's had a second place. This is victory. This is a lot of points in the championship. This is exactly how to go about winning the whole title. There goes Bram Gelton. Bram Gelton's going to be praying that nobody in a jacket comes up to him. He does not want to hear.
Keep your head down and just walk away.
Just keep smiling, but keep going.
You'll know, James, obviously in the first race which Ruben was in, he ended up getting a penalty, did he? Because he had
right, yeah. What happened was it was a bad pit stop.
Yeah.
So, but because right, the organisers warned him about it, but they didn't actually call him in. So
because he was on the last lap.
Yeah. Well, no, it was a bit further in. There was a bit of miscommunication, miscommunication, confusion. So what they did was they added the time that the penalty would take, the pit stop penalty would take.
Okay.
And they put that to the time. Yeah, 10.5 or whatever.
10.5,
But it didn't lose Ruben a place because the gap from second to third, Rubens was in second.
Right.
The gap to third was so big that it didn't matter.
Right, okay, fair enough.
So in other words, he was second by a bigger margin than what it looked like. There's Johnny Elliott. He's not going to be happy. He's already talking to Brad Philpott. Now, these guys are in the same team. It's the M4M team, the Timber Products team. And so M4M Timber Products are sponsoring this team in the BRKC. In fact, they're sponsoring they're one of the main sponsors of the championship. They haven't branded the championship, but you notice their stuff's on a lot of the equipment.
It's everywhere.
Yes, it is. So M4M Timber Products, that's the team that Johnny Elliott's part of, and there's a big discussion going on. Johnny Elliott clearly not happy with that. However, Johnny Elliott always going to be one of the more vocal. Anyway, down to the pit lane. Anthony, you take over, mate.
Thank you very much, James. You were in the flow there. I didn't want to distract you. I'm sure our camera's coming over. Well, Ruben Boutens, congratulations, another heat win. You kind of made that one look a little bit easy on that one, but it's to be expected from a 6-times champion.
Yeah, I don't know. It was a new track again, so always a bit tricky in the qualifying lap, but I think it went well. Took a good pole position and then could steadily build up a lead, so happy with this race.
How did you find the track layout? Obviously, completely new one, so being thrown into it in qualifying, how did you find it?
Yeah, it's actually a nice track. You have, I think, 2 or 3 overtaking spots, and it's also a little. Some corners are a bit tight when you exit them, so you really have to be right on the going into the corner, not braking too late. So I like this layout.
Well, it's a solid result for you. You can take a heat win on that one. Looking good. Are we going to go for that 7th?
Of course, I'm going to try, but there are so many good drivers from all over Europe, and the Americans are super strong. So. It will not be easy, definitely, but we'll just look race by race and see how far I can come.
I wish you the best of luck for it. Congratulations. Thank you. Perfect. I was going to speak to a couple of other drivers, but they all have departed now. So, James, we will head back to you for the next qualifying session.
Right, and we are getting ready for Heat Race 3 now. A lot of excitement in that. Obviously, we'll keep everyone updated with anything that might change. In this Heat Race, it's another tough one. Every one of them's tough, but they all seem a bit standout, don't they? But anytime you've got a race with Ramon Pinero, Darren Stables, Robin Kassam, Dalton Duke, Richie Clark, Christopher Ball, Gaden Welsh, Vika Schlett, Sebastian Miller and Brad Philpott in it, it's going to be a race. Lewis Manley, we've got Lewis Manley up here celebrating 20th win in BRKC this weekend with a fine victory earlier on. Have you any team members in this, Lewis?
Yeah, Dalton Dew is one of my teammates in this one in Kart 16, which has seemed to be very good today. But it depends how qualifying goes on this layout. But this layout's been pretty. First corner's very similar to last year, pretty much the same, and then the other ones look like 2018. So it's a new layout. But in terms of the new layout, what it is now, it's definitely those sort of corners have been used before. So it depends how these guys get on. I still expect some good lap times.
Absolutely, and these are the guys who can lay down those lap times. Obviously, when you're looking at potential winners here, you'd be looking on paper straight away, although we have seen what would therefore be classed as a shock result in many of the races. But Brad Philpott, Vika Schlett, Ramon Pinero, they'd be probably the three most obvious names. Needless to say, as we've seen, that's not necessarily how it's going to turn out. Great shot of them leaving the pits there, all the karts coming through, and they're heading out for their qualifying lap. And once again, these guys are hitting this track for the first time. They've only ever seen it looking over the balcony. None of them have actually driven this lap. It's always a secret layout here at Formula Fast for the alternate. And it does catch people out from year to year. Lewis, it's not always easy figuring out the track just in one lap, right?
No, absolutely not, because when you're on your out lap, that's when you've got to really figure out what to do on your qualifying lap. So it's brand new for these guys, of course, so it depends how it goes for these qualifying times. So as I'm out in 2 races' time, so I really should be probably comfortable with this, because on any circuit I do, I can get comfortable. But it definitely doesn't look as physical as last year, that's for sure.
Absolutely. I remember people saying it was very physical last year, and they're all on their qualifying now. So the times you see on the screen, those viewing at home, you're seeing what their outlap was. But Ramon Pinero, the Spanish driver, he has raced at Formula 2 level in cars. He's going to cross the line. So he's the marker at the moment. He's the top position. He's in first place. Nobody's beaten him yet. Brad Philpott has, and Vika Schlett's beaten the pair of them. So Schlett goes on to the pole position. Will anyone beat that? 33-0. Christopher Ball won't. Sebastian Miller, he's in fifth. Dalton. Caden Welsh up to 4th place. An incredible run there by him. But it is going to be Vika Schlett's. Vika Schlett's the Dutchman, the young Dutch driver. We saw him win earlier on. Lewis Manley, we could, despite the fact he's got Brad Philpott and Ramon Pinero behind him, he could well win again.
Indeed,
there he is.
Indeed, he can win again. No surprises that he's on pole position. 33.0 is a really solid lap time, and with Philpott Pinero teammates, so they're going to be behind him. But with Schled's on pole position again, as he was in the first heat, so obviously over 0.2 of a second is pretty big, considering obviously, of course, like Philpott and Pinero are really fast themselves, as all 3 of them last year made the final. So I think they're obviously discussing each other right now. I think they're going to go with, and we'll just look after each other to begin with, and depends if they fight and whatever lap and how long into the race they'll do it. So they don't want to let Schlett get away.
No, but Vika Schlett, he's going to be difficult to take on. He's a member of that Blue Star team from Belgium, and of course the key with Blue Star team, it's a bit of a fluid team. They send, there's a core element of drivers, but not everyone's in every event. So you've really got to be driving well to be part of that team. Definitely with Blue Star Racing Team, it's a case of they ask you to join them rather than you ask to be part of the team. But it is Vika Schlett who's leading the way round. Brad Philpott's going to start behind him. If anyone can challenge Vika, it's going to be Philpott. Now, Philpott and Pinero will definitely have some sort of team rules to this. They're in the same team, the M4M Timber Products team. They're starting the race, it's very clean. Schlett has got the start he needed. He didn't need Philpott tapping on him into any of these hairpin bends, and that's the situation he's got. Philpott is not close enough to be bumping Schlett. It's not that Philpott would deliberately, it's just things get close, don't they? And it just costs people time. So down the backstretch, we've got Vika Schlett leading the way, having made the perfect start at the front. Brad Philpott second, and there's Ramon Pinero third, and it looks like it's still Caden Welsh fourth. Caden Welsh, amazing performance by him. Not a driver we've really seen much of at all. We've got very little information on him, except for the fact he's running in 4th place at the moment. Do you know him, Lewis?
Not too much, no. He's very first time here. He's very young. He's certainly got talent, that's for sure. But the amount of weight he's got to carry, that's the difference. So when he's got no weight in a Sunday session, then he's just rocketing along. So obviously with weight now, it's a much different game.
Yeah, and it'll drive differently when you weight it up that much. He's currently in 4th place. Now, he's working on the Spanish driver, Ramon Pinero. Now, Ramon Pinero's been around what seems forever. He started in karting. He made his way up in the pits, Anthony.
Yeah, straight away, it's the number 21 that's dived into the pit lane. This is Sebastian Miller, and it's a good first gate, and it's a bit slow on the second gate. Gets the green light, though, so it's all legal, and he's back out.
Yeah, you know what, Anthony? That just... looking at it, it just felt good from up here. I watched it out of the window, and it just looked really clean and proper. Now, Sebastian Miller we saw running a lot further up earlier on, and clearly he means to sort of try and get out of the group to get some clear laps, Lewis. That'll be the key thing in his mind right now.
Exactly, pitted straight away, didn't want to get in the traffic, so he's got clear run now. Obviously none of them are pitted yet, so he's thinking of the undercut already, so it obviously can happen at this one. But as now Vika's pulling away from Bradley Philpott, but I think Pinero's got a little bit of a faster kart, to be honest, because kart A has been pretty good, as 12 isn't bad, but of course Philpott's still ahead at the moment, but rather he will let Pinero through and try and challenge Sleds later, I don't know. Yeah,
it's going to take it. It's a big ask for Brad Philpott to be letting people through. It's so we've got Vika Schlets, who's opened up nearly a second and a half. Now he's going to cross the line again. It was 1.3 seconds last time. Let's see if he's increased it. It's 1.3. It's now 1.5. So he's made up 0.2 of a second. He's bit by bit pulling away from Brad Philpott in second. Now Philpott has his teammate Ramon Pinero, the Spanish driver, behind him. Pinero has he started in karting and moved up the car ranks, raced and won at Formula 2 level in cars, now focusing purely on the coaching side of motorsport, but he does turn out for events like this and he's lost none of his speed. Philpott is going to have to drive very well to be worthy of staying ahead of Ramon Pinero. He certainly, Brad, the way Brad thinks is not, he's not going to just sort of sit there and think, okay, Pinero's faster. In the pits,
yeah, action in the pit lane. It's Richie Clark who's come in, the number 17. Good first gate, and a little late on the brakes for the second gate, but crucially gets that green light. He comes out behind Sebastian Miller.
Now that was a great, we moved down on the far side there. We'll have a look at who that was. That was, yeah, we got some action there. I think that was Christopher Ball on Caden Welsh. Caden Welsh may have been bundled back, but there's been an incident. I think it could be Caden Welsh who's firmly in the wall. We can't quite see what's going on there, but somebody's in the fence, and it looks bad for Caden Welsh. Now, Vika Schlets, he's been given the go again. So, Brad Philpott, he's just been pushed a little bit by Ramon Pinero. That's nothing aggressive, just to help him build up that momentum, having come back off the yellow lights. Now, the key thing, Brad Philpott, the way Brad sort of works is he's not going to be the sort of guy who just accepts, okay, Ramon's faster, I'll wave him through, even if it's the same team. He will actually find a way to be worthy of staying in front. That's the key thing with Brad. So expect things to speed up. Now, if he and Pinero can just get their heads together a little bit, they may well close in on Vika Schlets. Vika Schlets, he lost a bit of time on that yellow flag. It is a bit closer. The gap is now back down to 1.2 seconds, but you have to say Schlets got the pace.
Yeah, he has got the pace. He's got 1.2 lead. He lost about half a second when the yellows came out, as it was Caden Wells that was in the wall. So it was contact with Christopher Ball, but I don't know if it's going to be investigated. I'm sure it will, but it depends what the outcome is.
Yeah, sometimes these things can't be helped. Luckily, the organisers here, they know the difference between something a bit daft and something that's just a karting tap.
Pinero's now past Philpott for second, so that's P2 done. So maybe he is faster, so he thinks he may get Vika Schlets. So now Pinero's passed his teammate for second.
Yeah, Pinero finally run out of patience there. The question is, can Brad stay with him? And the bigger question is, can Pinero catch Vika Schlets? So 1.8 seconds is the gap on that lap when they cross the line. And Anthony, you've got someone in.
Yeah, Dalton Jute in the pit lane, or Dalton Norris who's in the pit lane. And he is good on gate 1 and good on gate 2. He's back out.
Yeah, part of the Jute Racing family there. The two juniors are going by mother's maiden name, mother's name, which is Norris. And so Dalton... Duke Norris, whichever way you look at it, has gone back out on the track. Now, Vika Schlets, we're looking, he's in the main sort of centre section there. Ramon Pinero's crossed the line. We're waiting for the gap to appear. No, the gap's opened up. Actually, Vika Schlets is pulling away more, having Pinero behind him than he did having Philpott behind him. Now, Philpott's on the case of Pinero. Brad obviously is going to be fairly impatient, but not to a dangerous sense. I don't think Brad would do anything. He's not going to do anything that's going to get penalty, but he's not going to sit there and take it. Maybe we'll see a pit stop from Brad if he feels he's been held up by his teammate Pinero.
Maybe. It's a long way to go. Yeah, he's still keeping with Pinero. It doesn't look like they're closing on Vika Schlets. Vika's over 2.3 ahead now, so And that pit stop wasn't Dalton due, it was Darren Stables at Kart 10, because Dalton's in Kart 16. He's still running in 5th at the moment, as Stables is at the back.
Absolutely wonderful live pictures there on the TV screen, and we're seeing the teammates, the M4M Timber Products teammates of Ramon Pinero and Brad Philpott circulating nose to tail. They are in 2nd and 3rd place respectively. They're absolutely doing their best, there's no doubt about it. You're looking at literal perfection. It's just nearly 3 seconds up the road is Blue Star Racing's Vika Schlitz, who's pulling away at an extreme rate. It doesn't matter which of these two is actually ahead of the other. They can't quite make the inroads they need to make on Vika Schlitz. Now, in 4th place is Christopher Ball. The question is, can Ball close in on the M4M Timber Products pair ahead of him? There he is coming round the hairpin now. That is Chris Ball that we're talking about, just there. He's in shot. Now, we can see crossing the line there is Pinero and Philpott, and here comes Christopher Ball. Will he be closing in? He seems to be maintaining the gap there, Lewis. Bit of an awkward position for Christopher Ball, because he's driving perfect, but he could do with a few more points to make the semis.
Exactly. Kart 9 as well he's in. He's about almost 3 seconds off Bradley Philpott. If he can match him or continue to close, then it is a possibility he could close later on. As Vika's really can calm himself down, of course. He's got over 3 second lead, so that will settle him down. So it seems he's pretty much got this race in the bag, as long as he obviously gets 2 green stars, which I'm sure he will.
Anthony, just want to make a bit of a double check. Did we see Dalton Norris in the pit lane, or was it Darren Stables?
It was Darren Stables, so that was my bad on that one. I misread the number.
Now, that's all right. I'm so used to you getting things right that I was down in my own mind. So I'm normally relying on you, Anthony, for the correct version of events, as opposed to my slightly imagined version of events. So it does mean, though, we've still got Dalton Norris yet to make a pit stop. He's in 5th. I was going to say he's doing remarkably well to be running in 5th, having made a pit stop, if that was the case. Darren Stables, of course, was the one we were looking at making the stop. He's resumed in 10th place. He's chasing down Caden Welsh. Richie Clark's up ahead of that, and then Sebastian Miller. Now we're getting into the meat of it. Robin Kassam. Seeing Robin Kassam that far back, we've seen Robin Kassam running at the front, Lewis. That obviously is a bit of a suggestion as to how tough this race is, right?
Yeah, indeed. It's quite a tough lineup, especially with Vika, Ramon, Bradley Philpott, of course, Seb Miller, and Robin Kassam can be a tough contender, but obviously being P6 at the moment behind my teammate Dalton, so he wants to trying to get ahead of him. So Ravi's going to pit this lap, I don't know. No, they stay out, so you have got to try something.
Indeed, we're looking on screen there. There's Robin Kassam, the leader of those two. That's him there. Is it, or are we? No, it's Robin Kassam. Does look like he's been passed. Yeah, he's working on Dalton Norris. That's what it is. We're looking at Dalton Norris ahead in 5th place of Robin Kassam. The 2 white helmets there can sometimes get a little bit confusing. They are running nose to tail, so we're looking at a little bit of nose to tail. The only one who's not nose to tail is Vika Schlitz, who is 4 seconds up the road now. Vika Schlitz every lap. And what's going on here, Lewis?
Yeah, Kassam's now past Dalton for the position at the straight. Now Dalton's into the pits.
Yep, and he's into the pit lane now, the number 16. This is Dalton Norris, the one who I thought I saw earlier, is coming in. And again, it's good. It's 2 green lights. He's back out.
Yeah, and he is unfortunately, from his point of view, just dropped in behind Richie Clark. I'm sure he'll have been looking across and thinking, well, I might just leapfrog Richie Clark if I get out well. Unfortunately, he didn't get out well enough, and he is resumed in 8th place. Still, Vika Schlitz leads. Still, it's Pinero and Philpott, and neither Pinero or Philpott are interested in a pit stop at the moment. They've got 10 minutes to go in this race. And then they get obviously the last lap. Vika Schlitz is still leading. In fact, he's pulling away at such an incredible rate. He's now up to 5 seconds. We are basing the idea that pit stop is going to require 10.5. So he is halfway there, Anthony. Vika Schlitz, he's making this look pretty easy, isn't he?
Well, he made it look easy in his previous race as well. I mean, this would be 2 race wins if he can keep it. So, you know, looking at maximum points and possibly one of the favourites going into Sunday's final.
Yeah, if he wasn't a favourite before this morning, he's certainly a favourite now because he's looking good for the win here. We don't want to put the commentator curse on him, but Vika Schlitz that we've got on screen now, there he is, the young Dutchman. And when you were interviewing him earlier, Anthony, he seemed very cool and collected, and he... in the nicest way, he didn't seem it was a big deal to win.
No, he was very modest in it when in his interview. So he's just a young guy who's come racing on a weekend. As far as he's concerned, there's no real stress in it. So we've got action in the pit lane. The number 9 has come in. This is Christopher Ball for the UK, and again another driver doing the sit up to the fuel tank technique. Again, not quite sure what that's all about, but it's 2 green lights and he's back out in front of Sebastian Miller.
Yeah, that was crucial for Ball. He needed to not lose place. It would have been very easy to lose there to Miller because Miller was had the momentum on him, having stayed out on the track, of course. Miller has made a pit stop, so that is actually 4 positions. So Miller's going to have to take him on the track. Now, obviously, Christopher Ball there, you see him leaving the pit lane, big BSR logo on the back of him when he was sat up in the seat. Yet another one of Bradley Shepherd's men. Bradley Shepherd, of course, has three teams out, isn't it, Lewis, this weekend, and then his own independent effort for himself.
Yeah, because there's 4 teammates this year, as it was 3 last year. So, and Christopher was closing on Philpott and Pinot, because before it was 3 seconds and he got it down to 2. So, and his stop was not too bad. It wasn't the greatest or quickest ever, but he's got both greens, which was the key. So he's down in P5. So P4's got the minimum at the minute, but I reckon if whatever Philpott and Pinot's stop will be like, and Christopher Ball can really be in the hunt for second place.
Yeah, and when it comes to the team situation, the 3 major sort of grandee teams, if you like, Blue Star, BSR and M4M Timber Products, they have got a strong contingent in this race. Vika Schlett's leading the way with Blue Star. M4M Timber Products, they're on screen with Pinero and Philpott running nose to tail second and third, as they have all race. They are right up there. And then Christopher Ball, of course, for BSR, is in 5th. You know, it's quite a strong showing for all of them. And your team, of course, have got someone in 8th.
Yeah, indeed, Philpott had a go down the straight, and Pinero just in time went defensive, so Philpott had to abort it. He's literally almost side by side there through the left-hander, so that was very close. Yeah. Maybe thinking might be pitting now. So
and this is the first time we've seen Philpott really starting to get racy. He's got his arm in the air. Brad Philpott's going to be coming in from 3rd place, so Philpott pits.
Yeah, he's in the pit lane now. Let's see how good it is. Good stop on the first one, gets it rolling early. That's nice. A green light on that one. He's been practicing these. I suspect he's had quite a bit of practice. Green light on the second one. Very, very quick stop.
Yeah, that just looked really solid, Anthony, especially on the second stop. It didn't seem to have any kind of real, feeling of overslowing, if you like. I don't know how better to put it. It doesn't make sense because they're all stopping.
We've got 14 in the pit lane now as well. Caden Welch, he comes in, running the crop promotion race suit. Team based out of Wilton Mill, racing in several British Kart Championships as well. Number 8 in the pit lane as well. This is Ramon Pinero. He comes in, green light on the first one. Another driver who likes to grasp the fuel tank with his legs.
Did he yellow it?
Not sure what it is. I didn't see a yellow. 14 got an invalid stop though, so that was Caden Welch with an invalid stop. I'm not sure if Roman Pinero got one.
Lewis Manley, unless he's horribly colourblind, thinks he saw a yellow in that first pit stop. Now,
he did.
Lewis, talk us about it.
It's definitely yellow. 14 had the yellow first. He's just raised his hand now. Pinero's also got the yellow, so
yes.
14's in now.
He did, yeah. So Welch is back in the pit lane. He is reserving his. He got his on the second light. Roman Pinero got his on the first light, which is why that's all gone like P-tong. That's gone wrong for Pinero.
Yeah, and yet again, we're seeing this where it's top drivers making the errors in the pits. It's not as if it's that difficult, Lewis. You just got to stop and go. But it's just not as simple as that in the heat competition. Everyone's trying to cut a finer light as they can. And the latest victim of that, or self-made victim, is Ramon Pinero. He's currently running back up ahead of Brad Philpott. They've got Robin Kassam between them and the race leader. Kassam, of course, yet to make a pit stop, so is the race leader. In comes Kassam. Now, this is from second place, Anthony.
Yep, Robin Kassam, he's in. He gets a green light on the first. No dramas there. Pulls in a little early on the first one. Gets it going. Pretty good pit stop, to be honest. He heads back out.
And those viewers at home, whenever we get the little picture, remember to look towards the top to see what the situation is with the lights. Oh, and a big bit of contact. Brad Philpott, Ramon Pinero. And there behind them is that Caden.
Yeah, Caden's the lap downer. Philpott went for the move, so I'm not sure Pinero's going to be impressed with that. And when Kassam came out, Dalton just got ahead of him around the right-handers. So, but Pinero still got an extra stop because the first box was yellow, so that's not helped him. So that's P2 gone. So I reckon he could be from the gap. So he could be down in about 8th at the minute. So that's really destroyed his race.
And a warning to Brad Philpott and away from Brad Philpott. Is he aware that Pinero has a penalty? Pinero must be aware he has a penalty, so you would think that Pinero would be just getting out of the way of Philpott, knowing he's got a penalty. His race is shot.
Absolutely, because Christopher Ball's only about a second behind Philpott, so Pinero's not coming in yet, so I think it'll be a couple of minutes till he does, but he just tried just went a bit too quick on the first box. The kart didn't seem to stop, so it was a couple of attempts, so that's all it takes. So as it was fun and games in testing.
Race leader in the pit lane, sorry.
Now today,
Race leader in.
Where it gets serious. Pit stop.
Yep, it's your race leader, and Vika Schlitz gets the green light on the first, gets it on the second. No dramas whatsoever. He can cruise to the checkered flag.
Absolutely. A Ruben Buten-style superlative performance there by Vika Schlitz. Certainly the sort of new generation coming out of Europe there, Schlitz. And he's very much worthy and you know, doing himself a lot of favours. We're going to see a lot more of him, including in this event. He's already got one win in the bag. He looks like he's going to win this one. There's only about 3.5 minutes remaining. It's hard to see with Pinero, the battling Pinero and Philpott. And Pinero still hasn't let Brad through. Now closing in is Christopher Ball. The two BSR team drivers of Ball and Miller are now closing on the second place. And it's got to be said, is this down to Pinero, or is this just the BSR guys being quick?
As I've seen, Kart 9, as I say, is quick. As Pinero and Philpott keep fighting each other, and that's why the two Ball and Miller teammates as well, of course, are closing on Philpott and Pinero, because they just keep fighting and fighting. I think Philpott's having another go for the right-handers, but not quite. But as of course, Pinero's still got yet to make another pit stop yet.
Absolutely, it's the two M4M Timber Products team drivers of Pinero and Philpott battling Ball and Miller for Bradley Shepherd Racing Team. So it's going to come down to a proper little team battle this, and Pinero's going to come in this time. Over to you, Anthony. This is the penalty pit stop.
Yes, it is. Let's see if he can get the first gate done right this time around. He gets a green light on the first. That's the one he made the mistake on. Second gate, it's good. Oh, it was on a fine cusp on that one, but it is a quick stop.
Absolutely. Now that has released Brad Philpott a bit. Philpott feeling like he was being held up, I'm sure. All that waving and bumping and things would have not helped. Now Philpott is coming up to someone at the back. I think that might well be Darren Stables.
It is indeed Darren Stables.
Yeah. So Philpott's going to have to tackle Stables at some point in possibly the revised area. He's got Christopher Ball and Sebastian Miller right on his tail. Ball is right on the back. In fact, Ball makes it through as well. So Darren Stables done a great job there of being out the way, because he's got to go one side of the track, another, and back. So it's not easy for him, but he's made a good job of it. So Darren Stables really doing well in there not to interfere, but Philpott probably would have welcomed a bit of interference to the two behind him from Darren Stables. Christopher Ball and Sebastian Miller, they are now, especially Ball, he's all over the back of Brad Philpott in the same way that Philpott was on to Ramon Pinero. Lewis, with just a minute and a half to go before the final laps board, it's not secure for Philpott, is it?
No, it's not, because Ball's really closing, but I think, to be honest, Philpott will just go defensive when he's right on his tail. So Vika Schlitz has clearly got the win. The talent of Vika Schlitz is really good. Obviously P4 last year and 2 out of 2 to begin with. Obviously with the Blue Star team, he's certainly got massive talent in BRKC.
Absolutely. His team leader, Ruben Butens, will be watching this and be very, very pleased indeed with Vika Schlitz, as will the rest of the team. So those members who aren't actually here will probably be watching back in Belgium and Holland and that sort of area, the very much Benelux countries team. They'll be very, very impressed, I'm sure, with the way Vika Schlitz has handled this against some serious opposition. This is not an easy race to do well in, and not to this calibre. He's actually got a pit stop in hand. He could make a pit stop, although he's already made one. He could make one and still come out in the lead, Vika Schlitz. So an amazing performance, certainly worthy of his being part of that team, and pretty much in the style of team leader Ruben Butens, it has to be said.
Yeah, indeed. I think he's the second team of the 4. But of course, there's a past Pinero.
Pinero, a gutsy move on, I think, Robin Kazam. Yes, it was the 20 of Kazam. That puts Pinero up to 7th place. He's served his penalty, and he's now on a bit of a mission to get up as far as he can. He's going to try and close on the others. They are fairly close ahead if he can make it, but we're getting really tight in this race. We've only got a couple of seconds left before the ball comes out. Philpott is having to fight off Chris Ball, and Philpott crossing the line. He's got Chris Ball closer than ever to him across the line. There we saw in the picture there, Sebastian Miller, we're looking at going through. But there's Vika Schlitz. He's got 2 laps to go. Vika Schlitz is 2 laps from his second victory in the 2023 British Rental Kart Championship. Philpott, though, has a lot of battling to do to stay ahead of Ball and Miller, and Pinero has an awful lot of work to do to get ahead of those in front of him in the remaining time. So there goes Schlitz across the line. He's only got 1 lap to go. Vika Schlitz, the last lap board has gone out to him. He knows it's the final lap. He's really cruising around, and here comes the battle behind. Now they've got 1 lap to do something, so Chris Ball, if he's going to do it, it's going to be on this lap. His challenge on Philpott to turn third into second, and ditto for Ramon Pinero, who's now all over the back of Dalton Norris. Now Pinero could get pretty punchy on this this final lap. We'll see what happens there. Here comes Vika Schlitz. Vika Schlitz, superlative win there. Amazing performance by him. Takes the victory, and a well-deserved one too. An amazing performance there, but what's going to happen behind? Here comes Philpott and Chris Ball. What about a lunge from Ball? He can't make it work. It's going to be Philpott who takes second, and Chris Ball is in third. A great performance by him. Almost made the semi-finals last time. Fourth is Sebastian Miller. He'll take that. Richie Clark is in fifth. Dalton Norris. What about Pinero? Has Pinero made another place?
Yeah, he has made another place, and it was a very good move. Dalton left the gap, and Pinero's got an extra place to P6 there, so that's a bit of a help for him. But of course, that's not the result he wanted with that penalty he had. But Vika Schlitz, what do you expect? Perfect race, fastest lap, pole position. And he blitzed the time, to be honest.
He flat blew him away, Lewis. He flat blew him away. Anthony, it's going to be very tasty, some of the chat you might have with Philpott and Pinero over this. That was like they weren't even in the same team. It's not what I expect from them.
Well, it was, well, what can we compare it to? It was a race team that had controversial team orders all the way through one season.
M4M Timber Products at the moment.
Yeah, we'll have a quick word with these drivers when we can. Vika's just getting weighed up. Vika, as soon as you're done, mate, we'll have a chat. I don't know if you heard me there.
Philpott's up at the front, and you've got Pinero near the back.
Yeah, Bradley, we'll have a quick word when you're ready. We'll have a quick word when you're weighed up, mate. Yeah, Pinero is somewhere at the back as well. Yeah, I can see him. He's just sorting out his thing. Vika Schlitz is still over there. Let's have a chat with Pinero while we're over here, because he's struggling to get the weight out of his kart. Roman, just a quick word. I know that's heavy, so I won't let you hold that one. Talk us through that race. It looked like quite a handful.
I mean, yeah, of course. Nobody wants to fail a pit stop. Nobody wants to really fail a pit stop, you know. I thought I took my time. Apparently I didn't, so I didn't really try even to risk it because I knew I was in front of Brad with a certain margin. But, you know, the car caught me a bit unexpected on the bottom end. And I just went on the orange light, so that's how it is.
It was a tough race, but you came back at the end there, gaining a couple of positions, so you can at least take something away from that.
A bit of damage limitation, but how the first race went, which I got a fifth or a fourth, I don't know yet, and a sixth now, it's almost impossible now.
It's a tough one, but we'll see what you can do later on. Thank you, Roman. Let's have a quick chat with Bradley. Brad, that was a P2 on that one. A good result, but you certainly had to work for it.
Yeah, I had a good qualifying, better than I thought, and it was clear at the early stages Ramon was a bit quicker in the race, so I didn't fight him when he came through. Obviously we're teammates, so I thought we worked together, and it quickly became clear that he was holding me up a bit, but I thought not enough to really go for anything silly. Thought we'd let the race play out, and then it did play out. Looked like we were pretty clear, so final few laps I thought I'd go for a move and try and reclaim my rightful place. And unbeknownst to me, he had to do an extra pit stop. So unfortunately, I think I may have lost him a couple of places. Maybe he could have been fourth, but we'll have to talk about that afterwards and see how we can signal to each other better in future, because I was none the wiser.
Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work, mate. And like I say, it's a long way to go.
Yeah, it was better than the first race.
Excellent stuff. Cheers, Brad. Let's see if we can chat to Vika Schlitz very, very quickly, because obviously 2 race wins now for Vika. Looking... well, if you weren't looking to be one of the favourites after your first heat, you certainly are now. 2 race wins, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. It was in the beginning I saw I was pulling away of the Brad and Ramon. So then I was driving my own ways and I saw all the time purple time. So yeah, it was for me a chill race more.
Yeah, exactly. The Blue Star team looking like you're doing a fantastic job to working well together. Like you say, Rubens with his race win earlier on. Are we going to see a 1-2-3 potentially for Blue Star?
Yeah, you never know. I think the team potential it is. You have Johan, Thomas, Ruben, of course, and Iliano. They are all 5 fast, so yeah. I think it's possible.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Congratulations, though, another race win.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. James, we'll head back up to you as the next race is heading out on circuit.
Well, Vika Schlitz there really stamping his claim on a place in the final and potentially winning overall. He's the first driver to make 2 wins this weekend. So we'll see how his event progresses. Certainly there's no doubt that he's got to be a favourite in every race he's going into, or one of the favourites. He can win against quality opposition like Pinero and Brad Philpott. Now in the next race, this is going to be another humdinger, Anthony. We've got the two of the Americans, Mason Brown with that shock win early on, and Ryan Curtin, who managed to get third despite a penalty pit stop. Now Ryan Curtin's going to be first one out to qualify. Bear in mind again, everybody watching at home, we're still in the every time a driver goes out at the moment, they're seeing that track for the first time from a in-kart point of view. So we'll see what Ryan Curtin does. He's the first one out. He's not going to be following anybody. And among the others in this one, we've got Mason Brown, Russell Endine, both winners. Nadia Balnega. Nadia, she's going to be up there. We saw her up there in the earlier race as well. Obviously competitive in the Ladies World Championship. Very competitive. Podiums across the board, really, every year. Jamie Henderson, we know, can do surprisingly well. Owen Jameson did good. You know, we've got a whole bunch of people here. Ryan Taylor's having a pretty good tournament so far. They're starting their qualifying laps. So the first one to start the qualifying lap is, of course, Ryan Curtin. And we've got two Americans in this who've both proven to be very fast against probably Russell Endine and possibly Jamie Henderson. So we'll see what happens when that checkered flag comes out. So they've all started. There's Russell Endine. Russell Endine is the final one to start the qualifying laps. So the first one and the final one are potential pole position winners, and that'll give them a pretty good advantage going into the race. So here's Ryan Curtin. What can he do? He's going to be first. So Ryan Curtin is first at the moment. He's been followed through, and it's Owen Jameson who's gone to second at the moment. He's been pushed down by Hassan Ali. Ryan Taylor's gone to second. Ryan Taylor now second. Nadia Balnega's gone to pole position. Phil Pryor into fifth. Mason Brown takes the top spot at the moment. Oh, and there's a red flag. There's a red flag. Somebody's lost control. It looks like it's been a bit of an incident up at the top end, maybe. Yeah, heavily into the wall is somebody crossing the line and forgetting the brake. Now, that is interesting because it means that two karts, I believe, did not start their qualifying lap. Certainly finished their qualifying lap. Certainly I don't think Russell Endine finished it, and he, of course, was the final kart. And we'll see what the organisers decide to do about this one, but at the moment it was Mason Brown fastest by 0.1 of a second from Nadia Balnega. Ryan Curtin, the first one out to qualify, got pushed to third. So Ryan Curtin pushed out that third place. He could have been pushed down to fourth by Russell Endine because Russell was looking good, and obviously earlier on we saw him qualify on pole and actually win the race as well. So Russell Endine would easily be a factor in this. We will have to see whether things get restarted from fresh or what. So we're still in the qualifying. I believe it might have been Zach Hingley who went straight on at the hairpin, finished the lap, but straight on impact into the wall, brought out the red flags before Russell Endine could complete. So it may well be that everyone's got to do it again. That does give the slight advantage to those who maybe didn't get the lap they wanted, probably like Ryan Curtin. But obviously for Mason Brown, that's always going to be disappointing, sitting on the pole position to start. So I think Ryan Curtin was asking, are we going again? And they're going to have to gap them like they would coming out of the pit lane. So they're going to bring them round. Here comes Ryan Curtin. Are they in the pit lane? Yeah, they're going to come back in the pit lane. It looks like it's going to be a complete restart. So, and of course everybody is in actually the same position. Ryan Curtin leads the way. The standard is such that nobody really overtakes each other in the qualifying unless something catastrophic has happened. So the organisers are going to take it right from the top on this one. So it's going to be a whole new session as if that didn't happen. They're checking the driver is all right, and once he confirms he's all right, they'll they'll be getting things underway. So looking down there, we can see in the lineup, you can see it says Endine on the back of the final driver, number 20. That is Russell Endine, one of the top British drivers, it has to be said now, from the past, but making quite a comeback with his success earlier on today. So he's got a win in the bag. We know he's going to be competitive, but he is going to be also the last out to qualify. We didn't see what time he did do. We did see what time the others did, so we got an idea of what they're going to be pulling in. Of course, we did see in that earlier qualifying, which has now been discounted, that it was Mason Brown, who is much further. I think Mason Brown's about fourth in the lineup. Yeah, looking out the window there. So there's Russell Endine on camera now. One of the British hopes again. He was always a British hope in the past, went to the World Championships, performed very well, once again stamping his authority on rental karting. A little bit of a timeout, but now he's back in it, and back in it with a bang. There he is, Russell Endine at the rear. His main competitors on paper, I would have to say, are much further up. I think Nadia Balnegger is probably about, I think is that her second or whatever in the lineup. I'll have to double check on that one, but certainly it's Ryan Curtin who's going to be leading them out once more. Where is he? Who am I thinking of? Mason Brown. He's actually fourth in the lineup, so he's up near the front as well. So they're going to have to kind of sit it out until Russell Endine qualifies, and here's a potential pole sitter. Obviously having a chat there with Ryan Curtin. They're getting it underway again, so the karts are leaving the pits. Everyone just making their way out to start this this qualifying lap. Jamie Henderson there in the mid-pack, he could have something to say towards the front on this one. Russell Endine giving a nice big gap there. He has got Zach Hingley in front of him in the qualifying run. So Russell Endine just cruising around there. He's going to be catching, by the looks of things, Zach Hingley. Anyway, across the line to begin the qualifiers is Ryan Curtin, followed by Nadia Balnegger. Mason Brown started his lap. And we're looking at another main contender would be Jamie Henderson. He's coming in now. Here comes Jamie Henderson. He's going to start his lap. And then there's Russell Endine. Russell Endine has now begun his qualifier. So Russell Endine, this is his qualifying lap. They're all on their qualifier at the moment. Here comes Ryan Curtin round the final lap. What's it going to be? He's got Nadia Balnegger possibly closer than before, so he may well be leapfrog. Curtin's fastest, Balnegger second. Balnegger second. Mason Brown, what about him? He's crossing the line now. He's third. Mason Brown dropped to third. Phil Pryor comes up to fifth. Ryan Taylor still listed as fourth. Russell Endine is sixth, and Russell Endine has caught Zach Hingley. Jamie Henderson to fourth. Russell Endine passes Zach Hingley, but Russell Endine can only manage sixth place. He caught Zach Hingley. I think he was looking to try and gap it so that he didn't do that, but that's what happened. And so Russell Endine will feel a bit pushed down the order. Will we see an early pit stop from Russell Endine then? Will be the question. So Ryan Curtin, no question, he is on pole. Nadia Balnegger is still in second, but sort of switched back over. Mason Brown is pulling up into third place. Into fourth, I'm thinking we're going to get Jamie Henderson. Yes, we are. There's Jamie Henderson. There's he is in this number 16, very much a northern man. And the 21, of course, is Ryan Taylor. Ryan Taylor, we've seen some good performances by him earlier on. And Ryan Curtin, remember, he had a penalty pit stop. He unfortunately went a little bit too early in the first pit stop. So the red light came on. Sorry, not the red light, the amber light came on. And that meant he had to come back in and do it all again. So despite an extra pit stop, he still managed third place. So this is pretty dangerous from his opposition point of view. Mason Brown we saw winning, and Nadia Balnegger earlier on, where was she? She was third place in her earlier heat race. So Ryan Curtin takes the start. He's on the gas, so is Nadia Balnegger. Everyone makes a good clean start into the first corner. Little bit of nudge, but nothing serious. And Ryan Curtin makes it through. They're all nice and clean, and you can tell it's clean because they're all very close. If they were bumping and bashing off each other, they'd be spreading out a lot more by now. So number 20, though, has actually got a warning. That, of course, is Russell Endine. But maybe that's to be expected. He is out of position as far as he's concerned. So he will be on a bit of a mission to make up some spaces. So here comes Ryan Curtin. We're seeing him on screen there. He's been kept in deadly honest by Nadia Balnegger, with Mason Brown behind her and Jamie Henderson in 4th place there. So it's still Ryan Curtin looking good. The whole field files through that new section, the alternate layout. So will we see an early pit stop, do we think, Anthony, from Russell Endine? That is the question. It could be a good strategy for him to take and try and make up some time. I've seen Sean Briley, who was the champion last year, do a very similar thing. Leapfrogged everybody without any of them noticing. They ruled him out completely. He made a very early pit stop out of a bad position. Will it be Endine in? No, it's not. Endine's going to try and do his work on the track. He's got Taylor right in front of him with 5th place. So on his hit list, it's side by side though. It was Mason Brown and Jamie Henderson up the inside of Brown. He forced him wide, almost into the wall, and they're pushing each other, losing time. But Henderson has made it through to 3rd. That is good news for Nadia Balnegger. There's a bit of a gap behind her now. There's more pushing and shoving, and Russell Endine has got on the inside of Taylor. Russell Endine on the inside of Taylor. It's going to be battle down the backstretch, but Endine's got it. Endine's passed in 4th position, so there's Russell Endine on camera. Grey front to his race suit, and Ryan Taylor behind has been forced to give the position. Phil Pride, we can see the Union Jack on the top of his helmet behind that. So great news for Ryan Curtin, bit of action behind him. Nadia Balnegger has got a bit of a gap. There's on screen, there's Balnegger in the middle, and there is the Henderson-Brown battle. Mason Brown probably won't take that line down. Is he lining up a move down the backstretch? That's what we'll be looking for this time around. He's got the run, Can he make it work? Is he going to make it up the inside? It's Jamie Henderson. No, he's not. He's holding position. Maybe he's hoping that, Jamie Henderson ahead of him, we're talking from Mason Brown's point of view now, is going to carry the speed and move them both closer. If they start battling, they'll start losing more time to Nadia Balnegger, which is never a particularly good idea. So there's Balnegger, there is Henderson and Mason Brown, and there's Russell Endine. Russell Endine is up to 5th. He's on the move. He started down, 7th, 8th, and he's already made a couple of places without needing to use that pit stop. He's going to have to find some speed now because he's up near the sharp end of the track, of the grid. Ryan Curtis, though, increasing his lead. Excellent lap time. He's the fastest out on the track by, 0.2 of a second already. Nadia Balnegger is losing ground. Now, the fact that Nadia Balnegger is not losing ground to Jamie Henderson or Mason Brown suggests it's not her going slowly, but Ryan Curtin going extra fast. The American driver from Atlanta, he's come over specially for this event, and he's making that trip worthwhile. He was 3rd in his earlier heat race. He's leading this one. That's an awful lot of points if he convert this one into a win. Maybe enough to get him in the finals. Certainly it'll be into the semi-finals, no question, if he keeps scoring like this. There's Russell Endine on screen. Russell Endine we saw him pass Taylor. He's not really able to make inroads to Mason Brown, though. Mason Brown is his next target.
Action in the pit lane, James. Sorry, just going to take you away from that one. Number 12 is in. Owen Jamieson is in. No real information about him, but it's a good pit stop. It's not too bad. He heads back out on circuit now at the back of the grid.
Indeed, Owen Jamieson, the first pit visitor. I'm honestly surprised, Anthony, that we haven't seen Russell Endine in as an early pit stopper, but obviously, he knows a thing or two about winning these races and being competitive in this championship, so we'll go with what he thinks.
Yeah, well, exactly. I think he knows a little bit more than what we know, so yeah, I'm not going to question his strategy out there.
Absolutely not. He's clearly got the right strategy for Russell Endine. Now, what he needs to do now is try and open up that gap to Ryan Taylor. Ryan Taylor's doing a great job of staying with him, it has to be said, as Russell Endine tries to make inroads into earlier race winner Mason Brown. Mason Brown is in 4th, so he'll be probably pretty horrified by that, given the fact that he was originally on pole position, did set the fastest time, and he actually won earlier on. So poor old Mason Brown, he got duffed up a bit in the early laps by Jamie Henderson. Jamie Henderson, well, he's one of the toughest out there, so that's not too surprising.
Sorry, James. I've just spotted there's a calm down board for the number 17, which is quite.
Zach Hingley.
Yeah, there's nothing worse, is there? Number 9's in the pit lane, very slow on the first gate, but it is legal. So Hassan Ali in the pit lane, very slow in the second one as well. So seemed a little bit slower than normal, but he's back out. Crucially, comes right out in front of the race leader.
Yeah, he's in front of the race leader, Ryan Curtin. Now, will Hassan realise this? He's been pretty observant so far. Yes, he moves out the way. There goes Hassan. He just edges to one side, allows the American through, the race leader, and he's a lap down now. But Ali, if all he does is stay with Ryan Curtin now, if he can just stay with him as long as he can, he will make inroads into those ahead of him, and those ahead of him immediately will be Zach Hingley and then Owen Jamieson. So if Hassan, there's another one in the pits,
Yeah, another one in. It's the 17 that's dived in. This is Zach Hingley, so the driver who we saw getting involved a bit earlier. He's got a good gate 1, gate number 2, also good. Kept it rolling there, so didn't bog down. That was actually quite a nice pit stop there.
Yeah, he almost achieved the utopia pit stop there at the end, where the kart continues to move, but it's a clean stop. So great job there in the pits by Zach Hingley. He does resume in 10th place. Hassan Ali has moved in front of him. Ali has led a whole bunch of people through, so he lost a lot of time. He had to let the big group through of Balnega. Oh, and in the pits, the 4th place, Mason Brown.
Yeah, Mason Brown in the pit lane, the number 8, very quick in the driver from the USA. But I did see a yellow, but I think he got a thumbs up for it. I did see a hint of green before the yellow came on. I'll confirm that though.
Yeah, so we got a possible there on Mason Brown. He's obviously, like everybody, trying to cut the finest light that he can. Now, Mason Brown, he won earlier on in the day. He's got a lot of points going forward. He will resume down the order. Now, the question is, can he make inroads on Jamie Henderson, Nadia Balnega, possibly leapfrog them when they make a pit stop? But in the pits now, I think that's Henderson.
Yeah, it is the 16. It is Jamie Henderson in the pit lane. Green light on the first one. And he gets a good exit on the second one. He breaks away out the pit lane. Just to confirm, it was a perfectly normal pit stop for Mason Brown. No penalty.
Yeah, he's been really solid as Mason Brown, hasn't he? He resumes in 7th place. He's 13 seconds behind the leader, but crucially, he's that vital gap. He's just 11 seconds behind the 2nd place Nadia Balnega. So we are talking the possibility to leapfrog the drivers, and Balnega in the pits.
Yep.
This is probably good timing.
Yes, this is excellent timing. A nice clear empty pit lane. Good exit from the first gate. No dramas there for the number 14. And a good exit from the second one. Comes out with a bit of traffic though.
And crucially, Mason Brown is side by side with Nadia, and she just, well, she had to be a bit robust, but she came out ahead of Mason Brown. That was what we were talking about earlier. I think if Nadia had left it any later, she would have lost the position. Mason Brown would have been through. So Brown, he went for the early stop. It played out, but Balnega covered him, and by covering him with that immediate pit stop, she was able to maintain position. I think that's, oh yeah, in the pits now.
Yeah, 21, Ryan Taylor in the pit lane. And again, the champion from Castle Combe. Good pit stops, good green lights on both, comes out behind everyone else.
Yeah, solid action there from Ryan Taylor. He's been looking good this weekend. Yes, he got passed by Russell Endine earlier on, but he stayed with Russell Endine. I was expecting Endine to pull away once the pass had been made. It didn't happen. And you know, Ryan Taylor, he's down the order, yes, but he's very much in contention. He's got a bit of an eye on those in front. You know, he can see them from where he is. So we'll see what happens there. Now, the key thing, of course, was the Balnega situation relevant to Mason Brown. We've got Nadia Balnega, this is. Obviously, sister Selena is no doubt in Holland looking and watching sister Nadia do the business here. Quite surprised that Selena, former ladies champion, isn't here at the BRKC, but the Balnega contingent are well represented here by Nadia. Now, as they come down the backstretch, it is Nadia Balnega with Jamie Henson in her sights, with Phil Pryor. Phil Pryor's got his hand up. Phil Pryor leading this group's coming in.
Yeah, he has. He's dived into the pit lane, so it's good entry, good stoppage. Gets that green light. That was a nice. He was on the throttle before the light went green, but it was okay. He got that green, and it's a green on the second. He's back out. Nice clear track in front.
Yeah, when Phil Pryor makes a pit stop, you know he's going to do it right, and that's one of the key things there. Very solid performer, Phil Pryor. We've seen quite a lot of him over the years. He resumes in 7th place there. Everybody except the top 2 have pitted. Crucially, one of those top 2 is the one we were talking about earlier, Russell Endine. We know he qualified out position. He had to make an overtaking move, which is almost unheard of on his qualifying lap, so that killed it straight away. Lucky not to be last, really. But Russell Endine has moved himself up to 2nd place. He's only 5 seconds behind the leader, which, it has to be said, is about what he was at the start.
Yeah, to be fair, that's pretty impressive what he's managed to do there. Like I say, if he goes to that pit stop, he's got the 10 seconds that he'll lose out on that one, so he will fall down to about 5th place or so on track. So, you know, it's just going to be about timing. I reckon the sooner he does it, the better.
Absolutely, and the second guest in the races, we're talking about Russell Endine there second. He's yet to make a pit stop, so is Ryan Curtin, the leader. Everyone else behind them has. Now, we know 10 seconds is the thing, so watching at home, folks, if you look over to that little list there of the top 10, we're allowing about 10 seconds for a pit stop is what's been given as a good guideline. Russell Ending there, if he comes in the pits now, he's only got 9 seconds to Jamie Henderson, and crucially, as you said, Anthony, there, he would fall back. In fact, he may even be under some sort of threat from Ryan Taylor in 6th, so it could really go wrong for Russell Ending if he came in now. So I don't know about you, but with nearly 9 minutes to go, I'm not expecting to see Russell Ending down with you anytime soon, Anthony, at all.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens, though, but I've got to say, Ryan Curtin at the moment, he's got a sizable gap between himself and everyone else. So I reckon he's in a good spot to potentially go for one now as well. But we'll have to see. Again, it's their strategy, it's their race, but so far it's still looking okay.
Indeed, and going back to Russell Ending, he's got a nice clear bit of space there. He's probably going to save any sort of pit stop for back markers, things like this. However, now is the time for him to be setting the pace. If he wants to sort of leapfrog the others when they pit, he has to just get a little bit further up the road. Going to check his lap times. He's looking good. He's a tenth of a second faster than anyone else who's not the race leader, which is in 32 seconds. The first one into 32, and that's Ryan Curtin. He's the fastest on the track. Second fastest on the track is the current second place Russell Ending. So he is sort of on target to leapfrog them all if he's got the patience to stay out long enough, Anthony. And of course you and I can see it because we can look at the timing screen. The people at home can see it because they can look at the timing screen. The only one who can't really see the timing screen is Russell Ending.
Yes, yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? You know, as they go through, they can only see that timing screen as they come out of the hairpin, really for a blink of an eye, and in that time you're not really paying attention to it, are you? So
the amount of information Russell Ending would have to take in would mean he'd probably have to stop the car and have a look at it and then get going again, because he would have to be looking at a number of positions. Again, those of you at home, look on that screen at the timings. We've got Jamie Henderson 15 seconds from the leader, Nadia Balnega 15 seconds, Mason Brown 15 seconds, Ryan Taylor 16 seconds, and Russell Ending 6 seconds from the leader. So if you work that out, you can see he's on average about 9 seconds behind. So if he came into the pits now, he would be on course to fail in his quest to get forward. If he stays out and puts in the lap times, if he can just eke out those extra couple of seconds, he could well end up even being second in this race. So timing for the pit stop is crucial for Russell Ending, whether he's going to end up tumbling down the order to practically where he started, or whether he's going to be the real hero and leapfrog nearly the entire field to second place. Anthony?
Well, my maths is coming into play here, and this is very rare that this happens because, yeah, it's bad maths, really, 9 times out of 10. And you were saying about that 10-second buffer for a pit stop, but you have to remember that this track is slightly longer, so if anything, they've got a couple more seconds to their time that they can have on, so 9 seconds might be enough.
Yeah, well, yes, we will have to see how that works out, because, you see, the thing is the time in the pits stays the same.
Yes.
The pit has not been altered.
No, the pit's not been altered.
The question really is, where are the others on track? So, actually, you might end up being right in what you say, simply because it's a slightly longer lap with a couple more seconds added to it because of distance. Well, I tell you what, Russell Ending's going to answer all our questions, because the people he's trying to leapfrog, Jamie Henderson, Nadia Balnega, Mason Brown, Ryan Taylor, they are running absolutely down the inside. It's been a move, and it's Mason Brown. Mason Brown has gone up a position on Nadia Balnega by the looks of things, and he is now behind Jamie Henderson. Pretty robust, but it also involved the back marker. I'm not sure if it was Hingley or Ali. One of them was in that mix. There was some confusion. It would have been out of your eye there, Anthony, but, well, we'll have to see what happens on that one.
Well, yeah, of course, and crucially, because that's happened, that's massively helped out Russell Ending, because, you know, now that gap is over 10 seconds. So, you know, I reckon he's got an advantage now.
Yes, it's the bit of good fortune Russell Ending needed. Now, on the screen, we're looking at this is the battle that Russell Ending is trying to leapfrog. Effectively, those 4 drivers you can see there, Russell Ending is trying to go from a moral behind them to in front of them, and he's going to win or lose in one big go here. They are so tight, he's never going to blend in amongst that lot. He's going to be out the front or out the back.
Race leader's in. Race leader is in. Ryan Curtin is in. First gate, it's all good. Goes into second. He's focused. He's looking at the lights. He's going, yes, wait, now, go. He's going to come out well in front of that battle in front.
Absolutely. He had time in hand to do it, and he used it wisely. Now, that means Russell Ending is the only one yet to pit. Now, as you pointed out, Russell Ending was able to make up some ground somewhere. The timing is looking at times, but Oh, it's going to be so close. Russ Lending, effectively, if we work on that 10.5 second pit stop time, Russ Lending would come out the pits right alongside Jamie Henderson. The only thing in his favour would be the inside line to the hairpin.
Yes, I think he's got to go for it, because if he starts to drop back now, he's going to lose that advantage. He knows he's got the advantage now. He needs to pit.
Absolutely, and he's going to have to come out with a fighting head on, because if he loses to one of them, he's going to lose to all of them. They're going to freight train him if they can, because they may not know right now, because it's a bit of a Sean Briley situation from last year, where Briley made a very early pit stop. Nobody noticed. We didn't pick up on it, and suddenly he's down there winning the race. And they will have discounted Endine from their plans already, and he may well come as a shock. And when he does, they're going to be pretty fierce about trying to get past him. Certainly Mason Brown is right on the tail of Jamie Henderson there. We can see on camera. You can just pick out the stars and stripes on the very white helmet of Mason Brown. There's Mason Brown with the GoPro on top of the helmet. And that, therefore, is Jamie Henderson up ahead of him. It's this battle, but there is a little bit of a gap. If things go wrong, Endine may... Oh, no! There's been a bit of a collision, and they've closed right in. In fact, Mason Brown is through. Mason Brown is through. Side by side, Jamie Henderson's back on him. Jamie Henderson's taken the position back. They're coming down to this final this big hairpin. They're all on the inside. There's going to be some pushing, surely, sort of, but they've all made it. This is good news, though. Russell Ending.
Oh, yeah, he'll be loving this one. I'm going to see the gap now. It was 10.7. It's now 12.2. He's got plenty of time to get a pit stop in.
That right there might have done. Now, Endine really just get in the pits now, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Just get in.
Yeah. Like, what are you doing, man? Get in the pit lane.
Just. I know we shouldn't be imparting racing advice, but get in the pits.
He's coming in. He's coming in now. I don't think he heard us. Right. Do not mess it up. It's green light on the first one. Do not mess this one up. It's red light. It's green light. He's good. He can exit, and he's well ahead.
Made it out ahead. He's easily made it, and they won't have momentum on him either. Obviously, everyone loses momentum once they break for the hairpin. And Russ Lending is clear. He's gone from, what was it, 8th position right the way through to 2nd place. An incredible performance by the earlier race winner. He, in one race, has saved his British Rental Kart Championship 2023.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal drive from him. You know, that's textbook BRKC racing, that is, coming from the back to the front, all due to a pit stop.
Absolutely, and it's normally the sort of performance we see reserved for the likes of Ruben Bouton, Sean Briley, maybe Brad Philpott. That kind of thinking. I mean, hopefully he's thought about it, but he may well have just done his thing and it's worked out.
Yeah, definitely so. Well, I'll have a good chat with him after this race to even know if he knew what he'd done. So, you know, he might be thinking, oh, I'm in like 8th place right now and probably at the back. So he might not even know he's in P2.
Absolutely. He's certainly going to know when he comes back in the pits and there's only Ryan Kurt in front of him. Oh, and it's down. Oh, getting very tasty down at the end of the backstretch there. That, of course, is Jamie Henderson. Jamie Henderson having to fight such a long rearguard action now. He's not just got one person, he's got 4. He will be fully aware that if he loses one place, he'll probably lose another 2 as well. So Jamie Henderson can't give anything away. To be fair, though, Jamie Henderson, he ain't a weakling, is he? He's a pretty hardcore racer. He's not going to let you through. And if he does let you through, you better make it stick or he'll have you back.
Oh, 100%, 100%. I couldn't have said it better myself, really. But, you know, this race so far has been pretty much textbook by a lot of drivers. Yes, there's been a bit of brouhaha-ness, I will say, in the mid-pack sort of section. But, you know, they're all getting it done. Like you say, it's the first time that some of these drivers will have done this layout. So, you know, it's a challenge for them.
Absolutely. So Jamie Henderson, we've established a very tough driver, and he's going to be hard to pass. But Mason Brown, he's been pretty difficult to reason with as well. He's actually been making moves all the time on Jamie Henderson. Henderson's had to work this, but Brown's not making a move this lap. It's about the only lap that Brown hasn't been looking for some kind of gap down the inside there. What will he do over the line here? Because if he can get a good run, he may have a pop into the hairpin. But, well, it's Jamie Henderson. He's going to have it covered, isn't he?
Yeah, no drama there whatsoever. Held that inside line, and you know.
But they're catching a back mark. Sorry to cut in.
No, you go.
Is it Zach Hingley or Hassan Ali? Either way, they're catching on. He moves out the way. To be honest with you, looks like Hassan Ali. He's done a great job of moving out the way all weekend. Obviously, building up his experience, learning well, and he has no problem in just quickly moving to the side. He doesn't actually lose that much time either when he does. So efficient is his moves.
Yeah, I think he's got it pretty much sussed on that one. You know, for a driver who is, you know, first time racing in this, you know, it's one of those skills that, you know, it is crucial to learn. You don't want to get in the way of people. You are doing your very best out there. You don't want to hinder someone's race. And, you know, he's doing a sterling job out there.
Indeed. Just to cover it, though, I did call it slightly wrong. It was Zach Hingley who moved out the way. Very good show there by Zach Hingley. And already celebrating the victory there, it is Ryan Curtin. Ryan Curtin takes it. A third and now a victory in maiden performance. It is Russell Endine. He takes second against pretty big odds. And Jamie Henderson hangs on for third with Mason Brown in there in fourth. Nadia Balnegra in fifth. Ryan Taylor there at sixth. Phil Pryor's going to come through seventh with Owen Jamieson a lap down. Hassan Ali 2 laps down. Zach Hingley 3 laps down. Just taking the checkered flag now. There's Hassan Ali. He's going to cross the line, and that concludes the results there. An amazing performance there by Atlanta's Ryan Curtin. Absolutely stunning performance.
Yes, indeed. He comes into the pit lane now, and I think he's all happy with it. You know, he could have taken that opportunity there to do a practice stop, because obviously we know he'd messed one up earlier on in the day, but this time around it is all good, and he will take a race win. From Endine here as well in second. We'll have a good chat with him. So, Cameron, you nearly got taken out there. That'd have been expensive. Ryan, we'll have a quick chat once you've been weighed.
I have many things to do first. Hang on.
No worries. Yeah, you do your many things, as he says. And we've got Mr. Endine here. Let's have a chat with him, because it was a good race for Russell, wasn't it? Russell, we'll let you, while you're waiting to get weighed up, the camera's behind you, by the way, so if you want to speak to everyone, yeah, there we go. Solid race from you on that one. I think you came back from 8th to finish 2nd. How did that go? How did that feel for you, really?
Yeah, I definitely made some mistakes in qualifying, and I was just saying to Sean, I think I drove like a bit of like a pirate in the first half. I was kind of all over the place, and I just managed to sort of tidy up my lap as we went along, and then saw the lap times getting a bit more competitive. And I think I got the strategy right, seeing the other boys getting sort of tied up in a bit of a tussle together, and managed to basically stay in clear air throughout, and then pitted late and managed to jump quite a few people, I think.
Yes, yeah, I think 4 or 5 people you managed to jump on that one. So, yeah, I think you timed it pretty well, but a great result for yourself. You've really keeping your BRKC Championship dream alive, really, with that race.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's the maximum result. I definitely couldn't have gone any quicker in that. Also, I don't know whether I benefited from anyone getting a double pit in front, because it felt like I maybe would have been third, but I don't know.
There were no penalties in that one, so yeah.
Tactics really worked then, which is good.
It worked really well. Congratulations, well done. Let's go chat to our race winner on that one then, Ryan Curtin. So let's get in there. Ryan, I know you're chatting. Do you want to come over to the branding, because you've won, sir. So yeah, you've won a heat. So have a chat here. You did the pit stop right, yes. You did the pit stop right. But yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about, because obviously, yeah, it was a mistake on the first one, but in this one, yeah, nailed it.
No, it wasn't a mistake. It was intentional last. No, I'm kidding. It was a mistake.
Yeah, well, no, you got it bang on this time around. A pretty solid race. That's the sort of thing we'd expect to see from you.
Well, okay, great. All of a sudden, everyone disappeared behind me. I don't really know what happened, but suddenly there were no karts there, and I just kind of drove for a while. I think they were fighting, but I didn't see it.
There was some squabbling going on there, but you were just quick.
Well, okay, it was more interesting back there then. Yeah, I thought it was kind of boring, but I like to race. I like to fight. So, I mean, not that I'm unhappy with the win.
Yeah. Exactly. You take the race win now. You get the points now, and then when it comes to the finals later on in the weekend, that's when you do your racing. So if you can all win these ones, then you can enjoy your racing when it matters.
Yeah, that seems logical.
Does. There we go. We'll take that one then. Obviously, from the US, you've come quite a way, so yeah, are you glad to be here?
Yeah. And did you know there's a climbing gym next door? I think I might go climb. Bouldering is my other hobby, so I think I might go do that next.
Well, it's not my hobby, so I'll let you do it. Best of luck. Well done for the race win on that one. We'll see you a bit later on.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Ryan Curtin there. Well, there you go. It just shows that drivers may make mistakes earlier on in the day, but they can come back much, much stronger later on in the weekend. James, next heat's coming up.
Absolutely, and obviously from Ryan Curtin's point of view, he is also climbing his way to the top of the point standings
very good.
In the
Very good.
in the British Rental Kart Championship 2023. Now, big names across the board. We know we're saying this every race, so it's probably getting a little bit repetitive in that sense. But big name for this one, of course, Matt Barsh. Second time we've seen him. We saw him win earlier on. So another driver looking now for a double win. Equally looking for a double win is going to be Lewis Manley. He won his 20th BRKC race earlier on. But Manley has come out right behind one of the newer drivers. I think it's Aidan Dancer. And so Lewis Manley may have made a bit of a tactical error there. He's just come out right behind him, and if Lewis Manley thinks he's going to be on pole, it's not going to involve having a kart in front of him at all. So Matt Barsh starts the qualifying, and Lewis Manley, the one to keep an eye on behind, is actually right at the tail of the lineup. So Matt Barsh, probable pole position winner, and then Lewis Manley, another potential for pole, is going to be right at the back. So we'll see what Matt Barsh comes up with first. However, we've said it before, there could easily be some shock result. We've got Carl Stevens in this, who's notable for making shock results. Dylan Norris is in there. They're getting the checkered flag. So we've got Matt Clark, actually. Matt Clark is on pole position from Dylan Norris. Where on earth is Barsh? He's gone fastest. Matt Barsh has gone fastest. And up into third is Carl Stevens. So Carl Stevens is in third. Cale Simmons moves up to seventh. Gabriel Quinter up to third. Gabriel Quinter from Portugal up to third. Mike Renner, Lewis Manley to second. Lewis Manley to second. And so Matt Barsh will start from pole position. Lewis Manley up to second. Matt Clark, very good show up into third place there. Matt Clark, he's relatively local here. He's had a lot of success in the various other sort of formulas that are available. Cov Kart Sport, Daytona 24 Hour, he's had a good result there in 2019, second. And with the Rugby Kart Club, he's had a third place in their championships. So great show there by Matt Clark. We'll see what happens in the race, because he's starting ahead of Gabriel Quinter, very much a newcomer, and Carl Stevens, who very much was a newcomer, but now somebody we're actually starting to look at getting results from. So Carl Stevens quickly making himself, he's well on the way to being one of the establishment, if you like. The rate he's going. Dylan Norris, he's well known around here. He's going to be in sixth place. Aidan Dancer, seventh. Michael Rayner, eighth. Dane Christensen is ninth. And Cale Simmons will be starting in the 10th place. There he is, bringing up the back now. So we can see on the screen there, we've got Matt Barsh in the predominantly white and black suit with the yellow and orange helmet. And he's got Lewis Manley behind him. Both these drivers capable of winning. The real big question is what's going to happen third place with Matt Clark and the incredible Gabriel Quinter, who yesterday I said, if you finish in the top 90, you'll be doing great. He's doing way better than that now. Anyway, here they come around. Matt Barsh controlling the pace. Now he's gone. He's pulled the pin. He's crossing the line. He's made the jump on Lewis Manley. He's through the hairpin with a nice little lead there. As nice as it's going to get, one kart length ahead. Crucially, Lewis Manley is not under immediate threat from Matt Clark. He's there, but not actually in a challenging position. And Matt Barsh is he's definitely going to want to check out on this one. It's been a very clean start, and the leaders are pulling away. We've got Matt Barsh down the straight, and Lewis Manley, and then Matt Clark. Gabriel Quinter is remaining there in fourth place as they round the hairpin at the end of the back straight. Here they come round in the hairpin, start the next lap. Barsh, Manley, Clark and Quinter are your top four. Carl Stevens maintains his position in fifth place there. Dylan Norris is still sixth. Really no movements in terms of position. They're just sort of feeling their way around the course. Very evenly matched for position. Looks like the closest we've got is Matt Clark and Gabriel Quinter. The Portuguese driver working all over the back of Matt Clark through the new section, but has opened, the gap has opened once more on that back stretch. Anthony, this is probably about the cleanest we've seen at this stage.
Yeah, pretty tame, pretty subtle, really. I'm kind of jealous. I want to be out there. It's one of the nicest race starts we've seen.
Yes, about the only race we would want to be in ourselves, right?
Yes, exactly. I think my poor ribs and back wouldn't want to take any of the other races that we've seen. But
yes, we'll leave Philpott and Pinero behind, yeah?
yeah, definitely. Pretty standard. I mean, obviously, we'll have to see how it goes when the pit stop phase suddenly comes into life. So far, no pit stops, of course, but, Lewis, he's won a heat so far already. He'll want to win another one, and like we said, you said it earlier today, Lewis always goes out wanting a heat win or a race win, and I think we're going to see that in this as well.
Yeah, Lewis Manley, he's only thinking of that checker flag with him in first place. He goes out looking for the win every time he's on the track. There's only one result as far as he's concerned, and but this one might be a bit of a tough one. He may have to accept second best on this because Matt Barsh is really moving here. Matt Barsh is well known internationally. He's everywhere. You find an international race and Matt Barsh will probably be in it, including the World Championship, which he'll no doubt be doing later the year. His home nation of Poland, their national championship, Remy Draska, organises that brilliantly. That's around Easter time usually. So expect Matt Barsh. He's a former winner of that, of course. I think he's actually won it more than once, by recollection. But Matt Barsh, certainly a successful driver. He's been a finalist here, as has Lewis Manley. So these two are among the cream of the crop at the front, but it's Matt Barsh who's ever so slightly edging away from Lewis Manley, and that is saying something here around Formula Fast.
Oh yeah, definitely so. I mean, again, you said this earlier as well. There's probably no one who's done more laps around this circuit than the man who's in second place, Manley. So, you know, to be able to beat him is quite a challenge in itself. So, you know, so far so good for this race. But, you know, there's a lot of quick drivers in this grid. You know, there's a lot of talent out there. So it's going to be a close one to that checker flag. I'm excited to see who's going to come out on top on this one.
Yeah, and Matt Barsh, of course, is doing everything right. I mean, obviously, yes, they're always going to try and be flat out, always trying to win by the biggest margin. But I think in the form of Lewis Manley, he's going to have to break him pretty early. He's really going to have to, Matt Barsh, with this sort of pulling out, he's got to get those lap times now to sort of really keep Lewis Manley back. You know, he can't be giving him ideas. Oh, in the pit, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's Dane Christensen that's in the pit lane. Slow on the first gate, but it was green, so it was all good. Green on the second, he gets away now.
So Dane continues out there. Now, he's made his pit stop, so we'll see if that can move him up through. I think, what did he start? 7th, something like that? However, Lewis Manley looks to close in a little bit on Matt Barsh. We'll have a look at the lap times. Lewis Manley, he's put in a lap time in 32 seconds. Only the top two have managed a 32-second lap time in this race. In the pits, though, is there another one?
Yeah, it's the number 8 that's in the pit lane. This is Michael Rayner who comes in. It's a relatively good stop. I'm going to keep an eye on his time when he exits, because it was a 12-second stop for our previous driver, Dane Christensen. And he comes out, and it's about a 10-second stop there.
Yeah, so probably more representative of what we should be looking for from a front runner on that one, yeah?
Yeah, much faster pit stop from Michael Rayner there, definitely. Yeah, you were saying about the gap between Manley and he took half a second out of him on that last lap.
Yeah, and I think that's down to Matt Barsh. Matt Barsh was like a second off what his fastest pace was on that lap alone. So I think a mistake somewhere, maybe tagging a wall, has cost Matt Barsh a second, but that's going to give Lewis Manley renewed hope. Matt Barsh was doing everything right earlier. He was breaking Lewis Manley down, making Lewis realise that maybe you're just going to sit in second place now. You do this sort of thing, though, now. We're looking on screen. We can see Matt Barsh has got the full attention of Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley's caught back up with him, which means that Lewis Manley will be thinking about the win once more, and that's probably not going to be in Matt Barsh's favour.
Definitely not, no. Like you say, he took another 0.6 of a lap on that previous lap as well. So, you know, that gap has closed down to literally nothing between the two of them. Manley constantly setting personal best after personal best. So, and visibly as well, looking at them, they have closed in, which is fantastic to see. So that race is only just beginning, I think.
Yeah, and of course it's quite a strong battle behind. We've got, I mean, they're a bit more strung out than they were, but Matt Clark, Gabriel Kinter and Carl Stevens were starting to look like the race within the race in these early stages before Matt Barsh had some kind of problem and Lewis Manley caught him. So it's sort of evened out a bit, but now we've got Kinter has closed in a lot on Matt Clark. In fact, he's going to have a look down the inside. No, as they turn into that hairpin at the end of the straight on screen there. There's Matt Barsh with Lewis Manley. That's the first and second positions. And so they go out into the new bit, and just across the line there you can see on screen that was Matt Clark and Gabriel Kinter. So Carl Stevens looked to have dropped away a little bit. He's there in the black suit. So there's the leader, Matt Barsh. There's Lewis Manley second. Now here coming next will be Matt Clark, and there is Gabriel Kinter, and there is Carl Stevens. So you can see that third place battle, that second battle if you like, is hotting back up again. It did have Carl Stevens in it earlier on, but he's sort of fallen back a little way. Meantime, look at how close they are now. That is the third place battle. That's Matt Clark versus Gabriel Kinter. The Portuguese driver with very little experience, certainly relative to Matt Clark. Now there is Matt Barsh. Matt Barsh what's the lap time? We'll have a look back. Yes, he's gone faster on that last lap, set a new personal best, a new race fastest lap. But Lewis Manley is still there. Lewis Manley is still there because he's setting a very similar lap time, albeit slightly slower. Maybe Matt Barsh has gone back into charge mode again, but they're coming up to a back marker, of course, and that will be Dane Christensen, who has made his pit stop, Anthony.
Yeah, exactly that. We've only had a couple of pit stops so far, so nearly the entire field still needs to come in. Like I say, the timer is vastly running out. We've still got just over half race distance, 12 minutes to go, so still plenty of time out there, but it could end up being quite busy in this pit lane.
Absolutely. So Matt Barsh has got 13 laps on the board. Lewis Manley is a second behind him according to the official timing. 5 seconds back and 6 seconds back from the leader are Matt Clark and Gabriel Kinter, but they're less than a second apart. Now Matt Barsh, what's he going to do? He can see there's a driver in front of him, he can see there's another driver in front of that, albeit somewhere up the field. Matt Barsh will have the peripheral vision to see all this, and the question now, he could be in the pits, but in the pits is somebody, it's 21.
Yeah, it's Kyle Simmons there who comes into the pit lane. It's a good first gate, it's a good second gate, back out on circuit, no drama.
Just to correct you there, it's actually Carl Stevens that was. Carl Stevens has pitted, and so Carl Stevens into the pits on that lap, and he has resumed in 7th place.
Yes, it was. Again, my numbers are backwards on this piece of paper, so I do apologise. Manley in the pit lane, though. I can't confuse this driver. The number 9 in the pit lane. It's a good first gate. Gate number 2, also good. Heads back out, crucially, ahead of the number 20.
And just while that was going on, there's a big gap now opened between Matt Clark and Gabriel Kinter. They have now moved up to 2nd and 3rd respectively as a result of Lewis Manley's pit stop, but that gap has opened out notably now. They were nose to tail, but that's changed. So Matt Barsh, is he coming in? No, he's not. He's going to have to set some times now because Lewis Manley has effectively been released. Lewis Manley knows that, and he's going to try and be quick. He's made his pit stop. He's clear on his own. There's nobody in front of him at all. In the pit, sorry.
Yeah, it's Gabriel Quinter who's in the pit lane, and again, it's a pretty decent stop, actually. I'll be curious to see how quick that was. Comes out the pit lane. That was sub 10 minute. That was a very quick pit.
Yeah, Gabriel Kinter.
10-second, I meant.
Yeah, very interesting driver because yesterday I was talking to him and he was going on literally as if he had no experience at all. He was saying, you know, it's only my 12th time karting, all this kind of thing. So, you know, the performance he's been put in, well, he's doing very, very well, shall we say.
I think he's telling porky pies.
Yeah, I'm sort of wink, wink, nod on this one because I'm wondering if Gabriel Kinter is being given us a little bit of fibbing because he is putting in an amazing show. A spin, and that looks like it's Rayner, is it? Rayner in the 8, yep. He has spun at the bottom of the long straight in the hairpin. He locked the brakes up. They're obviously they only work on the back, so like a handbrake, it pulled him round. And funnily enough, I think that was right in front of the race leader.
Yeah, not sure what happened there, but someone up on the balcony, I think, saw it and was shouting something along the lines. I couldn't quite hear what it was. I think I'm quite thankful I didn't hear what it was, but yeah.
Hopefully it was supportive.
Hopefully.
Anyhow, Lewis Manley continues on his way. We're going to take a little double check at the gap between these guys. Lewis Manley is, where is he? He is 11.9 seconds behind Matt Barsh. Are we going with the 10.5 still of Sam Slater?
I'm not sure. I think we go for it, but I'll be curious to see what Matt Barsh
It's up for debate, yeah?
It is up for debate,
on this layout?
Yes.
Yeah. So the up for debate Sam Slater lap time theory with a pit stop means that Lewis Manley still would finish behind, in fact by a bit of a margin. Someone in the pits?
Yeah, Aidan Dancer in the number 12 for his pit stop. It's good. 2 green lights, he's back out, clear traffic.
Yeah, solid stops there by Aidan Dancer, looking really good. He's resumed down in 7th place. He's got Carl Stevens ahead.
Yeah, another one in. It's the number 16, like you say, Carl Simmons, who is in this time around, and that is good. Good pit stop. And the 11 is in as well. Matthew Clark, he's come in. Green light on the 1st. Green light on the 2nd, and that is all good. Oh no, the 16 got a invalid pit stop, so Carl Simmons with an invalid pit stop.
Oh, that's a shame for Carl Simmons. He got leapfrogged by Dane Christensen. When he came out of the pits, he was side by side with Michael Rayner. They're battling over last place, and that looks to be decided because Carl Simmons has got to come back in the pits. Now, Matt Clark there, that was about the tightest you could do it, because he was well moving on that second one, wasn't he?
He was, very much so. It was a pretty perfect pit stop, I got to say. Hand up, we've got another one coming in. It's the number 20 who's diving into the pit lane. This is Dylan Norris, and he comes in. He stops at the second one. 2 green lights. He's on his way.
And Lewis Manley up at the front has been held up. He's had to fight his way past Michael Rayner, and he's now got what looks like Dane Christensen in front of him. He's going to have to make a move on Christensen as soon as he can. I'm assuming it's Christensen. I don't think it's Dancer. It looks like Christensen. It's the 16. The 16 is Cale Simmons. And Lewis Manley makes the move. He's past Cale Simmons. So Lewis Manley will have lost some time there. He actually really had to work his way past those two then. Matt Barsh has now opened up the lead to 13 seconds. We know Matt Barsh has not been in. He's the only one who's yet to pit. He's leaving it nice and late. But now, thanks to that with Lewis Manley, he will be able to make a pit stop and come out in the lead. Now, really, Matt Barsh, unlike one of the drivers we talked about in the last race, he only needs to know about Lewis Manley. He's not coming in to a 5-way fight for second place.
No.
So as soon as he knows that, looking on the screens around the track or whatever, that he's got that 13 seconds advantage over Lewis Manley, it means that pit lane's open to him any single lap he wants.
Yeah, exactly, and he just set a new fastest lap of the race out there as well, 32.638, so a pretty solid time.
And I believe that might be the fastest of the weekend so far. That's an amazing run there by Matt Barsh, clearly meaning business. He's looking to make it 2 out of 2 in terms of wins, and that is obviously what you need to win the BRKC.
Yeah, definitely so. He's got the waft out there, so let's just see if he can bring it home in one piece. He has still got his pit stop to go, so fingers crossed. You know, we've seen the best of the best mess of a pit stop. No commentator's curse there, but we'll just have to see how he does.
Absolutely, and Lewis Manley has actually had to fight his way through a bunch of back markers there. He's now ahead of Dane Christensen, and Dane Christensen is actually staying with Lewis Manley.
He's pitted now, he's pitted. So Matt Barsh in the pit lane, first gate. It's all good, green light. A little bit slow from the getaway for him. Again, another driver who's hugging the fuel tank, kind of strange. 2 green lights, he comes back out, clear as day, no drama.
Yeah, Matt Barsh, amazing performance as you'd expect. And in the pits is another one.
Yeah, it's the 16 that's come in. This is Cale Simmons, the driver who got the penalty earlier on. So after an invalid stop on the second gate, green all the way throughout, back out on circuit.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, that's dropped him to a definite last place. The next position in front of him is coming off the new area, the alternate layout, so that's at least half a lap ahead of him. So really, he's sort of set in 10th place now, is Cale. Lewis Manley crossing the line there. He's 3.2 seconds behind Matt Barsh. Really, you've got to think that's over. This is the kind of lead Matt Barsh was hoping to build up anyway. As it happens, I think a lot of that's been down to passing for position. Now, talking of people making passes, we've got Matt Clark and Gabriel Kinter. Now, Kinter has moved ahead of a back marker. Matt Clark's caught behind, but Matt Clark has got Carl Stevens, I think, with him. I'm trying to identify him. Yeah, I think that's Carl, who's now on the back of Matt Clark. Now, they've got to pass the back marker, which in this case is Michael Rayner. Rayner in there in the yellow helmet on screen, and he's moved out of the way. And Clark and Stevens both go through, and Rayner tucks in behind them. It's a great driving there by Rayner, by Michael Rayner there, and just moving out of the way to let the faster karts through. Matt Clark will be very thankful for that, because Carl Stevens would definitely have had a look at him there. Can they catch back up to the Portuguese that they were fighting with earlier in the race? That's the question. There's about maybe a 8-10 kart distance with 4.5 minutes to go. It could be done, Anthony, but it depends on a few things.
It does. There's a lot of factors in this race, and you know, it's one of those things. It could not happen. So, again, we'll have to find out. There's still a ways to go, 4 minutes or so, and everyone's done their pit stops. It's really just now who is quickest out on circuit.
It's the run to the flag now, and Matt Barsh is making sure he's the quickest. He's literally fastest on track. His best lap was a few laps ago, 32.6, but he's still up there with 32.7 lap times. You know, he's absolutely on it. Lewis Manley is up there with him. He's the only other driver to get into 32 seconds with a 32.7 as his personal best. That's just a 10th behind Barsh. It has to be said as well that positions are sort of a bit static at the moment. However, there's a little bit of cat and mouse going on, because Gabriel Kinter, who's listed in 3rd place, an amazing performance. The rookie from Portugal, albeit it says BSR on his race suit, so as part of the Bradley Shepherd racing team, you know, does Brad take on rookies and nobodies? I don't know. Anyway, he is now caught Christensen, so Dane Christensen moves out the way, but I honestly believe that that gap has come down, so crossing the line now, there is Kinto, and then Christensen, then Clark, who's behind Kinto on in the actual race, and then Carl Stevens is with him. So this really is closing up. So that question mark earlier, can they close in on Kinto, seems to be answered to the yes.
Definitely so. Again, the race, there's time to go. We'll just have to see. You know, it's all on those lap times. It's really down to these drivers. There's side-by-side action into the hairpin.
Yeah, and down that into that hairpin there, that was Matt Clark, who was making, you know, putting a lap down Dane Christensen. However, what's Carl Stevens done? Because Carl Stevens is trying to get through, but he's ended up getting caught, Christensen. Christensen's trying to stay out of the way, but obviously the track goes one way then the other, and it's very tight. So, you know, his options, he's trying to be helpful, but even his options are limited. You know, he's got to be somewhere. He can't be nowhere, can he? Well, exactly. So it was a bit difficult there, and that's actually cost Carl Stevens, but it wasn't anybody's fault. Just one of those things, catching people where you do. Now, Matt Barsh, you know, we're seeing him come out. He's around the new area there, but he's got that lead 4.4 it's opened up to on Lewis Manley. And down the backstretch there, that looks like it is Aiden Dancer. Aiden Dancer's got Christensen behind him on paper, but there's Matt Barsh, the leader. So Matt Barsh really cutting through the pack. Matt Barsh is going to complete another lap soon. There he is going around the final corner, crossing the line now on screen. And Lewis Manley, as you can see, is nowhere in camera shot. We're waiting for the cross line. There is Lewis Manley. So that is the gap, first to second, from a visual point of view. It's creeping, the gap is creeping up, looking at the stopwatch, Anthony. But visually, it's looking like Barsh is really rolling away.
Yeah, it's one of those things, you know, your eyes deceive you when you look out on track versus a timing screen, doesn't it? It really does fall down to the numbers, though, really. And like you say, Matt Barsh has just done a solid drive. You know, he set another new fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago with a 32.6. He's just set another one now, a 32.604. So constantly getting faster and faster. The track is evolving. The temperature is still very low in here. I can still see my breath, but the track temps and the tyres have warmed up nicely.
Maybe you should go and stand on the track then, Anthony.
Probably should, yeah. I won't go lie down on it now, though. That might be a bit risky.
Absolutely, yes. We are looking at a lap time, though, 32.60 with Matt Barsh, so has to be guessed that any next best lap time is going to be a 32.5, which really, you know, takes you right down 32.5. That's some way faster than what we started with earlier on this revised layout. The top four now are all in 32 seconds as a personal best, and then we go a bunch of 33s right to the very tail. So it is actually deceptively close on lap times when all you're doing is considering people's personal bests. We got, you know, 32.6 to 33.9 first to last, so that's pretty darn close, really. Matt Barsh, though, crossing the line. He's got probably, 2 laps to go now? Yeah, he has. He's got 2 laps to go. He's on the penultimate lap. He might catch Aiden Dancer, he might not. Aiden Dancer's in the red ahead of him. And there goes Lewis Manley on screen through. He's definitely in second place. He's not going to challenge Barsh, which we're looking at now on screen. That's the long back stretch. Here they come down. There's Aiden Dancer in the orange, and there's Matt Barsh. So it's unlikely that Barsh catches him on this last lap, because Aiden Dancer's not hanging about either. You know, his best lap is 33.0 versus Matt Barsh. He's now done 32.5. Matt Barsh, a new lap record for this track, 32.5. Matt Barsh lays it down on that last lap, and he's on the final run now. There's Lewis Manley just going out of picture there. There's Matt Barsh, race leader. Probably not very interested in overtaking Aiden Dancer there. As they enter the backstretch, Aiden Dancer entering the final, not the final hairpin, but the one at the end of the straight. There's Matt Barsh just following him around. Aiden Dancer's going to have one more lap to do, but Matt Barsh will be taking the checker flag this time around. There it is, Matt Barsh rounds out the winner. Another great victory for Matt Barsh, the Polish driver. Here comes Lewis Manley. That's a pretty solid second place. That is a great lot of points for Lewis Manley. That's what he needs. Now, Gabriel Quinta, is he going to hang on? Yes, he can. Gabriel Quinta brings it home in third place. Incredible for the Portuguese rookie. Matt Clark is in fourth place. Carl Stevens has taken fifth, so a top half position for him. Dylan Norris sixth. It's going to be Aiden Dancer surely in seventh. Obviously now people are a lap down. We've got to sort of see him come through. But you know what, Anthony? amazing performance, so strong, so solid there from Matt Barsh. He's down in the pit lane with you now, Anthony.
Yeah, I'll have a quick chat with him. I'll have a quick chat with Gabriel Quinta as well, because I just want to check, you know, his karting background. You know, I've only done it 13 times. I'm calling fibs.
It's looking that way, unless I was speaking to the wrong person yesterday.
Yeah, maybe. I'll find that. I'll ascertain some information.
Actually, no, I've got some news on Quinta. He's, yes, we are mistaken in the information there. I've got some information on Quinta which I will give to everyone, so don't worry about that. I'll dish it out later on.
Right, fine. Right, Matt, let's have a quick chat by the stand. I'll let you take your helmet off and all of that, gubbins and blah, 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 racing, all that. Well, this is the second time we've spoken today. 2 race wins, and again, a race result like that, you're looking like one of the favourites.
Yeah, nice you look again after breakfast. So finally, this race, it's very surprise for me. I have little problems with seat, because coming to the back, so it's a little trouble, but after that, will be fine. I make good lap, good kart, and this layout is very lovely.
Yeah, it's a lovely layout, and you have set a new lap record for it in that one as well, 32.544. You're the fastest driver to do that so far all day on this layout. So, you know, looking like you've got the skills out there. What did you have for breakfast in the end?
Oh, that's classic English breakfast.
Classic English breakfast. Okay.
Nothing special.
Okay, fine. You had Lewis Manley as competition in that one, and you know, Lewis is a very quick driver. He kept him at bay, so you know there is some skill out there still.
Yeah, Lewis drives very well. I'm very happy to compete with him. This is the local driver, and I'm very happy to drive with him in our one race together. So finally, it's very nice competing together. Today I'm win, so we'll see what will be later.
Yeah. Let's find out. Well, congratulations. Well done. 2 race wins today.
Thank you.
Good stuff there. Let's chat to Lewis Manley very quickly, coming in second place. Lewis, again, second place, good result. That's a heat win and now a P2, so good points for you still. You had to work for it, though.
Yeah, maximum I could do, really. Barsh was just too fast for me. He had kart 14, which is a good car. He's just gone down the straight. So, when he's had a bit of traffic, and that's when he went defensive quite hard. So that's why I take a chance to pit and had a bit of traffic myself. But of course, frustrating, I got held up by that. But I don't think it made a difference anyway. So I think Barsh had it in the bag. So P2 was pretty much the max I could do. So I got good points. So got one more later on tonight, the very last one.
Despite the result, you still feeling confident going for the rest of the weekend?
Absolutely. If I can get good kart tonight and a very good one tomorrow, because my 4th heat is a real nasty one, so and the 3rd one tonight is a bit tasty, so I've got to just hope for the best and get a nice car and obviously keep going and try and get the maximum points I can.
Well, we'll keep a very close eye on you. Well, congratulations on another P2 for you in that one, or a P1 and a P2 on that one, but congratulations, Lewis.
Thank you, cheers.
Excellent stuff, though. Well, brilliant stuff then for the second instalment of the first 5 heats. We have got another little maintenance break going on now, so I think our next race is about in another hour or another half hour or so, so at 5 o'clock.
Okay, then, yes, so as you rightly point out, the marshals are going to be doing a little bit of checking of the track and refueling the karts, etc. So if you're enjoying the action on the live stream, be sure to join us in about half an hour. About 5 o'clock, we're thinking the action will get back underway. The next heat race, just before we go, just going to have a look at some of the heavy hitters in this. Well, it's going to be a very interesting one. One of the top Brits is in there, Sam Slater. He's going to be up against Scotsman Ryan Smith. Slavik Piskors is in there, and the American Anton Schopler. So, and a raft of others. So we'll see what they have in store for us. Again, aim for about 5 o'clock to rejoin us on the live stream. And thank you very much for watching, and we hope you're enjoying the action here from Formula Fast in Milton Keynes. backstretch, it's Sean Brierley. He's full power across the line. What's it going to be for Sean Brierley? Fastest! Sean Brierley has gone fastest. Just one corner now, that's it. And here comes Lewis Manley. What's it going to be? It's third fastest for Lewis Manley. And here is Ruben Boutens. He is in the final, but where's he going to start it from? If anyone's capable of defeating Sean Brierley, it is Ruben Boutens. Here he is now. He's coming towards the end. He's getting the checker flag. Where's he going to be? Who's on pole? Boutens 9th. That is a shock.
No big mistakes, but I think a bit too cautious probably.
Lewis Manley is in third. Shock of the qualifying probably was Ruben Boutens down in 9th place, but we'll see what Ruben can offer. Here we go, and away they go. 30 minutes to go now. Sean Brierley, this is the race of his life. And get ready for some early stoppers, because there's some people with very good reason to want to get in that pit stop right now. So they're coming past the potentials. Is anyone going to send it in? Nobody yet. No one. Oh,
Manley comes in, looks at the first gate, very fast in, comes into gate number 2. And it's green there.
Sean Brierley has an even bigger lead. This is an outstanding lead for any race at this early stage, and this is the grand final. Always a battle behind, and somebody's gone through. It looks like Philpott, and somebody's gone with him. Ruben Boutens gone with him. Ruben Boutens all over the back of Brad Philpott. Ruben Boutens in.
Red light's on. He pulls away early, but he gets the green light. But he goes out behind both Manley and Holler.
Down the inside goes Ruben Boutens, and Ruben Boutens clearly on a mission now. So Manley may have done enough to leapfrog Sean Brierley. Sean Brierley is trying to defend his lead without having any clue of who's defending it from, really.
And here he comes, the 21, our race leader, Sean Brierley in the pits. It's green light on the first gate. Comes in the second, lights on, green light goes.
So Lewis Manley wants to win the BRKC Grand Finals. He's going to have to pass Sean Brierley. He's going to look to the outside, Manley to the outside, but nothing doing. Brierley's got it covered. Sean Brierley sending one up the inside. Philpott gives way. He realises the situation. There's no point trying to scupper Sean Brierley's race. Fastest lap, though, goes to Ruben Boutens so far. Ruben Boutens the fastest on the track. Lewis Manley closed in, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. Here comes Sean Brierley. The checker flag is out. Sean Brierley is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. It's Sean Brierley. He is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. The backstretch, it's Sean Brierley. He's full power across the line. What's going to be for Sean Brierley? Fastest! Sean Brierley has gone fastest. Just one corner now, that's it. And here comes Lewis Manley. What's it going to be? It's third fastest for Lewis Manley. And here is Ruben Boutens. He is in the final, but where's he going to start it from? If anyone's capable of defeating Sean Brierley, it is Ruben Boutens. Here he is now. He's coming towards the end. He's getting the checker flag. Where's he going to be? Who's on pole? Boutens 9th. That is a shock.
No big mistakes, but I think a bit too cautious probably.
Lewis Manley is in third. Shock of the qualifying probably was Ruben Boutens down in 9th place, but we'll see what Ruben can offer. Here we go, and away they go. 30 minutes to go now. Sean Brierley, this is the race of his life. And get ready for some early stoppers.